The first thing I did after being reborn before the beast transformation disaster was to stuff all the fried chicken I had into the hands of the grade director, because with the global beast transformation, everyone would turn into the last animal they ate before the transformation. Some people ate delicious fatty beef and turned into invincible duck kings, others ate 7 horses and turned into horse jacket 7, showing off amazing muscle lines. But me, after eating 2 meals of fried chicken, I turned into a basketball-playing rooster, and not long after, I died in the beast tide. Now that I've been reborn, I decided to take out a huge loan and buy all kinds of powerful animal ingredients in advance. From that moment on, I would dominate the universe and become the king of the beast transformation. First, the owl was a must-buy, because besides having powerful night vision, owls also have top-notch hearing. If I could master these 2 abilities of the owl, I would be able to ignore the dangers of every night and become the king of the dark night in the beast transformation apocalypse. In addition, the electric eel from the Americas, which can release over 800 volts of electricity and directly kill someone, was also necessary. Before my rebirth, I had seen how ridiculously powerful it was online. It was like the thunder god in the form of an electric eel man. So, I also wanted to gain this ability. Oh, and ants. The Amazon tribe has a group of Sedilima people who specialize in eating ants. They became powerful beast ants because they ate ants before the transformation, gaining the ability to lift objects 400 times their own weight, just like ants. Bullet ants were especially desirable. However, bullet ants are found in the tropical forests of Central and South America, so to get bullet ants in my country, I would probably have to find bloggers who specialize in breeding ants and buy them at a high price. The reason I chose bullet ants was because they were an anomaly in the ant world, listed as one of the 10 most poisonous animals globally. Unlike other ants, bullet ants have sharp poisonous tails and strong upper brains. A single bite can cause pain levels that exceed 4 points. I analyzed it seriously. The owl could give me night vision and super hearing, the electric eel could provide the ability to release high voltage electricity, and the bullet ants should provide a strength-based ability like other ants. If I was lucky, I might also gain a strong biting ability and poisonous sting. Next, I needed to consider my defense capabilities. After all, no matter how strong the other abilities were, if my body defense was too weak after the beast transformation, I would still be easy prey for others or the evolved beasts. Since I had been reborn, I had to make myself a perfect warrior with no weaknesses. I muttered to myself, for defense, which animal ingredients should I buy? Crocodile, pangolin, or turtle? I had seen a beast transformer before who ate crocodile meat and had skin that turned into crocodile scales. Not only was this person incredibly strong, but their biting and defense abilities were also like that of a crocodile. Suddenly, I had an idea. What if I ate the water bear, tardigrade? I remembered that these creatures were known as the immortal creatures because they could survive extreme conditions that would kill most other species, such as being boiled, crushed, frozen, or thrown into space. They could even survive nuclear explosions as long as they weren't at the epicenter. The most important thing was that water bears were found all over the world in freshwater sediment, moist soil, and mossy plants. Therefore, if I ate a water bear before the beast transformation, I could possibly gain its incredible survival abilities. Wouldn't that make me invincible in the apocalypse? The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. After gathering this information, I immediately took action. While I was collecting some moss, a 10-centimeter long salamander suddenly crawled by. Wait a minute, I remembered that this creature had the self-healing ability that was almost immortal. I immediately grabbed the salamander, locked it in a metal box, and patted my hands. I pulled out my phone and searched for information about the salamander. As I had remembered, salamanders had strong vitality and self-healing abilities. They could regenerate lost limbs, and even if their hearts were destroyed, they wouldn't die but would regenerate their heart. I was excited. If I could combine the incredible life force of the water bear with the salamander's regeneration ability, wouldn't that make me truly invincible? Later, I collected bullet ants, owls, and electric eels online, and I even bought some iron beetles. From a merchant, I learned that iron beetles were the hardest beetles in the world. Even if you stomped on them or ran them over with a car, they wouldn't be harmed. Their exoskeletons were so strong that they could bear nearly 40,000 times their own weight. This meant that, if scaled up, they would be the hardest and most defensive creatures in the entire natural world. To prepare for the post-apocalyptic world, I also bought an 8-kilogram sledgehammer. With the remaining money, I bought 5 pounds of crocodile meat and some chocolate. I planned to make crocodile meatballs and ant chocolate and give them to the classmates I was close to and to my kind class teacher. As for the others, whether they lived or died didn't concern me. I didn't want to be a savior. The day before the apocalypse, which also happened to be the first day of school, I thought, why go to school when the apocalypse is coming? I arranged for the class teacher and my friends to be in a private room and ordered a rabbit head for each of them. Rabbits were nocturnal creatures, so even in the dark, they could see clearly. I prepared 7 braised rabbit heads, 1 for the teacher and 6 for my friends. After the beast transformation disaster, when they ate the rabbit heads, they would gain the rabbit's ability, such as night vision and agility. While the boss was preparing the braised rabbit heads, I handed out the crocodile meatballs and ant chocolates to my classmates. Once I saw them eat the food, I felt at ease. When the beast transformation disaster arrives, they will all have the ability to protect themselves. In this way, he can venture out to take risks and plan everything with peace of mind. The microscope and other experimental equipment are at my house. Ah Jean, you take the teacher to my house to pick it up after class tomorrow. I'll tell you where the key is hidden. After giving his instructions, Chinsho officially bid farewell to everyone. He had already finished what he could and what he needed to do. Next, it's just a matter of leaving it to fate. Goodbye. Chinsho, with a bag filled with several packs of chocolate and luxurious beast transformation meals, climbed onto his motorcycle and rushed to the zoo in the city center. Seeing Chinsho's departing figure and the large hammer tied to the back of the motorcycle, Zhang Yunzong and the others began to misunderstand, thinking that Chinsho had specially taken a tough part-time job at a construction site to treat them to this meal. Oh, what a hard life. Lu Ru and others felt mixed emotions in their hearts. At 3 in the afternoon, Chinsho booked a luxurious big room in a hotel near the city center zoo. In his past life, the beast transformation disaster occurred at 5 in the evening, which means there were only 2 hours left now. Let's dig in. Chinsho took out the carefully packed beast transformation meals from his backpack and decided to eat the iron beetle first. To make it easier to swallow, he dissected the iron beetle, and now he was swallowing the chunks of the 2 iron beetles piece by piece, without chewing. After taking a sip of soda mixed with more than 200 tardigrade bodies to ease himself, Chinsho began to eat an entire owl that he had simmered with American ginseng. Perhaps because the meat flavor had penetrated into the ginseng, Chinsho felt that eating it was almost no different from chicken or pigeon meat. Soon, the entire owl was reduced to just the inedible bones and beak. All the other edible parts, Chinsho did not waste. He speculated that the strength of the animal talent gained after the transformation depended on how much meat he consumed. In other words, if he only ate a small piece of owl meat, then even if he had owl traits and abilities after the transformation, they would not be very pronounced. Therefore, he believed it would be best to eat an entire one, as this way, perhaps he would obtain nearly complete talent abilities after the transformation. After finishing a bowl of slightly bitter owl ginseng soup, Chinsho proceeded to eat the breaded and fried golden brown salamander. This was the beast transformation meal that Chinsho found the most repulsive and hardest to swallow. But, in order to obtain the salamander's miraculous regeneration ability, he still endured the discomfort, swallowing it down just like the iron beetle. After a short break, Chinsho then ate the largest portion, the American electric eel. Lastly, only the bullet ant was left. Chinsho also did not chew, treating it like medication, swallowing it piece by piece with the tardigrade soda. This meal, darker than dark food, took Chinsho a full hour to finish. It's 4 o'clock, the beast transformation disaster will descend in 1 hour. Chinsho looked out the window. The room he booked had a view of the sunset. When the sun sets, and both the sun and the hanging moon suddenly turn blood red, and the sky shines crimson, it means the beast transformation disaster is beginning. In his past life, no one knew how this beast transformation disaster happened, but many speculated it was caused by the sun, as from that day on, the sun became a blood sun. This caused the moon each night to display a haunting crimson hue, turning into a dim, blood moon. However, many others speculated that the transformation had nothing to do with the sun, because this beast transformation disaster occurred globally and simultaneously. If it were related to the sun, then in areas without sunlight, there would be no signs of transformation. So they believe the sun is very likely also a victim, affected by this beast transformation disaster. But Chinsho is no longer entangled in the exact truth. Humans are too small in this mysterious universe. He now only wants to defy fate, to transform beasts into powerful beings, and to live a little longer, a little better. If given the chance, he also wants to experience the ultimate beast transformation's power. Before his rebirth in his past life, the first beast transformer hailed as the ultimate evolution appeared in the country, able not only to control their beast transformation state and revert back to their original human form but also to undergo ultimate beast transformation, becoming a giant beast in human form. This phenomenon of beast evolution emerged just 2 months after the beast transformation disaster struck, so Chinsho believes this so-called ultimate beast transformation might just be a step in the evolution of beast transformation, and there should be further evolutions ahead. At 4:50 p.m. the sun had begun to show an alluring red, and the sunset glow had turned from orange to reddish-orange. People could only see the exceptionally beautiful sunset tonight, failing to notice the apocalyptic warning within it. Suddenly, Chinsho's stomach began to ache faintly. Has it started? He clutched his stomach, left the window, and sat back on the bed. No, in my past life, the collective pain of beast transformation only arose after 5 o'clock. Am I experiencing abdominal pain 10 minutes early? Could it be food poisoning? Chinsho felt the pain in his stomach increasing. Tardigrades, bullet ants, salamanders, owls, electric eels, ironclad beetles. Among this meal of beast transformation, only the electric eel can barely be considered normal food. The others are things normal people could never eat and wouldn't dare to eat. So Chinsho's stomach pain might really have nothing to do with beast transformation, but rather be a sign of food poisoning after consuming these things 1 or 2 hours ago? Damn it, after all the calculations, I forgot to consider whether these foods would cause poisoning. Chinsho curled up in pain on the bed. The pain in his stomach grew worse, as if countless knives were cutting through his stomach and intestines. I have to hold on. As long as I endure until the beast transformation starts, and gain the abilities of these animals I've eaten, I'll be safe. Eating tardigrades might be useless, but eating salamanders is certainly effective, as long as he acquires the regenerative ability of the salamander after the beast transformation. Even if his painfully aching stomach gets cut open, it can grow back. Just as Chinsho felt like crying out from the pain, suddenly a woman's voice from the next room burst out first. Could it be that this time the beast transformation has started early? Just as Chinsho thought this, he faintly heard clapping sounds, followed by a woman's scream mixed with faster, making Chinsho's face darken. Damn it! The next door is really a mess. Originally, he thought if the beast transformation had started early, then his stomach pain would not be due to food poisoning. But now it seems that he most likely had eaten something bad. He was probably food poisoned. A few minutes later, the noise from next door ceased. Chinsho couldn't keep eavesdropping without losing focus, and felt his stomach pain increase further. At this moment, he suddenly thought, if the woman next door swallowed millions of tadpoles, what kind of reaction would she have during her beast transformation? This interesting question successfully distracted Chinsho, helping him hold on until the beast transformation disaster struck. Outside the window, the sun had turned into a blood-red sun, red as if it could drip blood. In the sky, the round moon had also become a blood moon. The sky and clouds were therefore shrouded in a layer of crimson. The beast transformation disaster was upon them again. Chapter 9, The Hidden Life Ability of Tardigrades. The couple next door cried out again, but this time it was no longer the sounds of joyful excitement. It was a scream of unbearable pain. Chinsho finally endured through it. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to take off his clothes. Now, he could no longer feel the pain in his stomach, because waves of tearing pain coursed throughout his entire body, inside and out. It felt as if his blood was boiling, and sweat seeped through every pore in his skin, soaking and staining the white bedding with red. His back hurt and itched, as if something was trying to drill its way out. His skin had several burst spots, with clearly visible blood vessels wildly pulsating underneath. His eyes hurt as if they were going blind. Chinsho suddenly could not see clearly, and his ears began to buzz, like a serious case of tinnitus. He gritted his teeth so tightly that they felt like they would shatter, his gums bleeding from the pressure, his tongue tasting the strong flavor of blood. In his previous life, the beast transformation was painful, but he could still stay awake and endure it, yet this time the pain was so exaggerated that he started to worry if he might die suddenly. Chinsho finally couldn't hold it in any longer, letting out a heart-wrenching scream that terrified the couple in the next room. Then, in his agonized blindness, he suddenly saw his grandfather. I won't die, will I? Chinsho could no longer feel pain, his consciousness suddenly plunged into a dark abyss. He felt as if he were dead. But not completely dead. So am I experiencing a phenomenon of brain consciousness at the brink of death? Chinsho was so frustrated he felt like he could spit blood. In his previous life, after eating 2 meals of braised chicken, he had transformed into a weak, chicken-like man, dying in just 2 months during the beast transformation apocalypse. Now, after finally being reborn, preparing and plotting in advance, thinking to defy fate and win at the starting line of the beast transformation. Yet, this time, he was going to die during the transformation? Damn it! How could it be this disgusting? Chinsho regretted it. If he had known, he wouldn't have been greedy, not pursuing the extreme of beast transformation. Perhaps it was because he sought the extreme of beast transformation, preparing too many powerful beast transformation materials, leading his body to collapse during the process and die from it. Damn it! Chinsho cursed and regretted. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur, as if there were a black hole in the dark abyss slowly swallowing his brain's awareness. 1 hour later. Almost every human and animal around the world had completed their beast transformation. Except for vegetarians, who felt no changes or pain, everyone else and the animals experienced immense suffering, as if going through a forced rebirth. Near the zoo, in the hotel where Chinsho stayed, a man and a woman in the next room, after recovering from their beast transformation, were frightened by each other's monstrous appearances. The man's mouth had suddenly turned sharp like a chicken's beak, his hair transforming into feathers, and a comb sprouted on his head. Moreover, hair prominently grew all over his body, making him look like a person covered with chicken feathers. If Chinsho had seen this scene, he would definitely feel a sense of familiarity because in his previous life, he had transformed into a similar weak, chicken-like man, only his mouth had remained normal. Seeing this, the woman let out a pig-like scream and then crashed heavily onto the floor. The man who had transformed into a weak chicken-like man was also startled, seriously questioning if he was dreaming. How could it suddenly be so painful that he rolled on the floor, and after stumbling up, he saw Jubeiji lying naked on the bed. Before he could react, that Jubeiji, seeing the monster, screamed like a pig and fell backwards hard off the bed. Damn! Am I seeing ghosts? The weak man was about to raise his hand to slap himself, to see if he was dreaming, but as soon as he lifted his hand, he was startled by his right hand, which was sharp like a chicken's claw, covered in a layer of chicken feathers. He seemed to understand why the naked Jubaiji on the bed suddenly screamed like a pig when it saw him. What the hell is going on? The weak man slapped himself, then painfully walked into the bathroom, staring at his reflection in the mirror, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. At the same time, all the people in the world who had undergone the beast transformation phenomenon reacted similarly. At the high school where Chinsho studied, the whole school was in an uproar, with teachers and students staring at each other in shock. The homeroom teacher, Lu Ru, hadn't eaten pork today, so she didn't transform into a pig like Jubaiji. Instead, she turned into a bunny girl. Her ears suddenly became fluffy and as long as a rabbit's ears. Her facial features remained mostly the same, but her teeth became much sharper, especially the two canines, which became as sharp as crocodile teeth. In addition, her face grew white rabbit fur, making her look like she was playing the role of a rabbit spirit. Clearly, her beast transformation was related to eating braised rabbit head. But besides the braised rabbit head, she had also eaten crocodile meat and ant chocolate, so her skin also exhibited crocodile-like features. However, because the crocodile skin was covered by rabbit fur, she didn't appear as ugly and terrifying as usual crocodile beast transformations. Instead, she presented a beautiful, sexy bunny beast girl aesthetic, like in anime. At the same time, the class monitor, Wang Shiting, and Chinsho's deskmate, Chen Mangxia, also underwent beast transformations similar to Lu Ru. However, after the four boys, including Zhang Yunzong, transformed, they didn't show obvious rabbit features. Instead, they mostly displayed characteristics of a crocodile and an ant. As a result, while the homeroom teacher Lu Ru and the two female classmates became quite eye-catching and attractive after their beast transformations, the boys' transformations became rather frightening, resembling villains. What is going on? Zhang Yunzong looked at his strong arms, seemingly covered with crocodile skin, feeling like he was dreaming. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Chinsho, who had no signs of beast transformation, lay motionless on the bed, seemingly without any vital signs. Perhaps because he had lost a lot of blood and sweat during the transformation, Chinsho now looked like a dehydrated, withered husk. He no longer had a breath, and his heart had stopped beating. From a medical perspective, he had clearly become a corpse with no vital signs. Outside the hotel, traffic was paralyzed. Many people experienced beast transformations while driving, causing uncontrolled pain and resulting in accidents everywhere. Inside the hotel, the staff and guests were already in chaos. It seemed that during the beast transformation process, someone was in so much pain that they tried to smoke to relieve it, or for some other reason, causing a fire. With no one around and the firefighters unable to help, the fire quickly spread. Then, the hotel's fire suppression system activated automatically, and the fire sprinkler devices on the ceiling of the hallways and rooms began to spray water. At that moment, Chinsho, who had clearly lost all vital signs and looked completely dehydrated, was soaked by the water. His skin actually started to absorb the water, and then his heartbeat resumed. The unique cryptobiosis ability of water bears was vividly displayed on Chinsho's body. Chapter 10, Will I Die If I Jump from the 12th Floor? ZZZZZ. Electric currents started to crackle from Chinsho's body, as if his heart was stimulated by electricity, and suddenly started beating again. His body, which had been dehydrated and withered, began to regain strength as it absorbed the mist from the fire suppression system. Gradually, he began to restore his original appearance. As his consciousness felt like it was falling into a black hole, Chinsho, who was in deep sleep, suddenly seemed to see the saving light and abruptly opened his eyes, waking up. I'm not dead? Chinsho woke up and found himself still in the hotel room. It seemed that he had lost consciousness during the beast transformation process, most likely due to the excruciating pain, causing him to faint. However, as he looked at his completely naked body and hands, he found no signs of any beast transformation. What's going on? Chinsho suddenly felt confused. Although there were no signs of beast transformation in his body, he could clearly feel that his vision had enhanced several times, and his hearing was much more sensitive. This obviously indicated that he had completed the beast transformation and gained the powerful vision and hearing of an owl. Moreover, he felt extremely hungry enough that even getting out of bed seemed to drain the last bit of energy left in his body, which was precisely the main manifestation of severe energy loss and unusual hunger and weakness during the beast transformation process. He struggled to crawl to the bedside table and grabbed the chocolate specifically designed to replenish energy during the beast transformation process, then devoured it. After finishing 3 cans of chocolate, Chinsho finally felt a bit better. But the energy replenishment was still not enough, his stomach still felt particularly hungry and he also felt extremely thirsty. So, after drinking a whole bottle of mineral water, Chinsho simply dragged his hungry, thirsty, and weak body slowly toward the bathroom, then wildly drank water from the faucet at the wash basin. Finally, he felt full. With the replenishment of some chocolate and water, his body began to show significant changes after the beast transformation. Although his appearance and skin in the mirror showed no signs of beast transformation, his eyes had clearly transformed jet black with golden hues, sharp and domineering like an eagle's eyes. Aside from confirming that his eyesight and hearing had significantly undergone beast transformation, Jinsho also noticed that his strength was recovering and increasing. He squeezed the doorframe, crushing the stainless steel around it, and the tempered glass inside shattered instantly. It seemed that the power talent of the bullet ant had indeed taken effect on him. But Jinsho was very confused as to why, although his body had shown the changes brought about by beast transformation, there were no signs of transformation on the surface except for his eyes. Could it be that I fainted, causing the beast transformation to be interrupted, so the surface of my body did not complete the transformation, but I have already integrated and gained the abilities from within? At this moment, Jinsho could conclude that he had already fused and acquired the talents of the owl and the bullet ant, and the likelihood of the water bear's abilities succeeding was very high. He believed that just before he fainted and his consciousness fell into darkness, he had already acquired the talents of the water bear during the beast transformation process. Then, due to the pain of the transformation, he was in danger of dying at any moment, which triggered the water bear's cryptobiosis ability. Because once water bears determine that the current environmental conditions threaten their lives, they will dehydrate to a certain degree, curling their bodies up as if dead. This state of apparent death can be maintained for more than 100 years until their bodies come into contact with required moisture again, then they will fully revive. This miraculous phenomenon is the water bear's innate cryptobiosis ability. And he clearly also mastered the water bear's cryptobiosis ability, which is why his body suddenly dehydrated and appeared dead just before the imminent danger of dying from beast transformation, followed by his consciousness fading into deep coma until he ended up soaked and then gradually woke up. Therefore, he concluded that he had also successfully gained the talent ability of the water bear during the beast transformation process. Next, there were only the American electric eel, the iron sand beetle, and the salamander left. Jinsho knew. The electric eel's ability to discharge electricity comes from its specialized muscle tissue that forms the electric organ. The muscle tissue can almost all discharge electricity, making up more than 80% of its body length, with thousands of electric organs. Each electric organ can produce about 0.15 volts of electricity, but when thousands of them discharge together, the voltage can reach 600 to 800 volts. He tried to activate the muscles in his arm, but there was no current, unsure if it was due to the wrong method or if he couldn't merge to gain the electric eel's ability. As for the ironclad beetle, it is the strongest in defense and has the hardest exoskeleton among beetle species. If he could merge to gain the ironclad beetle's innate ability during the beast transformation process, then theoretically his bones should have also transformed into something as powerful as the ironclad beetle. Jinsho was thinking about whether to test this. If his bones had really become as strong as an ironclad beetle's, then a hammer hit would certainly be nothing to him. But after considering it, he decided against it, wanting to avoid any mishaps that could leave him crippled. However, he could test if he had gained the salamander's regeneration capability. Jinsho squatted down, picked up a piece of tempered glass he had just crushed with his bare hands, and attempted to scratch his left arm for the test. As a result, Jinsho found that his arm's skin showed no difference from usual, and despite his increased strength, no matter how hard he tried, the glass shard in his right hand couldn't break the skin on his left arm. This left Jinsho both surprised and excited. Among the beast transformation meals he had carefully prepared, only the ironclad beetle had the innate ability for external defense, so didn't this prove that he had also successfully gained the ironclad beetle's innate ability? Zhou Ximing said that the ironclad beetle's exoskeleton is strong enough to withstand external forces nearly 40,000 times its own weight. If they were scaled up according to their body proportions, then they would be the strongest and hardest creatures in the entire natural world. Jinsho was immensely excited, then thought that since he had already obtained the innate ability of the bullet ant, his biting force should be as strong as the bullet ant's as well. So, he lifted his left hand and bit himself. Hiss. Now, he felt the pain. Jinsho discovered that not only was his biting force terrifyingly strong, but his teeth were also much harder than before, directly breaking the skin on his left arm, and blood instantly flowed out. Then Jinsho was astonished to find that the wound stopped bleeding and scabbed over at an exaggerated speed, sensing that in just a few minutes, the small wound could perfectly heal. Awesome! Right now, only the electric eel's innate ability had yet to be tested. He wondered if it was because his body was still too tired and weak, so he couldn't discharge electricity or sense the electric eel's unique discharging ability. At this moment, thick smoke poured in. The fire had already spread to the room where Jinsho was. At that moment, he belatedly realized that he had suddenly ended his hidden state and awakened just because the fire prevention device on the ceiling had suddenly sprayed water all over him. In other words, the hotel was on fire, which triggered the hotel's fire prevention system. What bad luck! How could there be a fire out of the blue? Jinsho quickly stepped out of the bathroom, put on his pants, and grabbed the 8-kilogram hammer, rushing to escape. At this time, the room's floor, walls, and exterior were filled with thick smoke. Jinsho suddenly realized that the temperature in the room was rising sharply, and a bad feeling surged in his heart. It's going to explode. He hurriedly ran, but as he opened the door, a wave of heat swept over him. The left side elevator had already been engulfed by flames, and the right side stairwell was also filled with thick smoke, clearly consumed by the fire, making escape impossible. He wondered, with his current physical condition, if he jumped from the 12th floor, would he die from the fall? Damn it, why has my body not shown any signs of beast transformation? Why haven't I gained the wings of an owl or the wings of an iron beetle? While Chinsho was cursing in his heart, the bone on his back suddenly protruded out as if it had received an order. Feeling this, Chinsho was stunned, then excitedly rushed towards the window and with bare hands, broke off 2 window panels. At that moment, with a whoosh, explosions began to erupt around him. Holding a large hammer, Chinsho jumped out from the 12th floor just as thick smoke and fire consumed him. The smoke was choking, the flames were burning. Chinsho held his breath, enduring the high temperature of the sea of fire, focusing all his energy within his body onto the bone on his back. Then, with a swoosh, a pair of wings, stretching over 3 meters with silver-black feathers like forged steel, suddenly sprouted from his back. Chapter 11. I will be quick, I won't make you feel pain. I did it! Chinsho flapped his wings and flew up just as he was about to hit the ground. A crowd of human-beast transformers watching the fire outside were shocked and envious. This person actually grew wings, and he flew up. What's going on now? Why has everyone suddenly turned into monsters? I have wings too, but why are his so big and cool, while mine are small like chicken wings? What on earth is happening in this world? Why have we suddenly turned into monsters? It's chaotic. The entire world is in a mess. The streets are filled with confused and restless human-beast transformers. Some are watching the hotel fire, some are calling the police, or contacting relatives and friends to ask about the situation, while others have died unexpectedly during their transformation. Additionally, some, after transforming, have become so hungry that they lost their minds, pouncing on those around them like hungry wolves to bite and devour. At the same time, many places had animals that had transformed, growing much larger, starting to attack humans, preying on them. Especially pet cats and dogs. Unless they still felt affection for their owners after transforming, otherwise, their enlarged bodies, increased strength, along with their enhanced intelligence and beastly instincts, would lead them to attack humans for revenge or to fill their stomachs. This possibility is very great. Even the obedient military dogs, after transforming, would most likely betray humans and attack them, not to mention pet cats and dogs. At this moment, Chinsho glided down to the entrance of a nearby mall. He finally understood why, despite having obtained the abilities of an owl, bullet ant, salamander, and tardigrade, his body showed no signs of beast transformation. Ultimate beast transformation. Isn't this the incredibly powerful ultimate beast transformation phenomenon that became well known 2 months after the beast transformation in his past life? With a single thought, he could suppress the beast transformation and return to his original human form. With a single thought, he could also transform from his human form into a half-beast or a complete beast form. Just now, he had transformed into a half-beast with a single thought, and the bone on his back rapidly gathered beast spirit energy, growing a pair of gigantic wings. Now he had self-taught this skill, understanding the trick of controlling the degree of beast transformation 2 months ahead of the number 1 beast transformer in his previous life. So after landing, he immediately folded the huge wings behind him, finally retracting the wings back into the bone. I need to replenish my energy quickly. Chinsho, already weak, felt as though he would be drained after flying for a few seconds with the wings he had just transformed. At the entrance of the mall, many survivors were watching him. Brother, what's up with those wings? Why did they suddenly disappear? Strange, aside from those wings, why do you look? Other parts of the body remained unchanged, yet many places of our bodies have become monster-like? Chinsho had no energy to pay attention to them and hurried into the mall to find food to replenish his energy. He now needed to consume a large amount of food. The mall was already in chaos. Many who were originally shopping had exhausted their energy from the beast transformation, and as a result, were excessively hungry and began to gorge themselves at the buffet. Some became particularly violent after the transformation, and over trivial matters, they fought fiercely, creating a bloody scene. Dressed in black pants, Chinsho, bare-bodied and wielding a big hammer, walked into the mall, heading straight for the snack area. Chocolate, nuts, energy drinks, and various meats could quickly replenish the energy loss in his body. Of course, the most effective was still the beast spirit pearl. As soon as Chinsho entered, he immediately saw a big-headed, big-eared man, clearly transformed into Jubeiji after feasting on pork, who was holding a roast duck in one hand and chewing on it while walking over. Damn! Why has everyone turned into monsters, but you still look normal? Chinsho did not answer. Seeing the untouched roast duck in the man's hand, he could not resist his hunger and directly grabbed the duck from him, then began to wolf it down. F***CKU. You wanna die? The pig-headed man was furious, now that the whole world was in chaos, with everyone turning into something unrecognizable. Even hitting or killing someone wouldn't have consequences. He had just beaten 2 old men half to death in the deli section for grabbing food from him. Although he found himself as ugly as Jubeiji after the transformation, he felt a boost of confidence and strength during this time of chaos. Out of jealousy and anger at Chinsho's handsome face, the pig-headed man swung the half-eaten roast duck, thinking to teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Just as he swung the roast duck, preparing to bash Qin Shou's handsome face into a pig head, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and then was sent flying several meters away, crashing hard onto the ground. Wow! The pig-headed man clutched his aching belly and struggled to get up. The food he had just greedily eaten was now mostly vomited out. Qin Shou felt very satisfied. No wonder it was the ant's innate power. Even in my weak state, I can kick a 200-plus pound fat pig several meters away. If I were full and energized, I could probably kick him 10 meters away. If the beast transformation reaches full power, my strength would surely be greater. Maybe I could kick him right through. Qin Shou continued to devour, and with powerful jaws, he didn't even spare the roast duck bones, crunching and swallowing them whole. King. The pig-headed man got up, clutching his stomach. Fortunately, after the beast transformation, his skin was tough and his flesh thick. Otherwise, that kick could have seriously hurt him, leaving him rolling on the ground unable to get up. He thought this kid hadn't transformed into a monster like them. But now it was clear that he too had changed. After all, a normal person couldn't have such exaggerated strength, sending a 200 or 300 pound person flying several meters away. Originally, he only wanted to teach Qin Shou a lesson, to beat that envied handsome face into something uglier than his own pig-like appearance, but now he had developed murderous intentions toward Qin Shou. Feeling the violent aura emanating from the pig-headed man and his murderous gaze, Qin Shou also felt a surge of killing intent, wanting to take this opportunity to experience how powerful he had become after merging multiple animal innate abilities post-beast transformation. So, Qin Shou transformed into a hungry wolf, finishing the roast duck in just a few bites. The digestion ability of the stomach also increased, allowing him to sense the food energy being digested and replenished into the beast spirit pearl in his dantian. He once again activated the energy of the beast spirit pearl, trying to actively enter the beast transformation state. The so-called ultimate beast transformation means being able to manipulate the energy of the beast spirit pearl in his body at will, and then transform back into a human or into a half-beast or fully beast form. Qin Shou was currently in human form. He attempted to control the energy of the beast spirit pearl in his body to transform himself into a half-beast. Soon, the energy of the beast spirit pearl spread throughout his body, and the beast transformation phenomenon began to appear from the inside out. His bones creaked and started to grow thicker and harder. The color of his skin darkened a bit, then became tighter and smoother, somewhat similar to that of a salamander or an electric eel. Next, two black saw-like horns slowly drilled out from the top of his head, much like the horns of an ironclad beetle. Seeing this scene, the pig-headed man, who was preparing to kill Qin Shou out of anger, suddenly froze in place, a wave of intense fear surging in his heart. Clearly everyone had already become less human, but witnessing a formerly normal-looking guy suddenly turn into a monster made his fat body tremble uncontrollably, no longer possessing the confidence to bully someone he thought was weak. Don't come over. The pig-headed man's legs buckled, and he was scared to the point of collapsing to the ground. Don't worry, I'll be quick, and I won't let you feel pain. Qin Shou dragged the long-handled hammer and slowly walked toward the pig-headed man. Chapter 12, Tremble in Pain Like I Did in My Past Life. In the apocalypse, there are 3 major survival rules. First, reject the saintly mother. Being kind to outsiders is cruel to yourself. Second, strive to become stronger. The weak never have the right to choose life or death. Third, root out the problem to prevent future troubles. Now reborn and facing this bloody, brutal beast transformation apocalypse again, Qin Shou firmly remembered these 3 survival rules. I've seen many people like you who only bully the weak and fear the strong. I used to lack the ability, so I could only imagine scenes of getting rid of you in my mind. Now I can actually do it in reality. Just thinking about it makes my hands itch. Qin Shou really felt his hands itching. In his past life, he was a weakling in the lowest existence in the apocalypse. Almost everyone could bully him. Although pig-like beast changers are also weak, they at least have thick skin and strong defenses and power. However, chicken-like beast changers lack defense and power. If they are lucky, they may grow a pair of huge wings during the transformation and be able to fly, increasing their chances of escape. But if luck is bad, they can only be like the past Qin Shou, becoming a weak and useless walking chicken. Besides being a bit faster than pig-like beast changers, in every other aspect they fall far short. Because he was too weak in his past life, Qin Shou could only let others bully him, helplessly watching those who gained power through beast transformation commit atrocities and take lives. The pig-headed man in front of him spoke and acted like scum who exploited the chaos of the apocalypse to act lawlessly, taking lives without a care. Therefore, Qin Shou had no psychological burden when killing. Having witnessed too many bloody and cruel scenes in his past life, Qin Shou felt no discomfort about killing. He looked at the pig-headed man who was suddenly scared, his fat trembling and even losing control of his bowels, and slowly raised the hammer. One must be honest. Since he said it would be quick and painless, he had to keep his word. He raised the hammer and swung it down. With a loud bang. The scene was like a watermelon being smashed, red and white splattering everywhere. Ants can lift objects weighing 400 times their own weight, and in his current half-beast state, Qin Shou. He was already quite weak in strength, so this hammer blow of his was roughly equivalent to dozens of times the power of a normal person. But even so, it was already frighteningly strong. Didn't I tell you the truth? Chinsho gave up on dissecting the opponent's belly to take out the beast spirit pearl. First, there were spectators around, and he didn't want the secret of the beast spirit pearl's ability to become stronger to spread too quickly. Secondly, he was disgusted by the beast spirit pearls of pigs and didn't want them to affect his incredible talent ability. It was like he now had an almost perfect beast transformation gene and didn't want to fuse it with the genes of pigs, causing flaws in his perfect genes. He coldly shook off the blood splattered on the heavy hammer and casually walked toward the cooked food area. It was as if he had just crushed an ant, feeling nothing at all. However, the human beast transformations in the mall who witnessed all this were dumbfounded. He killed someone. What kind of strength is this? Did he really crush that guy's pig head? What's going on? Why does he look different from us after the mutation? And why does he have 2 horns on his head? Can anyone tell me what exactly happened? Why do we look like this? In fact, the smart people had already guessed the law of the beast transformation and realized that their current forms must be related to the animal meats they had eaten before. So among so many people in the mall, most of the beast transformation appearances were linked to pigs, chickens, and ducks. But with Chinsho's appearance, some individuals who had figured out the truth began to doubt themselves again. Because Chinsho's semi-beastman form after voluntary transformation had no characteristics of pigs, chickens, or ducks at all. Not even the common traits of cows or sheep. Furthermore, the 2 jagged horns on his head resembled those of an insect beetle. Thus, those who doubted themselves suddenly thought, if the result of the beast transformation really related to the animals eaten before, then this guy couldn't have eaten beetles, right? However, the answer was indeed that way. Soon, Chinsho arrived at the cooked food area. But he was late. The beast transformers in the mall had already snatched all the edible meat in the cooked food area. The scene was empty, left with clear signs of a struggle and chaos. With no choice, Chinsho had to head to the snack area, which was also in disarray. But the shelves still had plenty of snacks. Chinsho specifically looked for high-energy snacks to replenish himself. Chocolate, nuts, energy drinks. He wolfed down large bites. At this moment, someone approached. Chinsho's hearing was now very sharp, and he could discern sounds like an owl. Therefore, when the other person entered the close-range area that could threaten him, he immediately turned his head and looked at the person warily. At a glance, it felt like a dream returning to his past life. Chinsho was stunned, and the action of chewing the nuts slowed down a bit. Because walking toward him was a weak man whose appearance was very similar to his own post-beast transformation in his previous life. Moreover, this person was also a ground chicken without wings on his back. His mouth had not turned into a chicken beak, and his features still resembled a human, he just had a lot of chicken fluff growing on his face. It is said that like meats like, and tears welled up in their eyes. In this beast-transforming apocalypse, only a weak man could understand how hard it was for a weak man to rise and change his fate. And because the person walking over was a weak man connected to his previous life, Chinsho couldn't be bothered to be wary anymore. The weak man, who looked to be just over 20 years old, cautiously walked over, nervously asking, Brother, can I ask you a question? Perhaps seeing his own unlucky shadow in the other person, Chinsho rarely replied, Speak. The weak man, named Guwensho, felt less nervous after receiving a response from the big shot. Excitedly asked, Why is your change different from everyone else's? If I guess right, our changes should have something to do with the food we've eaten before. For example, the pig-headed man you just smashed, he must have eaten pork before changing, and I turned into something like a chicken, growing a lot of feathers, and my hands look like chicken claws because I ate a roasted chicken at McDonald's beforehand. So I believe everyone's sudden change into monsters must be related to the food we've eaten, but your transformation looks very strange, so can you tell me what you've eaten before? This guy quickly guessed the reason for the beast transformation, and Chinsho was not surprised. Because in his previous life, he saw his classmates' beast forms, and looking at his chicken feathers and claws, he guessed it right away. So he calmly said, Your guess should be correct. I was rolling on the ground in pain when I transformed, then found a dead bug under my bed. Since I was both in pain and hungry at the time, I ate that bug without thinking, and then transformed like this. Guwensho finally confirmed, I knew my guess was right. No wonder your transformation is so strange, it turns out you ate a bug, so your skin is tight and smooth like a bug, and you even grew 2 sharp horns on your head like a bug. After saying this, he envied greatly, if I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have eaten chicken. Now looking like a half-man, half-chicken is so disgusting. I don't even know what's happening now, is this situation temporary, or will it last a lifetime? Chinsho completely understood Guwensho's feelings. But understanding does not mean he would help the other party, telling him the secret of consuming beast spirit orbs to keep getting stronger and evolving. Because human desire is endless. Once someone experiences the taste of becoming stronger, they will break their bottom line to continue growing, turning into the very person they once hated the most. Furthermore, he had lived such a miserable life in his past life as a weak man, why should the other party receive help from a reborn person to change his fate? Shinsho would not help a stranger who was a weak man, him answering the other party's question was already very kind. So weak men, get ready to face this cruel world of the weak preying on the strong, and tremble in pain like I did in my previous life. Chapter 13 A Titan Beast Transformers Awful Change Seeking Follow-Up. After eating and drinking well in the mall, Shinsho found a hiking backpack and filled it with energy drinks and high-energy food. In the past, a fully packed backpack like this would weigh over 200 pounds, which he couldn't carry. But now even in his human form, he can easily carry over 1,000 pounds. And now in his half-beast form, carrying more than 200 pounds feels like just putting on an extra coat, completely unburdened. If he entered the ultimate beast transformation state, even carrying several tons would not change his expression. Now, Shinsho understood. As long as he suppresses the vast energy of the beast spirit orbs inside him, he can revert to human form, saving more physical strength and energy. Releasing some of the energy from the beast spirit orbs to become a half-beast will consume his strength and energy exponentially. If all the energy of the beast spirit orbs is released, entering the ultimate beast transformation, his stamina would not last long before exhaustion, unless there was enough energy for replenishment. In fact, all living beings are the same. Without continuous energy supply, they will become weaker. Plants need sunlight, water, and soil for photosynthesis to sustain life. And animals must continuously consume food, digesting it to convert energy to survive. The disaster of beast transformation had not yet occurred, and people had to constantly eat and drink, otherwise, they would become weak due to lack of energy from hunger and thirst. Now, after the beast transformation, physical fitness was enhanced, which meant an increase in appetite and energy consumption. Currently, Shinsho was deliberately suppressing over 80% of the beast spirit pearl energy within him, only releasing 10 to 20% to slightly enhance himself through beast transformation. This way, he could hide his original human appearance. Even if someone who knew him appeared, they would not recognize him. Furthermore, in his half-beast state, by only releasing 10 to 20% of the beast spirit pearl energy, his strength and defense could also be greatly enhanced, enough to handle any sudden danger in his current condition. Just like that, Shinsho walked to the fresh meat area and casually took a bone-cutting knife to put in his backpack. Then, because the hotel ahead was on fire, he had no time to put on shoes or wear a watch, so he snagged 2 pairs of shoes from the mall. Afterward, he smashed a display case with a hammer to take the most expensive gold watch inside. Because of his strike, others suddenly realized something and began to loot the nearby display cases filled with gold and silver jewelry. Shinsho sneered. A group of brain-dead individuals who couldn't tell the situation. Could they possibly think that with the global beast transformation, after the apocalypse, gold would still hold any value? A month later, nearly half of the 6 to 7 billion people in the world were dead. And 2 months later, when the news spread that both human beast transformers and beast transformed animals contained beast spirit pearls, which could be devoured to continuously grow stronger and evolve, human casualties became even more severe. So, under such circumstances, gold and silver jewelry could only be seen as scrap. At this moment, Shinsho saw a weak guy named Guwensho. He did not join in looting the gold and silver jewelry but followed Shinsho's example, casually taking a few valuable mechanical watches. He also carried a fully packed backpack, which was probably filled with various foods. Then he came over and said, now that all humans around the world have become animalized, it shows that this is a global apocalypse, money will no longer be useful. The collapse of the internet and electricity is only a matter of time. That's why you ignore gold and silver jewelry and took a mechanical watch that will be more useful later. Shinsho calmly replied, you're somewhat smart. Unlike those looting gold and silver jewelry, they have become like this but still do not realize the seriousness of the situation. Guwensho looked at those fighting over the loot and disdainfully said, many are just greedy old men and women. Now, after becoming animalized, their physical strength is better, and they loot more fiercely. Shinsho couldn't bear to look and said, while it hasn't fully erupted into chaos yet, hurry back to reunite with your family, otherwise, there might be no opportunity left. After all, aside from humans, many animals have also mutated, becoming stronger and fiercer than humans. Guwensho nodded, I plan to get a motorcycle to head back. Do you want to come along? Shinsho was going to the zoo and waved his hand, saying, I don't need to. Guwensho thought that Shinsho had become very strong after the mutation, so being with him would be much safer, which was why he invited him. But since Shinsho did not want to team up, he didn't push the issue. On the way to the zoo, Shinsho then took out his phone to check. The homeroom teacher Lu Ru and Zhang Yunzong had called half an hour ago and sent several messages. Shinsho, how are you now? Are you okay? Damn. Everyone just mutated, did you become mutated? Ah Sho, if you're not dead, give a sign. It's all over, you brat are not dead, right? I've heard many animals have also mutated, especially cats and dogs. They have become much bigger and have started attacking humans. Reply, you bastard. I still want to ask you what kind of fishballs you treated us to at noon. Shinsho replied to Zhang Yinchong's message, fabricating, "It's crocodile meatballs, the neighbor didn't dare to eat them after giving them to me, and I haven't eaten them either, but thinking about how expensive they are, I couldn't bear to waste them, so I turned them into fish balls for you all to eat." Zhang Yinchong. We may not be human right now, but you are really a dog. However, Zhang Yunchong only complained in his heart. He quickly called to ask, "What's your situation now? Is it safe?" Shinsho answered, "It's okay, but everyone has turned into monsters, which is a bit terrifying." Zhang Yunchong said, "It seems everyone in the world has mutated. The source of the mutation is probably related to the animal meat eaten earlier. For example, if someone ate chicken, they would show chicken traits after mutation. Teacher Lu, Shitting, and Mengxia ate rabbit heads together at noon, and now they have all turned into rabbit spirits, with long ears, covered in rabbit fur, and their hands now resemble rabbit paws. But I, along with Zhao Bin and the others, did not turn into rabbit spirits. I was wondering why we also ate rabbit heads but didn't turn like Teacher Lu and the others. Now that you mention the fish balls are made of crocodile meat, I finally understand. No wonder our skin is as tough as crocodile skin." Shinsho was also surprised. Why did the three women's animal traits revolve around rabbits, while Zhang Yunchong and the other men focused on crocodiles? But at least no one turned into weak chickens or weak pigs, and that was a relief. Shinsho relaxed and pretended to be envious, saying, "Wow. If you guys have gained the abilities of crocodiles, that must be very strong?" Zhang Yunchong chuckled, "That's right. Compared to other classmates with chicken, duck, and pig traits, we are practically invincible. Not only is our strength immense, but our defense is also extremely powerful, and our bodies are quite flexible. I suppose that's also related to eating rabbit heads." After saying that, Zhang Yunchong quickly asked, "What about you? What did you turn into?" "I'm fine, not much has changed." During the conversation, Shinsho arrived at the entrance of the zoo, no longer wanting to chat. "I can't talk to you anymore, everything outside has gone haywire, and I need to go with everyone to a safe place." After hanging up the phone, Shinsho entered the zoo, where no one was checking tickets anymore, carrying a big hammer. His goal this time was to find the Titan giant tiger, the beast transmuter that had made a name for itself in the previous world. Chapter 14, Provocation Across Species. In the previous world, the Titan giant tiger first showed up and began rampaging through the city center on the 5th day after the beast mutation catastrophe struck. At that time, the Titan giant tiger was already around 7 to 8 meters long, comparable in size to an adult elephant, and if it stood on 2 legs, it would be nearly twice the height of a 2-story building. The internet was still functioning normally at that time. When Shinsho first saw the video of the Titan giant tiger, it was crazily hunting human beast transmuters in the city center. Looking back now, just thinking about that scene sends shivers down Shinsho's spine. Humans were indeed utterly powerless against such a giant beast. Even extraordinarily strong beast transmuters couldn't defeat these giants through pure physical combat without powerful weapons. The most terrifying aspect was that once they evolved to this extent, both their strength and defense became formidable. Only weapons with comparable lethality could harm them. And this situation only represented the early phase of the beast mutation apocalyptic scenario. One can only imagine how many humans would survive a year or many years later. To what extent would these abnormal beasts continue to evolve? In the information Shinsho possessed from his previous life, the largest abnormal beast discovered on land had already grown taller than 30 meters within just 2 months, towering like a kaiju from the Ultraman series. Following this rate of mutation and evolution, it won't be long before giant beasts, towering over 100 meters in height, begin to appear. At that time, the world will enter the era of the giant beasts, and humanity will no longer be able to dominate the earth. Human civilization will begin to regress towards the primitive era from then on. Just imagining it, even though he was reborn and possessed the foresight of a prophet, Shinsho still felt an inescapable despair deep in his heart. He carefully recalled the various news and information he learned before his rebirth about the Titan giant tiger. In the early stages of the beast transformation apocalypse, the Titan giant tiger evolved by indiscriminately roaming and hunting, consuming countless transformed humans and other mutated beasts, along with the beast spirit pearls inside their bodies. In just a month, it evolved into an invincible giant mutated beast, sweeping through the city and killing without mercy. Guns couldn't hurt it at all, tanks were like toys in front of it, and shells and armor-piercing rounds only served to scratch it. It was from that moment on that people started calling it the Titan giant tiger. Shinsho thought, if a tiger in a zoo could evolve so powerfully and abnormally in just a few days, it must have eaten many animal mutants in the zoo during the early stages, devouring the beast spirit pearls inside their bodies. Therefore, Shinsho decided to intercept the evolution resources of the Titan giant tiger and crush this terrifying existence in the cradle of the zoo. Entering the zoo, Shinsho looked around and saw not a single tourist in sight, meaning that after the beast transformation, the tourists were scared by the phenomenon and fled the zoo in a panic. However, after walking a little further, Shinsho finally understood why there were no tourists visible from the front entrance of the zoo. In front of him, along the road that turned, lay several corpses in various disarray. These corpses seemed to have been torn apart by monsters, with blood everywhere, and not a single body was intact. It seems that after the beast transformation, some animals, starving and driven mad, broke out of the iron fences and began to tear into tourists. The tourists, weakened and hungry after their transformation, had no strength to resist and ended up dying from the beast's bites, or were crushed to death during the chaotic stampede of fleeing people. Shinsho had long become accustomed to this kind of bloody scene and had grown numb to it. With a calm expression, he walked deeper into the zoo. At this moment, a weak voice came from ahead. "Help, help me." If it were before, Shinsho wouldn't have been able to hear such a faint, weak voice. But now, with the powerful vision and hearing of an owl, his senses had been enhanced by the beast transformation. After all, an owl's vision is 35 to 100 times stronger than that of a human, and it also has powerful night vision. An owl's hearing is also much better, over 10 times more sensitive than that of a human. Therefore, Shinsho immediately pinpointed the man lying in a pool of blood, calling for help. The man had lost his right arm, and his abdomen seemed to have been torn open by a wild beast, with his intestines spilling out. With such severe and fatal injuries, a normal person would have died long ago, but this man was still conscious enough to call for help, likely due to the benefits of beast transformation. From his appearance, it was clear that his body had undergone beast transformation, showing features of a pig and cow, with a pig's nose, large pig-like ears, and skin resembling that of a yellow cow. His feet had also turned into cow hooves. Shinsho knew he was beyond saving. Even if the hospital hadn't collapsed yet, even if the country's best doctors came to save him, it would be too late. But Shinsho still walked over to him and encouraged, "Don't be afraid, you won't die. Now, after beast transformation, our lives are much tougher. Hang on a little longer, and the army will rescue you soon." Lying to him with a comforting but empty promise, Shinsho began asking, "Answer me a few questions first. Did the animals mutate and rush out to attack you?" The pig-nosed man weakly nodded his head. "What kind of animal?" "Tiger." Shinsho frowned. Could this tiger be the Titan giant tiger from the early phase of animal mutation? He hurriedly asked, "Is it still inside, or has it gone out?" "Inside." "Okay, then I will go help you take revenge." Shinsho took a bottle of strong liquor from his backpack, opened it with his bare hands, and handed it to the other person as if exchanging information and sending him off. He quickly walked toward the inside. Passing by the monkey exhibit, Shinsho found it was also a scene of bloodshed, utterly shocking. The few surviving monkeys were gnawing on the bodies of their kind. Their changes were very clear, their bodies had nearly doubled in size, and their teeth had become much sharper. One of the monkeys had grown 2 sharp horns on its head, just like Shinsho in his half-beast form. Monkeys are omnivores and often catch insects, spiders, and ants to eat. It seemed this horned monkey was one that had eaten insects before the mutation. Shinsho put down his backpack, then with incredible strength, he tore a large hole in the iron net with his bare hands. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the surviving mutant monkeys inside, who were gnawing on their companions' bodies. Hiss! The horned monkey shot a ferocious glare, baring its blood-stained teeth, staring with its scarlet eyes. Shinsho slowly picked up a big hammer and drilled inside, then blocking the only exit, he beckoned at a monkey that stood taller than him and had 2 insect-like horns on its head, in a cross-species provocation. "Come here." Chapter 15, Is it going to grow a tail too? Feeling Shinsho's provocation, the monkey instantly erupted, charging at Shinsho like a mad beast. Monkeys are already known for their short tempers, and being kept in the zoo for years while being watched by humans had filled them with hostility towards humans. In the past, they had no strength to escape and kill, but now they felt full of power, able to easily overpower humans. Tired of munching on the blood and flesh of their kind, now a naive human had come to provoke it, and the monkey decided to toy with him and then eat him. Watching the mutant monkey dart towards him, Shinsho felt some nervousness, having never fought against a mutant beast alone. The monkey had clearly gained the talents of a scarab or another beetle after mutation, its twin horns resembling those of a scarab or common beetle. In addition, the monkey's arms had grown serrated spikes like those of a beetle. If he got swiped by its arms, the spikes would penetrate his body, then yank him and tear his skin to shreds like a saw. Shinsho did not dare underestimate the mutant monkey. Any animal that successfully mutated would become extraordinarily powerful, while besides Shinsho, who was prepared after being reborn, others who mutated would not be very strong. Even Zhang Yunchong and others who had eaten crocodile meat arranged by Shinsho would find it difficult to win against a monkey mutant. This was mainly because it took humans much longer to adapt to their transformed bodies that were like brand new, while the animal abilities gained from mutation required even more time to assimilate. Unlike those animals that had wild genes in their bones, after mutation, they could adapt immediately without needing to slowly adjust like humans. This was the natural advantage of animal mutations being much stronger than human mutations. However, compared to animals, humans had absolutely overwhelming intelligence and could use weapons and traps to make up the mutation gap between the two. Shinsho dodged skillfully as the monkey leapt at him, slashing with its heavy claws. At the same time, he swung the heavy hammer fiercely towards the monkey's body with his right hand. The small hammer weighs 40, while the big hammer weighs 800. With a howl, the monkey let out a painful cry. After falling to the ground, it quickly turned around and continued to attack Chinsho despite the intense pain. It seems its skin is armored like a beetle. Chinsho immediately activated the beast spirit pearl in his body, releasing a large amount of energy from the pearl to enhance his beast transformation strength. The blood inside him boiled in an instant, steam rising from his skin pores, and then more obvious signs of beast transformation began to appear on his face. His skin looked tighter and tougher, and the two serrated beast horns on his head changed from black to dark red. With his upper body completely bare, his muscles were clearly defined, with 2 solid pectoral muscles and 8 powerful abdominal muscles that looked as if they were forged from steel, full of strength. The wings behind him began to stir, wanting to break free and become wings, but Chinsho suppressed them to save energy from the beast spirit pearl. Swish! The beast transformation process somewhat affected his actions and made it easy to get distracted. Because of this, Chinsho accidentally got hurt by the monkey. Or rather, he was ambushed by a monkey that didn't play fair. A burning pain surged through his back. Although the monkey's powerful claws did not break through his current flesh defense, they left several marks on his back. The monkey, having successfully ambushed him but unable to cause harm, seemed a bit surprised, clearly not expecting that a human's body could withstand its claw. How could there be no tearing of flesh or any blood? It should be noted that earlier, it had easily taken the lives of several of its own kind with those sharp claws. At this moment, after dodging the beetle monkey's attack, Chinsho quickly struck out with his left hand and caught the tail of the monkey that was still trying to ambush him in midair. Bang! He slammed it down hard onto the ground, thinking of lifting it up and smashing it again, but his current strength was too much and he directly snapped the monkey's tail off. The monkey, now tailless, was stunned, thus failing to feel the sharp pain of its lost tail. Chinsho, being kind, didn't let it suffer much pain. Seizing the moment while it was stunned, he took a heavy swing and smashed its monkey head, exploding it on the spot. Let you try ambushing. Chinsho easily took down one strange beast monkey, but there were still 6 more to deal with in front of him. Now it could be determined that the beetle monkey was the king of the monkeys here, which was why the other monkeys obeyed and surrounded him to attack. To conserve energy and stamina, Chinsho decided to transition from defense to offense. Assuming that an ordinary person's arm strength is about 70 kilograms, Chinsho, who now possessed the ant's strength, probably had arm strength exceeding 10,000 kilograms. In other words, the power of Chinsho's swing was like a 10-ton truck suddenly smashing down on someone. Bang! This time, he broke the beetle monkey's defense, and the blow directly shattered the monkey's ribs and cervical vertebrae. Don't rush, there's enough for everyone. To capture the thief, first capture the king. To kill a monkey, first kill the monkey king. Taking advantage of the beetle monkey being severely injured and having its defense broken by his blow, Chinsho rushed forward for another strike at the monkey's head. The fear of death suddenly took root in the beetle monkey's mind. The originally furious and savage monkey now showed nothing but panic and fear in its eyes. Bang! There was no scene resembling a watermelon exploding. However, the grass and mud on the ground were splattered everywhere from the impact. The monkey's head sank into the ground. And the hammerhead was completely embedded into the monkey's head. Seeing this, the remaining 5 strange beast monkeys began to panic and then scattered in all directions. But would Chinsho let them escape? The animal he hated the most was monkeys. Every time he saw videos of monkeys from Ame Mountain online, his dislike for them intensified even more. As Chinsho became increasingly accustomed to his beastly body and strength, he crushed the monkeys one by one under absolute power, not giving them a chance to escape, killing them with a single blow. Ha! Although the process was quite easy, the energy consumption was truly significant. Chinsho transformed back into his human form. Once the energy of the beast spirit pearl in his body was severely depleted, he would feel especially hungry and exhausted. Chinsho took the bone-cutting knife from his backpack and began to dissect the bellies of the several mutant monkeys. The beast spirit pearl is located in the dantian position of human beast changers. Since monkeys and gorillas are similar to humans, their beast spirit pearls are also located in the belly area. Except for the tough belly of the beetle monkey, which took more time to cut, the skin and flesh defense of the other monkeys was not strong. Soon, 7 beast spirit pearls, the size of table tennis balls, were successfully found and taken out from the monkey's belly. Each beast spirit pearl was like a golden core, blood and flesh-free, radiating a faint golden light. From the outside, it was impossible to distinguish the strength of the beast spirit pearls, but when held in hand, one could sense the richness of energy, as well as the innate talent energy contained within that resonated with oneself. For example, when Chinsho took out the beast spirit pearl from the beetle monkey, he sensed a rich energy aura along with a familiar innate energy that felt somewhat endearing. The other 6 beast spirit pearls felt quite ordinary, with no special sensations. So, Chinsho collected the other mutant monkey's beast spirit pearls and consumed the one from the beetle monkey. The beast spirit pearl was incredibly hard, yet it melted in his mouth, quickly absorbed and merged by the beast spirit pearl within his body. The entire process also showed signs of beast transformation, but it was not as painful as the first transformation. Instead, it felt like a breakthrough, a refreshing feeling of leveling up and evolving. But his tailbone suddenly itched so much. Shinsho was stunned for a moment, thinking, could it be that a tail is about to grow? Chapter 16, Anteater and Feather Tiger. Hiss. I can't take it anymore, it wants to come out. Shinsho strained to hold it in, feeling the tailbone above him desperately wanting to sprout a tail. Thinking about how the tail in Dragon Ball was a fatal weakness for Son Goku, Shinsho used all his strength to suppress the tailbone's beast transformation phenomenon, ultimately sweating profusely but successfully stopping the tail from being born. Ha! Shinsho wiped the sweat from his face. Although this transformation phenomenon caused by absorbing and merging the beast spirit pearl was not as painful as the first transformation, the uncertainty about which part of the body might transform really scared him. If he couldn't control the beast spirit pearl and suppress the transformation, he would be a fusion monster with eagle wings, a monkey tail, and beetle horns, and his skin would even resemble that of a salamander or electric eel. That image was something Shinsho did not dare to imagine how terrifying it could be. Of course, compared to his weak and cowardly male image in his previous life, Shinsho thought that this fusion beast image should be considered pretty cool and handsome. Soon, the beast spirit pearl from the beetle monkey was completely devoured by the one within his body. At once, Shinsho felt a surge of power fill his body, and the beast transformation energy contained in the beast spirit pearl grew stronger and more abundant. As a result, he was now fully concentrated on controlling the energy released from the beast spirit pearl, but a small portion of the energy still overflowed uncontrollably, causing slight signs of beast transformation to appear in his appearance. Next, I need to find a way to strengthen my mental power, otherwise, if the beast spirit pearls continue to merge and evolve, based on my current mental strength, I would be unable to control the beast spirit pearls. Only the energy can be released freely. In this case, it doesn't matter when food energy supplies are abundant. But if there isn't enough food energy nearby, maintaining a high-intensity beast transformation state can easily drain the energy from the beast spirit pearl, leading to extreme weakness even without fighting. At this moment, if someone has bad intentions, or if they encounter a strange beast, it would mean a dead end. Because of this, humans who cannot control their beast spirit pearls tend to get hungry quickly, and their food intake has greatly increased. As a result, after the beast transformation disaster strikes, many people go out to search for food because of hunger, only to die at the hands of the strange beasts also searching for food, or even from other human-beast transformers. At this moment, Shinsho suddenly thought, if I eat monkey's brains, can it replenish my mind and then enhance my mental strength? He decided to test this later. Coincidentally, apart from high-energy packaged food, his big backpack also contained a set of cooking pots and utensils, as well as some hot pot base and seasonings. The reason for this was to conveniently cook whenever and wherever outside, and also to hunt the strange beasts with no night vision capabilities in the zoo tonight. Looking at the watch, it was now 6:52 p.m., the sky was becoming darker, but the evening glow in the west was still red, while the round moon hanging in the east was also red and eerie. Shinsho dug out the brain of the beetle monkey, packed it in a bag, and put it into his backpack, planning to use it like pig brains for hot pot later to see if it tastes good or if it has any use. If he was lucky enough to find an undeveloped Titan tiger, then the main ingredient for tonight would be tiger meat. Leaving the monkey area, Shinsho continued onward. The zoo closed at 5:30 p.m., and the beast transformation disaster struck shortly after 5 o'clock, so at that moment, there were still a lot of tourists in the zoo. Therefore, as he went deeper inside, he found more and more corpses of tourists. Many of these corpses died from trampling, and it wasn't ordinary trampling, but from being trampled by giant beasts. Looks like herbivores like elephants or giraffes escaped after the beast transformation and trampled many tourists to death. The corpses that were mangled and bitten to death were all from carnivorous strange beasts, while those trampled to death, whose bodies showed no signs of being bitten or eaten, mostly died under the feet of herbivorous strange beasts. The beast transformation situation of humans and animals is different. Vegetarian humans do not undergo beast transformation. However, vegetarian animals may experience body evolution during the beast transformation process, enhancing their size and strength. For instance, if a giraffe was 5 meters tall before the beast transformation, after transformation, it wouldn't display external characteristics of other animals, but its individual size would evolve, going from 5 meters directly to 7 or 8 meters. Indeed, as he passed through the giraffe area, Shinsho found that several large trees were bitten off at the trunk and had fallen to the side, while their leaves had almost all been devoured. Moreover, the fences surrounding them were also destroyed, and now there wasn't a single giraffe in sight, indicating that they must have felt unbearable hunger after consuming all the plants inside during the beast transformation process, leading to a mass breakout. At this moment, Shinsho heard the sounds of two fierce beasts fighting not far away. He quickly rushed over to watch, then laid eyes on the spectacular scene of an anteater battling a feathered tiger. Shinsho's eyes brightened. Anteaters eat tens of thousands of ants every day, so after the beast transformation, they would definitely exhibit ant characteristics and gain the strength and abilities of ants. He wanted to see if this feathered tiger, which was twice the size of the anteater, would actually be a match for it. From the current situation, the anteater was already bleeding, having been clawed by the tiger covered in a lot of feathers. There were 2 bloody scratch marks. The chicken fur tiger was also injured by the anteater, who had gained the power of ants and was frighteningly strong, able to knock even the 1,000-pound chicken fur tiger flying. If it weren't for the chicken fur tiger's tough skin and thick flesh, it would likely have been severely wounded by now. Chinsho waited to reap the benefits of others' fight. Even if he had the strength to take down both the anteater and the chicken fur tiger, he would still risk injury or even death. So the best outcome was to wait for them to finish fighting, then swoop in and pick up the pieces. Soon, after recovering, the chicken fur tiger launched another attack on the anteater. It seemed the chicken fur tiger's intelligence had evolved, realizing it couldn't fight the powerful anteater head-on, instead circling it to find an opportunity. This chicken fur tiger has become clever. It knows the anteater is strong but heavy and not very agile. It seemed the victor would probably be the chicken fur tiger. In an instant, seizing the heavy moment when the anteater turned, the chicken fur tiger lunged. Its massive claws pinned the anteater to the ground, the sharp tips digging into its body like chicken claws. However, just as the chicken fur tiger was about to bite down on the anteater's neck, the anteater surprisingly didn't struggle free. Instead, it rapidly shot out its tongue longer than a meter, piercing the chicken fur tiger's right eye with pinpoint accuracy. This scene made Chinsho's eyes ache with pain. The scariest part was that the anteater seemed to know it couldn't escape the tiger's claws, waiting for the chance to strike back after being knocked down. Slurp! The anteater withdrew its tongue. After gaining the power of ants, its tongue was now dozens or even hundreds of times stronger in speed and strength. The overconfident chicken fur tiger only recognized the anteater's brute strength, not realizing its true weapon was its long, sharp tongue, used to dig into ant nests and eat ants. Thud! The chicken fur tiger instantly died. Though its mouth opened wide in a death bite on the anteater's neck, the fatal attack was a moment too late, leaving it with its mouth agape, dying without knowing why. Chinsho learned a lesson from the anteater and quickly mobilized. He had to take advantage of the anteater's weakness after its injury to deliver a finishing blow, otherwise, if the anteater consumed the spirit orb from the chicken fur tiger and quickly regained energy and strength, hunting this anteater would be a much greater risk. Feeling footsteps approaching, the anteater jolted, having no time to savor its reward, and hurriedly pushed away the corpse of the chicken fur tiger that lay on it. Chapter 17, The Ultimate Beast Transformation is So Fierce. At that moment, Chinsho fully released the energy of the beast spirit orb within him, entering the ultimate beast transformation state. He was not afraid of death, but rather out of respect for the anteater. Zizz! Electric currents suddenly surged within his body. In the ultimate beast transformation form, Chinsho finally grasped the talent ability of the South American electric eel. This voltage seems so powerful. Electric currents surged all over Chinsho's body, his beast blood bubbling. 2 jagged horns grew on his head again, with currents sparking from their tips. His bare upper body revealed pronounced muscular definition, and a pair of huge silver-black wings sprouted from his back. His tail couldn't help but grow a brown tail that broke free from his pants and fluttered excitedly. Additionally, his skin sprouted brown fur, obviously a result of previously consuming the spirit orb of the beetle monkey. The ultimate beast transformation is so fierce. Chinsho felt invincible, laughing with excitement, revealing 4 sharp beastly teeth. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, quickly shedding the now ill-fitting sneakers he wore while already transformed. A pair of even bigger and stronger feet emerged. Completely unleashing the energy of the beast spirit pearl, Chinsho not only underwent a beast transformation in all parts of his body, but his size also grew a few inches. From a weak human form at 1.74 meters, he instantly transformed into a beast man over 2 meters tall. This anteater's tongue is at most a little over a meter long. As long as I keep a safe distance and stay out of the attack range of its tongue, it won't be able to inflict deadly harm on me. Chinsho flapped his wings, deciding to mimic the hunting style of hawks by flying in the air to attack the anteater with his feet. The iron ingot beetle made all the bones in my body harder than steel, the bullet ant gave me a strength boost of over 100 times, and I now also control the high voltage from the electric eel. So let's see if this thunderous kick can make the anteater endure. With the agility of a monkey and the speed of an eagle, Chinsho quickly flew close over the anteater's head, while gathering strength, his right foot charged with high-voltage electricity suddenly kicked at the anteater's jaw. Bang! In an instant, the anteater was kicked several dozen meters away, rolling on the ground multiple times before it managed to get back up. Hiss! Chinsho landed on the ground, his right foot numb and painful. Even though the bones in his body were as hard as steel, his flesh didn't have such a monstrous defense, so right after the kick, his foot was swollen. Fortunately, he had the regeneration ability of the salamander, and under the ultimate beast transformation state, the regeneration ability was somewhat outrageous. This level of flesh wound healed within just a few seconds. Chinsho looked at the anteater, which had been kicked dozens of meters away, rolling on the ground for several rounds before it could stand up, and couldn't help but praise the anteater's defense. To his surprise, it withstood such strong power, along with a heavy kick charged with high voltage, and was still able to get back up. However, this kick had injured it significantly, blood was flowing from the corner of its mouth, and when it got back up, it was swaying, as if it had been dazed and shocked by electricity. Taking advantage of the anteater's current poor condition, Shinsho pressed his advantage, spreading his wings and pushing off with his feet to fly back in. This time, Shinsho didn't kick it, instead, he forcefully stomped on the anteater's back, pinning it down as it struggled to regain its footing. At the same time, the hammer in his right hand, charged with high-voltage electricity, came crashing down onto the anteater's head. Bang! The anteater was even more dazed, its head crashing heavily into the ground. Meanwhile, the hammer handle couldn't withstand such a monstrous impact and broke off directly. Left with no choice, Shinsho had to lift his right fist and struck the anteater's head 3 times, directly causing its eyes to bulge out. Got it! Shinsho quickly conserved energy and strength, transforming back into human form. The anteater's head was dented in, its skull smashed, and its brain had likely turned into mush. It was dead beyond any doubt. Shinsho went to get the bone-cutting knife and first cut open the anteater's belly to find the beast spirit pearl inside. Then he went to dissect the chicken-feathered tiger. Although this tiger had chicken characteristics after transformation, with many chicken feathers on its body, its foundation was still that of a tiger, so it could be said to be full of treasures. Tiger tails, tiger meat, tiger skin. Shinsho didn't want to waste any of it, so after taking out the beast spirit pearl, he patiently began to dissect the chicken-feathered tiger's meat, preparing to have hot pot for dinner. He then gathered a pile of dry wood nearby for the fire and set up the pot, adding a package of spicy hot pot base and pouring in 2 bottles of mineral water. While waiting for the hot pot broth to boil, Shinsho cut off a tiger leg and set it aside to grill. Then, he sliced some tiger meat and monkey brains, preparing to hot pot. At this moment, the sky was very dark. But Shinsho, who had already gained night vision, was not worried at all. Because the following dark night was truly his stage. At this time, the smell of grilled meat and flames seemed to attract some animals to come closer. The nearby sounds and movements could not escape Shinsho's ears. He turned around and saw 3 blood-soaked, beast-like wolves, each comparable in size to a Siberian tiger, glaring at him and slowly approaching. Although wolves did not have vision as good as dogs, their night vision ability was the best among canine species. Therefore, they often hunted at night. So it was dark. Apart from Shinsho planning to come to the zoo at night to hunt animals, these 3 surviving beast-like wolves clearly planned to start their revenge hunt once darkness fell. Shinsho was just about to enjoy a hot pot to replenish energy and fill his stomach, but unexpectedly, he was targeted by 3 beast-like wolves. As the saying goes, when the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Seeing that these 3 beast-like wolves were so wary and had not rushed to attack him, Shinsho seized the moment to dip a few pieces of tiger meat to taste. As expected of a tiger that transformed into a beast with chicken feathers, it actually has a faint chicken taste. He dipped a piece of monkey brain to taste. The texture and taste are similar to pig brain, but I wonder if eating brains can enhance brain power? Can it strengthen mental strength? Shinsho was eating hot pot by himself. He knew that eating beast meat could enhance physical fitness because the meat contained a hint of spirit bead energy, but he was unsure if eating beast brains could enhance mental strength. At this moment, the 3 beast-like wolves suddenly split into 3 paths. Shinsho knew they were preparing to attack. As expected, they are the most skilled in strategy and technique among social animals. Shinsho stood up, instantly entering a half-beast state, ready for a 1-against-3 battle. In his past life, let alone 1 against 3, even facing the smallest of these beast-like wolves would mean certain death for him. But now, it was these 3 wolves who had chosen the wrong prey that should be waiting for death. Chapter 18, It seems eating brain can really enhance brain power? Come on, all together, I'm in a hurry to eat tiger meat hot pot. Shinsho just casually said something cool. As a result, the 3 beast-like wolves seemed to understand human words and really did split into 3 paths, simultaneously launching an attack on him. The hammer he used to hunt anteaters had broken, and the bone-cutting knife was kept for dissecting beasts, so now Shinsho was fighting the beast-like wolves barehanded. In half-beast form, Shinsho suppressed his wings and tail, preventing them from growing out. His gaze was locked on the 3 rushing beast-like wolves, and then his right hand clenched into a fist, electric currents surged, preparing for a thunderous punch to take down one wolf first. Bang! With a heavy punch, Shinsho directly sent the beast-like wolf that leapt toward him into a moment of doubt about its wolf life. The beast-like wolf, over 2 meters long and weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds, was actually knocked 10 meters away by a single punch, and his fist was wrapped in high-voltage electricity, instantly stunning the wolf, so much so that it couldn't get back up after being blasted away. At the same time, the other 2 beast-like wolves pounced on Shinsho from left and right, baring their sharp fangs to bite him. Shinsho was ecstatic. Bite me. I'll casually test if the skin and flesh defense in half-beast mode can withstand the bites of ordinary beasts. Shinsho could dodge, but he had no intention of avoiding. He decided to endure the pain to test his defensive strength. In an instant, his left arm was bitten hard by a beast-like wolf. And his right leg was also bitten by another beast-like wolf. The powerful biting force caused the wolf's sharp fangs to pierce deep into his flesh. Qin Shou frowned in pain. When the muscles were bitten, a powerful current surged forth as if by reflex. A high-voltage current of over 1,000 volts was instantly released, directly electrocuting the two beastly wolves. With the emergence of this electrical current, Qin Shou found that the wounds caused by the bites of these two beastly wolves also numbed him, making him feel less pain. Looking at the two beastly wolves, their mouths smoking, paralyzed by the electric shock, and trembling on the ground, Qin Shou wore a satisfied smile. In half-beastman form, ordinary beasts no longer pose a threat to me. If I enter the ultimate beastification state, ordinary beasts likely won't even be able to injure my skin. Moreover, a high-voltage electricity I can unleash in half-beastman form feels over 1,000 volts, which is why I could directly incapacitate a beastly wolf larger than an ordinary tiger. Qin Shou was particularly pleased with his current beast transformation ability. Of course, if he could further upgrade his skin defenses, turning his exterior into hard armor, he would truly be maxed out in magic resistance and physical defense. And with both defenses maxed, he would also possess immense strength, powerful self-healing abilities, and remarkable night vision. On top of that, he had wings to fly and could unleash high-voltage electricity. Thinking about it made Qin Shou feel like a freak. It was only the first night of the beast transformation disaster, and he had already become so powerful, having mastered the power of ultimate beast transformation. Looking around the world, he felt that he should be considered the strongest creature on the planet at this stage. After all, other beasts would take at least a few days to evolve into something stronger than he was now. Soon, after finishing off the three beastly wolves, Qin Shou quickly dissected their bellies and took out the beast spirit orbs, placing them aside. He was not in a hurry to devour the beast spirit orbs because the power within him had already become so strong that his mental energy had difficulty completely suppressing and controlling it. Therefore, to avoid his beast transformation state becoming uncontrollable, Qin Shou needed to stabilize himself and first enhance his mental energy. Then he returned to continue eating hot pot. He decided not to eat the wolf meat, it seemed less tasty than tiger meat. This feathered tiger couldn't even defeat an anteater, it definitely isn't the original body of that titan giant tiger. After enjoying the tiger meat hot pot and finishing the entire monkey brain, Qin Shou discovered that even in human form, his stomach's digestive ability was now several times stronger than before, quickly digesting food and rapidly converting it into energy for his body. It seems like eating brains really helps the brain? My mind seems sharper, but is it just psychological? Qin Shou decided to also cook the feathered tiger's brain, but thinking about the phrase tiger-headed and tiger-brained, which means foolish, he realized that this feathered tiger did seem less intelligent compared to the anteater. So he gave up on eating the tiger's brain and chose instead the more intelligent anteater that had killed the feathered tiger in a split second. However, after splitting open the anteater's head, Qin Shou was dumbfounded. Does this guy even have a brain? He took out his phone to check and discovered that an anteater's brain is only the size of an olive. Wow, so this little thing is the anteater's brain? Concentrated essence? Qin Shou added half a bottle of mineral water to the pot and began cooking the anteater's tiny brain. In his previous life, when the beast transformation disaster struck and he was at his hungriest, he had eaten cockroaches and earthworms, so animal brains were no big deal for him. As long as it could make him stronger, even the snakes he feared, he could overcome his fear, peeling and swallowing them whole. While waiting for it to cook, Qin Shou replied to messages from Zhang Yunzong and their homeroom teacher. Among them, the homeroom teacher, Lu Ru, stated, "It's good you treated us to lunch, otherwise, if we had eaten pork and chicken in the cafeteria. If we don't act, we will become like other teachers and students, turned into beasts." Now, more than 80% of teachers and students in the whole school have taken on the characteristics of pigs and chickens after transforming into beasts, less than 20% have turned into duck-like beasts. Of course, there are a few unfortunate souls who exhibit mouse traits after their transformations because the duck meat they ate was mixed with mouse meat. In addition, there is a chosen one in the school who accidentally ate a cockroach and then transformed into a cockroach person, possessing strong vitality and defense, quick speed, and large chicken wings that allow for brief flights. Qin Shou gave a perfunctory reply to the homeroom teacher and a few friends before opening Zhang Yunchong's chat box. "I've heard a rumor that eating those mutated animal meat chunks can make you stronger, and those mutated animals seem to become even more powerful after eating humans." Soon, Zhang Yunchong replied, "No wonder it's chaotic outside, there are everywhere reports of mutated cats and dogs attacking humans. You need to be careful outside, try not to go out these days, stock up on food, and find a safe place to hide until the government or military provides some direction." Qin Shou. Are you being naive? This is a global apocalypse. Everyone is in danger, mutated animals are everywhere, and the government and military are too busy to help. What good news can we expect? Zhang Yunchong was left speechless, realizing he might have been too optimistic. But it's too dangerous outside, there are all kinds of mutated animals attacking humans online, and many news outlets recommend everyone stay home and avoid going out for now. In his past life, everyone hid away waiting for news, But they ended up waiting in vain and missed the safest and easiest stage for evolution in becoming stronger. This led to many humans being unable to easily kill the mutated beasts, which evolved to become hard to kill in just a few days by constantly hunting human beast masters and other mutated beasts. Shinsho replied, hiding now is just waiting to die. The apocalypse is already here, the social order and legal order have collapsed. I just saw many people suddenly rushing to rob jewelry stores and food, fighting amongst themselves, and it even cost some lives. When calling the police, no one answered. So hiding now is just waiting to starve, and if we can't find food outside, then scenarios where humans might eat each other will occur. Furthermore, there are videos online confirming that not only humans and animals have mutated, but insects have as well, becoming dozens or even hundreds of times bigger than before. So think about it, is there any hope in this situation? Can hiding lead to the world returning to normal? Zhang Yunchon was left speechless this time. He didn't expect that even insects had mutated besides humans and animals? If that's true, then mosquitoes and mice becoming dozens or hundreds of times bigger would be a nightmare for humans. So what should we do now? Zhang Yunchon wanted to hear Shinsho's advice. Shinsho replied, I just tried it. After eating mutated dog meat, my physical fitness and strength seem to really improve a bit, which shows we can evolve and get stronger by using mutated animals, making this the best chance for ordinary people to change their fate in chaotic times. Otherwise, if those mutated animals become even stronger by hunting more humans and their kind, then when we go out again, we will truly face only a dead end. Also, very few people know this news right now, it hasn't been made public online, and I've only told you after my personal test. You better not spread this around, or everyone will know this can make them stronger, and then there will definitely be a fierce competition. Moreover, we get stronger by eating mutated animals, and mutated animals get stronger by eating humans, so can humans get stronger by eating humans? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunzhong felt a chill run down his spine. If humans can get stronger by eating each other, then it is truly possible that cannibalism may happen. He replied to Qin Shou, where are you? I'll call Zhao Bin and the others to find you. Shinsho knew Zhang Yunzhong was worried for his safety because he had mentioned he wasn't mutated, so as a normal human, he was even more at risk in this situation. Shinsho replied, I'm near the high-speed railway station in the provincial city, and now the transportation is completely paralyzed. You all take care of yourselves first. If we survive this disaster, we will still meet again in the future. Then be careful, don't trust others easily. Zhang Yunzhong finished sending the message and then quietly called Zhao Bin and the others to leave the dormitory together. Zhao Bin asked, what's going on? Huang Wenchao and Zhang Yuji also wanted to know, but they didn't ask further. Too many people and too many eyes, there are ears by the walls. Zhang Yunzhong whispered mysteriously, follow me downstairs, and I'll explain. Although Zhao Bin and the others didn't know what was going on with Zhang Yunzhong, they still followed him out of the dormitory. The sky was pitch dark, and the full moon appeared eerie red. In the past, a glowing full moon could illuminate the earth, but now the strangely red moon cast no moonlight down. Yunzhong, why did you sneakily call us out? Zhang Yujie couldn't help but ask. I just sent a message to Asho, he is trapped near the high-speed railway station in the provincial city, and now we are facing a global apocalypse. The provincial city has fallen, and outside are mutated animals killing and eating people. Humans have also started to ignore order and law after becoming animalistic, with all kinds of looting and killing. So we can't wait for the government or the military to calm everything down, we must take the initiative to strike if we want a glimmer of hope. Zhao Bin asked in confusion, what does taking the initiative mean? Zhang Yunzhong replied, Asho has received definite news that mutated animals can become stronger by preying on humans, while humans can also become stronger by hunting those animals. So we can't listen to those news media reports online telling us to hide and wait and see. We must seize the time and hunt as many mutated animals as possible to strengthen ourselves before they evolve. Otherwise, if those mutated animals grow stronger, we will just be waiting for death. Hearing Zhang Yunzhong say this, Zhao Bin and the others suddenly became nervous. Huang Wenchao pushed up his slipping glasses and said, no wonder those mutated animals online suddenly went crazy attacking humans and devouring them. Zhang Yujie frowned and said, are we going to regress back to primitive times? The weak eating the strong, rearranging the food chain? Zhang Yunzhong took off Huang Wenchao's glasses and said, stop wearing these broken glasses. My eyesight has improved, and I can see in the dark now. You must have also become stronger and can't be nearsighted anymore. Huang Wenchao was stunned for a moment and then exclaimed in delight, I'm used to wearing them, if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have realized. Zhao Bin was surprised, wait, your eyes can see in the dark too? Zhang Yunzhong rolled his eyes at him, rabbits and crocodiles are both nocturnal animals. Asho treated us to crocodile meatballs and braised rabbit heads at noon, so we've benefited from Asho. After becoming animalistic, we've gained the traits of crocodiles and rabbits and obtained their night vision abilities. Shinsho really didn't know that crocodiles also had powerful night vision, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to treat them to braised rabbit heads to give them rabbit's night vision ability. Of course. The rabbit, besides its night vision ability, has the most powerful talent of all, which is its soft and agile body, as well as its strong jumping ability. This is also the main reason why Qinshu considered inviting them to eat braised rabbit heads. Zhao Bin asked, so should we take advantage of our night vision ability and go hunt mutated animals now? Exactly. Zhang Yunzong said, right now, most people still don't know that eating mutated animals can make them stronger, so we need to be quick and hunt as many mutated animals as possible. Otherwise, once everyone knows the secret, they will definitely fight over mutated animals to become stronger, and they might even start killing each other to compete for them, since we are in the apocalypse now, and the military and police are too busy to care. Naturally, laws and regulations no longer exist. Hearing what Zhang Yunzong said, Zhao Bin and the others immediately understood their current situation. Then let's not delay, let's go hunt those mutated animals right now, I'm already almost starving. Let's first go to the cafeteria and grab some knives for weapons, or find some sticks to use as weapons. I feel so strong now, one stick could smash the principal's dog's head. I feel like I could smash the principal's dog's head with one punch now. Zhang Yunzong chuckled, then led the three of them to the cafeteria to gear up with weapons. At the zoo, Qinshu was full and satisfied. At this moment, a large tiger leg roasting on the side was already cooked to a crispy outside and tender inside, sizzling with oil. Sprinkling some salt and seasoning on top, Qinshu bit into the roasted tiger leg while searching for the still unevolved Titan giant tiger and other mutated beasts he wanted to hunt. In the end, I still came too late, many animals have already broken free from their captivity and escaped. Qinshu discovered that herbivores like giraffes, elephants, and cows had basically all escaped because there weren't enough plants in the places where they were kept to satisfy their mutated growth appetites. However, passing by the rhino enclosure, Qinshu made a surprising discovery. He saw a dead rhino, with a giant horsefly over half a meter long greedily feeding on the flesh and blood of the rhino. He didn't expect to find a beast that had successfully mutated here, and that the horsefly had grown this big. Just imagine, if this half-meter-long horsefly evolved to be as big as an adult human, how terrifying would that be? One careless moment, and the giant mutated horsefly could drain a living person dry. This is the reason why insects become terrifying once they mutate successfully. Basically every insect that successfully mutates gains dozens or even hundreds of times more in size and ability. Many insects already possess powerful and abnormal abilities, so once they successfully mutate, they will transform from small bugs into enormous beasts, and their innate abilities will be equally enhanced. For example, common ants can lift objects 400 times their own weight. Once an ant successfully mutates and evolves into a large body weighing thousands of pounds, they can lift 400,000 pounds, equivalent to 200 tons. What kind of concept is this? For example, the planes that people commonly see and sit in only weigh about 50 to 60 tons. So, insects are truly the chosen ones in this disaster of mutation. Perhaps over 99% of them will die from the pressure of the mutation phenomenon. But if they are lucky enough to successfully mutate, they become the most potentially monstrous evolved creatures. Qinshu tiptoed closer. This horsefly was an unexpected surprise for him. He wondered if there was a way to catch it alive. Chapter 20. Enjoy the last dinner to the fullest. Inside the rhino house. A fly-like creature known as a horsefly, over half a meter long and completely unrelated to actual flies, was crazily sucking blood and flesh from the rhino's corpse. It seemed that the fresh blood in the rhino had been drained, so this horsefly could only gnaw at the rhino's meat. The rhino's belly had been eaten away significantly, but the exposed wound in the ground showed no signs of blood flowing. From this, it could be concluded that this rhino had been sucked dry and killed by the giant horsefly. Qinshu guessed that the rhino had become too hungry and weak during the beast transformation process, and the horsefly happened to be feeding on the rhino's blood, thus replenishing its own energy by sucking large amounts of rhino blood, ultimately surviving the process, which usually causes insects to explode. As a result, the horsefly that successfully transformed had significantly increased in size and had its innate abilities greatly enhanced. Thus, the unfortunate rhino was completely drained and turned into a dried rhino by the horsefly. And the horsefly had evolved into its now massive size because of this. Just looking at such a large horsefly made Qinshu feel a bit of a chill. Mainly because the horsefly's nature was fierce, with an obsession for blood even crazier than that of mosquitoes. Moreover, the horsefly's mouthparts do not contain any anesthetic components, making the biting and blood-sucking process very painful and itchy. Thus, this creature is more disgusting than a mosquito, and being bitten by it is much more uncomfortable than by a mosquito. Additionally, it's worth mentioning that horseflies not only enjoy daytime activities but also like to hide during the day and come out at night, hence their eyes possess strong night vision capabilities. Their eyes, like those of flies, are compound eyes, made up of thousands of tiny eyes. These small eyes are composed of a large number of light-sensitive cells, and each small eye can form an image and pass these image details through nerve clusters to the brain for processing. Since the horsefly's eyes do not move, this method of imaging helps it broaden its field of vision, allowing it to gain a very wide visual space. Therefore, everything within the 360-degree range around its body could not escape its sight. Thus, Qinshu's approach was immediately noticed by the horsefly. Seeing Qinshu sneak close enough to pose a threat, it quickly flapped its wings and took flight. Damn, its alertness is quite high. Shinsho wanted to get even closer and then pounce with all his might to catch this strange beast horsefly, but despite being so cautious, he was still spotted. However, the horsefly seemed unwilling to let go of this rhino feast, so it flew to the barn in the rhino house, landing on it, its forelegs cleaning off the contaminated flesh and stuffing it into its mouth. Then, it glared at Shinsho with a wary and angry gaze, as if cursing the damned human for disturbing its wonderful and powerful process of feeding and evolving. Shinsho thought that even in his ultimate beast transformation state, his flying speed would likely not catch up to this horsefly, so he decided to outsmart it. He walked up to the rhino's corpse, observing the belly almost completely eaten away, revealing exposed white bones and scattered entrails, surprised that there wasn't even a trace of blood odor at the scene. He didn't rush to look for any beast spirit orbs inside, instead, he simply lay down nearby and waited for an opportunity. Come on, I have fresh blood here for you to feast on. In his half-beast state, the beast transformation energy exuded by Shinsho was a tempting prey for any strange beast. This is why, after the beast transformation disaster occurred, those mutated beasts tended to attack humans and feast on them. First, the beast transformation energy within a human transformation subject was like a delicious dish giving off a tantalizing aroma. After the beast transformation, animals become powerful, while most humans become weak and thus are the easiest prey, the most common target. Shinsho lay down, secretly observing the movements of the bullfly. The owl's night vision ability is indeed impressive. Even from 20 meters away in the darkness, it could see the tiny, needle-like hairs on the bullfly. Perhaps it didn't want to miss out on the rhino's blood and flesh, or perhaps it developed a desire to prey on the human lying next to the rhino's corpse. The giant bullfly fluttered its wings and flew back. It landed on the rhino and kept its gaze warily on Shinsho. In general, insects have low intelligence, so Shinsho's strategy of waiting for opportunities worked particularly well. The beast transformation energy exuding from him was even more intense than that of most other beasts, and it successfully attracted the bullfly's attention. For the bullfly, which has an incredibly strong sense of smell, this was an irresistible delicious temptation. Thus, it fell for the trap. Walking cautiously to Shinsho's side, thinking he was asleep, it readied to pierce its mouthparts into his body to start sucking. Shinsho's gaze was always focused on the giant bullfly, which was over half a meter long and indeed looked terrifying. Seeing the bullfly's mouth, thicker than a finger, suddenly aiming at the belly's dantian, Shinsho could no longer hold back. Damn! This bullfly seems to be able to sense the position of the beast spirit pearl. Shinsho had initially planned to let it sting him, then capture it. But he didn't expect that the bullfly not only wanted to suck blood but also wanted to consume the beast spirit pearl inside him. The beast spirit pearl dissolves instantly. Once the bullfly's mouthparts pierced in, it would definitely be able to swallow the pearl. And the reason it had grown so large may well be because it consumed the beast spirit pearl from the rhino. Shinsho quickly got up and pounced, startling the bullfly into flying up immediately. But the higher the skill, the deeper the magic. With the vision of an owl, Shinsho had already predicted its movements, so his right hand swiftly grabbed one of its hind legs, while his left hand seized one of its wings, forcibly pinning it to the ground. After growing larger, all attributes are enhanced, but the ability to escape is weakened. If it were as small as an ordinary fly, it would have been difficult for him to catch the bullfly. A reckless idea took root in Shinsho's mind. He grabbed the bullfly's wing with his other hand and lifted the over half-meter-long, 30 to 40-pound bullfly. Then he returned to where he had hunted the anteater. You've drained all the blood from the rhino, but there's still plenty of blood here for you to feast on. Shinsho decided to fatten this bullfly up before killing it. The alien beasts like monkeys, feathered tigers, anteaters, and alien wolves he had previously slain still had a lot of fresh blood inside, which was perfect for the bullfly. Once the bullfly finishes sucking, it will definitely evolve to become even stronger. To be on the safe side, Shinsho found some thick rope to tie up the bullfly's wings and also put a rein around its neck, so he wouldn't have to worry about it running away after getting full. Leading the bullfly like a dog, Shinsho dragged it over to the corpse of the feathered tiger. Come on, enjoy your last supper to the fullest. Chapter 21, The chives have grown, it's time to harvest them for a feast. Shinsho led the bullfly like a dog, guiding it to suck the fresh blood flowing out from the recently killed alien beasts or remnants still inside. As the blood from one alien beast after another was drained by the bullfly, Shinsho confirmed that the bullfly truly evolved and grew stronger by sucking blood, just like the beast transformists who gained mosquito-like abilities in Africa by feasting on mosquitoes. Now the corpses of a three-headed beast wolf, a chicken-feathered tiger, and an anteater have been turned into dry corpses by the blood-sucking horsefly, draining even the moisture from their flesh. Moreover, during the process of sucking blood, the horsefly also gnawed on some chunks of meat. Now the horsefly has clearly undergone a significant mutation and evolution. Not only has its size increased by 1/3, but other beastly traits have also started to appear on its body. For example, in addition to its long, pointed mouthparts, the horsefly's mouth has mutated to resemble that of the beast wolf, filled with sharp teeth. Besides that, the 6 legs of the horsefly have also become thicker and stronger, showing signs of evolving towards tiger claws, with sparse wolf fur growing on them. This horsefly's speed of digestion and absorption is too outrageous. No wonder that the tiny horsefly transformed into such an exaggerated form in just 2 hours after the beast mutation disaster. Chinsho was astonished by the horsefly's appetite and digestive ability. There are a few corpses of beast monkeys ahead. Chinsho simply led the horsefly to feast on the blood and flesh of those beast monkeys. Perhaps because Chinsho had brought it to such a rich and delicious feast of blood, the horsefly no longer felt angry, and even its mood became joyful. If the horsefly could talk, it would probably gratefully tell Chinsho, "You are truly a good person." Now the horsefly felt particularly great. Not only had it grown much larger, but its strength had also increased more and more. It felt that now, even if a living rhinoceros or another cow appeared before it, it could face them head-on, defeating the cow and then boldly drinking its blood. Unlike before, when it was pitifully small and weak, it could only sneakily suck blood while worrying about being swatted by a cow's tail, or crushed to death if the cow suddenly rolled over. But now, things were different. It felt that after sucking blood for a few more days, it could evolve to the size of a cow and become invincible in the world. Yet, there was a doubt in its heart. When it sucked the rhinoceros before, it clearly could sense something more delicious than blood, and it could also smell a similar delicious scent emanating from Chinsho's body, but why didn't it smell that kind of deliciousness from the corpses of the tiger and wolf? However, it still understood the principle of being content and happy. Although it couldn't taste that mind-blowing delicacy, it was still the first time to suck such delicious fresh blood in a long time. And it had just feasted this much. Most importantly, after sucking, it felt itself grow stronger and larger by a few degrees. This continuous feeling of evolution and strength made it simply unable to stop. Is there more? I can keep drinking. The blood that the horsefly sucked into its body seemed to not need digestion, directly integrating into its flesh. As a result, even after sucking so much fresh blood and eating a lot of meat, its stomach was not overly distended, and it could continue feeding. Soon, the few beast monkeys that Chinsho had killed were completely enjoyed by the horsefly. Now the horsefly was finally full. Its belly was so big, just like a mosquito that had drunk its fill of blood and could not fly. It is still evolving. Chinsho genuinely envied the horsefly that could grow stronger simply by sucking blood. No wonder the insect people of Africa in his previous life were so powerful and monstrous. Inside the bodies of the beasts, besides the beast spirit pearl, the most concentrated energy of beast transformation was in the fresh blood, followed by the chunks of meat. Therefore, this horsefly was able to evolve so quickly. After bringing the well-fed horsefly back to the rhinoceros pavilion, Chinsho indeed did not find the beast spirit pearl inside the rhinoceros. This indicates that the horsefly had fortuitously absorbed the beast spirit pearl generated after the rhinoceros's mutation. It was only because of this that it became so big. An hour later, Chinsho carried the horsefly and strolled around the zoo, killing all the ordinary strange beasts he encountered along the way. He was too lazy to dissect the beast spirit orbs, letting the horsefly consume them. Thus, under Chinsho's nurturing and feeding, the horsefly kept mutating and evolving, quickly growing from half a meter long when they first met to over a meter. At this point, Chinsho felt a bit of pressure, sensing that the rope could no longer restrain the horsefly's wings, and the rope tied around its neck was also close to being unable to hold it down. The chives have grown, it's time to harvest and eat them. Chinsho patted the horsefly's head. Don't blame me for being cruel, it's a bad world where the strong eat the weak. Chinsho was a hunter without emotions. The horsefly had already developed feelings for him, no longer wary of him, and then suddenly, he ripped off the horsefly's wings. Rip! The two wings were forcibly pulled out, causing the horsefly to emit a hoarse, sorrowful cry. Don't move, don't scream. The first time is always painful, just bear with it, it will die soon. At that moment, Chinsho's hand suddenly released a powerful electric current, shocking the horsefly into making more pitiful cries and struggling violently. It didn't die from this? Chinsho was astonished that the horsefly could endure nearly 1,000 volts of electricity. In the end, he exerted great effort and forcibly twisted off the horsefly's head, finally killing it. Taking a bone-cutting knife, Chinsho dissected the horsefly's corpse and successfully found a two-colored beast spirit orb inside. This orb, mixed with gold and red colors, was seen for the first time. The beast spirit orbs he collected previously from hunting strange beasts were all gold and yellow, looking almost identical except for differences in the density of the beast transformation energy and individual talent energy. The beast spirit orb taken from the horsefly, however, was noticeably stained with blood. Perhaps it was due to the horsefly consuming too much blood? Chinsho hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to eat the beast spirit orb taken from the horsefly, to see if he would mutate and gain the horsefly's blood-sucking ability. As the beast spirit orb went down his throat, it instantly transformed into a warm current flowing into his abdomen, then completely absorbed and fused by the beast spirit orb located in his dantian, starting a new round of beast transformation phenomena. Chinsho discovered that after this upgrade, he gained the horsefly's compound eye vision, powerful sense of smell, and stronger flying ability. What surprised Chinsho the most was that a monkey tail had grown out from behind him, and it unexpectedly had a spike growing at its end. It was like the stinger of a bullet ant used for stinging, as well as a mouthpart used by the horsefly for sucking blood. Shincho couldn't help but think of the villain Cell from Dragon Ball, who had a tail with a sharp stinger used to absorb human essence to strengthen himself. So Shincho tested it, clumsily controlling the spike at the end of the tail and thrusting it toward the horsefly's corpse. Then, instinctively, he clenched his buttocks, and surprisingly, the tail actually started to suck the blood from the horsefly's body. Chapter 22, This is simply an unexpected joy. No, I had already prepared myself mentally to become a vampire like the mosquito horsefly. Unexpectedly, the horsefly's blood-sucking ability appeared at the tip of the newly grown monkey tail. Furthermore, this spike on the tail seems to have also gained the venomous effect of a bullet ant. At the moment the tail spike pierced into the horsefly's corpse, Shincho felt his tail tremble involuntarily, followed by what seemed to be a liquid bursting out from the needle hole of the tail spike. He immediately tightened the muscles of his buttocks, trying to control the tail with a Kegel exercise. The tail really started to suck up the fresh blood inside the bullfly. Shincho was a bit excited. He had originally prepared for a beast transformation that relied on drinking blood to continuously become stronger, but he never expected that the bullfly's blood-sucking ability would appear at the end of its tail. This was simply an unexpected joy. Without having to go through the disgusting process of sucking blood with his mouth, he could evolve infinitely stronger just like mosquitoes and bullflies. Speaking of which, those African beast mosquito people continuously strengthen their physical abilities by sucking blood, so wouldn't sucking brain marrow also strengthen brain capabilities? Shincho's mental power was now hard to control due to the powerful beast spirit pearl's energy inside him, so he could not suppress the energy and could not turn back into human form. He swung his furry tail and aimed the tail spike at the giant bullfly's head. Since he was still not very skilled in controlling the tail, and because the bullfly had swallowed the blood of an entire rhinoceros along with the beast spirit pearl, the bullfly's skin became tough like a rhino's, making it hard for Shincho's tail spike to pierce through after several attempts. So Shincho went straight for it. He grabbed the pointed spike at the end of his tail, which was over 10 centimeters long, and forcefully stabbed it into the bullfly's head. The tail started to suck, and Shincho could feel something being drawn into his body through the tail, but he had no sensory experience of taste during the entire process. This was exactly what he wanted. Shincho felt the changes after his tail consumed the bullfly's brain juice, and after confirming that his vitality had slightly strengthened, he immediately began to sweep through the zoo. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunzhong and the others also got started. They successfully took down a mutated dog beast larger than themselves and were now puzzled about how to eat it. Xiaobin frowned and said, "Do we have to eat it raw too?" Zhang Yunzhong wasn't sure, but guessed. The crocodile meatballs and braised rabbit heads we ate for lunch were cooked, indicating that eating it cooked should also help with mutation evolution. However, raw eating must definitely be more effective, or else this wolf dog wouldn't have evolved to such a large size so quickly. Huang Wenchao couldn't accept it. "I really can't eat raw dog meat. How about we call our homeroom teacher and then go to her dorm to cook it?" Zhang Yujie agreed. "Sure, we can't finish such a big wolf dog anyway." Zhang Yunzhong nodded. "Then I'll call teacher Lu. Wenchao, you and Ajai move the wolf dog first, and if you get tired, then I'll switch with Xiaobin." On the way back to school, the scene of devastation was everywhere. Many shops around had been looted and smashed, anywhere selling food had been mercilessly robbed. And along the way, they also witnessed numerous bloody scenes, such as various bloodstains and remains of bodies that had been eaten. It was precisely because they had seen too many such cruel and bloody scenes that they were so resistant to eating raw dog meat. As Shou said, now the government and military can't take care of themselves, the whole world is in chaos, order has collapsed, and everyone is in danger. If we want to survive and not be eaten by these mutated beasts, we can only hunt them before they become too powerful and then make ourselves stronger. As Zhang Yunzhong spoke, he dialed the phone of their homeroom teacher, Lu Ru. At this moment, Lu Ru was tossing and turning, unable to sleep, constantly checking the news online. Many bloody videos had appeared online, and it was certain that all parts of the country had already fallen. Except for those who posted videos claiming they had not been animalized, everyone else showed varying degrees of animalization. And many had died painfully during the process of animalization. What made people feel most desperate was that those animals also showed signs of mutation and evolution. Then they went crazy and attacked humans. The most common thing was that the mutated and evolved cats and dogs became larger and much stronger. Whether they were domesticated pets or stray cats and dogs, they posed a serious threat to humans after the mutation and evolution. Because of this, it was especially dangerous outside now, and major news media accounts were urging people not to go out, and not to turn on lights at night, to stay quiet and wait for the government's military orders. At this moment, Zhang Yunchong called, saying he wanted to borrow her kitchen. Lu Ru thought Zhang Yunchong and the others were hungry and coming over to cook something, but when she opened the door and saw Zhang Yunchong and Xiaobin carrying such a big dog, she was dumbfounded and almost gasped. It was Zhang Yunchong who was quick-witted and hurriedly said, "Shou, let's talk inside." To avoid attracting the attention of other teachers and students, Zhang Yunchong and their actions were like thieves. Just then, many news media accounts online suggested everyone lock their doors and windows, and not to turn on lights at night, otherwise it would attract the attention of mutated animals, so they openly moved the mutated dog's corpse in without anyone seeing. Lu Ru also gained night vision ability, and after closing the door, she quietly asked, "What's going on with this dog?" Zhang Yunchong replied, "We just went out to hunt it." Lu Ru scolded, "Aren't you risking your lives? Didn't we notify you to stay in the dormitory? Do you know how chaotic and dangerous it is outside right now?" Zhang Yunchong said, "We went out to hunt mutated animals because it's a matter of survival, otherwise, if these mutated animals continue evolving, we will really only be waiting to die." Lu Ru asked, "What do you mean?" Zhang Yunchong relayed the information from Qinshou, and upon hearing it, Lu Ru's eyes filled with shock and worry. "If that's the case, shouldn't we gather all the teachers and students from the school and the surrounding residents to surround and kill the mutated animals early?" Zhang Yunchong shook his head. "Teacher, your idea is good. Humanity can only unite to better cope with this apocalyptic disaster. But have you thought about it? Since mutated animals can continue to evolve by eating people, and humans can become stronger by eating mutated animals, then isn't it the same logic for humans to eat humans? Moreover, we now look like half-beasts, and we can't really be considered human anymore. So if this news spreads, there will be no more trust between people, and everyone will compete to eat mutated animals. Then the conflicts will escalate into phenomena of killing and eating each other. After all, if killing and eating can make one stronger, do you think some people will still risk hunting such powerful and dangerous mutated animals?" Zhang Yunchong's words left Lu Ru speechless. Chapter 23, You've mutated a second time. Zhang Yunchong continued, "Moreover, the stronger a person is, the more likely they are to be envied. We, after becoming animals, are more precious and stronger than most people. Once this news spreads, I think our situation will be even more dangerous than those mutated animals. At that time, many people might see us as mutated animals and surround us to kill, then eat our flesh and blood to enhance their strength." At this moment, Xiaobin also added, "I saw in many videos online that those mutated became extremely bloodthirsty and violent, then began to ignore laws and regulations, starting to loot and kill, committing every kind of evil. During our hunt for this mutated dog, we already witnessed the cruelty of the apocalypse. Many shops were looted and smashed, and many people died on the streets, their bodies eaten by mutated animals until only bones were left. So we cannot underestimate the evil of human nature. Especially now, many people are no longer human, but beasts. This situation should reference the protagonists in apocalyptic novels. Only by being selfish and decisive can one survive longer. Kindness and compassion only lead to a quicker and more tragic death." Huang Wenchao nodded and said, "Exactly, especially since you, teacher, after animal transformation, are not as ugly as we are. So, in a collapsed social order where laws fail, your beastly image as a rabbit girl like shooting in Mengxia will only make you more vulnerable to the cruelty of bad people." Lu Ru. She realized that Zhang Yunchong and the others were subtly trying to teach her a lesson, helping her face the situation. Lu Ru took a deep breath and slowly said, "Teacher, you have eaten more salt than we have rice, so you understand what we are trying to express. If what you said is true, and eating these mutated animals will make us stronger, then we should leave the school as soon as possible, kill more mutated animals to make ourselves stronger, and then return to save our families." Lu Ru is a good teacher, but that doesn't mean she is a saint. Therefore, she understands the meaning of Zhang Yunchong and the others, knowing the consequences if this news spreads. "I will deal with my wound first, you go and skin the dog. Remember not to turn on the lights, anyway, we can see clearly at night." Zhang Yunchong was the only one hurt. His left shoulder was bitten by a mutated dog and was still bleeding, but fortunately, after his skin mutated like an alligator, it was strong enough to avoid bone injury. Lu Ru saw his injury after he took off his shirt and hurried to get the first aid kit to help bandage it. Fortunately, the fish balls Asho treated us to at noon were made of alligator meat, making our skin as thick as alligators, otherwise, I might have been killed by this dog. Zhang Yunchong still felt a lingering fear. Lu Ru asked Zhao Bin and the others, "Are you injured?" Zhao Bin replied while skinning the dog in the kitchen, "We're fine, this mutated dog was restrained by Ah Chong while taking damage, and then we beat it to death together, so only Ah Chong got bitten. We were just scratched a few times, not even breaking the skin." Lu Ru suddenly thought of something. "By the way, do we need to get rabies shots in this situation?" Zhang Yunchong paused. "It shouldn't be necessary, right?" Lu Ru felt, for safety's sake, we should still go to the hospital tomorrow, but in this situation, the doctors and nurses probably aren't at work anymore. At that moment, as Jiaobin cut open the mutated dog's belly, he discovered a pale golden bead about the size of a ping-pong ball. "Ah Chong, there's a strange bead inside this dog's belly. It should be a glass bead it accidentally swallowed." Zhang Yunchong glanced at it. Jiaobin shook his head. "It's neither a glass bead nor a crystal bead. Because holding this bead gives off a strange feeling?" Zhang Yunchong walked over, took the beast's spirit bead from Zhao Bin's hand, and found that it indeed felt a bit weird, as if it contained an indescribable power. "I'll ask Ah Shou if he knows what this is about." Zhang Yunchong sent a message to Qinshou and then called, but still got no response. Oh no, Ah Shou hasn't replied, and he didn't answer the call. Could something have happened? Everyone suddenly became worried, unaware that Chinsho was already caught up in a frenzy at the zoo, having no time to check his phone, which was set to silent. Zhang Yunchong had a sudden idea. Do you think this bead could be a crystal formed inside animals after mutation, containing mutated power? Just like the golden core appearing in cultivators' bodies in novels? At this point, the benefits of being immersed in novels emerged. Xiaobin said, that's what I was thinking too. Many zombie settings in apocalyptic novels and mutated beast settings have evolution crystals within them. Swallow it, and you can continuously evolve and become stronger. Zhang Yunchong gathered his courage and became the first to try, then I'll swallow it to see if there's any reaction. Lu Ru wanted to stop him, but Zhang Yunchong's movements were too quick. After speaking, he directly put the pearl into his mouth. She scolded, you're too reckless. What if it's toxic or has some bad reaction? At that moment, Zhang Yunchong's eyes lit up as he said, I haven't even started swallowing yet, and this pearl is actually slowly dissolving in my mouth. Xiaobin hurriedly asked, what does it taste like? It doesn't taste like anything, just like warm boiled water. After saying that, Zhang Yunchong suddenly felt his body getting gradually hot, uneasy. He said, not good, there's already a reaction, my body is suddenly heating up, it feels like a fire is burning in my belly. Lu Ru frowned and asked, does your stomach hurt? Is it uncomfortable? Zhang Yunchong shook his head and said, my stomach doesn't hurt, but my body feels a bit uncomfortable, like countless worms are crawling. At this moment, Huang Wenchao was dumbfounded. Damn, it's not that countless worms are crawling on you, but that countless dog hairs have grown. Zhang Yujia exclaimed in surprise, you've mutated a second time. Do you feel stronger? If so, it means that swallowing the pearls inside mutated animals can continue to make you stronger. Zhang Yunchong looked at his hands, which were now slowly growing thick dog hairs like crocodile skin. He felt both disgusted and delighted as he clenched his fists and said, it seems like my strength has become greater, and my sense of smell has also improved a lot. Zhao Bin was excited, so that means if we hunt more mutated animals and swallow more pearls, we'll become even stronger. Huang Wenchao suggested, then we shouldn't delay, let's eat some dog to replenish ourselves, then head to the zoo. There must be many mutated animals there. Lu Ru said, but what if there are too many mutated animals in the zoo? Won't it be too dangerous? Zhao Bin said, fortune favors the bold. There must be many mutated animals in the zoo, and many of them lack night vision abilities. Since we have night vision, we can sneak in at night and easily take down those mutated animals that can't see in the dark. Zhang Yunchong agreed, going to the zoo is a wise choice. Even if it's dangerous, we must take this risk because I can feel that there should be a pearl like this inside me as well. This means we might also have one inside us like this mutated dog. If this news spreads, it will truly cause everyone to panic. Because people won't need to eat each other, they just need to kill others and swallow the pearls inside them to mutate and become stronger. Upon hearing this, everyone became anxious and restless. Lu Ru frowned and said, to have what one cannot possess, it seems that the stronger one looks, the more likely they are to be envied and killed by others. Zhang Yunchong nodded, so we must quickly strengthen ourselves before this news spreads. Otherwise, once this information leaks, the weak will only become fodder for the strong on their path to upgrade. 4 hours later. At 3:30 in the morning. Zhang Yunchong and the others rode their bicycles through the night. After riding for over an hour, they finally arrived near the zoo. Even though their homeroom teacher, Lu Ru, was stronger than most people due to her mutation, she was still a woman. Therefore, afraid of holding them back, she wisely chose not to accompany them. I didn't expect that there was a fire here, so many buildings have burned down. This shows that the fire department can't take care of itself. Although the fire had been extinguished, Zhang Yunchong and the others could still feel the high temperature left behind nearby. Let's go, there's a right turn ahead for the main entrance of the zoo. We need to be careful not to be ambushed by the mutated. There are no animals in the zoo with closed doors. Suddenly, a figure shot up to the sky. Chapter 24, following behind him will get you nothing. Holy crap! What a big bird! Zhang Yujia looked at the huge black shadow suddenly soaring into the sky, flying north, and couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Yunchong was stunned and said, that's not a bird, it's a person. No, it should be called a birdman with wings. Zhao Bin said enviously, if we also had wings, it would be great. We could fly directly to wherever we wanted to go. Huang Wenchao thought of something and said, that birdman must have flown out of the zoo. He wouldn't know that there are pearls inside mutated animals and rushed over here to steal a march on us, would he? Zhang Yunchong looked at the figure flying away quickly, disappearing, and said, not really. There are so many animals in the zoo. Even if half of them kill each other and half escape, at least there would still be hundreds of mutated animals trapped inside. So even if this birdman has the same goal as us, he can't possibly kill many mutated animals by himself. Especially since there are tigers and lions, those fierce beasts in the zoo. Any one mutated is an incredibly powerful danger. We four would have a hard time even hunting one mutated beast, let alone he alone. Makes sense. Huang Wenxiao slightly nodded. The four of them had already found it so difficult to surround and kill a 2-meter-long mutated dog. If faced with larger, more dangerous beasts like tigers and lions, they would only have the chance to flee. Thus, their risky trip to the zoo was to quietly ambush the weaker mutated animals without night vision, gathering strength by devouring more mutated animals' beast spirit pearls, getting stronger, and finally hunting the more powerful mutated beasts. The four parked their bicycles at the zoo's main entrance, then took up kitchen knives, iron rods, and frying pans as weapons, cautiously walking into the zoo. Zhang Yunchong walked in front, Huang Wenxiao and Zhang Yujie on either side, and Zhao Bin bringing up the rear. The four had clear roles, keeping a 360-degree vigilance around them. Soon, they saw the first remains of a tourist's corpse in the zoo. Then there was the second and the third. One corpse was missing its right arm, and its stomach seemed to have been torn open by a beast, with intestines spilling out, making the four feel nauseous and cold. Zhang Yunchong's face went pale and said, "It seems my guess was correct. After humans turn animal-like, they also develop pearls containing mutated power like mutated animals, so these tourists' bellies were mostly bitten open by mutated beasts." Zhao Bin's gaze fell on the corpse's left hand, clutching a half-empty bottle of white liquor, and asked, "Tourists aren't supposed to bring alcohol into the zoo, right? Or perhaps no tourist would bring alcohol into a zoo?" Huang Wenxiao also noticed this clue and speculated, it must be that he was only seriously injured and not dead yet. His family or friends who were with him in the zoo gave him a bottle of liquor to ease his pain. Zhao Bin didn't dwell on that anymore. He reminded, with tourists starting to appear dead one by one, it shows that some animals in the zoo have mutated and escaped. "We must be cautious." Zhang Yunchong said, "We are here to ambush mutated animals without night vision. If we encounter fierce animals like tigers or lions, which have night vision, don't hesitate. Just turn around and run." Before long, the four reached the monkey enclosure. Zhang Yunchong looked at the iron net and said, "There's a big hole torn here." It's estimated that the monkey mutated and gained much greater strength, then tore open the net wall and ran out. Zhao Bin remained vigilant, saying, "Do monkeys have night vision? Should we go in to see if any mutated monkeys are hiding?" Huang Wenqiao had looked it up earlier, monkeys do have night vision, they can see at night. Zhang Yujie noticed, it looks like a few monkeys died inside, possibly killed by other mutated animals. "Let's go in and see if we can find anything." When they entered, they found that the dead monkeys had been eviscerated, and their bodies were all shriveled, as if all the moisture had been drained out. Zhao Bin made a new discovery, this horned monkey on the top of its head had its skull opened, it seems the monkey's brain has been taken away. Huang Wenqiao frowned, this doesn't feel like the behavior of a wild beast, it seems to have been dissected by humans. Zhang Yunzhong then noticed a broken-handled large hammer nearby, and he couldn't help but think of the one Qin Shou had tied to the back of his motorcycle at noon, used for demolishing walls and smashing concrete on construction sites. He didn't suspect Qin Shou, after all, Qin Shou said he was near the high-speed train station in the provincial city, and such construction hammers were quite common and could be bought in any hardware store. He picked up the broken-handled hammer and examined it, concluding, this horned mutated monkey was smashed to death by someone using this hammer. It seems someone discovered the beads inside the mutated animals that allow people to keep mutating and getting stronger, so they killed these monkeys before us, and dissected them for the beads and one monkey brain. Zhao Bin said unhappily, could it be the birdman that just flew away? There's a possibility. Zhang Yunzhong speculated, but a single person's strength is limited, I think these mutated monkeys were likely killed by a group, just like how the four of us came to hunt mutated animals. So if we encounter them inside, it's best to keep our distance and not provoke them. Leaving the monkey park without any spoils, the four soon arrived at the place where the chicken-feathered tiger was fighting the anteater. Similarly, this was also where Qin Shou had his tiger meat hot pot and monkey brain hot pot. Zhang Yujia, responsible for watching the right side, suddenly spoke up, there seems to be a tiger's corpse over there, and also an anteater? The four felt something was off and quickly went over to investigate. This tiger has mutated and grown chicken feathers, and its belly has been dissected, with one leg being roasted away. The anteater's belly was also cut open, and its head has been split. There has been a fire here, there are bags of hot pot ingredients and empty mineral water bottles, which means someone had a hot pot here. Damn it, we're late. All four felt a bit frustrated and gloomy inside. Zhang Yunzhong looked at the chicken-feathered tiger's corpse, took out his knife, and began to cut the meat, saying, indeed, the meat has no fresh blood, the previous monkeys, along with this mutated tiger and anteater's corpses, have all been drained of blood. But there are blood traces on the ground, which means they were killed before the blood was sucked dry. This felt a bit eerie and frightening. Zhao Bin nervously said, could it be someone mutated into a vampire? That birdman didn't eat bats and mutate into a vampire, did he? Zhang Yujia replied, damn, there is indeed such a possibility. But that birdman's wings seem to have feathers, not like he mutated to have bat wings. What we can think of, others can think of too, and they are a step ahead of us. Zhang Yunzhong sighed, saying, let's go, continue looking ahead. With such a large zoo, there must still be plenty of living mutated animals. But as expected, they entered the zoo for half an hour and didn't find a single living mutated animal. The discovered mutated animals that were already dead were basically drained of blood, and the spirit beads from their bodies were dissected and taken away. Damn it, this is really an abomination. Huang Wenchao couldn't help but curse out loud. During this time, they found that some mutated animal corpses had not been dissected, thinking they might find something good, but in the end, after dissecting with great effort, they found not a single spirit bead. Zhang Yunzhong inspected and found, these animal corpses that weren't dissected have a noticeable needle hole in their bellies and heads, indicating that the blood and brains of these animals were sucked dry like this. The beads inside were probably also consumed. Zhao Bin was so angry he almost coughed up blood. Damn, how disgusting. This guy is leaving no living mutated animals for us at all. Not long after, they discovered the corpse of a giant horsefly, and they all stared blankly. Zhang Yujie exclaimed, "What is this, a fly? How can it be so big?" Huang Wenchao thought of the previously blood-drained mutated animals and suddenly realized, it shouldn't be a fly, it's a horsefly. Because horseflies look somewhat like flies, and horseflies live by sucking blood. The animal corpses we saw earlier must have been drained of blood by this giant horsefly. Zhang Yunzhong also suddenly understood, no wonder such small horseflies could mutate and evolve into something so gigantic. Now it finally makes sense. The rhinoceros that had its blood drained and a large chunk of its belly eaten must have been the first mutated animal to die at the beak of this horsefly. Then, this horsefly evolved by sucking the blood and spirit bead from the rhinoceros, and finally targeted other animals, crazily draining their blood, thus evolving into such a giant creature. Zhao Bin looked at the ropes tied around the horsefly's neck and the torn wings, sighing, it's a pity someone got ahead and killed this giant horsefly. Zhang Yunzhong added, the guy who killed this giant horsefly must have dissected it and then consumed the spirit bead inside, thus mutating and gaining the horsefly's blood-sucking ability, and eventually sucked dry all the blood inside the horsefly, not even sparing the horsefly's brain. Huang Wenchao concluded, damn it, it must be that birdman that flew away earlier. All the good stuff was snatched by him, and we followed him around but got nothing. Zhang Yujie complained, I curse him to have a taste as heavy as a fly's after mutating, and then eat dung to survive every day. Achoo! In the air, Qinshu suddenly sneezed, startling a baby panda that had just been born not long ago and still hadn't grown all its fur, stuffed in his backpack pocket. Who is thinking of me? Qinshu murmured to himself as he continued flying toward the provincial city. Chapter 25, Raising a Baby Panda as a Beast Pet. After sweeping through the zoo, Qinshu gained a lot. Besides not wiping out the mutated animals such as turtles, crocodiles, and snakes, almost all other mutated animals with decent abilities were killed by him. The turtles and crocodiles were avoided because the sharp spikes on his tail couldn't pierce to suck blood, and his bone-cutting knife couldn't break through the tough armor of these beasts, so he didn't want to waste time and energy hunting these crocodiles and turtles. As for the snakes still kept in the glass museum, just looking at them made his scalp tingle. He had always had a natural fear of snakes since childhood, so he ignored the snakes in the zoo. However, the mutated python that had escaped, which had eaten many birds and poultry and had evolved to a considerable size, was quite regrettable. He finally overcame his fear to hunt that giant python, but after heavily injuring it, the python suddenly escaped into the lake to hide. This forced Qinshu to let this giant python off the hook. Unfortunately, after sweeping through the zoo, they still did not find a second rare beast tiger besides the feathered tiger. This indicates that the enormous Titan giant tiger, which had evolved incredibly strong in its past life, has already left the zoo. No one knows how the Titan giant tiger, which once swept through the city, evolved to such a gigantic size. Additionally, there were not many types of animals in this zoo. There were no speedy cheetahs, powerful brown bears, or gorillas. Therefore, after clearing the zoo and the city, Qinshu immediately flew north to hunt for stronger and rarer beasts at the largest wildlife park in the provincial city. After flying for an hour, Qinshu landed on the rooftop of the tallest building in the neighboring city to take a rest. He did not know that Zhang Yunzong and the others had just arrived at the zoo at the same time he left, shouting and cursing at him. Looking at the panda baby in his backpack, which had woken up and was whining in hunger, Qinshu took it out and held it in his hands, then took a beast spirit pearl from his backpack for it to lick. Qinshu wanted to see if he could raise this panda baby into a true iron-eating beast and train it to hunt with him as a beast pet. From this sweep of the zoo, Qinshu collected a large number of beast spirit pearls. He gathered a total of 73 pearls from ordinary rare beasts, while the stronger and more talented beasts he set his eyes on were mostly killed on the spot, avoiding the dissection process, simply using his tail to suck out their blood, brain pulp, and beast spirit pearls completely. Now, the energy from the beast spirit pearls in his body was so powerful that his mental strength could not keep up, and he could no longer suppress the energy release from the pearls, making it impossible to freely switch between his human form and beast form. Now, his entire body displayed obvious signs of beast transformation. His head had two sharp beast horns like those of a rhino, but with jagged edges. His deep and sharp eagle-like eyes had mutated into compound eyes, and not only had his vision improved, but his sight also extended farther and wider. Although his facial features still resembled a human, he had grown 4 sharp tiger teeth, and his skin had become hardened. so even people who knew him would no longer recognize him in his current appearance. In addition, he had a pair of strong and powerful wings that stretched over 4 meters behind him. Each feather emitted a steel-like silver-black luster. From the surface, they looked like oversized bird wings, but the wings' bones and feathers had fused with the hard properties of iron beetles, making them as tough as steel wings. And although these steel wings looked particularly heavy, in reality, each feather was as thin as a cicada's wings, exceptionally light. So it took Qin Shou an hour of flying before he started to feel fatigued. Moreover, the part of the beast transformation that Qin Shou was most satisfied with was the tail behind him, which had a poisonous stinger that could sting, inject poison, suck blood, brain pulp, and beast spirit pearls. It was precisely because he devoured the beast spirit pearls within the rare beast, the horsefly, that his tail mutated and gained this ability that Qin Shou had evolved to such an extraordinary level in such a short time. He watched as the panda baby licked the beast spirit pearl, feeling a bit hungry himself. So he placed the panda baby on the ground, letting it hold the beast spirit pearl and lick it, while he took out some snacks and an energy drink from his backpack to eat. I wonder if this baby panda will mutate and grow a few sizes after finishing this beast spirit pearl? This panda cub had just been born, and Qin Shou had helped to cut its umbilical cord. When Qin Shou discovered it, its mother had already turned into a cold, broken corpse. And this little guy was extremely lucky. Before dying, its mother gave birth to it prematurely, and the beast that killed its mother was surprisingly kind, not killing and eating it. Therefore, after Qin Shou found it, he decided to take it away, then used his low-quality beast spirit pearl that he didn't want to devour to feed it, to see how much this panda cub could mutate and evolve by eating scraps with him. Right now, what Qin Shou was letting it lick was the beast spirit pearl from the chicken maned tiger, and because in his past life, the beast turned into a weak chicken man, Qin Shou was now full of disgust for anything related to chicken, and he didn't devour the beast spirit pearl taken from the chicken maned tiger, to avoid getting chicken traits again. Soon, the panda baby licked the whole beast spirit pearl and then comfortably fell asleep. Qin Shou began to observe the changes in the panda baby's body. He saw that the originally only a few centimeters long, all pink and tender panda baby suddenly seemed to have activated a growth acceleration sheet. The originally pink body quickly started to grow, and the black and white fur gradually became dense, showing the characteristics of a panda. In less than a minute, the little guy that was only a few centimeters long suddenly grew to over 30 centimeters, as if it had grown a month or two in an instant. Under normal circumstances, the panda baby would need more than a month to open its eyes, but now, after licking a beast spirit pearl, the little guy was rapidly mutating and growing, and had already begun to open its eyes. The process of mutation and evolution was somewhat uncomfortable, so after eating and falling asleep, the panda baby couldn't help but whimper. When it tried to open its eyes, it saw Qin Shou curiously looking at it, so it might have thought Qin Shou was its mother, wobbling over to rub against Qin Shou's feet. Strange, how come it just grew a few times larger, but its body and appearance didn't show any characteristics of the chicken maned tiger? Qin Shou picked up the little panda and closely observed it, confirming that this little guy looked completely like a panda, without any characteristics of a chicken or a tiger at all. Could it be that the panda's genes are so strong that the beast spirit pearl can't change its genetic appearance? While Qin Shou was guessing, the little panda, cradled in his hands, suddenly leaned over and licked his cheek. It's quite clingy, good at being cute. Qin Shou rubbed the little guy's fluffy head and said, I hope you can bring me surprises and become a beast pet that I am satisfied with, otherwise, your fate will be just like that of the warble fly, fattened up and then taken down by me. Do you understand? The little guy wouldn't listen, so it continued happily licking Qin Shou's cheek. Alright, we need to move on, trying to sweep through the wild animal park in the provincial city before dawn. Qin Shou stuffed the little panda into the outer pocket of his backpack, letting its head poke out, then while rubbing it, he flew straight towards the provincial city. At the same time, Zhang Yunzong and his 3 companions, who were running for their lives in the zoo, were in a desperate situation. And the one chasing them was the giant python that had almost been killed by Qin Shou before, which had hidden in the lake and refused to come out. Chapter 26, We're on the same side, don't shoot. Damn. What the hell is this monster? It should be a mutated python, but I didn't expect it to mutate so large. With 4 giant claws and so many feathers on its back, is this python trying to mutate into a phoenix or become a dragon? What a damn misfortune. After finally discovering a few mutated turtles, before I could kill them, out pops a mutated giant python. This is an opportunity. First, let's shake off its pursuit, then we can find ropes to set a trap to catch its claws. At that time, we can trap it and kill it. Although Zhang Yunzong was also quite flustered, he was the first to think of a method to hunt the mutated giant python. Where can we find ropes? Zhao Bin asked while running. Zhang Yunzong replied, there are many fences tied with hemp ropes and steel wires. There was a fire in the nearby buildings, so there is no power here. We can also pull some electric wires to use. After shaking off the mutated giant python, the 4 of them hurried to collect hemp ropes, steel wires, and electric wires, twisting and thickening them to make tough thick ropes. The mutated giant python, which was over 10 meters long and thicker than a regular water barrel, was not used to crawling with its claws yet. Therefore, it couldn't catch up with Zhang Yunzong and the others and could only swallow the corpses of those beasts killed by Qin Shou. Although these beast corpses no longer had spirit orbs, and most had already been drained of blood and brain matter by Qin Shou, the giant python didn't mind and crazily devoured these animal bodies. A mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. The meat of these beasts could still replenish some energy for it, enhancing its physical condition. It had been heavily injured and hungry after being chased and attacked by Qin Shou, so these beast corpses were just right for a full meal. Just as the mutated giant python was devouring its meal to the point of being too stuffed to move, Zhang Yunzong and the others mustered their courage to launch a counterattack. Huang Wenchao said, "This is terrifying. How much has it eaten? It looks like its stomach is about to burst." Zhao Bin took a deep breath and said, "This is a good opportunity. The more it eats, the harder it will be for it to move. So, it's time for us to hunt it." Zhang Yunzong reminded, "Don't underestimate it. This giant python can swallow us in one bite, and its mouth is full of sharp fangs. If it bites us, even if our skin is as hard as an alligator's, we probably won't withstand its bite force." Zhang Yujie said, "It has mutated and evolved to be this long and this big in just a few hours, which means it is the boss in this zoo. We can only outsmart it, otherwise, if we're bitten or entangled, there's no escaping." Zhang Yunzong determined, "I'll draw its attention and attract it. You guys find a way to bind its two front claws to restrict its movement, and then find a chance to tie up its head. As long as they can restrict the movement of the mutated giant python, they can slowly boil it like a frog and take it down." While they were outsmarting and outmaneuvering the mutated giant python, Qin Shou flew northward, guided by the compass on his watch, reaching the sky above the provincial city. But he was not sure where the wild animal park was located, so he took out his phone to navigate. He saw that 4 hours ago, Zhang Yunzong had called and sent a message. Qin Shou took a glance and muttered to himself, "Not bad. He actually went out and killed a mutated beast dog." Zhang Yunzong was initially asking if he knew what the orb inside the mutated animal was about. But at that time, he was in a frenzy in the zoo, and his phone was set to silent and power-saving mode, so he didn't respond for a long time. Later, after half an hour, Zhang Yunzong sent another message saying that after devouring the spirit orb, he experienced a second mutation and became even stronger. Qin Shou pretended to be surprised and replied, "Wow. So, this orb is the most valuable thing inside the mutated animal?" After replying to the message, Qin Shou opened the map to search for the wild animal park. The driving distance is 32 kilometers, located to the east. Since I can fly straight there in less than 10 kilometers, I should reach in a few minutes. Qin Shou looked at the compass on his watch, turned to face the east, then slightly crouched his body, and suddenly jumped 5 to 6 meters high with great force. At the same time, wings forged like steel quickly spread out behind him, flapping and flying high into the sky, swiftly heading east. Wah-ah! In the backpack, the panda baby was startled awake by the sudden rush of air and the feeling of weightlessness, peeking out its head and whimpering. Qin Shou was afraid it might tumble out and fall, so he pressed his right hand gently against its fluffy little head and rubbed it. Feeling the touch of motherly love, the little guy finally quieted down, closed its eyes, and went back to sleep. 3 minutes later, Qin Shou spotted a vast forest ahead in the sky, and it seemed to be the provincial capital's wildlife park. At that moment, amidst the whistling wind, a distinct tat-tat-tat sound reached his ears, and Qin Shou immediately hovered in the air. Then the tat-tat-tat sound grew clearer. Qin Shou was very familiar with it because it was the sound of gunfire. Looking in the direction of the sound, Qin Shou quickly pinpointed the location of the gunfire and discovered a strange beast, a black bear. Estimating its height in comparison to buildings, the strange black bear stood over 3 meters tall, almost the height of a floor. Bullets were wildly hitting its body, but they failed to cause any fatal injuries, indicating that this strange black bear's skin had become tougher since the beast mutation disaster struck. Speaking of which, black bears not only love honey but also enjoy eating ants and insects, so if this black bear had consumed ants and insects before the disaster, it would have gained the strength of ants and the abilities of insects after mutating. Just thinking about it is terrifying. While Qin Shou hovered in the air observing, an explosion rang out. Whether it was a grenade or another type of shell was unclear. When the explosion subsided and the smoke cleared, the gigantic strange black bear remained unfazed, charging angrily towards the people attacking it. This black bear is quite fierce. It's strong, fast, and powerful. Ordinary firearms can't harm it anymore. If it continues to prey and evolve, it won't be long before it becomes as terrifying as the Titan tiger from my previous life. Qin Shou hurriedly dove down. With his current strength, taking down this strange black bear wouldn't be difficult. Qin Shou first landed on the rooftop of a tall building, safely placing his backpack and the little panda there. The beast spirit bead from this strange black bear was actually very suitable for nurturing the panda, but Qin Shou felt it was too wasteful. The little panda could eat miscellaneous scraps with him and utilize the spirit beads from ordinary strange beasts, letting fate decide how far it evolves. And this powerful spirit bead was best enjoyed by himself. Nearby, the black bear's rage caused severe consequences. Its mighty claws could easily tear apart a car, lifting a vehicle and smashing it forward. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The firearms can't hurt it at all, we need stronger weapon support. Report, I just saw a huge shadow sweep by in the sky, it should be a mutated giant bird. As the soldier spoke, the giant bird reappeared, scaring him so much that he picked up his firearm and shot. Bullets whizzed past, and several hit Chinsho, but they didn't harm him at all. In terms of toughness, Chinsho was currently even stronger than the mutated black bear. Like a hawk hunting prey, Chinsho glided toward the mutated black bear, then kicked it in the back of the head, sending the massive beast, which weighed thousands of pounds, flying, crushing a parked car in the process. In an instant, the surviving soldiers were dumbfounded, questioning whether they were dreaming. And Chinsho's voice pulled them back to reality. Friendlies, don't shoot. What the heck, such a fast descent, and yet still getting hit by bullets. After kicking the strange black bear away, Chinsho. The fallen soldier looked at the one who had shot him. Fortunately, after his skin had hardened, he had reached a point where he was invulnerable to knives and guns, otherwise, getting shot a few times would either kill him or severely injure him. The soldier who shot at Chinsho had features of a bull's head due to his beast transformation. Hearing Chinsho's voice, he was both shocked and embarrassed, asking, "Comrade, are you hit?" "I thought a mutated bird was flying over, so I accidentally fired a few shots." Chinsho didn't respond. He calmly said, "This black bear is not something you can kill. We're very close to a wildlife park, so there will definitely be stronger mutated animals escaping to hunt humans. If you don't want to be eaten, you better run away quickly." Chinsho didn't want to see the military come to snatch the resources of the beast spirit beads from him. Although ordinary firearms and shells couldn't kill beasts with strong resilience, armor-piercing bullets and heavy sniper rifles could still pose a deadly threat to these beasts in the early stages. Therefore, the ones who would rise quickly in the beginning would mostly be soldiers and those with high-ranking positions. However, it wouldn't be long before their power and positions turned to dust. Once order completely collapsed, it would be nearly impossible to restore it. Moreover, with various powerful and dangerous mutated animals appearing nationwide, the military government simply didn't have enough manpower and military strength to quickly quell the unrest. So, in his past life, until his death, Chinsho never saw any hope for humanity to rebuild civilization and restore social order. And the most despairing part was when news spread about the beast spirit beads allowing people to continually evolve and become stronger, many humans began to lose their humanity, completely turning into beasts, killing crazily for the beads. It was precisely because he experienced such a dark and hopeless apocalypse that Chinsho had to make himself invincible in this life. The bull-headed soldier looked at Chinsho, whose wings were now closed, and asked, "Comrade, how did you mutate to become so strong? Did you find a way to become stronger?" Animal mutations vary in strength, and so do human mutations. "I just got lucky and mutated stronger, there's no method to it." As Chinsho spoke, the black bear had gotten up, glaring at him with furious eyes and letting out a terrifying roar. Roar! The black bear was completely enraged. The gunfire and cannon shots from the soldiers didn't hurt it that much, but Chinsho's flying kick felt as if it nearly shattered its skull. "Be careful." Seeing the huge black bear charging at Chinsho, the bull-headed soldier hurriedly reminded him. However, Chinsho suddenly grabbed a nearby car with one hand and smashed it directly at the black bear. Boom! The front of the car hit the black bear, making it stagger back a few steps. This scene left everyone stunned again. Is this guy even human? He can actually lift a car weighing 1 to 2 tons with one hand? And he threw it so far at such speed. How could he mutate to be so incredibly strong? Professor Chen said that whatever animal we ate before mutating, we would gain that animal's traits and abilities. He has bird wings, which means he must have eaten birds before mutating, and being so strong means he must have also eaten powerful animals. Professor Chen has confirmed that mutated animals can continue to evolve by constantly hunting, and humans should also be able to gain greater strength by hunting mutated animals. So, his becoming so strong is likely related to him hunting other mutated animals. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, the black bear, which had been knocked back by the car, roared again and lunged at Chinsho. It was imperative to strip Chinsho alive and eat him. However, what made the black bear even angrier was that Chinsho deliberately waited for it to pounce, then spread his wings and flew directly to the rooftop. Roar! The black bear was furious, raising its head in a helpless rage, wildly clawing at the wall with its massive paws, tearing the cement wall as if it were tofu. Run! This guy has completely provoked the black bear. If the black bear can't kill him, it will probably vent its anger on us. As soon as the words fell, the black bear really began to chase after them. Seeing the black bear drive away the few soldiers, Chinsho flew back and kicked the black bear. This kick carried over 1,000 volts of high-voltage electricity. The bear's fur stood on end, and a burning smell filled the air. This kick left the black bear in pain and numbness. But it was not enough to be fatal, it didn't even severely injure the black bear. Taking advantage of the moment the black bear was electrocuted and dazed by his kick, Chinsho immediately grabbed the black bear's short and thick tail, then flew up with the giant black bear, which weighed at least 1 to 2,000 kilograms. What the hell? It looks like he is flying away with the black bear? Where is he? Where did he fly off to? I don't know, it's too dark, and the night vision goggles can't capture his figure. He took the mutated black bear away. How do we go back and report? While several soldiers searched for the traces of Chinsho and the black bear, a sudden loud boom sounded nearby, startling everyone. At the nearby intersection, the black bear was brought high into the air by Chinsho and then free fell to the ground. The asphalt road was smashed into a huge pit by the black bear, which was over 3 meters long. The black bear was also sent crashing down, bleeding from its mouth and nose, nearly losing its life. Falling 300 to 400 meters and it could still get up? Chinsho looked at the trembling black bear that was trying to rise and couldn't help but admire its defensive strength. However, the black bear was now at the end of its rope, its organs were internally bleeding from the fall, and many bones were shattered. Even if Chinsho did not deal the final blow, it would soon meet its end. This time, like lifting a puppy, Chinsho grabbed the black bear by the scruff of its neck and flew back to the rooftop where he had placed the backpack and the little panda. Carefully, he gently set the severely injured and unable to resist black bear down. Sizzle! To avoid a dying counterattack from the black bear, Chinsho shocked it once more. Due to its severe internal injuries, this time the black bear rolled its eyes back and smoke came out of its mouth from the electric shock. The little panda whined and crawled out of the backpack, seemingly very interested in the big black bear. Don't touch it, this is mine. Protectively, Chinsho gently kicked the little panda aside, then the sharp tip of his tail began to pierce into the black bear's body, frantically sucking the blood inside the bear. After that, he found the position of the beast spirit orb inside the black bear and accurately pierced it with his tail's tip, completely draining the spirit orb. In the end, even the black bear's brain matter was not spared. Thus, the once incredibly strong black bear suddenly became a mere bag of bones. Chinsho mutated and strengthened again. His body became even stronger, with muscles bursting with power like the black bear. His hands also transformed, showing bear claw features, with fingers becoming more powerful and strong. Chinsho picked up the curious little panda beside him and felt that with a little squeeze, he could crush the small creature easily with one hand. Let's go, I'll save the next bear's spirit orb for you to eat. Chinsho had heard the conversations of the few soldiers earlier. That Professor Chen had probably already discovered the secret of the spirit orb, which is why these soldiers were fully armed and came out in the night to hunt the mutated beasts. Therefore, he had to hurry and hunt down as many strong mutated beasts as possible before the military. Chapter 28, Technology Falls Short, Vegetables are Original Sin. This pit should be where he brought that mutated black bear to a high place and let it fall freely to create. From the degree of depression on the road and the bloodstains on the contact area, that black bear must be dead from the fall. The strength of this birdman is so exaggerated, that mutated black bear stands nearly as tall as a building, showing that it weighs at least over 1,000 kilograms. Yet, he can not only kick it away but even lift the bear and fly off. He must have learned that eating the blood and flesh of mutated animals can lead to further mutations in strength, which is why he took this mutated black bear, becoming so powerful. We finally discovered such a powerful mutated beast, but it ended up being taken away. Just thinking about it makes me feel frustrated and upset. Skill falls short of others, being weak is the original sin. Even if he hadn't intercepted us, we still couldn't hunt this mutated black bear. Let's go back to resupply and change weapons. Ordinary firearms and tranquilizers can only deal with weak mutated animals. To hunt such a powerful and twisted beast, we must equip more lethal weapons. At this moment, Chinsho had already flown into the wildlife park, beginning to hunt the mutated animals he discovered at will. Sheep and deer are common animals in the wildlife park, and their numbers are considerable. Although these mutated and evolved sheep and deer are very weak, Chinsho did not spare them. Because by absorbing a large number of low-level beast spirit pearls, he can also become stronger in the accumulation of small amounts. This time, Chinsho did not need the blood-sucking ability of his tail to absorb blood in beast spirit pearls. Mainly because the fresh blood and beast spirit pearls from the black bear he just devoured had not yet been fully digested, and his body was still undergoing continuous mutation and enhancement. Moreover, he no longer values the beast spirit pearls and innate abilities from ordinary mutated animals, so he simply used the sharp stinger of his tail to pierce and suck the brain marrow of the mutated beasts, then used his bear-paw-like hands to rip apart the beast's flesh and skin, taking out the beast spirit pearls and placing them in his backpack. In the future, beast spirit pearls will become the most sought-after and important resource in this world. Regardless of the type of mutated beasts or the quality, countless people will flock to obtain them. Therefore, even if he looks down on or does not want to devour low-level beast spirit pearls, he will still collect them, as they will have great use in the future. Additionally, he now has a pet panda, so these low-level beast spirit pearls can also be kept to feed the panda. Who knows, with accumulation, this little panda may also mutate and evolve into something very powerful. At this moment, a booming sound erupted. Then came the sound of helicopter rotors. Chinsho's hearing was now very sharp. He pulled out a beast spirit pearl from the belly of a mutated elk, forcefully shaking off the blood on his hands, then turned his head to look to the left and back. Sure enough, in the night, a transport helicopter suddenly took off, below which a thick steel cable was hanging a huge iron cage, inside which were the corpses of a dozen mutated beasts, all common types that are very easy to be shot down in the early stages, like cats, dogs, sheep, and deer. Shinsho knew that after this group of soldiers left, it wouldn't be long before they would be equipped with stronger weapons to hunt stronger mutated beasts. Therefore, he quickened his pace to search for the mutated beast he most wanted to hunt, the speed-renowned cheetah, and the platypus, whose sensory abilities were as strong as radar, easily locating prey infused with many ancient skills. 2 hours later. The sky was about to brighten. Shinsho looked at his watch. It was 5:17 a.m., and the eastern horizon had begun to show red and white light, indicating the sun was about to rise above the horizon. This was the first sunrise since the beast mutation apocalypse began. From this day forward, the sunlight during the day would take on a faint red hue. The earth was shrouded as if in a faint red infrared light. At this moment, Shinsho heard the sound of helicopter propellers. It seemed that the team of soldiers that had just left was returning. Shinsho was eating a freshly roasted lion leg, while the little panda beside him, which had already swallowed 3 beast spirit pearls, had mutated and evolved to a height of 40 centimeters, sipping on a bamboo stick he had cut from the zoo. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Shinsho truly wouldn't have believed this was a panda baby born just half a day ago. The biological energy contained in the beast spirit pearls was simply too sci-fi, not only allowing animals to rapidly mutate and evolve, changing their appearance and size, but also accelerating growth, enabling a 10-centimeter tall panda cub to quickly grow to 40 centimeters. What surprised Shinsho was that the little panda had swallowed 3 beast spirit pearls, which were from the chicken feather tiger and a strange creature, the alpaca, and another, the elk. After swallowing them, the little guy indeed underwent obvious changes, but its physical features still resembled that of a panda. There were no tiger traits, nor any signs of sheep or deer. This made Shinsho particularly curious. The tiger had shown chicken traits after eating a chicken, growing feathers or wings, but this panda baby, after consuming the beast spirit pearls from other strange beasts, only accelerated its growth without acquiring any characteristics of other strange beasts. He wondered if it might gain the special abilities of the other strange beasts? Shinsho became more and more curious. "Hey little one, do you want to eat some lion meat?" He tore off a piece of lion meat and offered it to the little panda, who was seriously munching on bamboo. The little creature leaned its nose over to sniff and then shook its head, indicating it didn't want any, and continued to chew on the bamboo. "You don't want raw meat, and you won't eat cooked meat either." It seems that after absorbing the beast spirit pearl from the chicken feather tiger, it didn't gain the tiger's special abilities and instincts. Shinsho continued to eat lion meat. This was his greatest harvest from the wildlife park. This strange lion was twice the size of the chicken feather tiger that was killed by the anteater. A beast like this, mutated and evolved to be so huge and strong at an early stage, could have rampaged through the lands, claiming dominance. However, it encountered Shinsho, who was even more outrageous, and before it could embark on its journey of dominance, it was killed by Shinsho. After its death, its blood was drained by Shinsho's tail, its brain matter consumed, and the powerful, rich energy contained in the beast spirit pearl was also swallowed by Shinsho. Now, he had even ripped off 2 of its large thighs to roast and eat. It was simply tragic. Before long, the sound of the transport helicopter faded away, clearly having landed not far away. Shinsho discarded the bone after finishing the meat, stood up with his fully loaded backpack, and then picked up another roasted lion leg, saying to the little panda, "Let's go." Seeing this, the little creature immediately hugged the half-eaten bamboo, scampering to keep up with Shinsho. At this moment, the steel wings behind Shinsho had vanished. After absorbing a large amount of brain matter from strange beasts, his brain had evolved to be much stronger. Normal humans develop only a few percent of their brain capacity, and only a small number can exceed 10%, but Shinsho believed that his brain capacity might have reached 50%, or perhaps even higher. As a result of this significant enhancement in mental power, he was now able to suppress the energy from the beast spirit pearl within him, releasing his body from those beast transformation states. However, the energy from the beast spirit pearls was far too strong, so he could only suppress certain parts of the beast transformation state. He still didn't have enough mental power to fully suppress the effects of the beast spirit pearls on his body. So he just suppressed the 2 beast horns on his head, along with the wings and tail of his beast transformation state. The rest of his body still showed obvious beast transformation features. "Walk faster." Shinsho turned back every 3 steps, urging the little panda behind him. The little guy had short legs and had just learned to walk, so holding onto bamboo and rolling along, naturally couldn't keep up with Shinsho's brisk pace. So Shinsho had to stop, grab it by the scruff of its neck, lift it up, and place it on his shoulder to carry. "Now you get to ride on me. When you evolve into a giant beast, it will be my turn to ride you," Shinsho murmured to himself. At the same time, in the zoo where Shinsho's family lived, Zhang Yunzhong and his 3 companions had worked hard and finally succeeded in killing the mutated giant python that had been severely injured by Shinsho and then escaped into the lake without coming out. Chapter 29, Steady Development, Secretly Invincible. After a fierce battle for more than 3 hours, Zhang Yunzhong and his 3 friends finally opened their business in the zoo. A mutated giant python, over 10 meters long, thicker than a bucket, which had swallowed numerous animals without fully digesting them, was slowly ground to death by the 4 of them. The snake gall should be quite nourishing. I'll swallow the snake gall. How about you 3 play rock paper scissors to see who eats the beast spirit pearl inside this giant python? Zhang Yunzhong had previously consumed the beast spirit pearl from the mutated dog, so this time he voluntarily stepped back, letting Zhao Bin and the others decide by luck who would devour the pearl inside the giant python. Huang Wenchao immediately said, "I don't want it. Just thinking about swallowing that pearl, and possibly mutating into a snake-like human, makes me feel like ants are crawling all over me." Zhang Yujie, although wanting to grow stronger, was also disgusted and afraid of snakes, saying, "Then let a bin eat it. I'd rather eat the pearl inside a turtle, even if it means growing a shell, than mutate into something disgusting like a snake." So Zhao Bin took it without hesitation, receiving the beast spirit pearl that Zhang Yunzhong pulled out. "You all gave this up voluntarily. If I become even stronger later, it'll be too late for you to regret." After saying that, he forced down the feeling of disgust and stuffed the pearl, bigger than a ping-pong ball, directly into his mouth. Sure enough, as Zhang Yunzhong said earlier, once the pearl entered his mouth, it reacted with the saliva and immediately turned into a tasteless warm flow, flowing down the esophagus. At this moment, he could vaguely feel the existence of the beast spirit pearl inside him. Once the beast spirit pearl inside him fully absorbed and fused with the energy from the giant python's beast spirit pearl, Zhao Bin's body started to display a new beast transformation phenomenon. His skin, previously as hard and rough as a crocodile's, suddenly transformed into smooth scale-like armor, and his round eyes began to change into the vertical pupils characteristic of snakes. The back of his shirt suddenly bulged, and then a pair of neither large nor small gray feathered wings stretched out, completely tearing the shirt apart. Damn! Huang Wenchao suddenly regretted it. Zhang Yuji also lamented, "Why the hell are there wings too? If I had known there were wings, I wouldn't have minded the snake." Zhang Yunzhong speculated, "The mutated giant python has a feathered back, it probably didn't grow wings because it lacked wing bones. Since we have a peep bone in our backs, we could grow wings after mutation." Zhao Bin knelt down in discomfort, as his beast transformation was not over yet. The pants behind him began to swell, and then a tail resembling a crocodile's but as smooth as a snake's skin, covered in snake scales, suddenly burst out. Hiss! Huang Wenchao and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Although Zhao Bin looked like he had become more powerful after this beast transformation, he also became more and more unhuman-like. Zhang Yunzhong quickly took out his phone, recording Zhao Bin's transformation process to send to Qinshou. "We killed a mutated giant python at the zoo, and a bin ate the beads inside its body, turning into this." At this moment, Qin Shouzhen was heading towards the aquarium after almost sweeping through the provincial city's wildlife zoo. In his previous life, he had never seen ocean monsters, but after the beast transformation disaster, he had seen quite a few ocean beasts in fish tanks online. After all, there were many internet celebrities who specialized in keeping ocean animals, and after the disaster, they continued to update their videos, which is how Qin Shou learned about ocean monsters. The one that impressed him the most was a video about a mutant shark, which was originally just a little tiger shark, only a little over a meter long, but after the transformation, it devoured all the fish, shells, and seaweed in its tank, growing into a nearly 3-meter-long giant shark. And it became extremely aggressive, breaking through a tempered glass fish tank to escape. Unfortunately, it couldn't eat turtles, crocodiles, or any land animals, so even though it became incredibly powerful, the shark would ultimately die because it couldn't breathe after leaving the water. Therefore, after sweeping through the outside wildlife zoo, Qinshou specifically entered the adjacent aquarium to see if there were any particularly powerful transformed ocean beasts. For example, sea lions, seals, and polar bears, which have top swimming talents and powerful abilities. Moreover, these animals in the aquarium are all locked up, and unless they become much stronger after the transformation, these ocean creatures couldn't break the tempered glass and would remain trapped inside. This was very good news for Qinshou. Once he entered, he could easily catch them, unlike the outside wildlife zoo where most animals, except for weak birds, snakes, and turtles in glass exhibits, had broken free after the transformation. At this moment, Qinshou took out his phone to check the news. He saw that Zhang Yunzhong had sent several messages 5 minutes ago. When he opened them, he was dumbfounded. Damn, they actually went to the zoo? And they even killed the giant python I severely injured that escaped into the lake? Along with his surprise, Qinshou didn't know whether to say they were lucky or unlucky. After all, he had hunted most of the animals in this zoo, so Zhang Yunzhong and his team could only hunt those he didn't bother with, like turtles, lizards, or venomous snakes trapped in glass rooms, as well as a few lucky birds that didn't die during the transformation. Besides that, nearly all other animals that hadn't left the zoo had been killed by Qinshou. So they were unfortunate, there were too few monsters to hunt in the zoo. But they were also lucky. If Qinshou hadn't severely injured the giant python, with their strength, they would never have been able to kill such a powerful mutant python that had devoured a lot of animals. Qinshou replied, "Jealousy has turned me into this." Zhao Bin is going to be invincible now. The crocodile is an amphibious animal, and now that he has grown wings, he can move freely between sea, land, and air. And there are so many animals in the zoo, if you kill them all and eat those beads, then you will truly be invincible. Zhang Yunzong quickly replied, we arrived a bit late, many animals in the zoo have escaped, and those that didn't seem to have been killed by a perverted birdman. We have spent several hours in the zoo and have only managed to kill one giant python. Qin Shou. Could the perverted birdman he talked about be me? So I just flew away, and they entered the zoo right after? This really is fate playing tricks. Shinsho didn't want to expose himself. In this life, he was focused on steady development, secretly becoming invincible. So he replied, that means the information we have is still slower than some people's. Although it hasn't been released online yet, the government and military, as well as those with connections, probably already know that swallowing the beads inside these mutated animals can continue to mutate and become stronger. Zhang Yunzong replied, yeah, what we can think of, others have actually already started to act, so we can only pick up what's left. Let's see if there are other mutated animals inside that haven't escaped. When we get stronger, we'll go to the provincial city to find you. By then, if you swallow these beads, you will definitely become as strong as us. Shinsho complained, sure, it's strong, but it looks terrifying, not human nor beast. Zhang Yunzong was momentarily speechless, then said, although it's ugly, in this situation, strength is king. If we can't become powerful, we will only be waiting for death. Shinsho stopped replying and put his phone back in his pocket. We've arrived at the aquarium. Chapter 30, it's clear that we need to go big. The aquarium in front of him was closed, obviously shut down before the beast mutation disaster struck last night. And along the way, sweeping through the zoo, Shinsho found no human corpses, indicating that all the visitors had left before 5 p.m. when the zoo closed. Unlike the zoo in my hometown, which closes at 5:30 p.m. in the summer, leaving behind many corpses of visitors. Shinsho looked at the tightly locked U-shaped lock on the aquarium door and simply pried it open easily. Being strong means being able to do as one pleases. He pushed the door and entered the building. Perhaps after the beast mutation disaster struck, the rampaging mutated animals broke the power lines, causing the entire zoo to lose power. Thus, the aquarium was pitch black, and the light switch at the entrance didn't respond when pressed. However, for Shinsho, who had super strong night vision, it didn't matter whether there were lights, he could see everything clearly anyway. Entering the aquarium, what caught the eye was the underwater tunnel that attracted the most visitors. Normally, there would be blue ambient lights illuminating the tunnel, presenting visitors with a nearly realistic, stunning underwater world. Thousands of fish were kept here. Except for great white sharks and blue whales, almost all other common, non-giant ocean fish could be seen here. However, upon entering, Shinsho found only slightly murky seawater, and not a single little fish in sight. Shinsho knew that after the beast mutation disaster, the ocean would be the most competitive, the most terrifying place. Because there were simply too many marine creatures, the mutation potential of ocean animals was nearly limitless. So in the future, ocean giants would become the biggest threat to human survival. The mutated beasts on land could grow enormous within just a few days of hunting and evolving, and with such a massive number of marine animals, ocean beasts, through continuous hunting and evolution, would become even more exaggerated. Therefore, at that time, many ocean monsters larger than aircraft carriers would definitely appear. And if these ocean monsters devoured crabs, sea lions, seals, or even mutated humans, they might very well evolve into amphibious creatures, dominating both land and sea. By then, only powerful nuclear weapons could deal with them, and using nuclear weapons against these supersized monsters would mean humanity was truly out of options. At that moment, Shinsho raised his head and saw a big fish swimming over from a distance. What a huge fish! It looks like most of the fish in here have been eaten by it. From its appearance, it was clear that this was a mutated and evolved beast shark, as it still retained the features of a sand tiger shark, especially those sharp and protruding teeth. Moreover, the sand tiger shark originally measured 3 to 4 meters long, so it had to be even larger after its transformation. Also, sand tiger sharks like to hide in caves during the day and come out to hunt at night. So this sand tiger shark became extremely powerful, having hunted a large quantity of fish, evolving into the giant it was now, measuring about 20 meters long. Additionally, its body had multiple mutated areas resembling turtle shell armor, clearly obtained after preying on sea turtles for their protective shells. Besides that, there were many bite wounds on its body, probably from being bitten by other sharks. After all, in this aquarium, there were only a few aggressive and large fish species. Thud! The sand tiger shark quickly swam toward Shinsho, its mutated turtle shell armor hitting the tunnel glass with a dull sound. Shinsho was genuinely afraid that its collision would shatter the glass, leading to the entire aquarium collapsing, resulting in a flood. Don't worry, once I get out, I will find a way to deal with you. Shinsho thought about whether, with his now incredible strength, he could punch through the glass that even this giant shark could not break. After he got out, he would have to try it. After all, such a large mutated beast shark was not something he could let slip by. Passing through the underwater sightseeing tunnel of the aquarium, Chinsho arrived at the penguin exhibit according to the map, and through the glass, he saw many penguin corpses lying haphazardly inside, clearly having died en masse during the beast transformation. The smaller the animal, the lower the probability of successful transformation. Unless luck was on their side during the beast transformation process, meaning they had access to a large amount of food energy to sustain them, otherwise smaller animals would not be able to withstand the life force energy required for the transformation, leading to death. Dozens of penguins, all dead. Chinsho regretfully left the penguin exhibit and headed to the next sea lion pavilion. Animals that died during the transformation process would not produce beast spirit beads, so these were just ordinary penguin corpses, which held no value for him. Soon, Chinsho made a discovery in the sea lion pavilion. Originally there were 12 sea lions here, but now only 2 had survived. They had killed and consumed the others, becoming especially massive. The largest sea lion was over 4 meters long, lying on the pool platform, fiercely watching another slightly smaller sea lion in the water, occasionally tearing at the corpse of a dead sea lion. Sea lions are highly intelligent and possess excellent diving skills, which is why people can train them to perform tasks like retrieving underwater artifacts, and even for underwater military reconnaissance and sea rescue. Looking at such a giant, Chinsho suddenly didn't know how to hunt them. Ordinary knives and guns could not harm them at all. With bare hands, he felt that even with great strength, hitting the thick layer of blubber on the sea lion would probably have no effect. However, the cumbersome sea lions posed no threat to him. Thus, after breaking into the sea lion pavilion, he carefully placed the little panda sitting on his shoulder down in the audience seat and set his backpack aside. Walking toward the attempt to hunt these 2 sea lions. The little panda obediently sat in the audience, nibbling on bamboo while watching the show. From the moment Chinsho broke through the door, these 2 sea lions had already begun to be alert. Therefore, as Chinsho approached, the beastly sea lion lying on the edge of the pool immediately stopped eating and let out a warning roar. Chinsho charged straight forward, feigning a move to circle around behind the sea lion, trying to grab its tail and smash it to death. However, he underestimated the strength of the sea lion. As soon as he grabbed its tail, he was immediately thrown off by a powerful tail whip, sent flying 3 to 4 meters away, nearly falling to the ground. It seems I really need to unleash my full strength. Chinsho no longer restrained himself, fully releasing the energy of the beast spirit pearl within him. Chapter 31, This damn training is useless. After releasing the energy of the beast spirit pearl without restraint, Chinsho's body instantly exhibited the most powerful full beast transformation. In an instant, his height shot up from 1.75 meters to 2.45 meters, and his physique became even more robust, with clearly defined muscles that exuded a sense of strength. His hands grew wide and powerful like bear claws, with nails as hard, sharp, and long as bear claws. Then, 2 jagged beast horns sprouted from the top of his head, and steel-like wings quickly grew from his back. At the same time, a long, flexible brown furred tail burst forth from his rear. In this ultimate beast transformation, Chinsho felt the energy of the beast spirit pearl within him rapidly deplete, while his own power received an extreme overall increase. This transformation process not only stunned the 2 beastly sea lions, but even the little panda in the audience munching on bamboo was left dumbfounded, extending its little paw to rub its dark circles, as if asking, "Is this my mom?" After unleashing his ultimate move, Chinsho charged again toward the beastly sea lion on the edge of the pool. This time, he chose a frontal attack, using his speed advantage to directly slam the sea lion's open, gaping mouth down onto the ground with a powerful claw strike. With a loud bang, the sea lion's chin collided intimately with the ground. At the same time, the battery cells filled with electricity within Chinsho began to release a surge of high-voltage current, shocking the sea lion and making it emit a piercingly sharp scream. First, its body suddenly went rigid, then it rolled on the ground in pain. Chinsho knew that the fully unleashed high-voltage current could easily kill ordinary beasts, but for such a robust giant beast, it would only serve to cause severe paralysis and injury. So he followed up with a relentless attack. His bare claw-like right hand bent slightly, then suddenly sank into the sea lion's back like an eagle's talon hunting, tearing out 5 bloody wounds. In the next second, the tail sprang into action. Chinsho sat down on the sea lion's back, firmly pinning its head down with both hands, while the spines on his tail easily pierced through the wounds on the back, greedily sucking the sea lion's blood. Once the paralyzing effect of the high-voltage shock vanished, the sea lion began to feel the intense pain from its back. It struggled with all its might, but found that its head felt as if it were crushed under a mountain, making it incredibly difficult to lift. The tail could only swing back and forth, unable to strike Chinsho, who sat on its back. Soon, losing too much blood caused the sea lion to gradually lose its strength to resist, ultimately collapsing on the ground, devoid of life signs. In the pool, the other sea lion, slightly injured and unwilling to come ashore to fight, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Its formidable opponent, which it thought it could not defeat, had been killed by someone else. This filled it with despair, and it suddenly swam to the opposite shore, seemingly trying to escape from the back door. 2 minutes later, Chinsho's tail had drained all the blood and brain matter from the beastly sea lion, and the stamina energy consumed earlier was mostly restored. Then he flew over and took out the other sea lion that had swum to the opposite bank, trying to find an exit to escape. The process was quite easy. Chinsho marveled at the power of the bear claw, tearing apart the two sea lions' bellies with his bare hands and taking out the spirit beads to collect. The sea lion's strong diving talent was the ability Chinsho wanted to acquire. Once his mental strength became stronger, he would devour these two sea lions' spirit beads. Besides the spirit beads in these two sea lions, Chinsho also found a lower purity spirit bead in the smaller sea lion that had been partially eaten. This one is for you to eat. The little panda had finished eating bamboo. Seeing it obediently watching without causing trouble, Chinsho decided to give the least valuable spirit bead of the three sea lion spirit beads to the little panda. The little panda had already eaten 3 spirit beads before. Although the spirit beads had no taste, after eating, it could feel its strength increasing and its body growing, so it immediately happily grabbed the ping-pong ball-sized spirit bead and started licking it. Chinsho repressed the spirit beads, and the beast horns on his head along with the wings and tail on his back began to slowly retract into his body. He picked up another roasted lion leg that he hadn't eaten yet and started gnawing on it, replenishing energy and stamina while carefully observing the little panda's changes after devouring the spirit bead. The result? Why is there still no change? Chinsho really couldn't understand why this little guy had devoured 4 spirit beads yet still showed no other animal's mutation characteristics. Now the little panda had grown a bit more, from about 40 centimeters tall to around 50 or 60 centimeters. Looking at the panda that had only grown taller after swallowing spirit beads without evolving, Chinsho helplessly picked it up and then tossed it toward the air above the water pool. In the air, the little panda let out a small cry of fright, then arched gracefully through the air, landing with a splash in the salty water pool. Speaking of which, pandas seem to be able to swim naturally, so this doesn't really test whether it has mastered the sea lion's talent. After saying this, bubbles immediately began to rise in the pool. Just when he thought the little panda was going to drown and hesitated about whether to jump in and save it, the little panda suddenly popped up above the water surface, then swam to the shore in a doggy paddle, continuously choking on water. Chinsho. What a waste! He had raised a useless creature. Even if those 4 spirit beads were given to a dog, it would evolve into a powerful beast. But this little panda had eaten 4 spirit beads and not only failed to show signs of mutation into other animals but also didn't grow rapidly to be 2 or 3 meters tall. Chinsho couldn't help but grumble, "I'd rather raise a dog than you." But having already invested 4 spirit beads, giving up now felt like a loss, so Chinsho could only keep going and pray that the little panda was an oddity that would bring him unexpected surprises in the future. "Let's go, Ah Fei." Chinsho gave the little panda a name that suited it perfectly. Ah Fei, having almost drowned after being thrown into the water by Chinsho, was now upset from choking and turned its head away, ignoring Chinsho, unless he came to comfort it with hugs and kisses. Chinsho ignored the sulking panda and put the 2 sea lion spirit beads into his backpack, zipping it up. Now the backpack was nearly empty of snacks and water, replaced by an abundance of spirit beads. The number of spirit beads in the backpack had long surpassed 100. Chinsho felt that this aquarium should be able to fill his entire backpack with spirit beads. He was not greedy, collecting 300 spirit beads would be enough for him to leave this wildlife park content. With a backpack in hand, Chinsho walked out. The little panda, assigned the name Ah Fei, was still angry but chose to temporarily forgive Chinsho out of fear of the dark and unfamiliar environment, happily chasing after him. At the same time, more than a dozen soldiers, each transformed into different beasts, were fully armed, carefully sneaking into the wildlife zoo. The animals in the wildlife zoo have mostly escaped after mutating. If we encounter a strong mutated beast, we will focus our fire and take it down. If we meet ordinary mutated animals, as long as they do not actively attack us, we should ignore them. In short, our only target for this mission is the mutated marine animals in the oceanarium. Remember? Chapter 32. We all got played like dogs. Stay alert. Watch out for fierce beasts. This mutated elk was just killed, the blood hasn't even dried. Wait. This doesn't look like it was killed by a beast. Besides the open abdomen, there are no bite or scratch marks anywhere else. The eyeballs are protruding and bloodshot. There are bruises and dents on the forehead, like it was severely injured by a hammer on the head and died. There is a hole in the middle of the injury, as if the head was smashed by a hammer and then pierced with a steel nail. The grotesque sight of the mutated elk left the beast-transforming soldiers, who had walked into the wildlife zoo, utterly baffled. The weak exotic beasts Chinsho hunted inside were almost all killed in one blow. He was too lazy to even suck the blood, simply absorbing the brain marrow and tearing open the abdomen to take the beast spirit pearl inside. Such occurrences numbered up to dozens in this wildlife zoo. Especially these herbivores, which after mutating, had basically not escaped the zoo but instead crazily ate grass and tree bark inside to replenish the energy and stamina severely lacking during the transformation process. As a result, many herbivores were caught and killed by carnivorous mutated beasts, and those remaining herbivorous mutated beasts still in the zoo were also hard to escape once discovered by Chinsho. Among the herbivorous mutated beasts, the biggest catch was 2 mutated elephants. Thus, when this squad of soldiers discovered one of the mutated elephants killed by Chinsho, they were once again left speechless. This elephant died the same way as those sheep and deer. Its belly was cut open, the head sustained heavy blows, its eyes bloodshot, and one eye was even stabbed by a sharp object. Logically, such a huge mutated elephant would be hard to kill even with firearms. Could it be that Birdman they mentioned? They said that Birdman can kick a mutated black bear weighing about 1,000 kilograms away with ease and can even lift it and fly away. If they aren't exaggerating, then with that Birdman strength, it is indeed possible to kill this elephant by brute force. According to Professor Chen, the strength we gain after becoming animal-like depends on the animal meat we consumed before our transformation. The only strong animals available in the market that we can eat are crocodiles. But even if we gain the strength of a crocodile after transforming, without powerful weapons, we can't possibly stand a chance against these massive mutant beasts. Eating mutated animals may allow one to gradually grow stronger, but it cannot make someone absurdly powerful in just a few hours. So what confuses me now is why he kills these mutated animals without eating their meat, but instead dissects their bellies? Speaking of which, I previously saw Professor Chen dissecting these mutated animals' bodies and also opened up their abdomens. Could it be that the bellies of these mutated animals hold secrets about becoming stronger? Upon hearing this, the captain leading the team suddenly frowned, and a seed of suspicion had already been buried in his heart. We have hunted a lot of mutated animals overnight. Logically, with so many mutated animals, there should be enough for Professor Chen to study for a long time, and enough for everyone to eat for a long time. But the commander and Professor Chen are still not satisfied, and they even want us to hunt powerful mutated beasts. This time, they even sent us to the aquarium to hunt large marine animals. The more they thought about it, the more they felt something was off. At first, they didn't think too much about it, and as soldiers, they just had to obey orders, but now that the world had turned into this, their faith had begun to waver. Especially after the seed of suspicion was planted in their hearts. At this moment, another soldier suggested, we could go look for a mutated animal to hunt, and then cut it open to see if there's anything special inside. Half an hour later. As dawn broke slightly. The soldiers who infiltrated the zoo, tasked with hunting large animals in the aquarium, successfully hunted a lost mutated sheep outside and used their military knives to cut it open. Before long, they discovered a spirit pearl from within. Is this a glass bead that was accidentally swallowed? It looks like it, but this pearl is wrapped in organs and connected to blood vessels and intestines. This is not an ordinary pearl, nor is it a glass bead that was accidentally swallowed. The captain, who personally performed the dissection to find the spirit pearl, suddenly had a dark expression. Because he sensed the energy emanating from the spirit pearl, he directly opened his mouth and took the risk to swallow the spirit pearl. At first, swallowing it whole got stuck in his throat, nearly choking him to death, but soon the spirit pearl stuck in his throat melted into a warm flow that flowed down his esophagus. The nearby soldiers watched with horror. After all, this was a pearl taken from the sheep's belly. Moreover, Captain Wang's hands were still stained with blood, and he just put it in his mouth and swallowed it. Though it looked disgusting, they still desperately wanted to know the result. How does it feel? Captain Wang suddenly felt his body filled with energy and, in excitement and gritted teeth, said, "We've all been played like dogs." As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to show signs of secondary mutation. Originally having the characteristics of chicken feathers and cowhide, he suddenly shed the chicken feathers, grew sheep wool, and his leg muscles strengthened a lot, while his ears transformed to resemble those of a sheep. Seeing this, the other soldiers reacted. Damn it! No wonder we killed so many mutated military dogs and went out to hunt so many mutated animals, yet it still wasn't enough. They still sent us out and even specified to hunt powerful mutated beasts. It turns out they already knew that eating mutated animals could only make one slightly stronger, but to truly gain immediate strength, one has to swallow the pearls inside the mutated animals. Captain Wang coldly smiled. What a damn irony. On the surface, good things are shared, everyone eats meat to become stronger, but behind the scenes, they treat us like hunting dogs. Damn it, Captain Wang only swallowed one pearl and showed new signs of mutation, while the number of military dogs we hunted last night combined with the mutated animals we hunted outside is at least over 1,000. What a damn beast. Let's go back and revolt. Let's expose the truth. Captain Wang raised his hand and sneered, no rush. Now that we're here, let's first go to the aquarium to hunt those locked up mutated animals. Those few beasts didn't show new signs of mutation like me, which means they haven't swallowed those pearls. They're probably afraid of gaining more mutations in strength, which would lead to everyone's suspicion, so they're not in a hurry to swallow them, but secretly using us to collect more pearls to swallow and absorb slowly later. After finishing, Captain Wang added, of course. It is also possible that they secretly brought them back to devour them for their families. Anyway, we already know the truth about how they mutated and became stronger, and when we go back later, we'll turn against them and let them experience the pain of death while collecting so many beads without being able to devour them. A group of people angrily and excitedly hurried toward the aquarium. Inside the aquarium. After an hour of effort, Shinsho was just about to finish sweeping through. Chapter 33, There are no pitiful animals, only weak animals. 2 sea lions, 3 seals, 1 polar bear, 2 walruses. This was the record of exotic beasts Chin-Shou successfully hunted within an hour after entering the aquarium. Apart from the fish at the entrance of the aquarium, other exhibits like the sea lions and seals have all been dealt with by Chin-Shou. Because these exotic beasts were large and strong, Chin-Shou spent a lot of effort to defeat them, and extracting the spiritual pearls took a considerable amount of energy. He directly swallowed the spiritual pearl from the polar bear to replenish his energy and strength while further enhancing his beast transformation ability. Now, Chin-Shou's half-beast appearance was quite handsome, as his hair and tail had turned snow-white, making him seem much more noble and aloof. Next, there are only the dolphins in the dolphin exhibit and the exotic fish in the aquarium left. The sky was about to brighten. Chin-Shou seized the time and walked towards the last dolphin exhibit. Next, he needed to fully release the energy of the spiritual pearls and enter the ultimate beast transformation to succeed, otherwise, he didn't know how he could kill the dolphins inside. Because dolphins are too large, and they are also the smartest animals in the world. Ordinary humans have developed less than 10% of their brains, while dolphins can exceed 20% and even reach up to 43%. Therefore, dolphins could be said to be the ocean exotic beasts Chin-Shou most wanted to hunt in the aquarium. He only needed to devour the spiritual pearl and brain marrow of the exotic beast dolphins, and his brain would definitely undergo a qualitative mutation, greatly enhancing his mental strength and achieving perfect control over the spiritual pearls. Pushing the door open and entering the dolphin exhibit, Chin-Shou immediately heard the sharp calls of the dolphins. In the dark, Chin-Shou used his strong night vision to see 2 dolphins that had already mutated in the pool, but only had slightly increased in size. According to the posters outside, the originally 4 to 5 meter long dolphins had now mutated into 6 to 7 meters long. Chin-Shou was surprised that they did not harm each other after mutating, and he sighed, "Sorry, I didn't come to bring you fish, but to send you on your way." Taking advantage of the 2 mutated dolphins being trapped in the pool without food supply, weak and waiting to be fed, Chin-Shou directly activated the ultimate beast transformation and threw these 2 exotic dolphins out of the water. With the ant's innate strength, along with the spiritual pearls he had absorbed from the anteater, black bear, lion, and polar bear, Chin-Shou's strength in the ultimate beast transformation form could only be described as terrifying. At least 7 to 8 tons heavy, the exotic dolphins were effortlessly tossed into the audience area, scaring the red panda to run far away, then whining as if sympathizing with the 2 dolphins. Chin-Shou was now a cold-blooded hunter without emotions, speaking to the red panda, "Don't be soft-hearted just because other animals are whining pitifully, don't let them go. This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. If you feel sorry for them, does that mean the animals that are eaten by them are not pitiful? With their massive size, how many fish do they need to eat in one meal? How many lives must be killed? So there are no pitiful animals in this world, only weak animals." Chin-Shou's words didn't seem to be directed at the panda, but rather sounded like he was convincing himself, making himself more determined and cold-blooded to kill the prey before him. "If I don't kill them, they will only starve to death or be killed by others." As Chin-Shou spoke, he smashed 2 strange dolphins until they were disoriented, finally using considerable effort to open the dolphins' bellies and find the beast spirit pearls hidden deep within. After extracting the 2 beast spirit pearls from the dolphins' bodies, Chin-Shou then used a sharp spike from the end of his tail to pierce into the dolphins' brains to devour the brain marrow. Feeling his energy and spirit significantly recover and strengthen, Chin-Shou suddenly discovered that his vision and hearing had greatly improved as well. Moreover, his bodily perception had also received a noticeable enhancement. This was just after devouring the brain marrow of 2 strange dolphins, and it was already so obvious, if he devoured the beast spirit pearls within them, his brain would truly undergo a qualitative evolution. Chin-Shou couldn't wait any longer and directly swallowed one of the beast spirit pearls, feeling the signs of beast transformation emerging in his body. This time, his senses and skin did not exhibit the dolphin's beast transformation features. However, a dorsal fin grew beneath his wings on his back, and aside from that, his head felt a bit swollen, as if his head circumference had increased a few inches. Then, the mental power in his mind suddenly expanded like rushing streams, coalescing into rivers and lakes in his brain, forming a vast. Chin-Shou felt that his mental power was so full it was about to overflow from his head. This feeling of abundant spirit was incredibly delightful, full of energy. So strong, I can now perfectly control the energy of the beast spirit pearls, and even direct that energy to specific parts of my body. Chin-Shou controlled his thoughts, retracting the tail, wings, and dorsal fin on his back into his body, returning to his normal human appearance. This scene once again left a Fei dumbfounded. It rubbed its dark circles again and then looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Chin-Shou, its mouth slightly agape as if it had dropped its jaw in shock. Great, now I can really switch back to human form with just a thought, and with another thought, I can switch to half-beast form or ultimate beast transformation. Chin-Shou was extremely excited. After transforming back into human form, the energy and physical consumption of the beast spirit pearls became much less intense. And most interestingly, Chin-Shou could maintain a human form while turning his fur snow-white. As Chin-Shou manipulated his appearance freely and effortlessly, the dolphin's innate sonar-like abilities allowed him to capture and pinpoint an important piece of information from a distance. Someone has entered the Marine Museum. It seems there are a total of 11 people? This sonar radar-like locating ability made Qin Shou's heart leap with excitement. Fei, let's go, it's time to head out. Qin Shou picked up his backpack, putting away the remaining beast spirit pearl from the dolphin to consume later. As soon as he strapped on the big backpack, Fei climbed onto him, hugging his white-haired head and sitting on his neck. Qin Shou. Fine, considering it was just a little panda baby, he wouldn't hold it against it that much. Qin Shou left the dolphin pavilion and walked outside. He guessed that the ones entering the Marine Museum now were likely the soldiers who had flown in nearby in a transport helicopter. It seemed the military had already realized that beast spirit pearls were inside strange beasts and understood that consuming them could lead to further mutations and enhancements, which was why they were targeting the zoo and sending soldiers to hunt here. It is precisely because of this that in the past life, those who rose the fastest were either from the military or had military backgrounds. However, in this life, Qin Shou has already won at the starting line, making it impossible for anyone to catch up with him. Before long, the soldiers who gradually ventured deeper into the aquarium began to discover the corpses of the 2 sea lions killed by Qin Shou. There's someone inside. The same method of death, their abdomens sliced open, the beast spirit orbs taken away from within. As soon as the words fell, everyone heard a heavy sound of footsteps, steadily approaching from deeper within the aquarium. Captain Wang raised a hand in warning, and everyone immediately scattered to either side of the corridor, quickly raising their guns, pointing the dark muzzles ahead. Chapter 34, The Decline of Society, The Changes of Human Hearts. In the darkness, Qin Shou calmly walked out from within. 11 beast-transforming soldiers all raised their gun barrels, aiming at him. In an instant, several beams of red infrared laser aimed at Qin Shou, locking onto him. In addition, the powerful flashlights mounted on the guns illuminated the corridor brightly, making Qin Shou shine as he emerged in the spotlight. These blinding spotlights had no effect on Qin Shou. His eyes, without even a blink, remained calm and steady as he stared forward at the group of soldiers. He saw the 2 soldiers furthest away crouched on the ground, holding heavy sniper rifles resembling Barretts, with red lasers trained on his forehead, waiting for the shooting command. Although Qin Shou was not afraid of these guns, he immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, feigning panic as he said, "Brothers, don't shoot. I'm a good man." The panda, Fei, sitting on his neck, was seeing so many people for the first time, and as Qin Shou suddenly raised his hands, it also raised its paws in imitation. However, this movement was too sudden, and as it didn't hold onto Qin Shou's head, its body lost balance and it toppled backward, landing with a thud on the ground, rolling and bouncing. The expressions of the soldiers mirrored each other's, filled with astonishment. So, some guns also aimed at little Fei, even though it was just a small panda about 5 or 60 centimeters tall, looking harmless, even a bit silly and cute. Feeling the pressure from the 11 people opposite, little Fei experienced a sense of nervous social anxiety for the first time in its life. It let out a cry as it rolled on the ground, quickly standing up and hiding behind Qin Shou, grabbing his long pants with its claws, peeking out nervously and curiously at the crowd. Captain Wang looked at Qin Shou, whose hair was snow-white and demeanor calm, frowning as he asked, "Did you kill the mutated animals outside and the sea lions inside, and then dissect their bellies?" Qin Shou pointed at little Fei and, with wide eyes, lied, "It wasn't me, it was this panda that did it." Immediately, several beams of red aiming lights fell onto the panda's head, which was peeking out from behind Qin Shou. But they didn't quite believe it, because this timid little panda didn't look like it could tear apart those mutated animals. Captain Wang didn't want to waste words with Qin Shou and got straight to the point, "Your calmness has already betrayed you. Speak. Do you know that mutated animals have orbs inside them that allow people to consume them and continue to mutate and grow stronger, which is why you specifically dissected mutated animals?" Qin Shou feigned surprise, cleverly trying to bait them. "What? The orbs inside those mutated animals can be eaten? And if consumed, they can continue to mutate and grow stronger? Then I've collected a couple hundred in my backpack, wouldn't eating them all make me invincible?" As soon as Captain Wang heard that the other party had so many beast spirit orbs in their backpack, a greedy look suddenly burst forth in his eyes. Then he pulled the trigger. Shoot. He didn't care whether Qin Shou was telling the truth or not. Anyway, it was better to kill wrongly than to let someone go. Just then, he had a guess in his mind. Since the mutated animals had energy beads in them that could continue to evolve and become stronger, did these mutated humans have energy beads inside them as well? This was exactly the reason he decided to shoot. Qin Shou was very disappointed. He never expected these soldiers would recklessly kill the innocent, not even bothering to threaten him to hand over the beast spirit pearls and spare his life. Sure enough, the world was on the decline, and people's hearts were not what they used to be. At the moment the other party opened fire, Qin Shou immediately crouched down, covering his face with his hands, while protecting little Fei behind him to prevent little Fei from being shot by the stray bullets, ruining his investment in the 4 beast spirit pearls. As a series of gunshots rang out, bullets rained down on Qin Shou. He thought he would feel pain, but unexpectedly, it felt like small stones hitting him. No pain, no itch. It's important to know that right now, except for his hair that had turned snow white like a polar bear due to the beast transformation, every other part of his body was deliberately suppressing the beast transformation phenomenon. But even so, after the transformation by the beast spirit pearls, his human body had become astonishingly strong. Even bullets from heavy sniper rifles that could penetrate thick concrete walls hit the top of his head without showing any signs of brain matter bursting out but instead bounced off. You really dishonor this military uniform. The chaotic gunfire stopped, and Shinsho was unharmed. Everyone felt like they were facing a great enemy and instantly became nervous and uneasy. Captain Wang's heart sank, quickly changing the magazine and continued firing at Shinsho, while simultaneously commanding, "Use the net gun, the electric gun." Shinsho didn't want to play with them anymore. He quickly tossed the small panda into the nearby seal enclosure to avoid being affected. At the same time, 2 capture nets shot out, binding him tightly, and 2 electric guns hit his body. Unfortunately, these police electric guns used a high-voltage direct current pulse technology. Although the voltage reached tens of thousands of volts, the current was extremely low, so the damage was far less than a regular electric eel, and not even Shinsho's hair stood on end. Moreover, Shinsho's body had become as insulated as an electric eel, so he wasn't afraid of electric shocks at all. Therefore, Shinsho remained unbothered, easily tearing apart the 2 capture nets that surrounded him. At that moment, Captain Wang and the others began to panic, feeling as if they had seen a ghost. So, the timid ones turned and fled, as they knew in their hearts that this person could not even be harmed by guns, which meant he had mutated into something exceptionally powerful. If he caught up to them, killing them would be as easy as killing chickens. At this moment, Shinsho crouched down, grabbed a handful of bullets from the ground, and threw them at them with force, causing some to scream in agony as they were hit. The bullets he threw barehanded had speed and power that could rival ordinary firearms. Thus, the soldiers who didn't get hit were almost scared to the point of wetting themselves. Is this guy still human? Some soldiers nervously pleaded for mercy. Don't kill me, I didn't shoot just now. Oh. Shinsho responded coldly, then with his bare feet, he suddenly exerted force, causing the floor to collapse and crack, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. Bang! Shinsho instantly knocked out Captain Wang with a single punch, his powerful fist directly shattering the opponent's head along with the bulletproof helmet. Then, 1 punch for 1 soldier, effortlessly reaping the lives of this group of soldiers like the Grim Reaper. Don't kill me, I didn't shoot at you either. A soldier, in fear, threw away his gun, then trembled, raising his hands. Close your eyes. His fist, about to strike, suddenly stopped in midair, and the wind from his punch blew against his face, causing a cold sweat to surge. In just a few seconds, only 2 out of the 11 soldiers remained alive. Shinsho looked at the 2 soldiers who had not fired their guns and said coldly, "Since you didn't shoot and still have some integrity left in this military uniform, I will spare your lives for now. So I have a few questions for you, and you'd better answer truthfully." The 2 hurriedly nodded. Shinsho asked, "How many of you are there in total? How many mutated animals did you hunt overnight? How were the beast spirit pearls inside distributed, and do you have any stored up?" Chapter 35, The World is About to Change. Shinsho planned to make a big score. These soldiers were fully armed and had come out overnight to hunt exotic beasts, not for the safety of the people, but for the beast spirit pearls inside the beasts, to become stronger. So Shinsho wanted to know just how many of them there were and how many exotic beasts they had hunted that night. Were the beast spirit pearls taken directly after extraction, or were they temporarily stored to ensure there were no side effects before distribution? One soldier with a pig nose hurriedly replied, "Our unit has less than 300 survivors, divided into 30 squads. Aside from the 10 squads stationed at headquarters and the 10 squads on rotation rest, the remaining 10 squads are specifically dispatched to hunt mutated animals." Another soldier added, "Before we went out to hunt mutated animals, we had already hunted over 100 mutated military dogs in the unit. Because these dogs became too fierce and powerful during mutation, many people were bitten and eaten during the painful and weak process of mutation. The hunting of these mutant dogs also caused many casualties, so the less than 300 people he referred to means those who can still fight. Counting the injured who can't fight, there should be around 700 or 800 in total." Continue. Shinsho gestured. The soldier continued, "Including those mutated military dogs, the total number of mutated animals we hunted overnight should have exceeded 1,000, most of which were mutated dogs and mutated cats. Essentially, the animals hunted at the zoo were mostly common sheep, deer, and monkeys. Those large predators are hard to hunt after mutation, so our mission this time was to come to the aquarium to hunt those marine animals that are basically unable to leave the water." Shinsho emphasized, "How did you distribute the beast spirit pearls inside these mutated animals? Did you store them?" The 2 spoke in unison. There was no distribution. While speaking, the pig-nosed soldier expressed dissatisfaction. "We only just found out that there were energy pearls inside these mutated animals. Witnessing Captain Wang devour an energy pearl and mutate again to become stronger, we realized too late that we were being used as guns for hire. and understood why Professor Chen and higher-ups wanted us to hunt powerful exotic beasts, even specifically sending us this unit to the aquarium to find a way to hunt sea lions and seals to take back for their research. Another soldier stated, Professor Chen and the others seem to be in their initial stages of mutation, indicating that although they know these mutated animals contain energy pearls that can allow one to continue to mutate and grow stronger. But to avoid side effects, they are scared and not rushing to devour them. Instead, they are secretly keeping it from us and conducting experiments, and once they ensure there are no side effects, they definitely won't distribute these energy pearls to everyone but will hide it from us and keep the spoils we desperately hunted back for themselves. After speaking, the soldier indignantly said, if you want them, we can take a plane to go back and grab them. Learning that they might have hoarded over 1,000 beast spirit pearls, Shinsho could hardly contain his inner excitement. Indeed, there's strength in numbers. I rushed to the zoo to hunt the strange beasts, and I hunted all night but collected less than 200 beast spirit pearls. So when faced with the temptation of over 1,000 beast spirit pearls, Shinsho no longer pretended, and directly revealed his cards. This is what I was thinking, which is why I spared your lives. After saying this, Shinsho wasted no time and ordered, now I'll give you a chance to redeem yourselves, dissect their bellies, and take out the beast spirit pearls for me. After all, there were 9 beast spirit pearls, although their grade was rather low. If little Afei devoured them, it could at least make little Afei a bit stronger. The two soldiers turned pale, feeling both fear and anxiety. Clearly, they did not expect that human beast changers would also have beast spirit pearls inside them. But upon reflection, humans are also animals. Since those mutated animals had beast spirit pearls inside them, then mutated humans would naturally have beast spirit pearls too. The pig-nosed soldier took a deep breath, pulled out a military knife from his waist, and began to dissect his comrade's abdomen. Although this process made him feel intense discomfort, he wanted to see for himself if there were similar energy pearls inside like those in mutated animals. Withstanding the visual shock brought by blood and intestines, the two nervously took turns tremblingly pulling out beast spirit pearls wrapped in unknown organs. It's going to be a storm. The pig-nosed soldier suddenly looked worried. Once this news spreads, this world will become a hell on earth. Shinsho corrected him, there's no need to wait for this news to spread, it's already hell on earth. Isn't it true that you, who are supposed to serve the people and defend the nation, had your guns pointed at a defenseless civilian? Although they hadn't fired, the two felt incredibly ashamed inside. After a moment, they pulled out 9 light golden beast spirit pearls from the bodies of 9 companions, packed them in a helmet, and handed them to Shinsho. Shinsho took them and asked, did you bring timed explosives? The two soldiers nodded with pale faces. Shinsho ordered, then install the timed explosives in the aquarium sightseeing tunnel, and set the timer for 3 minutes. The two instantly understood, he wants to kill that particularly huge mutated shark. Soon, they installed the explosives, set the timer for 3 minutes, and quickly ran far away. 3 minutes passed quickly. With a loud explosion, thick smoke spewed out from the entrance of the aquarium, then the underwater sightseeing tunnel began to collapse, and a large amount of seawater surged out. Once the water of the aquarium was drained, Shinsho went to hunt that immensely huge, stranded mutated shark. Give me grenades. Shinsho asked for 2 grenades, then pulled the grenade pins and threw them into the shark's large open mouth. Even though this mutated shark had evolved into something particularly strong, the flesh inside its mouth was certainly still relatively weak. Thus, although the 2 grenades exploded in its mouth without killing it, they did injure it badly. Shinsho continued to request grenades, force-feeding them to this unfortunate mutated shark, making it spit smoke, bleed, and writhe in pain on the ground. It still won't die. After detonating over a dozen grenades, though the inside of the shark's mouth was severely wounded, the whole fish remained exceptionally fierce. At this moment, Shinsho deliberately let the 2 soldiers go, instructing, you go get the plane, I will find a way to kill this shark and retrieve the beast spirit pearls inside. The 2 soldiers were momentarily stunned, then felt a sense of relief, hurriedly leaving. Does he think we dare not run away, or does he trust us too much? Should we still fly over to pick him up? People die for wealth, birds die for food. If we really take him back, with his invulnerable and abnormal strength, he will definitely snatch all the energy pearls we worked hard to hunt from those mutated animals, and he won't share with us. So we can't take him back, it's best to unite with Captain Lee and fight back together, then we can share all the energy pearls equally. Alright. The two made their decision. Little did they know, no matter what decision they made, they would ultimately fall into the trap that Shinsho had already prepared for them. Chapter 36 Invasion of the Army Base. Shinsho intentionally let the two escape. On one hand, he didn't want them to see the secret of his ability to transform into beasts effortlessly. On the other hand, he wanted them to go first, then secretly follow behind and fly back to snatch those beast spirit pearls. So after the two ran far, Shinsho took off the backpack full of beast spirit pearls and placed it next to little Afei. At this moment, little Afei was happily holding a helmet containing 9 beast spirit pearls, joyfully licking them up. He wondered if it would show other animal transformation traits after devouring these 9 beast spirit pearls? Moreover, if it consumed the beast spirit pearls from 9 human beast transformers, would it mutate and evolve into a panda person? While Chinsho was filled with anticipation, he immediately released all the energy of the beast spirit pearls within him and entered the ultimate beast transformation state. This time, his body grew even larger, with the sawtooth beast horns measuring 40 to 50 centimeters on top of his head. His height now exceeded 3 meters. However, in front of the 20-meter-long mutant shark, his size could only be considered a younger brother. At this moment, the shark, with its mouth already rotting and decayed inside, glared fiercely at Chinsho, its mouth full of sharp teeth looking truly terrifying. Fearing it might suddenly leap up and swallow him whole, Chinsho purposely flew up and circled behind the shark to give it an electrical therapy session to relax. However, with such a large size, even if he released all the electricity stored in his body, it was impossible to kill the shark. So, taking advantage of the moment when the shark was paralyzed from the shock, Chinsho sat on its head and began pummeling it with punch after punch. Though his fists were pitifully small compared to the shark, the terrifying strength was enough to leave the shark dizzy and disoriented. Moments later, without relying on any weapons, he broke through the shark's defenses purely with his fists, deeply embedding his right fist into the fish's head, causing the shark to struggle in its final moments of agony. Its tail, which had transformed into pure white fur, stretched out at that moment, with a sharp, hard stinger emerging from the tip, and it aimed directly at the wound created by his fist penetrating the shark's head, thrusting forcefully inside. Sharks are known for their high intelligence among marine animals. They excel in scheming, hunting and coordinated strategies, and learning from the predatory experiences of other fish. Therefore, if such a large mutant shark had its brain matter completely absorbed, it would definitely be a significant brain booster. After absorbing the shark's brain matter, Chinsho withdrew his tail and began to dissect the shark's abdomen. This was the most troublesome task. This mutant shark was enormous. Even if Chinsho completely inserted his tail into the shark's belly, it wasn't long enough to reach the beast spirit pearls inside. So he had to cut open the belly to retrieve the pearls, and even had to climb inside the shark to look for them to successfully extract the beast spirit pearls. This was a big project. It took Chinsho half an hour to successfully retrieve the beast spirit pearls from inside. Besides this mutant shark, Chinsho also discovered a giant ray that was 7 or 8 meters long and wide, which he hadn't noticed when he entered, likely because it was hiding on the seabed. Unfortunately, this was not an electric ray, and rays are all made of cartilage. Therefore, this stingray had no value for Chinsho, but its ability to evolve into such a massive form meant that the beast spirit orb inside it was of high quality. Furthermore, although the beast spirit orb within this cartilage creature was not suitable for a tough man like himself, it was quite suitable for the bunny girl transformed homeroom teachers. So, Chinsho directly put on a show of tearing the stingray apart, forcefully ripping apart its 2 wings, and then taking out the beast spirit orb from its belly. As for other smaller and more ordinary beast fish, Chinsho lazily didn't want to waste time killing fish for orbs. Because the roar of helicopters had already come from outside the zoo. I wonder what choice they'll make. Will they come to pick me up? Or will they just fly away? Chinsho walked to the bathroom to wash his body, then put the beast spirit orbs taken from the shark and stingray into his backpack. Little Afei had already eaten all 9 beast spirit orbs from the beast transforming soldiers, and the whole bear looked much bigger, now standing over 1 meter tall, as if it had suddenly grown up by several months. Then Chinsho was speechless. Is the panda's gene really this strong? It has already swallowed 13 beast spirit orbs. Why is it still looking like a panda? There's not a single trace of other animal characteristics. He truly couldn't understand. Although the beast spirit orbs he fed to little Afei were quite ordinary and even of low grade, 2 of them were at least taken from a beast tiger and a sea lion, yet this little guy, after swallowing them, grew only a little larger and showed no signs of transforming into any other animal. Chinsho was frustrated. These 13 beast spirit orbs, even if fed to a dog, could turn that dog into something more fierce and powerful than a tiger. Yet you just eat the beast spirit orbs and don't make any progress. Little Afei couldn't understand his grumbling, holding the empty helmet that had just contained 9 beast spirit orbs and whining softly. Although Chinsho couldn't understand what it was saying, they could communicate without barriers, and he complained, after eating so much, still so useless. Being so useless and still having the face to ask for more beast spirit orbs. If it weren't for the fact that the panda was so adorably cute and relatively obedient, Chinsho would have wanted to cut his losses and just take it down right there. At this moment, the sound of a transport helicopter grew fainter. It wasn't flying toward the zoo but heading northwest. Indeed, trust between humans is all empty in the backdrop of the apocalypse. Let's go, we'll take down their stronghold. If there really are thousands of beast spirit orbs, I'll let you eat 100 at once. If after that you're still like this bear, don't blame me for being cold-blooded. Saying this, Chinsho lifted his backpack with one hand and grabbed Afei's neck with the other, then soared into the sky, tailing the transport helicopter from a distance. It was now 7:43 in the morning. The sky was already bright, but compared to before, the daytime had a faint layer of hazy red. 20 minutes later. Chinsho watched as the airplane landed in an incredibly spacious army training base. Then he landed on the rooftop of a nearby hotel, tossing Afei onto the roof. He emptied out leftover snacks and water from his backpack, along with hot pot base and a set of pots and bowls, murmuring, if this backpack is full, it should be able to hold over 1,000 beast spirit orbs, right? With that, Chinsho took out 17 ordinary beast spirit orbs and placed them in the pot for a Fei to enjoy slowly. This time, adding up to a total of 30 beast spirit orbs, he didn't believe that after devouring 30, a Fei would still be that useless, still failing to show any signs of transforming into another animal. Wait here, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Chinsho suppressed the signs of beast transformation in his hair, turning his white hair back to black. Suddenly, beast-like horns sprouted, and the tail was tucked away. This was his bird-like form as he intercepted the black bear beast in front of a pair of soldiers early in the morning. Therefore, even if the two soldiers he let go saw him later, they wouldn't recognize him as the freakish teenager with white hair, impervious to knives and guns, from the aquarium. After managing his image, Chinsho flapped his wings and quickly flew towards the nearby army base. Before long, the soldiers guarding the gate saw his figure descending from the sky and hurriedly sounded the alarm in fear. Attention! A bird-like beast is invading. No, wait, it seems to be a person, a mutated bird person. Chapter 37, you must be fast, accurate, and fierce. The wailing alarms rang out. The large army base instantly entered a state of readiness. Clearly, after the beast transformation disaster struck last night, they were all frightened by those beasts, especially the beastly military dogs that attacked and bit them directly after transforming. So when the soldiers at the gate saw a giant bird-like beast invading, they frantically sounded the alarm. However, when this giant bird-like beast landed, they were astonished to find that it was actually a mutated person with bird-like wings. In the instant the alarm was triggered, dozens of beast transformers armed with guns rushed out. Among them were a few familiar faces. The two soldiers from the aquarium who had not fired at Chinsho and were deliberately let go were among them. In addition, the few beast transformers beside them were the unlucky ones who hunted the mutated black bear at night and were then chased away by it. They also recognized Chinsho, and among them, Captain Lee hurriedly shouted, "Don't shoot! He is human! He is the powerful bird person we talked about before." Everyone looked at Chinsho, who had a pair of silver-black wings and could fly freely, with curiosity and envy. Captain Lee walked over and asked, "Comrade, do you need help with something? Or are you here to join our team?" Chinsho asked smoothly, "If I join you, can you give me guns and cannons?" Captain Lee was taken aback. They had shot at the black bear last night but could not harm it, while Chinsho could easily overpower the bear, so with his freakish strength, did he really need guns and cannons? At that moment, a real-looking canine beast transformer cheerfully said, "Sure, what we lack the least is guns and cannons, so we welcome capable citizens to join the army, and then together we will overcome this crisis." "That's what I was thinking too," Chinsho said seriously. "Welcome to join us." The dog-headed officer warmly reached out his hand to shake with him, saying, "Shall we go in and chat? I happen to have some questions I want to consult you about." Chinsho nodded. "What a coincidence, I have questions I want to consult you about too." Watching Chinsho being warmly invited in, Captain Lee thoughtfully glanced at the pig-nosed soldier beside him, signaling him to come over. In an empty, blood-stained playground, Captain Lee asked, "Is everything you said true?" The pig-nosed soldier replied earnestly, "Absolutely true. Captain Wang has already proven with his actions that those mutated animals all have energy pearls inside them, which can make them mutationally stronger when consumed. This bird person, who you previously had contact with and described as particularly powerful, must have devoured a considerable amount of energy pearls. And the white-haired man we encountered at the aquarium transformed to be impervious to knives and guns precisely because he hunted a large number of mutated animals in the zoo and aquarium and devoured a lot of energy pearls, nearly wiping us out." Another soldier added, "It was because Captain Wang confirmed the opponent had many energy pearls on him and sought to kill and rob him that he ended up getting counter-killed. We were just lucky not to have shot, or else that person would not have spared our lives." The pig-nosed soldier said seriously, "We came back to tell everyone this truth, but we fear that other people might have spies who would betray us, killing us to silence us. So we can only explain the truth to you. If you believe us, we will take that dog-like guy and Professor Chen hostage, forcing them to hand over all the energy jewels. If you don't believe us, you can go hunt a mutated animal, then dissect its belly and swallow the jewels inside to see if there really is a feeling of becoming stronger from mutation." Captain Lee fell silent and then said, "I'll go question Professor Chen." The two soldiers quickly stopped him, saying, "If you question Professor Chen, wouldn't that just alert the snake in the grass? Just think about it, so many of us, hunted so many mutated animals overnight. If it was just for research, isn't a few hundred or 1,000 mutated animals enough for study? But with so many mutated animals available for research, why do we still have to keep hunting, even sending us to the zoo to hunt stronger and rarer animals? Hesitation will lead to defeat. We urgently need to make a decision quickly. Otherwise, if he transfers the energy jewels collected from overnight to sections, or if he devours them all, then the energy jewels inside these mutated animals we've worked so hard to hunt will be swallowed up by them." Captain Lee said, "Allow me to think a moment. Rebellion is not a small matter. If we fail, we have only one road, death. Even if we're successful, once others find out this truth, everyone will want to become strong and obtain these energy jewels, leading to a bloody scramble. While they were plotting rebellion, Qin, under the dog-headed officer's enthusiastic invitation, directly walked towards the next experimental floor. "Young friend, what is your name?" the dog-headed officer asked. Qin replied without thinking, "My surname is Wang, just call me Little Wang." "Alright, comrade Little Wang," the dog-headed officer asked, "I heard that your strength is so great you can kick away a 1 or 2,000 kilogram mutated black bear? You can even carry such a heavy black bear and fly away? Is this true or false?" Qin answered, "It's true." The dog-headed officer's eyes lit up, and he asked, "According to our research, the beast mutation phenomenon in our bodies is related to the animal meat we consumed before we mutated. So is your beast mutation caused by eating a particular animal?" Qin fibbed, "I must have eaten roasted pigeon and ant omelette, which is why I grew wings and became immensely strong." "That makes sense." The dog-headed officer never expected that eating ants could grant the power of the ants. Moreover, he was surprised that there were people in the country who enjoyed such dark cuisine. He led Qin into the experimental building, saying, "By the way, we discovered that people get rabies virus in their bodies after beast mutation. For now, we cannot disclose this news. Because once it's made public, the whole nation will fall into panic. After all, the country has been overwhelmed, and it's impossible to produce enough rabies vaccines for everyone to inject in a short time. Therefore, now we can only prioritize giving the rabies vaccine to soldiers, while those who cannot receive it within 48 hours may very likely die suddenly or lose their sanity, becoming bloodthirsty and brutal." Qin coldly laughed inside. "If I wasn't reborn, I would have really been fooled by you." Qin pretended to panic, saying, "What should we do? Do you still have rabies vaccines? We've brought back quite a lot of rabies vaccines from various hospitals overnight, and it barely satisfies our internal needs. It's also because I see your beast transformation is so powerful and you can fly that I decided to share this news with you. After all, we not only need strong weapons but also powerful citizens to hunt mutated animals together, to restore normal order as soon as possible." Qin said earnestly, "I will do my best." "Well, I have high hopes for you." The dog-headed officer patted Qin on the shoulder and led him into the innermost laboratory, first knocking on the door, then opening it and saying, "Professor Chen, please give this young friend a rabies vaccine." Professor Chen was dissecting a mutated beast cat as large as a tiger when he saw Qin with beast horns and wings. His eyes instantly lit up. "This is the good stuff." He suppressed his excitement and said, "Okay, Sergeant Liu, help me get the vaccine." After saying that, he examined Qin and grew more envious and satisfied. "Little brother, how did you transform into this? Did you eat something strange before transforming?" Qin had no choice but to make up another story, saying he ate roasted squab and ant omelets. Professor Chen believed him. "I see. Did you eat those mutated animals after you transformed?" "According to my research, the blood and flesh of these mutated animals, whether eaten raw or cooked, can enhance mutations and strength." Qin was surprised. "Really? Then I missed out. I killed several mutated animals earlier and didn't eat any. I even helped some soldiers kill a mutated black bear early in the morning. I grabbed it and flew hundreds of meters high before I dropped it." The dog-headed officer quickly asked, "Where did you drop it? I can send someone to take a helicopter to bring it back." Qin shrugged, "It was too dark, I don't know the exact location." "What a pity. Damn it, this guy wasted such a heaven-defying beast transformation skill." Sergeant Liu handed over the so-called rabies vaccine and syringe. Professor Chen personally filled a syringe with rabies vaccine, saying, "Young man, sit down, I'll give you the rabies vaccine first." "All right." Qin sat down, and Professor Chen started to inject into his arm, but Qin's skin was too tough, the needle bent, failing to pierce his arm. Professor Chen was speechless. "Little brother, your skin is a bit hard." Qin replied, "Yeah, it's pretty tough. You might need to switch to a thicker needle." So Professor Chen listened to him and changed to a syringe specially designed for fierce beasts. But it still couldn't get in. Qin could hardly watch. He snatched the syringe and jabbed it into Professor Chen's thigh, instantly injecting all the liquid while saying, "You need to be quick and precise." "Just like this, didn't I finish the injection easily?" Professor Liu suddenly looked horrified. The dog-headed officer immediately drew his gun and fired 2 shots at Qin's chest. At that moment, no one was pretending anymore. Chapter 38. This guy is too terrifying. The dog-headed officer quickly pulled out his pistol and fired 2 shots at Qin's chest. He was puzzled about how this guy discovered that the injection was not a rabies vaccine, but poison. But it didn't matter. Since the poison couldn't kill him, then just shoot him dead. However, the bullets hit Qin and simply bounced off, and one of the ricocheted bullets hit the unfortunate Professor Chen. At the same time, the 2 assistants who were dissecting the beast corpses with Professor Chen quickly took action, each grabbing a wing, trying to restrict Qin's movements. As a result, they underestimated Qin and overestimated themselves. Shinsho seemingly flapped his wings casually, and those two who held his wings were flung away and crashed into the wall, dying on impact. Not pretending anymore. Shinsho had originally just guessed, but now he could confirm that these high-ranking individuals had started to act inhumanely. No wonder those second-generation officials and military offspring rose so quickly in his past life. It turned out they discovered the beast spirit pearls inside the mutated beasts on the night the beast transformation disaster struck, and even found that human beast transformers also had beast spirit pearls in their bodies. Then they concealed the secret of the beast spirit pearls, using the army to hunt down a large number of mutant beasts and secretly collect a lot of beast spirit pearls, allowing himself and his family to evolve into powerful beings in a short time. For this, they didn't even spare humans, especially those who became stronger than mutant beasts. The dog-headed officer's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly emptied the magazine towards General Qin. Unfortunately, his pistol had a silencer, so the noise did not attract the attention of the soldiers stationed outside the building. The Professor Chen, who had been injected with poison by Qin, panicked and stumbled toward the dissection table, trembling as he reached into the mutant cat's body to retrieve a beast spirit pearl, hoping to swallow it and see if the mutation could stop the poison injected into his thigh. However, Qin snatched the beast spirit pearl from his hand and said, "You hid things from the soldiers and had them hunt and bring back so many mutant animal corpses. You must have collected quite a few beast spirit pearls from this, right?" Professor Chen's face grew even more terrified as he pleaded, Save me, I don't want to die." Qin crushed his head with one hand, looking down on him as he said, "If you don't want to die, don't do evil things. If you do, you must bear the consequences." Seeing Professor Chen's head burst like a tomato from Qin's grip, the dog-headed officer was completely panicked. It turned out this guy already knew about the so-called beast spirit pearls existing inside these mutant animals. So he became so powerful, it definitely wasn't just because he ate pigeon and ant omelets before the transformation, but because he had devoured many beast spirit pearls. The dog-headed officer hurriedly said, Let's talk. Since you came for these pearls, I can trade these pearls for my life. Otherwise, if I die, even if you find those pearls, you won't be able to escape alive." Qin asked, "How many beast spirit pearls do you think your worthless life is worth? I can give you all of them, as long as you don't hold a grudge and spare me." "How many is all? 4 or 500? Only 4 or 500? I heard that you brought back at least over 1,000 mutant beast corpses overnight." The officer didn't hide anything and said, "I took some home earlier, so I only collected 4 or 500 here." Damn, no wonder that in the previous life, powerful mutants appeared just days after the mutant disaster struck. Qin said solemnly, "Where are they? Take me to find them. There should be dozens in that box. The rest are in the armory's safe, only I know the password. I can tell you the password, but only if I am ensured my personal safety. Since you've already revealed the hiding place of the pearls, then you can die." With that, Qin prepared to take action, scaring the officer to hurriedly say, "Without my permission, you can't enter the armory, and without my password, you can't open the safe." "Oh." Qin quickly moved, his bear-like right hand grabbed the officer's head from the front, lifting him off the ground. Terrified, the dog-headed officer trembled in voice and said, "No, don't kill me. I have hundreds of beads at home, spare me, and I can take you back to get them." Only then did Qin let him down, ordering him to bring over the beast spirit pearls collected in the dissection room. The dog-headed officer was filled with dread. Had he not mentioned the hundreds of beast spirit pearls at home, he would have truly been crushed. This guy is too terrifying. His strength is scary, and he is particularly brutal, especially decisive in killing. He didn't dare to play tricks and hurriedly took out the beast spirit pearls collected in the dissection room, then went out to signal his subordinates to snipe this guy. A pistol couldn't kill him. He didn't believe even a heavy sniper, capable of piercing steel plates, could. The dog-headed officer had already sentenced Qin to death in his heart. Once Qin died, at that time, he must personally dissect Shinsho, and then swallow the beast spirit pearl inside Shinsho's body, becoming a powerful birdman just like Shinsho. Thinking about this, the dog-headed officer took a suitcase from a nearby storage cabinet. He opened the suitcase in front of Shinsho, and it was nearly filled with beast spirit pearls that were almost identical in size and color, with each pearl labeled to indicate which exotic beast it was taken from. This showed quite some attention to detail, unlike Shinsho, who had piled high-quality beast spirit pearls together and low-quality ones in another pile. "Pour it in." Shinsho placed the backpack he was holding on the stool and then unzipped it. The dog-headed officer could only do as he was told, emptying a whole box of beast spirit pearls into the backpack Shinsho brought. When he saw that there were over 100 beast spirit pearls in the backpack, his expression turned to astonishment. Did you hunt and collect all of this by yourself?" Shinsho compassionately answered his question, "That's right, this is the haul from sweeping through 2 zoos and an aquarium overnight." The dog-headed officer's eyes lit up as he dumped dozens of beast spirit pearls from the suitcase, saying, "May I ask, how many pearls did you devour to become so powerful that bullets can't hurt you?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Shinsho zipped the backpack up, lifted it with his left hand, and wrapped his right arm around the dog-headed officer, threatening him, "Now take me to the armory to get another batch of beast spirit pearls, and then back to your home for the last batch." The dog-headed officer kept saying yes and hurriedly led Shinsho out. The soldiers stationed outside the door were his personal guards, and he signaled them with his eyes, indicating that he was being kidnapped. Shinsho knew without looking that he was definitely making little gestures, so he asked, "Do you think if I exposed that you deceived everyone and privately kept all the beast spirit pearls, would your subordinates shoot you dead?" The dog-headed officer replied, "If they don't believe, then your situation will be particularly dangerous. If they do believe, you won't fare well either, and you'd lose all the beast spirit pearls I've hidden. There's also a possibility that they believe, then kill you, and all the beast spirit pearls still end up in my hands." Saying this, Shinsho smiled cunningly, "Just so happens I turned on my phone to record when I came in." At this moment, the dog-headed officer panicked. He suddenly exerted all his strength, broke free from Shinsho's hold, and scrambled away, shouting like a dog, "Shoot! He killed Professor Chen! Quick, shoot him! He killed Professor Chen and the others!" The dog-headed officer had clearly swallowed several beast spirit pearls from exotic beast canines, so he had considerable strength and was surprisingly fast on all fours. Instantly, the two guards stationed at the door hurriedly raised their machine guns and aimed at Shinsho. Shinsho leisurely spread his wings to block the bullets, preventing the backpack from being shot to pieces and spilling out the beast spirit pearls inside. As for the fast-running dog-headed officer, Shinsho didn't rush to catch him, letting him run 39 meters first. Then, he caught a bullet that flew past his face with his bare hands and fired it at the officer's dog leg. Whoosh, the bullet was shot out by Shinsho, its speed surpassing ordinary firearms, and it accurately struck the officer's right leg. In an instant, excruciating pain surged through him. The dog-headed officer fell flat on his face. The sound of gunfire immediately attracted the attention of other soldiers. "Hurry! Kill him!" the dog-headed officer commanded in a panic. Captain Lee and the two soldiers that Shinsho specifically let go looked puzzled. What was going on? However, puzzlement aside, many soldiers still followed their commander's orders and quickly opened fire at Shinsho. Submachine guns, machine guns, sniper rifles. Various bullets shot towards Shinsho one after another. Shinsho directly wrapped his wings around the front, avoiding the bullets from destroying the backpack in front of him, while also preventing bullets from hitting his eyes. After all, the eyes are the weakest part. Watching Shinsho ignore the bullets and head straight towards the dog-headed officer, everyone was completely dumbfounded. How can this guy not be harmed by bullets? We said before. Not only is he bulletproof, but he can also kick a mutated black bear weighing 1 or 2,000 kilos away, and even fly away with it. That's too exaggerated. How did he mutate to such an extent? How can he be bulletproof? I don't understand. Why did he kill Professor Chen? What does he want here? Bathed in a rain of bullets, Shinsho couldn't help but admire the charisma of this dog-headed officer. At the same time, he felt pity for these soldiers. He jumped high, and the ground was instantly dented by his astonishing explosive power, then he flew out like a cannonball. Shinsho spread his wings, gliding swiftly to re-kidnap the limping dog-headed officer with his injured right leg. "You pesky thing, you run pretty fast." In his half-beast form, Shinsho stood over 2 meters tall, grasping the other's head with one hand and lifting his body to place him in front of him. Thus, the other soldiers dared not fire again. Shinsho then sneered, "You loyally serve him as a lackey, risking your lives and yet can't get a single beast spirit bead. Why not serve me instead? At least I can give you a share." Beast spirit bead? What is that? Captain Lee was taken aback, finally believing what those two soldiers had said. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out. A sniper on the rooftop next door aimed at Shinsho's head and fired a shot. However, at the moment the gunfire sounded, Shinsho had already reacted, raising his wings to block the bullet. This scene shocked the sniper. Then, Shinsho shot a glance at him, scaring the opponent into a cold sweat. Is this guy exaggerating? Everyone was also surprised. It was one thing for bullets not to kill him, but he could even react so quickly to block a sniper's bullet. Where is the armory? What is the safe's password? After asking, the dog-headed officer, who was being held up by Shinsho, groaned, If I don't tell you, I might have a slim chance of survival. But if I tell you, then I'm doomed." That makes sense. Shinsho nodded slightly and then asked Captain Lee, "Do you know where the armory is?" Captain Lee nodded, "We all know, but we don't have the permission or the password. We can't open the armory." Shinsho asked again, "Do you know where this dog-headed thing lives?" Hearing this, the dog-headed officer immediately roared, "Come at me, just don't touch my family." Getting anxious. Shinsho sneered, "It seems someone knows where your home is. That makes you worthless to me." After saying this, Shinsho did not crush his head but threw him down like trash, then stomped on his dog leg. Ah! The dog-headed officer let out a heart-wrenching scream. At the same time, the sniper fired again. Shinsho leaned back to dodge the bullet aimed at his head, then unable to tolerate the opponent any longer, he flew straight towards the sniper on the neighboring rooftop. In an instant, the sniper was scared pale, his hands holding the sniper rifle starting to tremble uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, Shinsho had flown over and, like an eagle catching a chick, lifted him up with one hand and flew back. My patience is limited. I can overlook that you are soldiers and will unconditionally obey your superiors, but if anyone dares to shoot at me again, your fate will be the same as this sniper rifle. After saying that, Shinsho took the sniper rifle from the man's hands and directly seized the explosion. At this moment, hundreds of soldiers on the scene began to feel afraid and did not dare to shoot anymore. Very good. Shinsho looked at the people who stopped firing and asked, "Where is the broadcasting room? I want you to listen to an interesting recording." Soon, Shinsho carried the dog-headed officer, who had his leg broken, and entered the broadcasting room, followed by snipers and several soldiers. He then played the recording from the dissection laboratory, from how the other side tricked him into getting rabies vaccine, to him retaliating by injecting poison disguised as rabies vaccine into Professor Chen, and further, the dog-headed officer revealing in order to save his life that the beast spirit pearls were in the weapons vault safe, and that he had taken a large portion home. When they heard this, apart from a few informed guards, the two soldiers released by Shinsho, and that Captain Lee, everyone else was confused. Shinsho picked up the microphone and introduced over the broadcast, "Beast spirit pearls are energy pearls found in mutated animals' bodies. If consumed, they can continue to mutate and evolve. Your esteemed officers and Professor Chen already knew this secret, so they hid it from you, making you desperately hunt the beast, while they used the pretense of research to secretly collect the beast spirit pearls. When they have gathered enough, they will secretly consume them and become incredibly powerful. And you, these lackeys, know nothing and foolishly obey their orders, selling your lives for them. Alright, we human beast changers also have beast spirit pearls in our bodies that can provide continuous mutation and enhancement when consumed, which is why they and Professor Chen made excuses about us having rabies virus after transformation and needing rabies vaccine injections. In the end, what I got injected was poison, and when I saw through this, they stopped pretending and directly shot at me. Ultimately, your dog officer decided to use all beast spirit pearls to buy his life from me, so do you understand now?" After Shinsho finished speaking, the dog-headed officer seemed to know he was doomed, enduring the intense pain of his broken leg, and said with a grim smile, "As long as I don't tell you the password, you will never retrieve those beast spirit pearls from the weapons vault safe in your lifetime." Shinsho lifted him up like a small dog and instructed someone to lead the way to the weapons vault, saying, "Then open your dog eyes and see. Without your password, how am I going to take the beast spirit pearls you privately swallowed out?" After that, Shinsho kicked aside several tons of heavy steel. This scene left everyone in shock. "Is the safe this one?" Shinsho threw a punch at the password lock, then pried open the safe door with his hands. At that moment, the dog-headed officer was utterly hopeless. Shinsho took out a suitcase from inside, opened it, and saw it was filled with beast spirit pearls, looking like there were indeed 400 or 500. Most of the others had already been taken home by this dog-headed officer. "With several hundred of you here, this amount of beast spirit pearls is not enough to be divided among you, so I will graciously accept these beast spirit pearls. Whoever is dissatisfied or has the guts can come and try to rob me." While speaking, Shinsho poured the 400 or 500 beast spirit pearls into his backpack. The backpack, originally filled with about 200 beast spirit pearls, was now completely stuffed. There were even a dozen pearls left that could not fit in. By the way, who knows where this dog thing lives? Whoever leads me there, I will give them these 14 beast spirit pearls. After consuming these 14 beast spirit pearls, you will basically be strong enough to be immune to knives and guns. After witnessing Shinsho's terrifying power, none of the soldiers dared to step forward and snatch the beast spirit pearls. At this moment, the pig-nosed soldier whom Shinsho let go earlier from the aquarium spoke up, "I know where he lives. We sent him home in a helicopter at 3 in the morning." Shinsho nodded and said, "Very good, then take me to his house, and the remaining dozen beast spirit pearls will be yours." The pig-nosed man, excited, stuffed the beast spirit pearls into his pocket. Although he couldn't revolt and swallow thousands of beast spirit pearls, getting a dozen was still good. The dog-headed officer yelled hysterically, "If you have the guts, come at me, don't hurt my family." Shinsho didn't care about him, picked up his backpack filled with beast spirit pearls, and walked out with the pig-nosed man. The soldiers surrounding the entrance stepped aside, each wanting to rush forward to snatch, but no one dared to be the first brave one. However, there was a ruthless person who set their sights on the unfortunate dog-headed officer, directly stabbing him in the stomach with a dagger and pulling out beast spirit pearls from inside, nervously saying, "What he said is true, there are beast spirit pearls inside the human-beast transformers." In an instant, fear spread among the crowd. Once comrades, they now seemed more dangerous than those abnormal beasts. Someone seemed to think of something and hurriedly ran toward the lab building, where the corpses of Professor Chen and others were, along with the abnormal beast corpses that should not have been dissected yet from the morning hunts. At this moment, Shinsho, holding the pig-nosed soldier, was flying toward the dog-headed officer's house in the direction pointed by the pig-nosed soldier. Hopefully, the officer's family hadn't devoured at least 500 to 600 beast spirit pearls. To the left. The largest villa in that luxurious community is his home. The pig-nosed soldier nervously pointed in the direction, fearing that they might be killed to silence them upon arrival. At this moment, he suddenly felt a tinge of regret. But it was too late, he could only gamble. Gamble that the other party was principled, trustworthy, and wouldn't kill innocents wantonly. Shinsho descended with him immediately. The villa's outer walls and doors were closed, but with his soundwave positioning ability, Shinsho could hear the sounds coming from inside and gauge how many people were inside. Besides that, a woman's cry for help came from not far away, even more apparent. Shinsho slightly frowned. It had only been one night, and someone had already started acting like a beast. Listening to the faint yet discernible sounds from 100 meters away, Shinsho suddenly asked, "Is this family named Hong?" "How do you know?" The pig-nosed soldier was quite surprised. Shinsho did not answer. No wonder they had become so bold just a night later. Shinsho flew directly to the villa next door on the right. The pig-nosed soldier was stunned for a moment and hurriedly chased after, quietly shouting, "Big shot, it's not over there." In just 2 seconds, Shinsho flew 100 meters and arrived at the front of another villa. A strong, fresh smell of blood assaulted his senses, and the sounds coming from inside became even clearer. "Stop struggling, even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to save you. Hong Shicheng, you will die a miserable death. Even in this state, you can still recognize me. Looks like you've been pretending to be pure all along. Actually, you'd love for me to notice you. I will kill you. Come, I won't resist. If you can kill me, then you're impressive. If you can't, then I'll make you taste my power. I wonder if you can bear it without mutation." The man named Hong Shicheng said, suddenly hearing footsteps approaching. He turned his head to glance outside the kitchen, and then the woman, gripping a fruit knife, suddenly lunged toward his body. However, the fruit knife seemed to stab into a cement wall, failing to penetrate even a bit. Hong Shicheng's large, hairy right arm, transformed like a black gorilla, firmly grasped the woman's hands, then his left hand tore the woman's top apart, grinning lewdly. "Your dad or brother seems not to be dead. They are coming this way, just in time to let him see how I play with you." At the entrance outside, the pig-nosed soldier chased after, looking at the 2 male corpses lying inside the villa with its door open. His first thought was that these 2 were killed by mutated animals. But as he got closer, he immediately dismissed the idea. Because people killed by mutated animals are usually eaten in parts, and the bodies wouldn't be so intact. So, they were killed by humans? He hesitated for a moment, then weakly followed Shinsho into the house. It was clear now. These 2 corpses were indeed killed by humans, as there were no signs of animal bites on them, nor were their arms or legs missing. One had a stomach wound, as if pierced by a sharp weapon, and fresh blood was still flowing out. The other had a head injury, as if struck by a hammer larger than a fist, and blood was slowly oozing out. From the kitchen came the voices of a man and a woman. The pig-nosed soldier felt a little nervous, but thinking of the abnormal birdman holding the front, he relaxed a little. "Pig-nose guy, come take a look. Is this beast the son of that dog?" Shinsho said as he reached the kitchen door. Hong Shicheng still thought it was Zhang Yunshu's father or younger brother who hadn't died yet, so he endured and walked over, but then an unfamiliar male voice came from behind him. "Beast?" Hong Shicheng sneered and turned around, then casually said, "Turns out it's a winged birdman. TSK, trying to play the hero and save the beauty? Save me." Zhang Yunshu, with red eyes, begged desperately, tears filling her eyes. At this moment, she was only wearing a pair of loose, short sleep pants, and her top had been torn apart by Hong Shicheng, exposing her pale and graceful, seductive upper body. It could be seen that before the beast transformation disaster, she hadn't consumed any meat, so even after the disaster, she still looked like her original human self. Women like her, vegetarians who showed no signs of transformation during the beast transformation disaster and still looked so beautiful, were the ones suffering the most in this brutal world ruled by the strong. Shinsho had heard about this in his previous life and watched many related videos. One of the most widely spread was of a small district in Magic City, where many female stars and influencers lived. These vegetarian female celebrities were confined by a group of male beast mutants and forced to perform various poses on live streams using their accounts. In addition, many women who remained stunning after their transformations were also horribly mistreated by these people. The scum of the earth were the ones Shinsho hated most in his previous life. He ignored Hong Shicheng and turned to look at the pig-nosed soldier. Seeing this, the pig-nosed soldier hurried over. His gaze first landed on the poor yet tempting woman, then quickly shifted to the powerful, gorilla-like figure, standing over 2 meters tall. Probably not? He wasn't sure, because the Hong Shicheng he saw at night clearly had wool and a comb-like crown on his head. But he didn't recognize Hong Shicheng. Hong Shicheng, however, recognized him because of his distinctive pig nose and military uniform. Therefore, Hong Shicheng immediately said, "I recognize your pig nose. Since you're one of us, I won't hold it against you. Of course, if you don't mind, after I'm done, you can take your turn. The pig-nosed soldier was stunned. You're young Master Hong? Hong Shirchang proudly said, looks like my transformation was huge, huh? Heh, my dad probably wouldn't recognize me when he comes back and will be shocked. The pig-nosed soldier muttered, your dad won't be coming back. Meanwhile, Jinsho walked toward them. Now that we've confirmed the identity, things will be easier. The pig-nosed soldier silently mourned for Hong Shirchang for 3 seconds in his heart. The woman, whose wrist was held tightly by Hong Shirchang, stood on tiptoe in despair, unable to believe that these two were actually working together. What filled her with despair and hatred was that these soldiers were helping the evil. How many beast spirit pearls did you swallow that your dad brought back? Jinsho asked while walking into the kitchen. Beast spirit pearls? Hong Shirchang said, you mean those pearls that make you stronger after swallowing them? I've only swallowed 27, didn't dare to swallow too many at once, afraid there would be side effects. But even with just this little, I'm already ridiculously strong. If I swallow the few hundred left, I feel like I could be invincible in the world. Jinsho replied, then you can only pray that you'll be invincible in your next life. What does that mean? Just as Hong Shirchang was puzzled, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his right hand. By the time he realized what was happening, he found that his right hand had been brutally torn off at the elbow by the Birdman. Ah! The excruciating pain from the severed hand made Hong Shirchang scream in agony. Bright red blood poured out from the break at his elbow. Zhang Yunshu froze in shock. She stared at the black-haired severed hand still gripping both her wrists, her face turning deathly pale. Her body softened, and her legs suddenly gave way as she collapsed to the ground. The pig-nosed soldier knew that Hong Shirchang was likely going to be killed in an instant. After all, this Birdman was a freak who couldn't even be scratched by the combined fire of hundreds of people shooting at him. Moreover, even the massive few-ton weapon storage door was kicked open by him, proving how terrifying his strength had mutated and evolved. Hong Shirchang gritted his teeth and, enduring the excruciating pain, swung his left hand towards Jinsho. However, before he could finish cursing, his left hand was also instantly torn off by Jinsho, just like his right hand. Ah! Hong Shirchang let out a scream full of unbearable pain. Do you want to know how your dad's 2 legs got broken? Jinsho said, then kicked Hong Shirchang down to his knees in front of Zhang Yunshu, then stomped forcefully. Jinsho, barefoot, stomped on Hong Shirchang's left leg, breaking it and causing the marble floor beneath them to crack. His left shin was shattered into pieces. Hong Shirchang screamed again in agony. Jinsho said, that's right, your dad's left leg was broken this way, and his right leg was crippled by a bullet I shot at him. It's a pity I don't have any bullets right now, so I'll just break your right leg too. After saying this, Jinsho kicked again, completely turning Hong Shirchang into a cripple, with both his hands and legs now useless. Behind them, the pig-nosed soldiers watched in fear and trembling. Jinsho, with a calm expression, turned to look at Zhang Yunshu, who had been so frightened that she was frozen, forgetting to cry or think. He said, he killed your family. If you want to take revenge yourself, I'll give you a chance. If not, I'll just kill him directly. Zhang Yunshu finally came to her senses and quickly, with trembling body, reached down to grab the fruit knife that had stabbed Hong Shirchang earlier, but the blade had dulled. Jinsho suggested, you can take those scissors and aim for his eyes. That's the only place you can kill him. Hong Shirchang's flesh and defense were now impervious to knives and bullets, ordinary weapons, and the strength of normal people couldn't break through his defense. Thus, the most vulnerable part, his eyes, became the only place where an ordinary person could kill him. Hearing this, Hong Shirchang stopped screaming. He quickly begged for mercy, don't kill me, you can ask for anything. I'll do anything. Zhang Yunshu, trembling, stood up, then took a sharp pair of scissors from the kitchen tool rack. Her hands shaking, she said, I want you dead, I want to avenge my father and my brother. Kill him. Kill this beast. Jinsho grabbed Hong Shirchang's head with one hand, using his index and middle fingers to pry open his eyelids, not giving him a chance to close them, forcing him to watch as the fragile woman he once tortured slowly stabbed him to death. No. At this moment, the roles reversed. Previously, Zhang Yunshu had begged for mercy, but her father and brother were still killed by him. Now he desperately begged for mercy, but Zhang Yunshu not only remained unmoved, but instead became more determined and furious, slowly driving the sharp scissors into his right eyeball. Ah! The scream continued. The pig-nosed soldier watched as the sharp scissors slowly pierced the eyeball, digging deep inside, and his whole being fell apart. This scene was more brutal and bloody than when they hunted wild beasts. Zhang Yunshu pulled out the scissors, her blood-stained hands trembling even more. She took a deep breath, and as soon as she remembered her upper clothes were torn by Hong Shirchang, now fully exposed, her hands holding the scissors steadied. She then forcefully stabbed the scissors into Hong Shirchang's left eye, twisting them violently. This time, Hong Shirchang didn't scream, whether from unconsciousness or death, no one knew. Qin Shou released his right hand that had been gripping his head, and then his body fell to the ground with a thud. Seeking revenge, Zhang Yunshu seemed to have used up all her strength, slumping back down to the ground. She dropped the scissors, hugged her knees with her hands to cover her exposed upper body, and buried her head in tears. In his previous life, Qin Shou had seen even more brutal and pitiful post-apocalyptic victims, so he had become numb to it. He ripped open Hong Shirqing's abdomen with his bare hands, took out a beast spirit bead, then placed it by his feet in a bag filled with spirit beads. As he walked out of the kitchen, he said, "He still has family. If you think it's not enough, I'll leave his family for you to kill. After you kill them, take the beast spirit beads from their bellies and swallow them. You'll become stronger, and the next time you encounter such a vile creature, you'll have the ability to protect yourself and counterattack." Zhang Yunshu raised her head, her eyes filled with tears, looking at Qin Shou's departing back. At this moment, with wings behind him, Qin Shou was an angel in her heart. The pig-nosed soldier hurriedly followed Qin Shou to Hong Shirqing's house. He admired him deeply, then weakly said, I was worried you might be like Hong Shirqing, lawless, cruel, and perverse, but now that I know you're a righteous good person, I can rest easy. Qin Shou ignored him, thinking, if it weren't for you not shooting in the aquarium, and if you were still a conscientious soldier, I would have already killed you and fed the bead to a fae. Arriving at Hong's mansion, Qin Shou wasted no time, directly kicking the door open, scaring the 3 men and 2 women inside, making them jump. The beast woman with dog-like features and black-brown fur was relieved to see it wasn't a wild beast breaking in, but she was also furious. Who gave you the courage to break into this house? Do you know whose house this is? Another cat-beast shapeshifter, a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, raised a shotgun and arrogantly said, 2 fools who aren't afraid of death. Do you know who my father is? Another boy, who looked about 10, with sheep and dog features, also raised a submachine gun and said, that pig-nosed guy is wearing a military uniform, so they must have learned the secret of the beads and know that Dad brought many beads back at night, so they want to break in and steal our beads. Then let's kill them. The cat girl immediately fired, scaring the pig-nosed soldier to quickly hide behind Qin Shou. The boy also pulled the trigger, emptying the clip of his submachine gun. But they were stunned. Although so many bullets hit the winged man, why didn't blood spurt out? Moreover, he even endured the bullets, advancing toward them step by step. Chapter 42, The Evil Sorceress's Transformation Plan. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower one is also bent. Qin Shou carried the bullets as he walked into the Hong house and saw that this family was no good. He no longer felt any guilt when killing. And as the enemy's father's murderer, to avoid the revenge and hatred, he had to kill them all, to completely wipe them out. This was cruel, but in the apocalypse where human life was as worthless as grass, one had to learn to be ruthless and cruel. Qin Shoujing intended to end it quickly, to wipe out the whole family, and take their beast spirit pearls, but when he heard the faint footsteps of Zhang Yunshu slowly approaching outside, he suddenly remembered what he had said to Zhang Yunshu earlier. This bullet went a little too high, almost forgot I was supposed to leave you to be dealt with by the victims. His casual words caused the 5 members of the Hong family to change their expressions drastically. What did he mean by that? Who was the victim this bird-like man was talking about? And why, after being shot so many times, was he completely unharmed? Just as they were confused and frightened, Qin Shou suddenly transformed into a blur, swiftly flashing right in front of them. Ah! The Catwoman beast changer, covered in dark gray fur all over her body, let out a sharp scream. She didn't have time to react, only feeling a darkness before her, as Qin Shou's tall figure appeared in front of her, and then her hands, holding a submachine gun, were instantly twisted into a spiral, letting out a painful scream. At the door, the pig-nosed soldier watched in horror, afraid of being accidentally shot, not daring to get close. When he saw the beast-changed Catwoman from the Hong family have her hands twisted off, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart, fearing that if he angered the big boss next, he would be twisted into a spiral too. The woman with the dog-like appearance started to panic. She was about to beg for mercy, but Qin Shou had no intention of giving them a chance to regret their pleas. The next moment, he flashed right in front of her. Then another scream rang out, as the dog-like beast-changer woman had her hands and feet instantly crippled by Qin Shou. The brutal scene made the pig-nosed soldier at the door feel nervous and terrified. As a soldier, although he hadn't been in war, he had witnessed the brutality of war since the beast-changing apocalypse had arrived last night. But compared to the scene before him, the bloody scene he experienced last night felt like child's play. That was killing, but Qin Shou was now torturing life. If he hadn't seen Qin Shou was a good person before, not taking advantage of a girl and even helping her, letting her kill Hong Shao to get revenge, he would truly think Qin Shou was an irredeemable villain. At this moment, Zhang Yunshu, holding the scissors that killed Hong Shirqing, walked over with a vacant expression but determined steps. She hadn't yet recovered from her grief. After all, her father and younger brother had just died miserably at Hong Shao's hands, and she had almost been defiled by him. But her mind was now clear, so she came over to take revenge. Although disaster does not reach family members, right now, she only had one thought in her mind: to repay the suffering with suffering, to kill all the members of the Hong family to honor the souls of her father and younger brother. I'll leave them to you. Qin Shou's hearing was extremely sharp. He could hear from the footsteps that Zhang Yunshu was coming over and could even tell her exact location from the sound of her steps. Without turning his head, he spoke, then abandoned the Hong family members he had already crippled, and began searching for the remaining beast spirit pearls in their home. Soon, he found a dazzling array of beast spirit pearls in the study. Good heavens! There were still so many left. Although he didn't count them, based on the fact that one suitcase had at least 100, these 5 full boxes should have at least 500 or 600 more, meaning the beast spirit pearls taken from the thousands of beast bodies hunted by the soldiers overnight were. Most of them were divided among the few who specialized in dissecting strange beasts and those with the surname Hong. And among the Hong family, the one who devoured the most beast spirit beads should be Hong Shicheng, who consumed a total of 27 beads. The others were too weak and probably had their doubts, so they didn't consume much, which is why so many beast spirit beads remained. Including the overnight raid on the zoo and the beast spirit beads taken from the military base earlier, Qin Shou had now collected over 1,000 beast spirit beads. It was conservatively estimated that the total number of beast spirit beads should be around 1,300. He found a suitcase in the next room, filling it with beast spirit beads while cursing those wicked nobility in his heart. No wonder that in his past life, shortly after the beast transformation disaster struck, such incredibly strong powers emerged. Not to mention over 1,000 beast spirit beads, even 100 beads fed to a dog could make it soar and become a dog emperor of its generation. If he had so many beast spirit beads to feed him in his past life, even if he started off as a weakling, he could have transformed into a phoenix man. Indeed, whether in peaceful times or apocalyptic ones, only those with power and influence could rise quickly. Ordinary people wanting to rise swiftly, unless blessed like him by the heavens, would only fade into the crowd, becoming inconspicuous cannon fodder in the beast tide of the apocalypse. Outside the study, the 5 members of the Hong family were begging for mercy in pain and fear. Clearly Zhang Yunshu had already begun her revenge. Qin Shou walked out with the suitcase full of beast spirit beads, only to see that Zhang Yunshu was not shouting or killing wildly. She suddenly had a drastic change in temperament, transforming from a harmless, pitiful weak woman into a cold-blooded female assassin. Slitting throats like killing chickens. Qin Shou looked at Zhang Yunshu's hands covered in blood and couldn't help but express admiration in his heart. After all, when he killed for the first time, his face was pale, his hands shaken, and he felt uneasy, nothing like Zhang Yunshu's calmness, her indifference. However, thinking about Zhang Yunshu having just experienced her father and brother being killed and almost being violated, he could understand why her change was so great. Moreover, Zhang Yunshu's drastic change was also due to his prompting. It was because he had her personally kill Hong Shicheng for revenge and taught her how to kill that made her who she was now. They also have beast spirit beads in their bellies. If you want to become stronger and kill more scum like Hong Shicheng, then dissect their bellies, swallow the beast spirit beads inside, and make yourself powerful. Having said that, Qin Shou waved his hand, not taking away a single cloud, but carrying away a big suitcase of beast spirit beads enough for him to live without worries for the rest of his life in the apocalypse. He wasn't a kind-hearted saint, so he wouldn't give a little to Zhang Yunshu just because he had accumulated over 1,000 beast spirit beads. It was already quite good that he could save this poor stranger in her darkest hour and tell her the secret that devouring beast spirit beads could make her strong. As for what would happen to her afterward, whether she would live or die, and what kind of person she would become, that was no longer his concern. At the door, the pig-nosed soldier looked enviously at Qin Shou, who walked out with the suitcase full to the brim. This suitcase must contain hundreds of beast spirit beads. If he devoured them all, how strong would he become? But he was clear-headed and didn't dare to entertain the thought of snatching it, nor did he shamelessly ask the big shot for some, lest the big shot got angry and killed him on the spot, taking away the 14 beast spirit beads he had previously received that couldn't fit. Stepping out of the Hong family's big door, Qin Shou directly soared into the sky, leaving the pig-nosed soldier in confusion in the wind. He just left like this? What about me? He was truly stunned, but soon felt a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, he was also afraid that Qin Shouyan would betray him and kill him after crossing the river. Now that Qin Shou had flown off, he could take this opportunity to find a safe place to hide and swallow the 14 beast spirit orbs Qin Shou had given him as a toll fee, to see how much he could mutate and evolve. Just as he made this decision, he turned around and was suddenly frightened by Zhang Yunshu. He saw Zhang Yunshu's bloodied hands reaching into Miss Hong's stomach, rummaging through it, pulling out a beast spirit orb, and without caring that her hands were covered in blood, she stuffed the beast spirit orb into her mouth. He suddenly thought, could it be that this woman would become a terrifying female demon in the future? Chapter 43. What the hell is with this electricity? Are you explaining a sci-fi movie? Qin Shou was unaware that Zhang Yunshu had already begun to completely darken. Her only thought was to become stronger, wanting to kill all the scum in the world like Hong Shicheng. So she abandoned her human duty, and under Qin Shou's temptation, she dissected the Hong family's stomachs, devouring the beast spirit orbs within them, thus starting her beast transformation journey. The pig-nosed soldier named Gu Wenwu witnessed the beast transformation process after she devoured the beast spirit orb, feeling both sympathy and sorrow within him. Such a beautiful girl ended up being harmed like this. Damn this apocalypse. Damn Hong Shicheng. Although Hong Shichang had already died, it didn't stop him from continuing to curse and insult the corpse in his heart. You, take care. Looking at Zhang Yunshu, who remained silent, enduring the pain of her body mutating during the beast transformation, Gu Wenwu could only sigh, then comfort her and quietly leave. He also didn't dare to linger, fearing that Zhang Yunshu, blinded by hatred, might go on a rampage and kill him too, so after he left, he directly hid in the Hong family's garage to secretly devour the beast spirit orbs that Qin Shou had given him as a toll fee, also longing to gain the same powerful strength as Qin Shou. Meanwhile, Qin Shou was flying back to find the little panda, not knowing if the little guy could stand up after swallowing the 17 beast spirit orbs left for it. So far, that would make it a total of 30 beast spirit orbs devoured. Although they were mostly common lower-level beast spirit orbs, the sheer quantity was filling. Even if fed to a dog, it could mutate and evolve to be bigger than a car. But thinking back to the little guy having swallowed 13 beast spirit orbs and only growing in size without any significant evolution or mutation, Qin Shou really didn't dare to have too high expectations for it. Because of this, he named this little guy Afei. After all, it was the most useless beast-transformed animal he had encountered both before and after his rebirth. Just as Qin Shou was flying back to find little Afei, many people below were attracted by him. Wow, is that a person? Come quick, just now a birdman flew over from the rooftop. Wearing clothes, with arms and legs, this is really a person. So cool, I also want to grow wings and soar freely. So cool my ass. I just want to turn back into a human. This looks like I grew pig's claws like Xu Beiji, it's hideous. There's no going back, I feel like we're going to look like this from now on. Now even foreigners have turned into animals online. It's said that whatever animal you ate before the mutation, you'll show traits of that animal after the mutation. That's why we ate pork and chicken and ended up looking like Xu Beiji. If I had known it would end up like this, I would have never eaten pork, but it's too late to say that now. I can only pray that the country can develop a vaccine to curb mutations so we can turn back into humans. Soon, Qin Shou flew back to the rooftop of a hotel not far from the military base. Earlier he had gone to take hold of the military base, and now little Afei was settled on the rooftop of the hotel building. Now, more than an hour had passed, and it was uncertain whether little Afei would finish the beast spirit pearl or run away out of boredom. Although this little guy was quite useless, having devoured over a dozen beast spirit pearls and still being a mess, as a panda that had just been born for 2 days and was already over a meter tall, in theory, its abilities and physical quality should far exceed those of ordinary animals. So if it couldn't sit still, the rooftop door definitely wouldn't be able to stop it. As a result, what one fears indeed comes. Qin Shou was still in the air, and with eagle-like eyesight, he could already see that empty rooftop. However, the rooftop door was intact, indicating that little Afei had not left through the stairs. Thinking of this, Qin Shou suddenly became worried. Oh no! It wouldn't have jumped off the building, would it? This building is over 20 stories high. Qin Shou quickly descended to the rooftop. If little Afei had really jumped, it was very likely to fall to its death. Even if it didn't die, it would be seriously injured and then eaten by other beasts. After all, little Afei had only consumed some ordinary beast spirit pearls and didn't possess the extraordinary life force and self-healing abilities like him. Thinking about how he had painstakingly invested 30 beast spirit pearls and raised this pet through thick and thin, only for it to die and be eaten by other beasts, Qin Shou felt very depressed and heartbroken. He quickly scanned the area around the rooftop and then noticed suspected claw marks on the corner wall where little Afei had climbed down. Fortunately, though it's too stupid to know to take the stairs, it at least isn't dumb enough to jump down. Qin Shou felt somewhat relieved. After all, this discovery indicated that his investment wasn't wasted. At the same time, Qin Shou felt quite gratified. Little Afei seemed not to be as useless as imagined. These bear claws could even dig into the cement wall, which showed that its strength had evolved to be particularly powerful, with claws as hard as steel. This was good news. But the bad news was that as Qin Shou followed the traces little Afei had left, he still did not find its figure. The surrounding sounds were too chaotic. Even with his excellent hearing, it was difficult to find little Afei among all the noise. Moreover, after consuming those 17 beast spirit pearls, little Afei had mostly grown into big Afei, and the little crying monster had thus turned into a big crying monster. So even if little Afei was looking for him and calling out, he wouldn't be able to recognize it. It's really worrisome. Qin Shou folded his wings, carrying a backpack full of beast spirit pearls on his back and pulling a suitcase loaded with beast spirit pearls in his hand, helplessly walking the streets in search of the lost panda baby. Afei! From time to time, Qin Shou shouted. If little Afei was nearby, when it heard him calling, it would definitely come running over excitedly. After all, in little Afei's heart, he was like a parental figure. In the air, Qin Shou vaguely caught a scent that seemed to belong to little Afei. Having carried little Afei all the way, he was particularly familiar with its smell, but the scent was faint, indicating that little Afei had not lingered much in this area. On the street, cars were in chaos. After the beast transformation disaster, many roads experienced accidents. Right in front of him was an intersection where the crash site was quite severe. Many cars had collided due to drivers losing control after suddenly transforming. Then, feeling hungry and weak after the beast transformation ended, drivers exited their vehicles to search for food to replenish their energy, leading to a full traffic breakdown, unable to pass through anymore. Furthermore, since this area was not far from the military base, hundreds of mutated military dogs, under extraordinary hunger after their transformation and unwilling to continue serving humans, began to hunt humans. Since last night until now, there has been the sound of troops shooting mutant beasts everywhere, so much so that during the day, not a single person can be seen on the street. The vast majority of people are hiding inside, waiting for instructions from the government and military. So, seeing Chinsho walking down the street with a large backpack and pulling a suitcase, the survivors hiding inside can't help but complain. This guy must be tired of living. He actually dares to go out alone, and it looks like he is packing up to go home. Why is he shirtless? It seems like he hasn't shown any signs of mutation. Outside, there are all these man-eating mutated animals. Just now, a 2-meter-tall giant panda walked by, and he is walking so boldly on the street, occasionally shouting to find someone. It's simply looking for his own death. Look, that mutated dog that just passed him has indeed been attracted over. It seems he is about to be eaten. The noise within 100 meters surrounds Chinsho, but he calms his mind and can vaguely hear what they are saying. Then, from their conversation, he learns that little Afei has grown and evolved to more than 2 meters tall. His heart is even more relieved. These 30 beast spirit orbs have finally not gone to waste. Little Afei has finally become Big Afei. He is not far from becoming a giant beast mount. As for the mutated dog, which is more than 3 meters long and as large as a Siberian tiger, Chinsho is too lazy to pay attention. After all, he is now wealthy, carrying thousands of beast spirit orbs, so he no longer looks down on the low-grade ones inside this mutated beast and doesn't want to hunt and dissect it. But to these mutant beasts, he is incredibly tempting. The high-purity energy spilling from the beast spirit orbs in his body is the most irresistible delicacy for the sensitive noses of these creatures. Roar! The mutated dog howls and lunges straight at Chinsho. At this moment, Chinsho is in human form, but his skin shows subtle signs of mutation, tight and hard as if covered with a layer of brown-yellow beetle shell. The people hiding in the houses on both sides of the street are still quietly gossiping. I am indeed shocked. This stupid cow dares to go out in this situation and is shouting loudly to find someone. Isn't this just asking for death? The government and military, as well as all the major news outlets, have said to stay inside and not to go out. Yet there are always some hard-headed fools who do not believe in danger and insist on running out to be food for these mutant animals. Fortunately, we went out last night and grabbed a lot of food. We won't have to worry about eating and drinking for the next half-month, but I wonder if things can return to normal in that time? At this moment, the fool in their words is also scolding them in his heart. The internet is still functional, and with the beast mutation disaster happening worldwide, these people naively believe that the government and military can escape unscathed? That they can turn the tide and restore social order? Most of the mutant animals are still in the early stages of mutation, relatively weak, so this is the best time for humans to exterminate them and also the best time for continuous evolution of the beasts. In his past life, Chinsho believed in the government and media, missed the best development time, and ended up as a weakling for 2 months before dying tragically. Just as Chinsho was complaining in his heart, the mutated dog, eyeing him like prey, had already opened its bloody maw and lunged for his head. Another unfortunate soul. Unless absolutely starving, don't go out. These mutant animals are too terrifying. I don't want to be eaten alive by them. As they mourn for Chinsho, they suddenly see the mutated dog rushing towards him, crashing to the ground with a thud. In the internet cafe on the 3rd floor across the street, a group of beast mutants resembling pigs, ducks, and chickens are gathered by the glass window, watching and discussing. What's going on? Did we miss it? No, that's not right. Why is that guy walking calmly with a suitcase? Is he blind? Didn't he see that mutated dog almost swallow him alive? I don't know if I saw it wrong, but he just seemed to use a blink. He suddenly zipped 1 or 2 meters away, which is why that mutated dog didn't bite him. What the hell is a blink? Do you think this is a game of League of Legends? But why did that mutated dog miss and then just lie still on the ground? And why is it all fur up? Is something smoky around it? At the same time, a sly-eyed beast shifter exclaimed in shock, I saw it. That guy seems to be able to discharge electricity. He moved 2 steps to the side as the mutated dog lunged at him, then quickly reached out and touched its head, instantly electrocuting that mutated dog. Everyone? What the hell, he can discharge electricity. Are you explaining a sci-fi movie? Chapter 44, If you want to die, stay far away. Someone can actually see through me? Enhanced hearing allowed Chinsho to clearly hear faint sounds within 100 meters, while enhanced mental power let him multitask, processing various information simultaneously. He turned to look at the internet cafe on the 3rd floor across the street, surprised that someone could see the detailed process of him killing the mutated dog so quickly. Is it that sly-eyed guy? As expected, squinty eyes are all monsters. I wonder what kind of animal he ate before his beast transformation to gain such good dynamic vision. Could it be a bullfrog? Though he has squinty eyes, both of his eyes showed obvious signs of beast transformation, and his skin had turned a bit greenish-yellow, resembling bullfrog skin features. If that's the case, it makes sense he could see the details of my actions from tens of meters away. After all, frogs and bullfrogs have extremely strong dynamic vision. They may not notice stationary animals, but once something moves, even a bullet flying by, they can accurately track its trajectory. At one time, Shinsho considered acquiring the sight talent of a frog, especially since frogs also have strong night vision abilities, but ultimately he was deterred by the frog's ugly appearance and poor vision of static objects, opting for the more powerful owl vision instead. After killing the mutated dog, Shinsho didn't linger. He sniffed the air for the nearby scent left by Xiaofei, discerning the general direction he left in. Since there was a voice nearby saying a 2-meter-tall panda had appeared up ahead, it meant Xiaofei hadn't gone far and had not encountered danger at that time. It's just a bit strange, logically, Xiaofei isn't deaf. He had swallowed a total of 30 beast spirit orbs. Even if he didn't gain the abilities of other animals, and didn't show any characteristics of other animals, the individual panda itself should be continuously evolving and growing, so his hearing should have improved significantly too. Unless he's run a kilometer away, otherwise, with my loud shouting, Xiaofei should have definitely been able to hear me and come running. So, it can't be that those soldiers are randomly shooting nearby, right? Or could it be that a particularly powerful mutant beast that evolved in a short time hunted him down? Shinsho shouted again. A Fei! Suddenly, a furious muscle-bound minotaur poked his head out from a building on the left side of the road, yelling, F*******. If you want to die, stay far away. Call again and see if I don't come down and chop you up. Shinsho immediately looked up and apologized, sorry. Saying this, he turned around, squatted down, and grabbed one of the hind legs of the mutated dog, hurling it towards the minotaur who was peeking out from the 4th floor. Sorry for the interruption. Consider this dog my apology to you. With a loud bang, the 3-meter-long, over 1,000-pound beast dog was hurled away by his terrifying strength. Although he suppressed 90% of the beast spirit pearl energy to save his strength, the remaining 10% still made him strong enough to be described as terrifying. This was the benefit of having eaten bullet ants before transforming, so innate beast transformers have an advantage over acquired ones, their innate abilities compatibility is higher. Otherwise, someone like Zhang Yunshu, an acquired beast transformer, unless lucky enough to hunt a beast with a strong innate ability to swallow more concentrated, high-quality beast spirit pearls, would have abilities that are noticeably weaker than those of the same type of beast transformers after transformation. In an instant, the bull-headed man, wild and bare, suddenly froze. He only felt darkness in front of him, obscured by the enormous dog, and before he could even curse, he was immediately crushed to death by the 1,000-pound beast dog. Shinsho continued to pull his suitcase away, leaving as if nothing had happened. Though shouting and screaming is wrong, he had already apologized and offered an apology, and whether the other party could live to accept such a grand gift was not his concern. Besides, he had shouted not only to find Xiaofei but also thought about doing a good deed by attracting nearby beasts to be dealt with, making it easier for the survivors in the area. However, in the eyes of others, he was just a nuisance who seemed to wish for a long life, capable of attracting beasts. But now, having witnessed him single-handedly toss the 1,000-pound beast dog, the nearby survivors looked at him with new eyes, utterly stunned. In the internet cafe on the 3rd floor across the street, everyone gathered by the window, their mouths agape in disbelief. Is this guy even human? He actually tossed a mutated dog that weighs at least 1,000 pounds with one hand? And he threw it up to the 4th floor, smashing the security net and the window wall inside. As for the bull-headed man who had yelled out, even if he wasn't crushed to death, he probably wouldn't live long. Previously, they had scoffed at the squinty-eyed man who said Shinsho could discharge electricity and that touching the dog's head would kill the beast dog. They thought it was too sci-fi to believe. But now they believed. Because tossing away a 1,000-pound beast dog and smashing the house wall was also very sci-fi to them. What the hell is this? This guy looks like he hasn't mutated at all, but his strength is like he's cheating. Someone guessed, he must have eaten an animal with great strength, so after mutation, he gained powerful strength, but his appearance is still human-like, showing no signs of any animal mutation. The bulging-eyed bullfrog man said, I see it clearer than you all, although his facial features show no obvious signs of animal mutation, his eyes are like hawk's eyes, with pupils like compound eyes. Also, the muscle contours on his body are full of strength, and his skin looks like it's covered with a layer of brown armor, so I suspect he might have accidentally eaten ants before the mutation and gained the strength of ants, easily tossing objects dozens of times his own weight. Someone questioned, can eating ants also cause mutation and gain their strength? The bullfrog man replied, I ate bullfrogs, and my eyes bulged out like a bullfrog's, and my vision became as powerful as a bullfrog's, especially clear in observing dynamic objects, indicating that as long as it's an animal, even an insect, if you eat it before mutation, you should gain their innate abilities after mutation. That must be it. I just saw a couple of lobsters online, they must have eaten small lobsters before mutation. Then he transformed into a lobster man, his whole body covered in hard shrimp shells, and his strength increased many times. He even uploaded a video of himself flipping over a car. Damn it, if I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have eaten pig's trotters for lunch. Me too. If I had known it was going to be like this, I'd rather dig through the toilet for maggots than eat that damn yellow braised chicken. Now I've got chicken feathers everywhere, I'm ugly and weak. Hearing the various voices, the mention of yellow braised chicken made Chinsho feel sympathy for the weak chicken for 3 seconds, and he continued to shout. Afei, come back. At the same time, while searching for Chinsho throughout the city and being chased, Afei finally heard this incredibly familiar and safe-sounding voice. Chapter 45: A weak human that can be slapped to death. Roar! Hundreds of meters away, a strange beast resembling a saber-toothed tiger, over 5 meters long, was chasing a giant panda standing over 2 meters tall. Due to its heavy size, the giant panda couldn't shake off the saber-toothed tiger's pursuit and was once again shoved away by the tiger's saber-like fangs, which were over a meter long. However, these saber-toothed fangs that could pierce through an elephant's body couldn't even pluck a single hair from the panda, let alone seriously injure this chubby, round creature. The saber-toothed tiger was extremely frustrated. What is going on with this panda? Why is its skin so tough and its flesh so thick? What frustrated it the most was that despite being bigger and faster, it could not take down the panda. It made it so tired that it felt hopeless. But it didn't want to give up the easy meal it had within reach, especially since the panda smelled so delicious. Moreover, it had been chasing this panda for half an hour. If it quit now, it wouldn't be able to sleep at night. So damn panda, come into my mouth. The saber-toothed tiger roared, and its terrifying roar made the survivors hiding in their homes shiver. Such a massive saber-toothed tiger would have no trouble breaking through doors or windows. Its saber-toothed fangs, comparable to a mammoth's, seemed capable of piercing through iron doors. If they dug into a person, wouldn't they just turn them into skewers? Since last night, they had witnessed too many scenes of riots, death, and bloodshed both outside and online. They were now grateful they had listened to the government broadcasts and stayed inside. Otherwise, the strange beasts outside, and the mutated monsters that escaped from the zoo, any one of them could bite them to death and eat them. The panda, after being shoved and rolling several times on the ground, got up as if nothing happened and ran again, calling out, sounding as if it was scolding the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger was once again provoked by it and chased after it while roaring. It had to kill this panda today and eat every bone clean. Roar! The panda, unable to outrun the saber-toothed tiger, seemed to cry for help. It was once again knocked down by the saber-toothed tiger, its large mouth opened wide, ready to bite its neck. But every time it came to the killing blow, this giant panda would unleash a terrifying strength, easily breaking free and even throwing the saber-toothed tiger, which was more than twice its size, away. The onlookers watching from upstairs were enjoying this spectacular battle between the tiger and the panda. Why do I feel like this giant panda can actually beat the tiger? I feel the same way. This mutated saber-toothed tiger is attacking it with its fangs and pouncing to bite, yet the panda's white fur hasn't shown a drop of blood, meaning the tiger's attacks can't break through its skin and flesh. The tiger is more than twice the size of the panda, but this panda actually caught the saber tooth of a tiger and directly threw the tiger away, showing that although this panda is not as fast as the tiger, its strength definitely surpasses the tiger. One can only say that the tiger is too fierce, while this panda is too timid. Otherwise, if they had faced each other head-on, the tiger might not have stood a chance. On the other side, Shinsho finally heard what seemed to be a response from little Afei. At the same time, he also heard the roar of a fierce beast tiger. It seems little Afei has run into trouble and is in conflict with another fierce beast. He was worried that little Afei might be killed by human weapons, but he was not worried that little Afei would be killed by other fierce beasts. After all, even if little Afei is useless, it is still an existence that has swallowed 30 beast spirit pearls. Unless it encounters a fierce beast that can hunt multiple prey and swallow several beast spirit pearls in a short time, most normal mutated hunting beasts will probably not be its opponent. In his ears, the angry roars of tigers drew closer and closer. Shinsho was not in a hurry to rush over. This was a good opportunity for little Afei to feel just how dangerous it is to be away from him, so it wouldn't leave recklessly in the future. Otherwise, the beast pet he worked so hard to nurture would eventually become food for others or for other fierce beasts to become stronger. Just as Shinsho walked slowly to the front intersection, the movements of two chasing fierce beasts became even closer. Afei, is that you? Shinsho called out again. The next second, at the intersection 100 meters away, a huge black and white ball suddenly rolled out and crashed hard into a van parked by the roadside, making a loud bang, followed by a plaintive and pitiful woo. Shinsho turned to look, and that huge black and white ball was indeed a round and chubby panda, standing at least 2 meters tall when upright. It seemed that this should be Afei. However, he did not expect that after an hour without seeing it, little Afei had transformed into a big Afei, even after devouring all 17 beast spirit pearls left for it. This chubby figure over 2 meters tall already meets the conditions to be a beast rider and could be used for traveling in the future. But Chinsho couldn't help but complain in his heart. Having devoured a total of 30 beast spirit pearls, yet it still looks like a panda, with no signs of any other animal traits appearing. This is simply a waste, a terrible waste of so many beast spirit pearls. Just as Chinsho was complaining in his heart, a Fei had already followed the sound and found him, running over with Wu sounds. He saw a Fei's eyes, round and shiny like black diamonds, filled with pitiful tears, and a hint of silly confusion appeared. Because its height had now exceeded 2 meters, while Chinsho, without transforming into a beast man, was more than half a bear head shorter than it. It even doubted whether it had recognized the wrong dad. But it would not mistake Chinsho's face, so while it ran towards Chinsho, it complained with Wu. By the way, don't look at little Fei now being a big Fei. In reality, it is still just a freshly born panda baby that hasn't even been a day old. Behind, a saber-toothed fierce beast tiger over 5 meters long and more than 2 meters tall also charged out. Chinsho's eyes lit up instantly. Because this was the most powerful fierce beast he had ever seen, the beasts he had hunted before were all newly mutated and had not evolved through hunting much. And this saber-toothed beast tiger clearly had hunted many animals and humans, which is why it had already mutated and evolved to such an extent in just a few hours. In the internet cafe behind, everyone who had been paying attention to Chinsho couldn't help but gasp. Did this tiger mutate into a saber-toothed tiger? That's too exaggerated. This tiger is bigger than the delivery truck next to it. Now it's dangerous. Although this guy can easily kill that mutated dog, the mutated dog is like a small fry compared to this mutated tiger. I don't believe he can kill such a powerful mutated tiger. The mutated tiger's gaze also fell on Chinsho, or rather, on the backpack filled with beast spirit orbs and the suitcase he carried. Its sense of smell is strong, so the closer it gets, the more it can sniff the aura emitted by the beast spirit orbs. So it changed its mind, temporarily switching its target from this difficult panda to a weak human that it could swat away with one paw. Chapter 46. This punch carries at least 20 tons of power. In front there's a bear, and behind there's a tiger. This guy is so unlucky, it seems like both the giant panda and the large tiger behind want to eat him. This is terrifying. Why are these animals mutating so quickly? It's only been half a day and they've mutated so much. At this rate, can humans still dominate this world in the future? Look, that giant panda is attacking. After seeing Chinsho, a Fei immediately rushed over, looking very aggrieved. However, to others, it seemed like it had seen a delicious human and was madly charging over. Its speed stunned even the mutated tiger behind. Clearly, it didn't expect the panda could burst out such a speed, and then it let out a roar as if saying, "Let that human go, if you have the guts, come at me." Damn panda, not only has it escaped being eaten by me, but it is also eyeing the prey I have set my sights on, trying to steal my meal. It put all its effort into chasing. Chinsho carried over 1,000 beast spirit orbs, and the pure, rich energy of the orbs radiated from him, becoming more apparent the closer it got, utterly tempting. In its eyes, this human was 100 times more delicious than that damned panda. However, it was still a step too slow. Just as Chinsho hesitated, wondering whether to dodge the tank like a Fei rushing over to cuddle and complain, a Fei leaped towards him from 2 to 3 meters away, knocking him down to the ground. Chinsho had no choice but to bear it. Luckily, the quality of his backpack was good, otherwise, all the beast spirit orbs inside would have exploded out. In the internet cafe, everyone began to feel sympathetic for Chinsho. Now it's all over, he couldn't dodge and got knocked down by the panda. The panda's nickname is the iron-eating beast. They have strong biting power. Moreover, this panda has mutated so large that being knocked down and bitten will definitely lead to death. Wait a minute, what's up with that panda? Why isn't it biting after knocking him down but is instead licking his face and rubbing its head against him, like a little dog acting cute? I can't understand it anymore. Don't say you can't understand it, even the saber-toothed tiger chasing behind can't understand. It's standing there with its head tilted, looking utterly confused. Chinsho was being licked with a face full of disdain, pushing away a Fei's furry head. He wanted to scold it, but thinking that the panda can't understand human talk, he decided not to waste his breath. But he still had to teach it a lesson, so he pushed a Fei away and got up, saying, "Next time, don't run around." A Fei was howling and didn't seem to understand what he was saying, but its tone and actions were like a child being bullied running to tell their parent. It stood upright and pointed at the glaring mutated tiger with a confused expression. This scene left everyone in the nearby buildings watching in disbelief. Could this panda have mutated from a human? It looks just like my nephew when he was bullied by the neighbor's kid running to tell his parents. How is that possible? It's already been confirmed that what we mutate into depends on what animals we ate before mutating. This panda is a national treasure. There's no way someone ate a panda before mutating. So how do you explain the panda tackling him and then complaining like a spoiled child? Perhaps the panda has a fondness for humans, treating him like a zookeeper or something. Then, when bullied by the tiger, it immediately pouted and complained upon meeting a human. I feel like they know each other. Otherwise, he definitely could have dodged the panda's attack like he did the mutated dog earlier. He could have released an electric shock in retaliation, but he didn't do that. His expression didn't show any panic or fear, which indicates they probably know each other. Who knows, maybe he really is a zookeeper who has feelings for that panda. If that's really the case, then we can only say that this panda has evolved into something extraordinary. The crowd grew more curious and expectant. Although the panda didn't bite Chinsho after knocking him down, instead acting all cute and complaining, which was utterly incomprehensible, they even felt a bit disappointed that there wasn't a scene of the panda biting. But wasn't there still a fierce beast tiger watching, its size comparable to a small truck? They were eager to see if Chinsho, who had just annihilated a mutated dog, could handle such a large and fierce beast tiger. At that moment, the beast tiger seemed unable to hold back and took the initiative to attack. Roar! The tiger's roar rolled like thunder, vibrating in a way that hurt their eardrums. Chinsho calmly looked at the charging mutated tiger, then focused on its more than 1 meter long saber teeth. Let me see how hard these saber teeth are. If they're decent, they might make good weapons. Just as he finished speaking, the massive beast tiger leaped forward like a tiger-shaped truck, charging at Chinsho. In midair, a huge tiger claw, large enough to crush a human skull with ease, came crashing down. If an ordinary person were hit by this mighty claw, they would be smashed like a watermelon. But Chinsho, who already had the advantage of the beast transformation, remained completely unfazed. He didn't even deliberately release the energy of the beast spirit pearl within him to enter the half-beast form or complete beast transformation. He had just annihilated that mutated dog, using up most of the electric energy stored in his muscle cells, and recovering that energy requires time, so Chinsho did not plan to retaliate with electricity like an electric eel. After all, the voltage he could currently release could only kill ordinary mutated beasts. Against a massive beast like this, with its strong defenses, even if he released all the stored energy from his muscle cells, he still might not be able to electrocute it to death. So he clenched his fist and decided to engage the tiger claw head-on with his fist. This punch has at least 20 tons of power. Let's see if you can block it. As he thought, Chinsho's right fist collided with the beast tiger's right claw. The powerful collision sent Chinsho, who was several times weaker in size, sliding backward for several meters. The massive beast tiger, weighing several tons, was actually sent flying backward by his punch, landing on the ground with a painful roar. Chinsho shook his arm. Although his fist hurt a bit, there was no fracture or breakage. It can be said that his over-the-top skeletal strength, fused with the traits of an iron beetle, is impressive. Its hardness feels almost comparable to steel. And the axolotl's regeneration ability is also extraordinary. His fist wasn't completely unscathed, as there was definitely some bruising on his knuckles. But with the axolotl's regeneration ability, such flesh wounds would heal rapidly, in less than 2 minutes. Unlike the beast tiger, which now had a fist-sized dent in the center of its claw, and had suffered fractures. Now, the tiger was lying on the ground, its right front leg injured and unable to stand properly. This scene once again amazed the onlookers. Is this guy even human? Chapter 47, You are a bear, don't be timid. Unscientific. This is utterly unscientific. He is also a human, why could he mutate to be so strong? He just punched a several thousand-pound tiger away and even crippled its claws. Based on our own mutation situation, perhaps he really did eat food mixed with ants before his mutation, so he gained the ant's power talent and became incredibly strong. It may not be ants. Maybe it's the mantis shrimp, because the mantis shrimp's punches are the most impressive, said to be 600 times faster than a rocket. His earlier punch was both quick and fierce. It's very likely he ate mantis shrimp, then got the shrimp's speed and power. Everyone was guessing curiously, while showing envy and jealousy in their eyes. And Chinsho, who had just disabled a tiger claw with a punch, did not press his advantage but instead pushed out a Fei from behind him. Go, take it down. Though the panda could not understand human words, through actions and tone, a Fei more or less guessed that Chinsho wanted it to handle the tiger itself. So, looking at the oddly sized beast tiger that was much larger than him, a Fei immediately shook his head in fear and shrank back behind Chinsho. You are a bear, don't be timid. Chinsho was quite speechless. He decided to raise this little panda to see if he could nurture a strong and obedient beast pet. But to his surprise, a Fei, who had swallowed 30 beast spirit orbs and was currently stronger than most beasts, turned out to be a timid bear. Chinsho simply picked it up and threw it toward the beast tiger. A Fei, scared in midair, let out a frightened yelp, then immediately curled up into a round, fat meatball, slamming into the tiger and causing it to see stars. Don't be timid, you can defeat it. As soon as Chinsho finished speaking, he saw a Fei, both frightened and aggrieved, scampering back, clearly feeling that this tiger was far too big compared to him, leading him to waver before the fight. Considering that it was just a panda baby born not even 24 hours ago, Chinsho did not force it. After all, its intelligence was still at the infant stage. Only this 2-meter-tall, chubby figure was truly hard to treat as a panda cub. Forget it, no need to waste time. Chinsho glanced at the timid Fei and decided to handle the beast tiger himself. He was about to go into seclusion for several days to swallow and digest beast spirit orbs to enhance and solidify his beast transformation ability, and this tiger had good quality beast spirit orbs inside it, plus, such a large tiger could serve as his main food during seclusion for several days. So, Shinsho charged forward with bare fists, wanting to see if he, who had only released 1 or 2% of the beast spirit orb's energy, could defeat this beast tiger. Roar! Although the beast tiger began to panic inside, it still issued a terrifying roar, then opened its huge mouth to bite toward the rushing Shinsho. Bang! Shinsho directly punched it on the chin, and the immense power forced the beast tiger to close its mouth, making its massive head tilt back from the punch, nearly flipping backward. Looks like I overestimated this beast tiger and underestimated my own strength. Shinsho realized he had unknowingly become stronger. He leaped high, grabbed the 2 exposed sharp, long saber teeth, then violently threw the beast tiger to the ground. Bang! The asphalt surface was smashed into a pit, showing how abnormal Shinsho's strength was. The beast tiger was truly stunned this time, its bull-sized eyes bulging out, blood starting to flow from its mouth. Shinsho tightly grasped its saber teeth, lifted it again, then slammed it to the ground once more. Bang! The road surface continued to crack and dent further. The beast took advantage of the unusual beast tiger being stunned by the blow, to test the strength of the saber tooth. He simply pulled out a saber tooth that was over 1.5 meters long, like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. This scene made everyone wince in pain. Then, Shinsho gripped the saber tooth in the middle and plunged it into the tiger's head. With a plop sound, the sharp and hard saber tooth pierced the tiger's head, completely ending the life of the unusual beast tiger. The whole process took less than a minute. It was simply a crushing victory. Not bad in hardness, able to pierce the skull, these 2 saber teeth can be used as weapons. Shinsho pulled out the saber tooth for inspection, seeing no signs of breaking, he stabbed it back into the tiger's head to stop the flowing blood, to avoid waste. After all, his tail, infused with the blood-sucking talent of the tabanid, could absorb blood to replenish energy and enhance upgrades. Let's go, bring the suitcase. Fine, but it doesn't understand human speech and doesn't know what a suitcase is. Shinsho had to go back to pull the suitcase, then concentrated energy into his peepa bone, instantly growing a pair of huge wings that were silver black, as if cast from steel. This scene once again left the onlookers on both sides of the street in shock. Holy crap! What the hell is this? How did he suddenly grow a pair of wings? Didn't you say he must have mutated after eating ants or mantis shrimp? Now how do we explain these wings? He can discharge electricity and has wings. Is he a reincarnation of Leishenzi, or did he eat Leishenzi? In any case, he definitely knows some mutation secrets we don't know, which is why he's walking down the street so boldly, so ridiculously strong, and why he inexplicably grew a pair of wings. Thus, under the astonished and shocked gazes of the crowd, Shinsho carried the suitcase in one hand and the corpse of the unusual beast tiger in the other, then took off into the sky. Afei hugged his thigh, feeling the howling wind, closing his eyes and not daring to look down. The crowd remained dumbfounded. He actually flew away with the corpse of the saber-toothed tiger, along with that big panda? Now we can confirm that he knows that big panda, otherwise, it wouldn't be clinging to his thigh and flying away with him. Someone pinch me, this can't be a dream, right? Holy crap! Did you eat a crab? Why does it hurt so much? It hurts, that's right. It means we are not dreaming. Just can't figure out why that guy mutated to be so strong, so special? While the internet hasn't collapsed yet, hurry and check online, see if there's any way to mutate and become more powerful? In the sky, Shinsho had never flown so tired, so laboriously. The weight of the unusual beast tiger's corpse combined with Afei hugging his thigh was probably around 5,000 kilograms. If it weren't for having the strength talent of the bullet ant, he definitely wouldn't be able to lift it, nor fly. Feeling the energy and stamina from the beast spirit bead rapidly depleting within him, Shinsho's pants suddenly sprouted a tail, with the tail's sharp end piercing into the body of the unusual beast tiger, frantically sucking blood to replenish energy. Moments later, Shinsho landed on a mountain in the suburbs, preparing to seclude himself here for a few days. Chapter 48 Fishman Form. Shinsho prepared to seclude himself for a few days, to properly digest and mesh with the beast transformation ability, and to get used to the body that still wasn't very comfortable after the beast transformation. This trip to the provincial city exceeded expectations, just the beast spirit beads collected were over 1,000, and this was only the second day since the beast transformation disaster struck. According to information from the past life, whether it was unusual beasts or human beast transformants, they could continue to mutate and grow stronger by continuously devouring beast spirit beads. However, subsequent mutation evolution basically built upon the initial beast transformation. For example, in his past life, if Shinsho ate braised chicken and mutated into a weak chicken man, later he could continuously mutate and grow stronger by devouring a large number of beast spirit beads. Basically, future mutations and evolutions will be based on the beast transformation of the chicken. That is to say, whatever animal people initially transform into, the subsequent mutations and evolutions will mostly revolve around that animal for upgrades. Starting as a weak chicken man, it was destined that his beast transformation would never escape the characteristics of a chicken, only able to evolve around the innate abilities of chickens. Of course, if he is lucky enough to devour a powerful beast spirit pearl with a high degree of compatibility, then he could truly change from a mountain chicken to a phoenix. For example, the powerful bird-like beasts, their beast spirit pearls are the most likely to help weak chicken beast transformists change from mountain chickens to phoenixes. In his past life, people like Qinshu, who transformed but did not grow wings and became ground chickens, longed to obtain the beast spirit pearls from strong bird-like beasts, in order to mutate and evolve wings, turning from ground chickens into great flying chickens, with the chance to gain other birds' innate abilities. It is precisely because of this that Qinshu, after being reborn, sought many animals so that he could obtain various powerful and useful innate abilities right from the start of his beast transformation. Now everything is going smoothly. Iron beetle's incredible skeletal defense. Owl's sharp vision and hearing. Electric eel's fierce high-voltage current. Axolotl's bizarre regenerative ability. Bullet ant's strong power aptitude and venomous sting. And tardigrade's strong life force with full magical resistance. Therefore, considering these beast transformation foundations, Qinshu would not devour two ordinary and useless beast spirit pearls, so as not to lower the quality of his beast transformation. So the first one he devoured was the beast spirit pearl inside the beetle monkey. This beast spirit pearl had the beast transformation talent of a beetle, which could just enhance his obtained iron beetle's innate ability. However, since this was a beast spirit pearl from a monkey, after he devoured it, the signs of beast transformation in his body also showed monkey features, growing monkey hair and a tail. This indicated that the compatibility of the beast spirit pearl from the beetle monkey with him was not very high. Instead, the compatibility of the monkey with humans themselves was higher, which is why his body exhibited the beast transformation characteristics of a monkey at that time. Unlike the beast spirit pearl from the anteater he devoured later, which perfectly matched the innate ability of the bullet ant, making his power aptitude even stronger, but it wouldn't cause his body to show the characteristics of an anteater. Then there was the beast spirit pearl from the botfly, which was a pleasant surprise for Qinshu. He did not expect that after devouring it, his tail was unexpectedly enhanced, allowing it to gain not only venomous sting abilities but also the ability to suck blood like the botfly's mouthparts to replenish energy. Besides that, the beast spirit pearls from the black bear and polar bear he devoured later had even less compatibility. They were just purely for absorbing energy, supplementing and strengthening the beast spirit pearl inside him, so there was no significant enhancement to his innate abilities, only a slight strengthening of the beast spirit pearl and physical fitness. With these experiences to refer to, what Qinshu needed to do next was to select high-quality, energy-rich beast spirit pearls that had a certain degree of compatibility with the innate abilities he controlled for devouring. As for those two ordinary and useless beast spirit pearls, either leave them for a Phi to devour, or use them for trading in the future. In any case, a Phi has already lost his potential. No matter what beast spirit pearl he devours, his body will not exhibit the beast transformation characteristics of other animals, nor has he shown any ability to acquire innate abilities from other animals. Therefore, for a Phi, beast spirit pearls are just a nutrient to replenish energy and grow quickly, so there's no need to let him devour anything too good. After settling at the lake in the mountains, Qinshu began to dissect the just-killed exotic beast tiger, pulling out a pearl with a golden red hue from inside. The rich energy of the beast spirit pearl. Although this beast spirit pearl had no compatibility with his talent abilities, he still swallowed it. After all, this was the beast spirit pearl from the tiger, known as the king of beasts, and even if it couldn't enhance his talent abilities, it could at least strengthen his body somewhat. Soon, as the beast spirit pearl turned into a warm current flowing into his stomach, it was absorbed and integrated by the beast spirit pearl in his dantian, and subtle signs of beast transformation appeared on Qinshu once again. His hands transformed into something more robust and powerful, like tiger claws. The two beast horns on his head clearly showed the influence of the tiger's saber teeth, beginning to sharpen, harden, and slowly take on a crescent shape. These were the signs of beast transformation caused by swallowing a beast spirit pearl without compatibility with talent abilities. It could only strengthen the body, not enhance talent. But Qinshu was quite satisfied. He could feel his body's strength growing more formidable, and his overall aura felt much more imposing. He touched the two beast horns on his head, which he currently felt were the most useless, the least helpful part of his beast transformation. He couldn't possibly charge at his opponent with these two horns during a fight, could he? So, aside from having a decorative effect and looking rather cool, Qinshu felt there was little use for these horns unless they could gather electricity and launch electric currents. Otherwise, he probably would never use them in his life. Soon, after digesting the beast spirit pearl from the tiger, Qinshu opened his suitcase and took out 100 low-grade beast spirit pearls for a Fei to swallow. This was what he had promised when he decided to seize the military base, indicating that if he could earn over 1,000 beast spirit pearls, he would give a Fei 100 pearls to swallow at once, to see if a Fei would still be as useless after swallowing that many. Looking at the suitcase full of beast spirit pearls, a Fei's eyes lit up. It had never drunk milk since birth. Qinshu raised it solely on the easily digestible beast spirit pearls, so for a Fei, beast spirit pearls were like the favorite milk of a panda cub. If you still end up useless after swallowing these 100 beast spirit pearls, don't blame me for turning my back on you. A Fei joyfully sat beside, licking the beast spirit pearls like they were candy. Meanwhile, Qin continued picking out beast spirit pearls. As long as the pearls were of high quality, rich in energy, and had some compatibility, he would choose them to swallow himself. For example, the beast spirit pearls from the giant ocean beasts he hunted in the aquarium, although they had no compatibility with talent abilities, were of high quality and rich in energy, so swallowing them would surely allow the beast spirit pearls inside him to undergo sublimation. Additionally, swallowing the beast spirit pearls from the ocean beasts would also enhance the natural swimming talent humans possessed. Sea lions, seals, sharks, dolphins. That day, Qin finished swallowing all the beast spirit pearls from the marine beasts he hunted in the aquarium. Normally, the beast spirit pearls inside these marine beasts could only enhance the body and swimming abilities. But since Qin had the foundation of the electric eel's beast transformation, after swallowing the pearls from these marine beasts, he found that the energy of the beast spirit pearls inside him had grown so powerful that his mental strength could no longer suppress or control it. However, this loss of control in beast transformation gave him a bright idea. If previously he had completely mastered the half-beast and full beast transformation forms at will, now with wings transforming into fish fins and skin covered in silvery scales, the beast transformation could completely be named merfolk form. Chapter 49, The Strongest Creature on Land, Sea, and Air. After swallowing multiple beast spirit pearls from the marine animals hunted in the aquarium, Qin unlocked a new beast transformation. He raised his hand, looking at the beautiful silver-white scales covering his arm like dragon scales, feeling as if he was about to mutate and evolve towards the strongest creature in land, sea, and air. The most obvious beast transformation feature in the current fishman form was the appearance of fish fins on his back, and his skin was covered with fish scales, making him particularly sensitive to water, able to sense even the water molecules in the air. Qin quickly took out his phone and opened the front camera, discovering that the two beast horns on his head had mutated to resemble coral in fishman form, taking on a shape similar to dragon horns. His facial features still resembled those of a human, but silver-white scales also covered his cheeks, making him look like the prince of the Dragon Palace transformed into a human from Journey to the West. Overall, the feeling was quite good, and in fishman form, his physique had grown significantly. He seemed to be over 3 meters tall, resembling a small giant, which left off A, who was licking the beast spirit pearl beside him, looking cute and confused, obviously unable to understand why Qin had changed again and why he had grown bigger. However, the smell remained unchanged, so it did not turn against Qin just because he had changed his appearance. Qin silently felt the mutation and evolution brought by this beast transformation. He thought this fishman form looked pretty cool and had a kind of noble elegance, although the two fish fin wings on his back, resembling those of a flying fish, looked a bit strange. He tried to flap them a few times, discovering that the two silver-red fish fin wings on his back had no flying ability, but while swimming in the water, he might be able to leap out of the surface using swimming speed, perhaps flying briefly over the sea like a flying fish. Another good thing was that his feet had not transformed into a fishtail, otherwise, it would have been as low as becoming a mermaid. Next, Qin reached out and touched his neck and cheeks. It seems there are no fish gills mutated, indicating that this beast transformation should be similar to that of a dolphin, only able to breathe with lungs in water, so even if transformed into a fishman, I can't stay in the water for long. There was a lake nearby, so Qin decided to enter the lake to verify his guess. As a person who can't swim, Qin had never learned to swim, but that did not mean his genes lacked the skill talent for swimming. In fact, the talent skill of swimming can be said to be inherently possessed by humans, as humans lived in amniotic fluid like fish before birth, so when babies are put in water, they instinctively swim. However, because fetuses have no memory, as time passes, people gradually forget this skill as they grow up, thus neglecting this innate talent for swimming. Now having absorbed multiple beast spirit pearls from marine creatures, Qin's neglected swimming talent not only awakened but also reached its peak. Therefore, as he walked into the water, the moment he touched the lake water, he immediately felt like a fish in water, as if this was truly his stage, his territory. Every inch of his skin could feel the movement and flow of the water, sensing its embrace and familiarity. It was as if the water was alive, able to communicate and play together. Qin couldn't wait any longer. He took a deep breath and then dove headfirst into the water, swimming towards the bottom of the lake. He found that his vision did not diminish due to the water, he could open and close his eyes normally underwater without any irritation. In addition, Qin made another discovery that excited him. He originally thought that in this fishman form, he should be like a dolphin, using lungs to store oxygen for breathing, unable to stay submerged for long. However, after diving into the lake for a short while, he immediately discovered that he was actually breathing through his skin underwater. This reminded him of mudskippers. Because mudskippers are like this, besides being able to breathe with their gills, they can also absorb oxygen from the air through their skin and the mucous membranes in their mouths. Leeches and earthworms are the same, they also breathe through their skin. This discovery made Qin extremely excited. Because he understood very well that after the beast mutation disaster struck, the animals with the greatest mutation potential, or evolutionary potential, were not land animals, but marine animals. This is because the ocean occupies 71% of the Earth's surface area, teeming with countless biological creatures, so marine beasts will definitely become the strongest rulers in this beast mutation disaster. If humanity doesn't use nuclear weapons, then they simply can't threaten the powerful marine beasts. But once the situation calls for nuclear weapons, it means humanity has already found it extremely difficult to survive in this beast mutation disaster, and human civilization is on the verge of destruction. Now, having unlocked the merman form, Shinsho can breathe and fight underwater, and as long as he continues to devour beast spirit orbs to strengthen himself, he will have the power to face the mighty marine beasts in the future. Of course, if the mutated marine beasts grow as massive as aircraft carriers, that would be a different story. In his past life before his rebirth, Shinsho heard of the largest human beast mutation, the first being to unlock the ultimate beast mutation form, rumored to be over 10 meters tall while fully transformed into a beast, just 2 months after the disaster began. By that time, many giant beasts over 10 or even 30 meters tall were already appearing on land, and the beast mutation era had thus begun to evolve into the giant beast era. Thinking about how land animals could develop so many giant beasts in just 2 months, with so many marine animals continuously evolving through hunting, isn't it even more exaggerated? Just as Shinsho was gradually adapting to the merman form, a dark shadow suddenly swam toward him from the bottom of the lake. The movement in the water alerted Shinsho, who had gained dolphin sonar abilities, to the presence of another aquatic animal approaching him. He immediately looked in the direction and saw a large bluefish rapidly swimming toward him. What a guy, there's actually such a big bluefish in this lake. It seemed this bluefish, after its mutation, must have devoured a lot of smaller fish, or else it wouldn't have grown so large. This was a perfect opportunity to experience what it felt like to fight in the water. Shinsho stood in the water, his large fish fin wings flapping slowly behind him, ensuring he wouldn't sink to the bottom or surface too quickly. The large bluefish swimming toward him looked to be 2 to 3 meters long, with a big head covered by a hard black shell. Bluefish like to eat snails, and so the hard black shell covering its head and back was likely generated from eating snails before its mutation. Watching the aggressive bluefish open its massive mouth to bite, Shinsho quickly swam to the side to dodge, then clenched his right fist, aiming forcefully at the bluefish's body. Chapter 50, Did you see this, Birdman? Shinsho threw a punch, but the result was not the scene he had imagined where he knocked the bluefish away. The water's resistance weakened a lot of my strength. If this punch was on land, this fish wouldn't just be heavily injured, it would be dead. As Shinsho watched the bluefish, which was in pain and shaking its tail, continue charging at him, he pondered how to reduce the resistance of the water. He thought of the mantis shrimp, known as the strongest boxer in the animal kingdom. When they swing their fists, a phenomenon called cavitation occurs, thus the water's resistance is resolved by their fists. Shinsho recalled the popular science video he had watched about mantis shrimp, and he felt a bit regretful. He should have included mantis shrimp in his carefully prepared beast transformation ingredients. With that, he could gain the punching talent of the mantis shrimp, allowing him to create cavitation in water with a single punch. The so-called cavitation phenomenon refers to the situation when the speed of a moving object increases to a certain level, causing its surface to be surrounded by a layer of bubbles. When this happens, the water resistance on the object's surface drops to a very low level. The reason that mantis shrimp can punch with a speed comparable to a bullet and a force up to 2,500 times their own is based on this principle. Because the punching speed of mantis shrimp is very fast, it creates a localized vacuum, which causes the nearby water to vaporize, resulting in a large number of bubbles. This is the cavitation phenomenon generated by their punches. Then these bubbles, when subjected to water pressure, will sharply compress, producing explosive jets and shockwaves, which is why the little mantis shrimp can deliver such powerful punches. Shinsho wanted to try it out and see if he could mimic the mantis shrimp and create the cavitation phenomenon. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Bubbles did appear quite a lot, but these were not the kind of bubbles containing explosive energy and shockwaves that characterize the cavitation phenomenon. Shinsho felt that the water resistance was still quite significant, at least reducing half of his punching power, causing the large catfish to withstand his 4 punches. It was only in pain that it fled, without dying. Shinsho swam faster than the large catfish and caught up with it for another punch. This time, his fist sent out a buzzing electrical current, and the tiny bubbles generated after the punch noticeably increased, but it still wasn't the cavitation phenomenon that could bring about a strong explosive shock. However, Shinsho felt he was onto something. He looked at the large catfish that had been knocked upside down and was floating towards the surface, and he swam up after it. Whew! Shinsho breathed heavily in the air. Although in fishman form he could breathe underwater and wouldn't suffocate, the sensation was still quite unfamiliar and a bit oppressive for him, who had transformed into a fishman for the first time. Flapping his legs and the fins on his back, Shinsho quickly swam to the shore, holding the fish's tail. He threw the 2 or 3 meter long large catfish onto the shore and summarized his recent experience of fighting underwater in fishman form. First of all, power and speed are weakened in water. This may be related to his current inadequate water sense. Water sense refers to a swimmer's comprehensive understanding, experience, and perception of water. After all, he was a land-dwelling human, so his water sense could not compare to that of aquatic animals. This would require a lot of practice and experience later on. Perhaps when his water sense improves, water will feel like part of his body. At that time, water will not only cease to create resistance but will also become a powerful propulsive force. Fei was still happily licking the beast spirit beads. This time he was given 100 beast spirit beads, which would keep him satisfied for a long while. After all, consuming beast spirit beads would create a feeling of fullness, making him feel full of energy, and the energy from these absorbed beast spirit beads requires some time to assimilate. At present, Qinshu had consumed too much energy from the beast spirit beads. The beast spirit beads inside his body were showing signs of overflowing, which resulted in his inability to freely control the beast spirit beads and switch between human form and beast transformation at will. Sitting down beside the chubby, soft Fei, Qinshu directly used it as a sofa to lie on, then took out his phone to take a look. The news headlines still reminded people to stay at home and not go outside. The government military is working hard to eliminate the threatening beasts on the streets. Zhang Yunzong and his friends had a pretty good haul at the zoo, and not long ago they sent back good news. Qinshu was also happy for them. After all, they were a few of his close friends in this life. In this life, he was no longer weak, and they had already taken the lead in the tide of beast transformation, no longer ending up as cannon fodder as in their past lives. But growing stronger also brought its own troubles. Once the secret of the beast spirit pearl was fully spread, the fighting among humans would never stop. The stronger the human-beast transformants, the easier they were to be coveted by others. Qinshu was not worried about being targeted by others, as this time no one would be able to surpass him in beast transformation power. But Zhang Yunzong and the others were different, so he could only pray for their good luck and hope they could grow safely and quickly. He watched the video sent by Zhang Yunzong. The giant python that had managed to escape after being heavily injured by him at the zoo was killed by Zhang Yunzong and his three friends working together. Xiaobin devoured the beast spirit pearl inside the giant python, and because the giant python had devoured many birds before and grew several feathers, Xiaobin unexpectedly transformed and grew a pair of wings. This beast transformation phenomenon was actually a bit unexpected for Qinshu, so he speculated that Xiaobin must have eaten some chicken or bird eggs before the transformation. Otherwise, he shouldn't have gained bird-like features after the transformation, even if he had devoured the beast spirit pearl from birds. Just like the video Zhang Yunzong sent not long ago, they had hunted 2 flamingos. As a result, Zhang Yunzong and Zhang Yujie devoured the beast spirit pearls inside the flamingos, but aside from their hair turning red, they didn't gain the flamingos' beast transformation traits and didn't obtain any of their special abilities. On the other hand, Huan Wenchao, who killed a large alligator turtle and devoured the beast spirit pearl, showed clear beast transformation signs. His alligator skin became even harder, especially the skin on his back, which became as hard as a turtle shell, making ordinary bullets unable to harm him. Seizing the opportunity before the network collapsed, Qinshu replied, "It seems that just devouring the beast spirit pearl inside some animal doesn't guarantee you'll gain that animal's abilities." Before, Qinshu had only heard this, but now he could confirm it. You guys ate alligators and rabbits before your transformation, so devouring the beast spirit pearl from the birds won't give you any bird abilities. As for Xiaobin devouring the beast spirit pearl from that giant python with claws and feathers, and then growing wings, it's likely because he had eaten chicken, duck, or bird eggs before his transformation, so he already had a foundation for bird transformation. Not long after, Zhang Yunzong replied, "It really seems to be the case. Xiaobin said he ate a few quail eggs this morning. No wonder after he devoured the beast spirit pearl from that feathered giant python, he grew wings, while I and Yujie devoured the beast spirit pearls from the flamingos, but didn't grow even a single feather." Xiaobin was indeed incredibly lucky. Many who had eaten poultry before their transformation still wouldn't necessarily grow wings after transforming, and even if they did grow wings, it didn't mean they could fly. Qinshu comforted Zhang Yunzong and the other 3, who were envious of Xiaobin, but this is only a guess. If you have the chance, you can try devouring beast spirit pearls from other birds to see if you can grow wings. However, I think a pair of wings could also add a fatal weakness, so it's better to pursue perfection instead. For example, you now have the defense and strength of an alligator, and the softness and agility of a rabbit, so you should specialize in hunting these types of animals, just like Wenchao, by devouring the beast spirit pearl from the alligator turtle. The effect is immediate. Zhang Yunzong thinks so too, so they are figuring out how to hunt the crocodiles that are still plentiful in the crocodile pond. At this moment, Zhang Yunzong sent a video, "Have you seen this bird man in the provincial capital? Many people online are exposing him, saying he has immense strength and can release electricity, just like Thundershenzi." Qinshu. Chapter 51, Little Bunny, behave, open your head. Damn Thundershenzi. Qinshu has heard people call him Thundershenzi more than once. Earlier on the road looking for Fei, when he released electricity to kill that monster dog, people watching from nearby said the same thing about Thundershenzi. Later, when he sprouted wings and flew away after transforming, those people again associated him with Thundershenzi, joking whether he had eaten Thundershenzi before transforming. Now even his good friend calls him Thundershenzi. It's simply outrageous. Fortunately, Qinshuo's identity has not been exposed, he can independently control his beast transformation, so even if Zhang Yunzong and the others saw him in the video, they wouldn't recognize him. Qinshuo replied to Zhang Yunzong, I haven't seen Thunderzhenzi, but I did see a mutated monkey that is just like Sun Wukong. Speaking of which, these beast transformations do have a hint of mythical stories. Nuwa is a human head with a snake body, isn't that just like a snake-like beast transformer? Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, the chicken monster, the cow monster, all can find similar appearances among human beast transformers. Thinking of this, Qinshuo couldn't help but be stunned. No way? Could it be that mythical stories are related to the beast transformation disasters? Could it be that long ago, the same beast transformation disaster happened on Earth? Qinshuo was terrified as he thought about it. Mythical figures with beast transformation traits, bizarre monsters from the classic of mountains and seas. Isn't this a coincidence? Qinshuo couldn't help but feel curious, replying to Zhang Yunzong, now that you mention it, I suddenly thought of the ancient mythological figures like Nuwa, Fuxi, Xiyu, and Xing Tian. They all have beast transformation traits in their appearances. Nuwa and Fuxi are like snake-like beast transformers, Xiyu resembles a cow-like beast transformer, and the giant Xing Tian can still live after being beheaded, perhaps because he ate a salamander or a water bear and gained immortality through beast transformation. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed like a possibility. Otherwise, why do they look like monsters but are venerated as the ancestors of humanity? Zhang Yunzong was stunned for a moment, he simply wanted to verify if the Thunderzhenzi video from the provincial capital was real, but he didn't expect Qinshuo would link it to figures from ancient mythology. And what he said actually made sense. Zhang Yunzong, a seasoned mythology novel enthusiast, was now completely drawn into Qinshuo's mythological story. Fuxi took the body of a python, the head of a crocodile, the horns of a male deer, the eyes of a fierce tiger, the scales of a red carp, the legs of a giant lizard, the claws of a hawk, the tail of a white shark, the whiskers of a baleen whale, and established the totem of the Chinese nation, the dragon. The descendants of the dragon came from this. Now looking back, maybe your guess is right. Mythical stories might not be fictional, perhaps the mythological era was a beast transformation era, just like now, where countless humans and animals underwent beast transformation. Qinshuo increasingly suspected this was the truth, but unfortunately, there was no way to investigate or prove it. If mythological figures actually existed, and mythological stories have factual basis, it indicates that our speculation is very likely correct, and it also demonstrates that the potential for beast transformation is limitless. Who knows, if beast transformation continues to evolve, humans could become powerful enough to open up the heavens and fill the seas. Qinshuo began to dream. Especially when he thought about the mythical figure Quafu, the beast blood inside him could no longer contain its boiling. According to the classic of mountains and seas, Quafu was huge, wielding a green snake in his right hand. In his left hand, he controlled a yellow snake, existing in three forms: beast, human, and god. Isn't this just like humans who have mastered the ultimate beast transformation? They can switch freely between human form, half-beast form, and full beast transformation. Thinking of this, Qinshuo felt even more excited, because besides these three forms, he had an extra form, a fishman form. Enough said, I need to find a way to become stronger. Otherwise, I'll become cannon fodder in this era of beast transformation and I won't be able to witness the new myth stories within this era's background. Qinshuo was really going to enter closed-door training now. The energy from the beast spirit pearls he was devouring was too overwhelming, and his body couldn't contain the beast transformation, turning him into a fishman form over 3 meters tall. So he needed to exercise quickly to digest it, and only when his body fully adapted to this immense energy could he regain control over the beast spirit pearls and switch back to human form. Zhang Yunzong's excitement and curiosity were just piqued, but Qinshuo stopped discussing this topic, which made him a bit gloomy. However, now was indeed not the time to chat leisurely, he also needed to work hard to become stronger. The internet says that in a couple of days, the network systems in many places will crash, and then we might not be able to contact each other. In the future, when we meet, we might not even recognize each other. So I discussed a secret password with Zhao Bin and the others. The first line of the password is "Little Bunny Be Good," and the next line is "Open Your Head." In the future, if someone near you sings "Little Bunny Be Good," you reply with "Open Your Head," and we'll know we're brothers. Qinshuo. What the hell does "Open Your Head" mean? Clearly, this secret password is inspired by the braised rabbit heads Qinshuo treated them to yesterday at noon. However, before they mastered the ultimate beast transformation and could switch back to human form, this password was indeed somewhat useful. Otherwise, as they continuously transformed, it would be impossible to recognize each other by appearance alone. Thus, Qinshuo replied with an OK emoji and tossed his nearly out-of-battery phone aside. Stop eating, train with me. Fei also needed to train well, otherwise, after spending so many beast spirit pearls to cultivate a lazy fat bear, just thinking about it felt like a waste. Roar! Qinshuo grabbed Fei's chubby neck and led it aside, then had it learn to do push-ups. Although humans and bears don't communicate well, Fei was clearly not an ordinary panda. It had devoured many beast spirit pearls, and a few of those were extracted from human beast transformers, so Afei's intelligence had noticeably evolved and enhanced greatly. Though it couldn't understand human words, it instantly understood Qin Shou's intentions through his expressions, tone, and hands-on teaching. That's right, that's the move. Now give me 1,000 of them. As Qin Shou spoke, he couldn't help but pat Afei's round, chubby bare belly, suck in your belly. Push-ups are done with your hands, not with your belly. Afei, who only wanted to lazily sit and lick beast spirit pearls, teared up as it sucked in its belly and started doing push-ups. Qin Shou placed a 2 or 3 meter long, 1 to 2,000 pound giant fish corpse on Afei's back. This would make the weight training more effective. At first, Afei whined in pain, but when it saw Qin Shou carrying a tiger beast and doing push-ups with one hand, it fell silent and felt invigorated. So it started doing one-handed push-ups, seemingly bursting with unlimited strength, moving so fast that Qin Shou was stunned. Is this really happening? Qin Shou was taken aback at first, then his eyes shone with relief. Not bad, not bad. The little bear can be taught. Chapter 52, No Destruction, No Establishment. Not knowing how many push-ups had been completed. Qin Shou did not count, and Afei would not count either. However, the bear fur soaked in sweat, the ground drenched in sweat, and the number of push-ups done from sunrise to sunset showed that one person and one bear had already surpassed 1,000, something not possible for an ordinary person or an ordinary bear. Afei was already exhausted, lying sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily like a waste bear, alongside the lifeless body of the heavy fish he had carried on his back. Qin Shou, who did not act like a human, was ultimately not a panda that could be defeated. But at this moment, Qin Shou was also nearing his limit. He could feel his muscles aching intensely. The high-intensity workout made him experience the sensation of muscle breakdown, followed by rapid regeneration due to powerful healing abilities. This process was not pleasant, but this feeling of rebirth was akin to tempering and strengthening his body, so Qin Shou continued to grit his teeth and persist. No pain, no gain. If he didn't destroy his old, weak body, a new, powerful body would not be built. At this time, the axolotl's regeneration ability became extremely important. Qin Shou was now using the axolotl's regeneration ability to temper his flesh. Every drop of sweat was an impurity expelled from his body during the tempering process. Every muscle strain and breakdown was remaking stronger and more resilient muscle flesh. Unknowingly, the sky began to darken. Qin Shou finally could not hold on anymore and fell to the ground with a thud. With a gust of dust, the heavy body of a strange beast tiger pressed him firmly to the ground. Lying nearby, Afei turned his head to look, admiration shining in his eyes. Qin Shou struggled to crawl out from under the strange beast tiger's body. He was still in his fishman form but had turned into a dehydrated, shriveled fishman. The high-intensity push-ups and subsequent tiger squats had drained all the overflowing energy and physical strength from his body. Now he felt particularly tired and hungry. The beast spirit pearl inside him desperately needed energy replenishment. But this time, Qin Shou did not directly devour other beast spirit pearls for the supplement. Because he understood that to fully control the beast spirit pearl inside him and fully comprehend the ultimate beast transformation secrets, he must adapt and integrate the energy of the beast spirit pearl throughout his body. Otherwise, if the beast spirit pearl was too strong and his body's capacity for its energy was too weak, it would lead to energy loss of control within him, resulting in involuntary signs of beast transformation. Previously, he had consumed too many beast spirit pearls from ocean creatures, resulting in an overload of energy after the pearls merged, causing him to lose control and transform into a fishman shape. Now he had exhausted most of the energy and physical strength from the beast spirit pearl in his body, yet he still couldn't fully control it. He could not switch back to the most energy-efficient human form with his will, indicating his body strength and mental power were still weak compared to the beast spirit pearl within him. Therefore, he couldn't continue to devour beast spirit pearls for a short time. He had to continue training and strengthening his body to enhance his mental power. Qin Shou crawled back in with difficulty and kicked Afei at his side. Let's go, wash up and then roast some fish. Seeing Afei too exhausted to get up, Qin Shou simply lent a hand and dragged him like a dead pig to the lake for a bath. Otherwise, with the smell of sweat all over, how could they sleep on this panda bed? Entering the lake. Severely sweating and dehydrated, Qin Shou felt incredibly comfortable. He sank into the lake, feeling as if all fatigue was being washed away by the water. Perhaps this was how a fish on the verge of dying from thirst felt when suddenly entering a lake? Qin Shou was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep in the water. Afei lay on the lake like a dead pig, drifting motionless, then flowing with the waves. With no choice, Qin Shou finished bathing and had to scrub it down. Especially its belly, Qin Shou scrubbed more vigorously because he was going to sleep on this tonight, and if it was too dirty and smelly, it would affect his sleep. Alright, get up and shake off the water, don't lie on the ground and get dirty. Qin Shou dragged the soft and weak Afei ashore, then looked at its dead pig-like state, helplessly went to take out a beast spirit pearl to feed it, hoping it would perk up. As the beast spirit pearl was stuffed into its mouth, turning into a warm flow of energy into its belly, Afei finally recovered a bit. Qin Shou kicked its butt in annoyance, then dragged the big grass carp to the lakeside to clean it. This grass carp was 2 to 3 meters long. Just peeling off the scales took Chinsho half an hour, then he cleaned out the gills and belly, and casually took out the beast spirit pearl inside, tossing it to Afei for energy replenishment. Once he finished processing the big grass carp, the sky had completely darkened. Nearby, the sound of insects chirping and birds calling occasionally filled the air. Chinsho knew that aside from human vegetarians, no other animals, whether carnivores or herbivores, would experience beast transformation, but herbivores had a higher success rate than the former. So the insects and little birds still alive at this time were mostly herbivores. Mainly, small carnivorous animals that underwent beast transformation would generally explode due to their weak bodies and insufficient energy supply, hence dying from the process. But if they were herbivores, during the transformation, they could eat grass and leaves nearby to replenish energy and successfully endure until the transformation was complete. Just like this cricket nearby, whose call sounded quite pleasant. Chinsho followed the sound and found this cricket that had completed its transformation. Normally, crickets were only 3 or 4 centimeters long. But this cricket, looking for food and mates after dark, was more than 10 centimeters long, its size increasing several times after transformation. At the same time, mosquitoes bigger than wasps began to fly over one after another. It is well known that mosquitoes not only suck blood but also rely on plant juices and dew for food, so these mosquitoes mostly derived their energy from sucking plant juices to survive until their transformation was complete. Chinsho ignored the flying mosquitoes, as they couldn't break through his skin and flesh for defense. Even Afei didn't need to worry about being bitten, so these mosquitoes flying out at night had their mouthparts bent but couldn't even suck a drop of blood, which was truly unfortunate for them. At this moment, Chinsho skewered the big grass carp with the 2 saber teeth of the beast tiger, then found some dry branches nearby to light a bonfire and set the grass carp to roast. Rats, cockroaches, mosquitoes, flies. After a while, these animals and insects will reproduce rapidly, and then people won't be able to sleep well at all. Nights will become a nightmare for countless people. Chinsho swatted a large mosquito flying by into the fire pit with a single slap. With a pop, the mosquito was instantly incinerated. A burst of burnt aroma wafted through the air. As the saying goes, even mosquitoes are meat. Moments later, the aroma of the grilled fish began to intensify. Chinsho's stomach growled with hunger. He flipped the fish over, exposing the golden side up, then sprinkled salt and seasoning on it, cutting off a large piece of fish to eat while it was hot. Sitting beside him, Afei was licking the beast spirit pearl like a curious baby, its silly and confused eyes seeming to wonder why Chinsho liked to eat this food that didn't smell fragrant at all. Chinsho cut a large piece of fish meat and stuffed it into Afei's mouth. Don't always think about eating beast spirit pearls. This thing is not food. After Afei devoured the 100 beast spirit pearls, it was time to cut off its supply for a while, otherwise, eating dozens or even hundreds of beast spirit pearls every day would be too much to handle. A giant green fish just went inside the stomachs of Chinsho and Afei. Chinsho was stuffed from eating too much, while Afei was forced to overeat. Because Chinsho didn't even leave the fish bones behind, stuffing them directly to Afei to grind its teeth, and praised Afei for its strong bite, truly worthy of being called an iron-eating beast. After filling their stomachs, Chinsho made a bed, and Afei became a mattress, just lying comfortably in Afei's soft embrace, drifting into sleep. Soon, the campfire gradually burned down. And in the dark night, danger quietly approached. Chapter 53, Keeping a Dog is Better Than Keeping You. A hissing sound floated in with the evening breeze. A giant king cobra, over 7 meters long and as thick as a leg, slithered toward Chinsho and Afei while flicking its tongue. Clearly, this was a king cobra that had doubled in size after transforming. In the south, the king cobra is also known as the mountain crossing peak. They are fierce, agile, and highly venomous, making them the most dangerous snakes in the world. The forked tongue serves as the snake's olfactory organ, and as it got closer to its prey, the rich and fragrant aroma became more pronounced, making the tongue flick faster and faster. Though king cobras have poor night vision and are naturally nearsighted, that doesn't stop them from hunting at night. They primarily rely on smell and infrared sensing, so even in the darkness, their hunting skills remain unaffected. As it twisted and slithered, the 7-meter-long king cobra had already crawled within 3 meters of Chinsho and Afei. King cobras are highly intelligent among snakes. It seemed to understand that these two sizable prey would not be easily hunted, so it carefully approached, attempting a sneak attack. Then, it seemed to change its mind. The powerful sense of smell and infrared awareness made it focus on a backpack and suitcase next to the two prey. The rich scent emanating from it seemed to be even more delicious than these two creatures. As it struggled with its decision, Chinsho suddenly yawned and woke up, scaring the king cobra into lowering its neck and entering hunting mode. Chinsho looked at Afei, who was sleeping like a dead pig, defenseless, and complained, "This snake is right beside us, and you still haven't sensed it. You sleep like a dead pig. I'd be better off keeping a dog." His experiences from the last apocalypse had made Chinsho's nerves particularly sensitive. Any slight movement would make him wake up suddenly and be alert to his surroundings. Even though he had changed his fate from being a weak pawn in this life, his mental awareness remained tightly wound. Therefore, he already knew about the king cobra's presence. After absorbing the beast spirit pearls from the two dolphin-like beasts, his spiritual perception had received an incredible boost, and his brain had evolved and mutated to be like a dolphin sonar radar system. As a result, any movement within 100 meters was easily caught by him. Even while sleeping, his brain would continue to scan the surroundings. Standing up, looking at such a large king cobra made chills run down his spine. Though he had become strong, he still felt fear towards snakes. Why do such disgusting and dangerous creatures exist in this world? If he could choose a species to be eradicated, Shinsho would not hesitate to choose snakes. The more he looked, the more his scalp tingled. However, this king cobra might provide him with a good beast transformation effect. When the time comes, devouring the beast spirit pearl inside this king cobra, the venom contained in the tip of his tail should be able to evolve. Therefore, even though Shinsho felt fear towards the snake, he still gritted his teeth and went over to kill it. As for a Fei, he did not expect a Fei to kill the snake, and a Fei's skin defense might not withstand the king cobra's poisonous fangs. So, he decided to overcome his fear and slay the snake himself, to prevent the beast pet he had painstakingly raised from being bitten to death by the poisonous snake. After 2 or 3 hours of rest, Shinsho's stamina recovered a lot, and the beast spirit pearl that had seriously depleted energy also regained some vitality thanks to the digestion of food. Although not in peak condition, dealing with a snake in the early stage of beast transformation was still no problem at all. Shinsho walked towards the king cobra. It is said that the king cobra is the only poisonous snake that will actively chase and attack humans, without exception. Sure enough, as Shinsho approached, the cobra's 2 sharp fangs immediately secreted venom, and its characteristic neck suddenly expanded, lunging towards Shinsho to bite. Its speed was quick, but under Shinsho's eagle-like vision, it was just SOSO. Thus, Shinsho reacted rapidly, grabbing the cobra by its neck. Hiss! The king cobra sensed the looming death crisis. Its sharp fangs instantly sprayed a large amount of venom towards Shinsho, while its more than 7-meter-long body fiercely coiled around Shinsho. Shinsho dodged the venom but could not avoid the coil of the snake's tail. This made him shiver involuntarily, feeling like ants were crawling all over his body. So he pulled hard, gripping the snake's neck, wildly swinging the king cobra like a whip, not giving it a chance to entangle him. As he swung, Shinsho simply started to whip a Fei, who was sleeping like a dead pig. Slap! 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 A Fei woke up from the beatings, looking dazed at Shinsho, not understanding why he was woken up from such a comfortable sleep. The panda's night vision was quite good. After swallowing multiple beast spirit pearls, its night vision ability would only get stronger. Therefore, when it clearly saw that the thing being whipped on itself was a snake, it immediately reacted. So it was this snake whipping me. Damn snake! Not letting the panda sleep at night. A Fei climbed up, grabbing the snake's tail with one hand and the snake's body with the other, and with a strong pull, directly split the unfortunate king cobra in half. Shinsho! This wake-up rage is quite big. Originally, Shinsho was still thinking of whipping a few more times, but seeing the snake had already been torn apart, he simply yanked off the snake's head. After all, the nerves of the snake wouldn't die that quickly after it died, so it could still instinctively bite people. To avoid the dead king cobra biting a Fei, Shinsho tossed the severed head far away, then proceeded to dissect the snake's belly to find the beast spirit pearl inside. The energy contained in this beast spirit pearl was not very rich, so Shinsho simply swallowed it, hoping to enhance the toxic abilities within his body. This snake is for you to eat. Shinsho threw the body of the king cobra to a Fei, then carefully washed his hands by the lakeside. A Fei sniffed the snake, then casually threw it away, clearly not liking snake meat or raw meat. After all, it had grown up eating beast spirit pearls since birth, and during that time, Shinsho had only given it bamboo once, so in its perception, only beast spirit pearls and bamboo were delicious. Everything else was not good to eat, including the roasted fish that Shinsho had forcibly fed it in the evening, which was also hard for it to swallow. Back to sleep. A Fei sprawled out and fell back into a carefree sleep again. Shinsho continued to lie on its belly, resting and gathering energy. Soon, the beast spirit pearl inside the king cobra completed its devouring and merging, but Shinsho found that there were no new signs of animal transformation in his body. He wondered if the venom from the tip of his tail had mutated and merged with the cobra's toxicity. If there's a chance in the future, he could try using the sharp sting of his tail to poison a strange beast and see how potent the venom is. Chapter 54, Only the protagonist can be so unique. 3 days later. After intense and grueling training, Shinsho regained control over the beast spirit pearl in his body, and with a thought, switched back to his human form. During these 3 days, a Fei had devoured all 100 beast spirit pearls, leading to a total of 131 pearls consumed, with the extra one being from that big blue fish. Now, a Fei was no longer the cute and silly little Fei from before, but had transformed into a massive beast standing a full 5 meters tall, round and plump. Thus, in comparison, Shinsho's human form appeared particularly small and delicate next to it. The scene looked like a kindergarten child standing beside Yao Ming. Fei was also confused, not understanding why it could grow so much just by opening and closing its eyes, while Qin Shou didn't have such an extraordinary growth rate. In its mind, Qin Shou was like a bear father, and now the bear son was bigger than the bear father, which truly made it feel uneasy. Therefore, Fei felt a bit anxious, afraid that if it kept growing like this, one day it might accidentally step on its dad and squash him like an ant, or roll over in its sleep and crush him. Meanwhile, Qin Shou hoped it could grow even bigger, even feeling that Fei's devouring of 131 beast spirit pearls to reach this size was a total waste. After all, just feeding so many beast spirit pearls to a dog could result in a giant beast standing 7 to 8 meters tall, or even taller. Moreover, Fei's transformation situation was very strange. Despite devouring so many pearls, it still showed no signs of other animal characteristics and maintained its panda appearance. This was not normal. It was the first time Qin Shou encountered this. Because, normally, any animal that swallowed beast spirit pearls from other animals would, even if they didn't gain innate abilities, still show some physical features from those animals. However, Fei did not. Aside from rapid growth, it still looked completely like a panda, which truly puzzled Qin Shou. Referring to those fantasy novels, Fei's situation must be unusual. Usually, only the protagonist can be this unique. Qin Shou could only hope that Fei was indeed this type, longing for the day when Fei could surprise him. From today on, you cannot eat beast spirit pearls without my permission. Qin Shou decided to increase Fei's training intensity while teaching it hunting and fighting skills, or else it would just be a showy beast without any real power. At the same time, he wondered, since human experts can master the secrets of ultimate transformation and control beast spirit pearls with their minds to switch between human and beast forms at will, could other animals and beasts do the same? Logically, it should be possible, since the evolution templates for human beast shifters and animal beast shifters are the same, and they all contain beast spirit pearls within them. Therefore, he decided to test it on Fei to see if he could raise a pet that mastered the secrets of transformation. Starting today, let's ramp up the intensity. The beast tiger had already been eaten, and there was nothing left in this mountain to add weight to Fei's training. So Qin Shou personally took to the battle. He fully unleashed the energy of the beast spirit orb within him, and his body rapidly expanded. The ultimate beast transformation secret, the complete beast transformation form. In an instant, Qin Shou, in human form, transformed into a humanoid monster. This was the first time he activated the complete beast transformation form after unlocking the merman form. Compared to the previous complete beast transformation, this time there was a striking feature of scale armor. His skin was covered with shimmering silver scales, making it look like he was wearing a silver armor suit. Standing over 4 meters tall, with a pair of gigantic black and red wings stretched out from his back and 2 sharp beast horns protruding from his head, he appeared like a dark demon descending upon the world. Especially with a long, scaly tail behind him and electric currents buzzing across his body, he looked just like a flashy villain boss making a grand entrance. Qin Shou wanted to see what he looked like in this complete beast transformation, but his phone was dead, and with his hands now so large, he couldn't operate such a tiny device. Standing by the lake, he could barely make out a rough reflection in the shimmering water. Anyway, for Qin Shou, who had once turned into a weakling in his past life, this beast form was definitely a million times more handsome than his weakling appearance. He felt the overwhelming power surging within him, but he also sensed that the energy was rapidly depleting. He wondered how long the energy of the beast spirit orb could last in this form. No time to waste. Qin Shou directly increased the training intensity for Fei in his strongest form. Come on, let's wrestle. In terms of height, Qin Shou in complete beast transformation was still slightly shorter than Fei, but their body sizes no longer showed a significant difference. Fei was clearly shocked by his transformation, unable to understand how the small bear dad had suddenly become so big. And this time, it was different from before. But the smell was still the same. No matter how he changed, he couldn't hide from its nose that was more sensitive than a dog's. Oh whoa! Fei was pumped up. It had already learned the meaning of the word wrestle thanks to the training. For the past 3 days, besides carrying heavy weights, Qin Shou had been wrestling with it, competing in strength. However, as the size difference between them grew, wrestling turned into a headbutt competition, seeing who could shove the other's hands with their heads. Even so, facing Qin Shou, who had the strength talent of an ant, Fei still lost more than it won. But now, in this complete beast transformation, Qin Shou's size was almost the same as Fei's, so they could happily wrestle again. Fei excitedly extended its 2 enormous bare paws, while Qin Shou stretched out his hands, now as large as frying pans, and pressed them against Fei's bare paws. Put some strength into it. Qin Shou let Fei go first, but Fei tried with all its might and couldn't budge him an inch. However, when Qin Shou applied just a little force, Fei was immediately sent tumbling, flipping twice in the air. In complete beast transformation, the power talent of the bullet ant is perfectly displayed, and other animal talents should also see a qualitative improvement. Fei was not pleased, grunting as it got up, then charging forward on all fours, trying to knock Qin Shou away. Qin Shou extended his right hand, bracing against Fei's hefty head as it charged with all its strength. The powerful impact forced Qin Shou to slide backward, but his feet did not retreat an inch, carving 2 deep trenches into the ground beneath him. Then Fei found it could no longer push him. Lowering its head and charging, Fei discovered that a third of Qin Shou's legs were sunk into the ground. He looked up at Qin Shou, who remained motionless and was not blown away by his own collision, and continued to exert all his strength. Ah! 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 Fei scrambled hard on the ground with all 4 limbs, pushing his big head forward with all his might but ended up exhausted like a dog and still failed to push Qin Shou away. It's my turn. Qin Shou pulled his legs out from deep grooves in the ground, then took 1 step at a time, pushing Fei, who was over 5 meters tall and weighed at least 20 tons, moving forward with 1 hand. This time, the ground started to show 4 more grooves. Fei grabbed the ground with all his limbs, but still could not withstand Qin Shou's monstrous strength and kept retreating. In the end, Fei could no longer resist and was once again rolled away, crashing into more than 10 trees before stopping. What seemed like a simple few minutes of wrestling consumed a great amount of energy and stamina. Fei, in order to defeat him, squeezed out all his strength and now became a panting and exhausted bear. Qin Shou also did not waste energy and stamina, transforming back into human form, his breathing equally rapid and tired. In fully beastly transformation, with my current physical condition, high-intensity combat can only last for 10 minutes at most. I need to strengthen my physical training. Only when my body strength increases can energy and stamina consumption be reduced. After saying this, Qin Shou went to take a shower and then put on his pants. Let's go, Fei. 1 man and 1 bear ended their retreat, beginning to head down the mountain. Chapter 55, Has Jiyo awakened? Looking at Qin Shou, who had transformed back into human form and shrunk so much, Fei's big panda eyes once again showed a look of confusion. Seeing this, Qin Shou took the opportunity to explain, this is the benefit of mastering the ultimate beast transformation secret. By controlling the beast spirit pearl within through self-awareness and intention, I can freely suppress or release the beast transformation energy contained in the beast spirit pearl, thus achieving the switch between my main form and beast transformation. Unfortunately, the panda could not understand human language. Qin Shou also knew that Fei couldn't possibly understand what he was saying, otherwise, it would truly have become a spirit. However, Fei was not of low intelligence, and since it was adopted before it even opened its eyes, with the umbilical cord still uncut, Qin Shou believed that with time, Fei would definitely be able to understand human speech. Now, he did not expect it to learn human language all at once, so Qin Shou patiently explained, letting it know some simple word meanings first. Qin Shou took a beast spirit pearl out of his backpack and continued, this is a beast spirit pearl. We also have beast spirit pearls inside us. By using our intention, or mental strength, to control it and suppress its influence on the beast transformation energy throughout the body, we can transform back to our main form. Fei listened with confusion. However, it did understand the term beast spirit pearl and remembered it. Qin Shou simply fed this beast spirit pearl, which he took for explanation, to Fei to replenish its energy so it would have strength to carry him down the mountain. The beast spirit pearl is good, but it cannot be consumed too frequently. You have consumed too much in a short time, so your body has become weak and bloated, and your strength and physical strength are far inferior to mine. Qin Shou muttered, not caring how much Fei could understand. A small beast spirit pearl entering its mouth was hardly enough for the 5-meter-tall Fei to even feel it. But the energy contained within was quite significant, at least equivalent to a whole day's worth of food energy for a person. However, the energy of this ordinary beast transformation strength beast spirit pearl was also quite mediocre, not particularly rich or pure. Fei could not understand what Qin Shou was muttering, sitting up and extending its huge bare paw, as if saying, 1 beast spirit pearl is not enough, bring me a few more for a feast. Qin Shou slapped away its bare paw, speechless, eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat every day. Which panda eats beast spirit pearls for 3 meals a day? If you don't build abs, don't even think about eating beast spirit pearls in the future. Speaking, Qin Shou picked up his backpack. In it, there were no more beast spirit pearls extracted from ocean monsters, all that remained were beast spirit pearls from the other beasts hunted in the zoo, as well as those collected from military bases and the Hong family. In the past 3 days, he and Fei had only devoured less than 200 beast spirit pearls, so there were still about 1,000 left. He wouldn't consume these beast spirit pearls in a short time, otherwise, his body's strength wouldn't keep up with the intensity of the fusion and evolution of the pearls. Continuing to devour them would only waste them, and with an overload of energy, he could experience uncontrollable beast transformations. He had to keep exercising to improve his physical strength and mental power. Qin Shou found some vines to string together as a necklace and hung it around Fei's neck. He then slung the backpack containing the beast spirit pearls and some daily necessities over his back and jumped onto Fei's shoulder, pointing forward with his fingers. Let's go, we're heading out. With Fei's size and weight, it was hard for Qin Shou to fly around with him, unless Fei also grasped the secret of ultimate beast transformation and became a small panda that was easy to carry. In the forest, with each step Fei took, nearby small animals were startled. The tall weeds and bushes, over 1 meter high, clearly paled under Fei's big paws. Even trees taller than Fei would be casually swatted down if they got in his way. Wherever they passed, plants were harmed. Many insects and birds that had transformed and grown at least several times in size were fleeing in all directions. To them, a giant panda over 5 meters tall was like a force of nature. On a nearby highway, a section had suffered a severe rear-end collision. Clearly, during the sudden chaotic beast transformation disaster, the painful transformation process distracted the drivers, resulting in the serious crash. From the gruesome scene of the accident, it was likely that many people had died instantly. Because the over 100-meter-long stretch of the pileup was already charred black, with all vehicles turned to scrap metal. In the nearest service area, many injured human-beast transformers were eagerly waiting for rescue. But as time passed day by day, they had lost hope and expectation. It has been 4 days now, and the ambulance still hasn't come. Calling for help has had no response, which means the social order has collapsed. This is now a world where everyone is in danger. The service area has lost power, and internet paralysis is probably just a matter of time. We must find a way to get out, otherwise, with the internet and communications down, we won't even be able to reach our relatives and friends. The scariest thing is that even mosquitoes have mutated, and these mosquitoes seem to continue mutating after they bite. On the first night, mosquitoes were generally only 2 to 3 times bigger, but the ones that bit me last night were already thumb-sized. And cockroaches, the ones I stepped on this morning, were almost palm-sized. So we must make a decision, otherwise, hiding in the service area will only lead to death. Also, there isn't much food left here to sustain us any longer. If it weren't for injured friends and family needing care, many people would have walked back even on foot. Thus, those remaining in the service area were basically the ones who suffered accidents during the beast transformation process, waiting for assistance. At this moment, a loud banging sound suddenly echoed. It was like a giant pile driver pounding the ground. Everyone in the service area was drawn to this noise. What's that sound? Look over there, it seems the noise is coming from that direction. Is someone chopping down trees? With such an unusual occurrence, everyone became curious and worried. Then, a giant panda over 5 meters tall walked out of the forest. In an instant, the onlooking crowd was stunned. Wow! How can there be a panda in the woods? And isn't this panda a bit too big? It seems like a mutated panda from the city zoo has escaped, but its size is just outrageous. If it decides to eat people, we really would only have a dead end. Wait, why does it have a suitcase around its neck? And there's a boy with white hair sitting on its shoulder. Is this for real? Can you see that clearly from this far away? It's true. I can see it clearly. There really is a person sitting on this panda's shoulder. If that person is about 1.8 meters tall, then this panda must be at least 5 or 6 meters tall, which is as tall as 1.5 floors. Amid the astonishment, a man with glasses and features of a chicken and duck suddenly felt that this was not just a simple global beast transformation disaster. He murmured, "This scene reminds me of Chi-Yu." It's said that Chi-Yu's mount is a panda, so could this be the revival of Chi-Yu? Could the global beast transformation be an awakening of a reincarnation cycle? Unfortunately, it was now the end of the world. Otherwise, he felt that if he wrote this scenario into a novel, he would surely become wildly popular and achieve great fame. Chapter 56, The Morality Declines, and Humanity Changes. The service area across the highway is quite lively. Shinsho looked at the bizarre human-beast transformers and patted Afei on the shoulder with the beast sword in his hand, then pointed to the highway, signaling Afei to hit the road, lest they get stuck in the mud later. The crowd gathered at the service area hurriedly took out their phones to take photos and videos. Even with the apocalypse upon them, it couldn't change their habit of sharing moments online. But now, they were posting less and less. Many places had already lost electricity, and it wouldn't be long before the internet would completely collapse. Shinsho had already disguised himself. Even if videos spread online, those who knew him would not connect him to it. After devouring the beast spirit orb inside a polar bear, his hair had transformed to snow white, just like the polar bear, thus he could manipulate the beast spirit orb inside him to change his hair color, switching freely between black and white. This is the benefit of mastering the ultimate beast transformation secret, allowing him to control the signs of beast transformation in his body at will, even subtly transforming only certain parts. Therefore, besides his original human form, Shinsho could disguise himself through various degrees of beast transformation. Of course, this could only fool the eyes of others. Sensitive sensed beasts or human beast transformers could actually recognize him through his scent. Just like a fae. No matter what beast transformation form he took, a fae could discern him by smell. So even if he turned to ash, a fae would still recognize him by scent. Crossing a patch of overgrown weeds, a fae marched boldly onto the highway. They were now only a little over 100 meters away from the service area, so the closer they got, the more shocked the onlookers in the service area felt. They were lucky, in these past 4 days, they had not encountered any beasts, but they had seen plenty of videos online of beasts attacking people. Most of them featured beast dogs, followed by various mutated beasts that had escaped from zoos. But now, they were seeing a beast with their own eyes, and it was a panda of such a massive size. At this moment, someone reacted quickly and hurriedly reminded, "It looks like he's going into the city, we can follow him. If we encounter mutated animals on the way, this person and the panda will definitely handle it easily." Yes, let's go back to the city first, everyone help out and try to arrange the injured to get on the vehicle. Others walked to the city, as it only takes about 20 to 30 kilometers to get there, just hold on a bit. Many people's cars were burned in the accident, but fortunately, there was a big truck parked in the service area, and the driver hadn't left yet. He could take a lot of people with him. However, many sections of the highway also had accidents, and they had to go against traffic to get to the city, so they had no idea what would happen along the way. But they had no other choice. Over 100 people gathered in the service area. Because of the energy consumption after the beast mutation, their appetites increased, and they had almost finished the food in the service area in just 4 days. In addition, many injured in the accidents couldn't wait any longer, they had to go to the city for treatment. So everyone worked together to settle the injured friends and relatives in the truck, and a group of people followed the truck, looking at the increasingly distant panda silhouette, desperately chasing after it. Shinsho looked at dozens of vehicles that had crashed into each other, burned into scrap metal, and couldn't help but feel emotional. This disaster of the beast mutation caused countless families to fall apart from the very beginning and has made the world feel like a prison since then. The weak can only struggle to survive. The strong will be coveted and ambushed. This is an era that devours people. Beasts eat people, and people also eat people. Shinsho shook his head, not wanting to think about such gloomy things anymore. Fei was blocked by these cars and had nowhere to step, so it simply picked up the vehicles and threw them aside. The people who had left the service area behind saw the giant panda clearing the roadblocks from afar and were deeply moved. "Good guy, no, good bear. I was just saying that the accident ahead had blocked the road, and even if we forced the truck through, we probably couldn't get past, but unexpectedly, this panda treated those cars like toys and casually threw them away. Relying on humans isn't as good as relying on bears. I never thought we would be saved by a panda in the end. No wonder it's our national treasure, even after mutating into a giant beast, it's still so cute." Fei never expected that just because it thought those iron lumps were in the way and casually threw them away, it would receive so much praise. Shinsho wanted to stop Fei from this rough behavior, as many cars still had bones inside, but it ended up tossing the burned vehicles away along with the rest. The bones that had been burned in the accident were thus scattered everywhere. "Don't blame, the bear kid has no malice." Shinsho muttered, "If you must blame, then blame the bear, it has nothing to do with me." Fei? Although it couldn't understand human speech, it felt like what was being said didn't sound like human talk at all. It continued to clear the vehicles, using both hands and feet, flipping and kicking the obstructing cars away. This scene left the people following from a distance utterly shocked. Especially those sitting in the truck, who watched in fear, worried that this giant panda might turn around and kick their heavy truck away. So someone quickly reminded, "Don't stay too close, this panda is too outrageous. A truck weighing over 10 tons seems like a toy car in front of it." Half an hour later, Shinsho returned to the provincial capital riding Fei. "First, let's replenish supplies." The drinks were gone, and the seasonings had also run out. Now Shinsho could say he had nothing but the beast spirit pearl. With their arrival, nearby survivors were shocked. "Wow! Why is this panda so big? I heard that killing mutated animals, eating their blood and flesh along with the beast spirit pearl inside them could lead to further mutations and become stronger. If we killed and ate such a big panda, wouldn't it become incredibly powerful? What a foolish thought. Yesterday that mutated husky almost ate you, this panda has mutated to nearly the height of a 2-story building. Even if you had a machine gun or cannon, you wouldn't stand a chance. You might not even be able to kill him. No, didn't you see the old man with white hair sitting on the panda's shoulder? What the heck? Could this white-haired guy have gained beast control powers after mutating? Wait, we can't kill this panda, but we can definitely kill that white-haired guy. Since it's said online that eating the flesh and blood of these mutated animals along with the beast spirit pearls in their bodies can make us stronger, then mutated humans must also have those so-called beast spirit pearls in their bodies. So if we kill him and swallow the beast spirit pearl inside him, maybe we can gain his beast control ability. Just imagine controlling such a huge panda. Wouldn't that mean gods and Buddha would be killed easily, hunting countless mutated animals with ease? Shinsho narrowed his eyes. The world is getting worse, and people are becoming more heartless. With his push, the secret of the beast spirit pearl had spread ahead of time in this life. The era of beasts eating humans, and humans eating humans had opened the glamorous and cruel prologue in advance. Chapter 57, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Humans are the greediest animals in this world, never content, never satisfied. After Shinsho obtained the unparalleled hearing of an owl and fused it with the sonar radar ability of dolphins, no sound within 100 meters could escape his ears. Even sounds 200 to 300 meters away were still very clear to him. Therefore, he heard the nearby people plotting to kill him. One can only say, the hearts of people are sinister. As the apocalypse arrived and order collapsed, the evil suppressed in people's hearts was about to shine brightly. Shinsho was already used to it. His brief experience in the apocalypse in his previous life had made him accustomed to the daily possibility of being eaten by beasts or killed by his own kind. Back then, when he was a weak chicken, he lost at the starting line without the ability to resist, becoming a humble prey that could only struggle to survive day by day. Now that he had a second chance at life, winning at the beginning of the beast changes, anyone who still treated him as prey was simply walking into a tiger's mouth. He couldn't be bothered to track down those scheming to kill him. Instead, he pretended to know nothing and directed Afei to stop near a small supermarket. Wait outside. I'll see if there are any supplies inside. This was a small private supermarket, the roller shutter was broken, and the display cabinets at the entrance for cigarettes and alcohol were smashed. Inside was a scene of devastation, cigarettes and alcohol had been cleared out, and even cash was not spared. When Shinsho walked in to check, he found the beverage section was already empty, with only a few trampled bottles lying on the ground, ignored by everyone. The snack area was similarly depleted, whether delicious or not, everything had been swept clean. Shinsho bent down and picked up a bottle of wanlaji, twisted off the cap, and drank it all in one go. Outside, 3 human beast changers cautiously approached. Their skins mutated to look like they were covered with a layer of crab shell. Clearly, before mutating, they had eaten crabs or shrimp, which was why their bodies now exhibited these animal traits. Their skin turned into hard shells. But their facial features still looked human, they just appeared monstrous, resembling shrimp soldiers and crab generals from Journey to the West. If this panda attacks us, we should run quickly. If it sees us not reacting, we will strike quickly and take that white-haired guy down. Do we really have to kill him? What if something bad happens? What the heck can happen in this apocalypse? Can the police still manage people now? Can the law still protect anyone? Exactly. So many people have died outside these past few days, and we haven't seen the police or army come to restore order or suppress the riots. Now everyone has turned into something that is neither human nor ghost, willing to kill for food. If it's confirmed that mutated animals and humans have those so-called beast spirit pearls, at that time, they would only kill even more ruthlessly. So if we want to become better than others, we have to be ruthless, otherwise, we will eventually be killed and become stepping stones on someone else's path to becoming stronger. Anyway, it's the end of the world now, what else is there to worry about? If we don't like someone, just kill them. Let's go. Let's take down this white-haired kid first. If we confirm that he has the so-called beast spirit pearl in him, and that eating it would make us stronger, then the 3 of us together can definitely dominate the apocalypse. By then, we'll have power and beauty. This is not the apocalypse, it's simply paradise. The more they talked, the more excited and enthusiastic they became. Afei looked at the 3 people sneaking over like mice, his big eyes staring at them. It seems like it has its eyes on us. Don't be nervous, as long as it doesn't come over here, it means it has no intention of attacking us. Afei indeed had no idea of attacking them, he was just curious about what these 3 creepy guys were up to. It seems like it is simply interested in us, unlike those fierce mutated animals that pounce and tear apart as soon as they see humans. This panda looks silly, don't worry, let's just go around it and sneak into the supermarket. Oh, so they also want to go in. Afei, being a bit kind-hearted, thought they were afraid of him, which is why they sneaked over like thieves, so he moved a little further away outside and drooped his barriers, making a sound to indicate to the 3 not to be afraid and feel free to go in. Shinsho. I would be better off raising a dog than raising you. Not only did he not guard against outsiders, but he even warmly invited them in, letting the wolf into the house. The 3 men couldn't help but be stunned. Is it telling us to go in and not be afraid? It seems this panda must be very friendly to all humans. If it can also listen to us, then with this big weapon in hand, we can ignore those mutated animals and walk proudly through the apocalypse. This panda looks a bit like a dog, who knows, that white-haired kid may not have gained beast-controlling abilities after mutation but has actually trained this panda like a dog. I'll go try and see if it's like those pet dogs that can understand some commands. The leader, the crabman, cautiously approached Afei and then stopped 3 or 4 meters away from him. Stand up. His voice was not loud. Sitting on the ground, Afei actually understood this word, so he stood up and looked at the other person with confusion. The eyes of the 3 men lit up. This panda really has been trained like a dog. Sit down. He spoke again, and Afei tilted his head and sat down again, thinking to himself, what's with this guy? Why is he making me stand up and then sit down again? But he was also giving the other person enough face, following the command, and then stretched out his paw asking for a reward. The 3 men were instantly convinced. No wonder this panda has such a dog-like demeanor, it turns out it was really trained like a dog. They didn't have anything that pandas like to eat on them, so they could only muster up the courage to step forward and place 2 silky dove chocolates on the bare paw that Afei extended. Afei raised his paw to sniff it, then disdainfully threw it onto the ground. Stingy ghost. This little bit isn't even enough to fill my teeth, and it doesn't smell good at all. Afei couldn't be bothered with them anymore. The 3 men couldn't help but feel nervous. Pandas eat bamboo, chocolate definitely won't work. Let's go in first and take out that white-haired kid, then find some bamboo to tame it. Seeing that this mutated panda, standing as tall as 1.5 floors, posed no threat, the 3 men immediately took out their knives, hiding them behind their backs, and stealthily walked into the supermarket. Shinsho picked up a few bars of soap and some towels in the daily necessities area. It's convenient for taking a shower. A little bit of toothpaste and a toothbrush were also packed. These are all necessities of life. Besides that, there's nothing else to take in this little supermarket, as seasonings and salt have already been wiped out, let alone food and snacks. Just then, the 3 guys who conspired to kill him walked into the supermarket under Afei's warm welcome. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Shinsho's gaze was like a torch, looking at the 3. What does this mean? The 3 were taken aback in unison. They were still thinking about approaching this white-haired boy casually, then taking him by surprise to kill him. But the moment they made eye contact, he said, I've been waiting for you for a long time, which completely threw them off. The leader, a crab-like man, had both hands in his pockets, holding a sharp fruit knife, and as he walked over he said, Brother, did you recognize the wrong person? We shouldn't know each other, right? Shinsho replied, Indeed, I don't know you, but I didn't make a mistake. The 3 exchanged glances, feeling that this white-haired boy was strange, and one person's right eyelid couldn't stop twitching. The crab-like man tightened his grip on the small knife in his pocket, his fingers turned into a claw shape, like a crab's pincers. Though a bit less nimble, the strength was immense, enough to leave marks on steel. So as long as he got close, he could quickly draw the knife and stab for the heart, definitely able to kill the opponent easily. Brother, you came in looking for food, right? Unfortunately, all the food in this supermarket and small store was cleaned out 2 days ago, so you're too late. After saying this, he confidently walked up to Shinsho, thinking that this kid really didn't understand the situation. Originally, he didn't want to kill anyone, but if what was said online was true, that there really were beast spirit pearls in humans and mutated animals, and that eating them could make one stronger, then trust among people would completely vanish. In the future, everyone would be on guard against each other, and there would truly be chaos with people killing each other everywhere. Therefore, he was eager to confirm, and Shinsho, who appeared riding a mutated giant panda, became his target for confirmation. Killing is nothing serious. Just consider it a fight where someone accidentally gets stabbed to death, and now that the world has ended, laws and order have collapsed, killing isn't a crime anymore, there's no need to pay for it with your life. So he quickly pulled out a sharp little knife from his pocket and thrust it forcefully at Shinsho. 1 strike to kill. Right at the heart. He grinned, not feeling any tension or anxiety from killing someone, but rather feeling excited and exhilarated. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for riding a giant panda so flamboyantly. I can't stand people who like to show off. After saying this, he drew his dagger. But Shinsho spoke up, what a coincidence, I also dislike people who love to show off, but what I hate the most are people like you, morally corrupted scum. The moment Shinsho spoke nonchalantly, the other party began to panic, hurriedly looking at Shinsho's chest, only to find no blood flowing out. And that incredibly sharp fruit knife had actually bent. Was he stabbing steel? While he was in a daze, Shinsho pulled out the long, sharp saber-toothed tiger tooth from the side of his backpack and directly gave him a chill. Like a crescent-shaped sickle, the saber-toothed tiger tooth instantly pierced through the opponent's chest. Crimson blood flowed out in torrents. Shinsho answered slowly, the information you've obtained online is indeed real. Mutated humans and animals do have beast spirit pearls inside them, and swallowing them can indeed make one stronger. Unfortunately, even if you confirm this is true, you have no chance to grow stronger, nor any chance to dominate this apocalypse. After speaking, Shinsho drew out the saber-toothed tiger fang, which was originally white but now stained red with blood, and looked at the 2 people who had not yet reacted. It's your turn now. Are you here to avenge your brother or are you going to run away? The 2 were shocked. They did not expect this white-haired boy to already know their purpose for coming and had even killed their boss. Although they had witnessed many bloody and cruel scenes in the past few days, now that these scenes were happening to them, all that remained in their hearts was fear and unease. However, they did not panic. After coming to their senses, they drew their knives and charged at Shinsho together. Clang! A kitchen knife struck Shinsho's shoulder. The powerful rebound instantly caused the knife to roll back and knocked it out of the attacker's hand. The other person's fruit knife also aimed at Shinsho's abdomen, but it couldn't pierce through. Shinsho stood there, getting slashed and stabbed, and then coldly said, with such little skill, you dare to come out and kill? Still fantasizing about dominating the apocalypse, as if there's a paradise with beauties? The 2 were dumbfounded. How did this guy know even the words they had spoken privately? Is he even human? He couldn't be hurt, couldn't be stabbed, and knew they were coming to kill him, even their conversations were clear to him. In this moment, Shinsho made them feel true despair. I was wrong. They wanted to beg for mercy, but Shinsho interrupted, "No, you are not wrong. The one wrong is this damned world." Saying this, Shinsho swung the saber-toothed tiger fang, crippling the legs of the two, then squatted down to pick up the fallen fruit knife and began to dissect the guy who had been pierced through the chest by the fang and could not close his eyes. "Sho, quiet, I'm clarifying things for you on the spot." Shinsho looked at the two who were howling in pain from their broken legs and continued to dissect their brother's belly, saying, "Didn't you want to confirm if humans have beast spirit pearls inside? Now I will satisfy you, make you understand." His words spoke the coldest and most despairing thoughts in the world. The two turned pale with fear, too scared to care about their broken legs, desperately begging for mercy. But Shinsho remained expressionless, skillfully cutting open their brother's belly and pulling out a beast spirit pearl that emerged from the congealed blood. "See? This is the beast spirit pearl. If you swallow it, you can merge with the beast spirit pearl inside you and become stronger," Shinsho explained patiently. The two were pale and continued to beg for mercy. "No, don't kill me, it was he who wanted to confirm, it was he who encouraged us to come kill you." Shinsho looked at the two with interest, saying, "That's good then, I only killed 2 people, so you all discuss who goes to die." Saying this, Shinsho kindly picked up their weapons and placed them in their hands. In the next second, brother turned against brother. The one holding the fruit knife acted first, stabbing his companion to death. Shinsho laughed, "In the face of death and profit, even blood brothers can turn against each other, let alone you superficial brothers? Alright, I have always kept my word. Since I said I would only kill 2 of you, then I have to do it, so sorry, I'm going to send you on your way." The other party was stunned and cursed, "You son of a bitch." Shinsho innocently replied, "You are wronging me. He was killed by you, not by me, so I have only killed 1, and with you, that makes 2. After speaking, Shinsho slowly pushed the saber-toothed tiger fang against the other's heart, and then, amidst the terrified and desperate curses, buried it. In this day and age, not many people are as trustworthy as me. May there be no apocalypse in heaven. Pulling out the saber-toothed tiger fang, Shinsho vigorously shook off the blood that had stained it. In Chapter 59, the chapter about inciting humans to kill one another, Shinsho played with the freshly made beast spirit pearl in his hand as he walked out of the supermarket. It felt as if he had just killed 3 crabs, not 3 people. No, it should be said too. After all, the remaining one was not killed by him. The crab beast transmogrifier has some tricks. Shinsho walked out, while the heartless Afe sat on the ground, confused. It naturally heard the commotion inside, and saw those 3 people attacking Shinsho, only to be killed by him in return. It couldn't understand why those 3 unfamiliar guys would attack Shinsho. It had even been kind enough to move away from the door, worried they would get too close because of its enormous size, letting them enter. After Shinsho came out, he looked at the dazed bear and lost his temper. "Forget it, I won't blame you, after all, you didn't know they were bad people." Saying that, Shinsho looked at the nearby onlookers. Some were watching from the opposite road, some from the nearby buildings, and some daring ones stood right at the supermarket entrance to watch the show. At first, they were only drawn to Afe, as the giant panda over 5 meters tall was too eye-catching. But unexpectedly, while they were curiously watching the panda, they stumbled upon a murder scene. If this had happened before the beast change disaster, witnesses would have surely called the police. But now, it was already the 5th day after the beast change disaster had occurred, and they all understood that times had changed. The apocalyptic world where human life was as worthless as grass had begun to unfold. Shinsho looked at the people across the street taking secret photos with their phones and suddenly remembered the words Roger said before dying in one piece. He felt something stirring within him, so he abruptly spoke, his voice booming like thunder, shaking everyone around. "Do you want to become stronger? Then kill. Every human beast transmogrifier and mutated animal has a beast spirit pearl inside them. Devour the beast spirit pearl to continuously mutate and grow stronger. The more powerful the being, the richer the energy of the beast spirit pearl inside them. Now is the era of survival of the fittest, where the weak are prey to the strong. Be prepared to face this cruel apocalypse." As soon as he finished speaking, the nearby crowd exchanged glances. Every one of them seemed like a dangerous beast. Although in this lifetime, thanks to Shinsho, the secret of the beast spirit pearls had spread early, very few people truly knew and confirmed it. Except for those soldiers at the military base at the time and those Shinsho had told first, like Zhang Yunzhong, others who might have heard it online didn't take it seriously. But now, having witnessed Shinsho kill those 3, and seeing him take out a beast spirit pearl from one of their bellies, people began to believe without a doubt. Even those who still held doubts had to start worrying now. Because they knew very well that if this were true, the trust between people would drop to the lowest point. Aside from family, anyone else looked like a predator waiting to pounce. So after hearing Qin Shou's words, some immediately reacted. During this time, hide at home and don't make any noise, even if the neighbors knock, don't respond. We can't go back, the peaceful era is gone. If this is true, this world is going to turn into hell. Qin Shou knew the man across with the phone, a pig-headed guy, was a streamer. This guy had been following them the whole way. He was clearly shocked by Fei, the giant panda, and secretly followed to livestream, letting his viewers be astounded too. Thus, Qin Shou's words instantly caused a barrage of comments to explode in his livestream. Is what he said true? Didn't you all see the panda? Didn't you see that the 3 people inside the supermarket were killed by him? This white-haired guy is full of malice. No matter if what he says is true or not, anyone who hears his words, there will definitely sprout thoughts of killing to become stronger, and at that time, the crime rate will soar, with scenes of people killing each other and people eating people everywhere. If this is true, then he is the sinner who incites all of humanity to kill each other. But at the same time, if this is true, then he is also the saint who awakens all of humanity, otherwise, the ignorant will die at the hands of the informed without ever knowing the cause of their death. Now the trust between people is really going to collapse completely, even among friends and family, there will be cracks in their trust. Never underestimate the evil of human nature. If what he says is true, then I thank him for exposing this truth. From now on, regardless of who I face, I must be cautious. Brothers, I am in the island country. Wait for me to kill a Japanese to see if there really is a beast spirit pearl in my body. If it is true, then I will bathe the island in blood and exterminate the Japanese. Thus, Qin Shou prematurely began the chapter of humanity killing each other. He knew that the announcement of this news would make people even more desperate and suffering. But if he did not announce it, there would be countless people who, like him, would eagerly wait for everything to return to normal, only to end up facing cold weapons in the hands of their kind and a despair that left them weak and helpless. Now that he has revealed the secret of the beast spirit pearl, at least it can prepare those who were once as weak as him to be on guard against others while trying to hunt down other mutated beasts or enemies, thus turning their fate around. Let's go! Qin Shou jumped onto Fei's shoulder and then flicked the beast spirit pearl, which he had been playing with, to the feet of the pig-headed streamer. The other party was stunned for a moment and then picked up the beast spirit pearl. In the live stream, the viewers quickly began to speak. Is this the beast spirit pearl? It seems like he knows the streamer is live, deliberately throwing the beast spirit pearl over for the streamer to devour live, to prove that what he said is true. Streamer, hurry and swallow it to see, if it really makes you stronger, then I will immediately go and wipe out the entire Japanese family next door. The pig-headed streamer picked up the beast spirit pearl, about the size of a ping-pong ball, hesitated, and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment he picked up the beast spirit pearl, he could indeed feel the energy fluctuations inside. Just as he held the beast spirit pearl in his mouth, ready to risk choking to swallow it, he was horrified to discover that the beast spirit pearl instantly melted upon entering his mouth, transforming into a warm flow of energy that surged towards his abdomen. This beast spirit pearl melts immediately when it enters the mouth. He began to believe Qin Shou's words. I feel my body suddenly becoming hot, and my skin is tingling a bit, could it be an allergy? Someone nearby looked at the signs of beast transformation appearing on the pig-headed streamer's skin and said, clearly this isn't an allergy. Rather, it's a new mutation in your body after swallowing this beast spirit pearl, your skin has become a bit hardened. The 3 people he killed seem to have eaten crabs before transforming into beasts. Since I swallowed one of their beast spirit pearls, my skin has also become a bit hardened. This shows that what he said earlier is true, it's just that the changes aren't as obvious as imagined. But having changes is already enough. In the livestream, the user claiming to be in the island country could no longer contain the urge to start a bloodbath on the island. Brothers, I'm about to go on a killing spree. Chapter 60, The Wind is Rising. The wind is rising. With Qin Shou's push, the secret of the beast spirit pearl was revealed to the world a month earlier than expected. A chaotic tide was set in motion. While online communication had not yet completely collapsed, people were hurriedly warning their family and friends. From now on, don't trust outsiders. It is said that people and mutated animals all have beast spirit pearls inside them. Killing humans and animals to extract the beast spirit pearls and consuming them can continue to mutate and become stronger. I'm going home right now. Don't go out, and don't open the door to anyone. I will explain the specific reasons when I get home. Wife, you stay well with dad and mom at home, wait for me to come back. The world has completely gone mad now, the government is too busy to take care of itself, and it has been confirmed that people and mutated animals have beast spirit orbs inside them. Eating it can make you stronger. In the future, in addition to mutated animals, we must also guard against any person. One person spreads the news to 10, 10 spreads it to 100. Such news quickly fermented online and became widely known. In the zoo, Zhang Yunzhong and the 4 of them are still inside hunting mutated crocodiles. In the past few days, any crocodile that has left the pond and come ashore has been killed by them working together. As more than 20 mutated crocodiles were killed one after another and swallowed the beast spirit orbs, they became more like crocodile people, their defense, strength, and biting power becoming even stronger. Now Zhang Yunzhong even dares to jump into the pond to fight with the mutated crocodiles. Using his already tough flesh and skin that is no less than the mutated crocodiles, Zhang Yunzhong used himself as bait to drag a crocodile that bit firmly into his right arm up to the shore. Then Zhao Bin and the other three quickly came over to control the crocodile and kill it. Luckily my skin is tough, otherwise, this right arm would have been bitten off by it. Zhang Yunzhong looked at the bruised, but not bleeding, bite on his arm, holding back the pain and asking, Zhao Bin, your mom just called. Did something happen at home? Zhao Bin shook his head and said, my mom called to say that everyone is spreading the news that people and mutated animals have beast spirit orbs inside them. Eating them will make you stronger. She told me to be careful on the way back and not to gather with strangers. They were among the first to know about the secret of the beast spirit orbs, besides Qin Shou. To avoid this secret being revealed too early, they even kept it from their families, planning to hunt more mutated animals first to become strong, then go home to protect their families and explain the truth. Unexpectedly, the secret of the beast spirit orbs spread quickly anyway. Zhang Yunzhong frowned and said, in the face of any temptation of profit, people's evil thoughts will grow infinitely. Since the secret of the beast spirit orbs has spread, we can't continue to waste time here. Zhao Bin nodded, saying, I think the same way. There aren't many mutated crocodiles left in this pond now. We have devoured so many beast spirit orbs, and we are now stronger than most people, so it's time to go home. Otherwise, I worry that the neighbor from a few years ago who fought for land will take this opportunity to bully my family. Zhang Yujie said, let's take these crocodiles home for our families to eat, it will at least help improve their physical quality, so it's not a waste. Plus, the world is in chaos now, and countless people will soon fight each other over food. Huang Wenchao said, my home is the farthest, I need to go find a motorcycle, or else walking will take forever. Zhao Bin then said, let me take you home. A straight flight should get you home in 10 minutes. Zhang Yunzhong nodded, saying, that's fine. Zhao Bin can take Wenchao home. Yu Jie and I are from the same town, after that, we will go out to find 2 motorcycles, then bring some crocodiles back. The rest that can't be taken will let Zhao Bin make several trips to take away so as not to waste. Zhang Yujie immediately said, then there's no time to lose, we'll go out first to find motorcycles. Zhao Bin directly spread his wings, time is precious, hold on to my legs, and I will fly you out. It will save a lot of time. Okay, Wenchao, you first collect these crocodile bodies to the roadside, we'll be right back. Be careful, there are still a few large crocodiles in this pond. Zhang Yunzhong and Zhang Yujie immediately held onto Zhao Bin's legs, and then Zhao Bin flapped his wings, soaring into the sky. Huang Wenchao looked up, filled with envy, being a bird person is really great. Zhang Yunzhong gazed down at the ground from above, equally envious, if I had known, I wouldn't have given you that bird feather giant python's beast spirit pearl. But before we transformed, we didn't eat bird food, so even if we consumed the beast spirit pearl inside the bird feather giant python, I guess we wouldn't grow wings. Zhao Bin chuckled, it's all about timing and fate. But having wings and being able to fly isn't necessarily a good thing. Right now, this pair of wings gives me convenience for travel, but it also becomes a deadly weakness for me. Zhang Yujie retorted, a deadly weakness? Come on, you can fly now, just enjoy it. Zhao Bin grinned and looked for shops nearby selling electric bikes and motorcycles. Zhang Yunzhong, somewhat familiar with this area, advised, fly right to the traffic light intersection. I remember there's a motorcycle city over there with several stores that specialize in selling electric bikes and motorcycles. Sure enough, after a few minutes of flying, Zhao Bin landed with the 2 at the motorcycle city. Zhang Yunzhong looked at a shop that had already been robbed and had its glass shattered, saying, it seems many people's thoughts match ours, they came and took the motorcycles early. Zhang Yujie agreed, that's normal. After all, many places on the road were blocked due to accidents caused by the beast transformation disaster. Riding a motorcycle allows one to use sidewalks and alleys, making it easier to get home quickly. Zhao Bin said, you guys look for a rideable motorcycle, I'll go to the hardware store to find steel ropes. I need to go back and tie up those crocodiles. Zhang Yunzhong replied, be careful, even though we are already quite strong compared to others, there are definitely beings out there that are much more powerful than us, like that bird person who swept through the zoo before us. Got it, you guys be careful too. Zhao Bin flew away again, while Zhang Yunzhong and Zhang Yujie immediately searched the store for keys and chose motorcycles. 1 hour later. Everything was ready. The 4 of them were about to part ways. Zhao Bin said, I'll take Wenchao back first. You guys be careful on the way, and if the network communication is interrupted, we'll use a secret signal to recognize each other. Our appearance will change as we consume more beast spirit pearls, but scars won't change, so just remember my scar. Zhang Yunchong pointed to the obvious scar on his left shoulder from when he was bitten by a strange beast dog. The scar had not disappeared despite his continued beast transformation after consuming beast spirit pearls. Huang Wenchao reluctantly said, brothers, live well. Don't you dare die on me. Zhang Yujie complained, "Can you say something nicer?" Zhang Yunchong started the motorcycle, "We have a long future ahead, we will definitely meet again. Don't forget we're still thinking about going to the provincial city to rescue Qin Shou." "Okay, enough talk. Wen Chao, hold tight to my thigh, I'm going up." Jiabin held a strange beast crocodile weighing 1,000 pounds in one hand, while Huang Wenchao held another strange beast crocodile in his right hand and tightly clutched Jiabin's right leg with his left hand, nervously asking, "Are you sure you can carry this?" "Don't worry, I, Jiabin, am very strong." Jiabin flapped his wings vigorously and soared into the sky. The ant chocolate made by Qin Shou had also granted them the ant's power abilities. They had consumed fewer ants, so their strength wasn't as monstrous as Qin Shou's, but compared to other human-beast transformers, their defense and strength were still greatly ahead. "Let's go too." Zhang Yunchong and Zhang Yujie also hopped on their motorcycles, heading toward home. Each of them brought back 3 crocodiles, each weighing 1,000 pounds. Besides that, there were several others that couldn't be carried. If they weren't eaten by other strange beasts, Jiabin would fly back a few more times to bring them back. Meanwhile, in the provincial city, Qin Shou, riding a giant panda, was once again the center of attention. Chapter 61, Caught You. From hundreds of meters away, Qin Shou heard terrified cries for help and desperate, piercing screams. There were also the roars of strange beasts, clearly indicating that some nearby creature was hunting humans. He commanded Afei to go over and take a look, but unexpectedly, this beast, with its extraordinarily sensitive nose, caught a whiff of their richer, more delicious scent, and abandoned half-eaten prey to approach them instead. As the saying goes, a long search yields no results, but sometimes what you seek comes effortlessly. Qin Shou encountered a leopard he could not find in 2 zoos. The leopard in front of him was about the same size as the strange animal tiger that had chased Afei before. It measured over 5 meters long and stood roughly 3 meters high. It still bore the basic features of a leopard, without any obvious signs of transformation into another animal. In terms of size, Afei and this leopard were evenly matched, with no significant differences. Therefore, Qin Shou took off the suitcase strapped to Afei's neck and said, "Go, have a fight with it." When Afei faced the similarly sized saber-toothed tiger before, it had only fled in fear, but now it had grown, and while still a bit timid, it did not back down this time, emboldened by Qin Shou's presence, growling warnings at the leopard. Qin Shou slid off Afei, ready to test the results of the training Afei had undergone these past few days. With Afei's growl, the unimpressed leopard took the initiative to attack. This huge, yet astonishingly fast leopard pounced in an instant, its massive forelimbs extending with sharp claws aimed right for Afei's right eye. The speed was so quick that Afei almost couldn't react in time. Hiss! In the first moment, Afei swung its right hand, avoiding the leopard's claws from scratching its right eye, and sent the leopard flying away. But then the pain struck, and 4 bloody wounds appeared on its right arm. Ow! In pain, Afei looked at its right hand, its eyes filling with anger. Qin Shou was somewhat surprised, not expecting the leopard's claws to be so sharp, injuring Afei in their first clash. But Qin Shou was not worried about this minor injury. He still reminded, "Be careful, don't get your eyes hurt, or you'll be a blind bear." The leopard was quite clever. It had just aimed at Afei's right eye but was blocked away by Afei's hand. Otherwise, if it had gotten its claws on that eye, Afei would likely go blind. Nearby, the onlookers, filled with fear and anxiety, watched this battle between giants from their buildings. Though this panda stands taller, it doesn't seem like a match for this leopard. The panda is stronger, but it looks heavy. While the leopard is incredibly fast, it has already wounded the panda, so as long as it plays the endurance game, it can tire the panda out. This life is unbearable. Hiding away is not a solution. One day we will run out of food and be forced to go out to forage. But if we go out, encountering such outrageous mutated beasts will mean being bitten and eaten in no time. If only we had firearms, even if we couldn't kill these tough-skinned beasts, we could at least intimidate others. Unfortunately, our country has strict gun control, leaving everyone in this post-apocalyptic world living in fear and unable to hunt these mutated animals. You should be thankful for the gun ban, otherwise, we'd likely die at the hands of gunmen when we go out, not from the claws of mutated beasts. That's right, it's now said everywhere that mutated humans and mutated animals have beast spirit pearls inside them. If they devour them, they can continue to mutate and become stronger. Although we haven't been able to confirm if this is true, there will definitely be some vicious guys killing to verify it. Once it's confirmed to be true, those people will certainly go on a killing spree to get stronger. Because they don't have the ability to kill these powerful and terrifying mutated animals, but they can easily kill people. If this is true, then life will really be impossible to live. Unless the national government can quickly solve these problems and restore social order. Under the attention of the crowd, Afei's second round of battle with the mutated beast cheetah began. The speed-focused mutated beast cheetah took the initiative. Even though Afei attacked first, he could only helplessly turn to passive defense in the end. After the second round, Afei was still at a disadvantage with injuries as he flew the cheetah away. 4 lines of blood slowly oozed from his left shoulder, causing him pain and frustration, yet he couldn't do anything to the agile and nimble cheetah. Shinshou shook his head. After all, Afei was just a 5-day-old panda baby. Strategically, he was no match for this crafty mutated beast. Unlike that anteater from before, which knew it couldn't match the speed of the chicken feather tiger. Continuing to drag it out would only lead to more injuries, ultimately being worn down by the chicken feather tiger. Thus, it deliberately exposed a flaw to lure the chicken feather tiger into attacking. In the end, it endured the chicken feather tiger's assault with a decision of taking 1,000 enemy lives while injuring itself 800, and it used its strongest secret weapon, the tongue, to pierce the chicken feather tiger's eye, striking directly at the brain for a counterkill. But Afei's intelligence was clearly not as high as that anteater's, as he couldn't predict the cheetah's movements in advance, nor set up any flaws to catch the cheetah and achieve a counterkill at the cost of injury. One can only say that training Afei to be a battle pet is a long and challenging road. Let him continue to experience the beatings. After all, Afei has tough skin and thick flesh. It's not easy for this mutated beast cheetah to take him down. It's just right for Afei to consume the cheetah's stamina. Otherwise, if he strikes and doesn't end it in one blow, the cheetah, sensing danger, might just run away, and if he can't catch up, he would miss out on the hard-to-find mutated beast cheetah. Shinshou reminded Afei, don't be a coward, go hard against it, anticipate its movements in advance, and don't let it control you. Afei only understood, don't be a coward, then snorted angrily, breathing heavily, roaring to tear the cheetah into pieces. The third round began. The mutated beast cheetah's 2 frontal attacks only caused minor injuries, failing to knock Afei down, nor heavily wound him. This time, it quickly circled to the back and launched a sneak attack from the rear, successfully knocking Afei down. Just as it opened its mouth wide to bite Afei's neck, Afei, with rich wrestling experience, instantly rolled over, scaring the cheetah to jump away, almost being pinned down by Afei. Roar! Afei was utterly angered, slamming his hands on the ground in frustration, smashing the asphalt road. The fourth round began. Afei strode toward the cheetah, determined to tear it into pieces. Just then, Shinshou heard a bad noise and hurriedly reminded Afei, get down. Afei turned his head to look at Shinshou, hesitating whether to listen to Shinshou and duck down. As a result, whoosh, a grenade flew from behind him, hitting him squarely on the back. With a loud bang, along with the explosion sound, Afei howled, getting blasted to the ground. At the same time, the cheetah, which had lunged at Afei from the front and bitten his neck, was also heavily pinned down by Afei. Got you. Afei didn't care about his back, which was injured from the explosion, and directly bit at the cheetah's neck, employing an eye for an eye against the cheetah. When it comes to biting strength, the Iron Eater is not afraid of any fierce beast. Seeing Afei get hit by a grenade yet still manage to get up and bite that cheetah, the beast-transforming soldier a dozen meters away immediately fired a second shot. Just when they thought they had achieved a double kill, successfully hunting 2 strange beasts, a figure suddenly appeared behind the mutated panda, spreading a pair of gigantic silver-black wings. Chapter 62, Truly a Big Shot. What the hell is this? It looks like he suddenly grew a pair of wings out of nowhere? No, don't you think these wings look familiar? No way? Is it really that coincidental? But his hair is white, and he's much taller and bigger than that birdman who invaded the base back then. This means he has devoured a large number of beast spirit beads, evolving even more powerfully. Look at the backpack next to the suitcase, that's the backpack the birdman used to carry away all the beast spirit beads. I can't be mistaken. Nearby, those who witnessed Shinshou suddenly flash behind Afei and grow a pair of gigantic silver-black wings were equally astonished. What? Why did this white-headed guy suddenly sprout a pair of wings? He looks so much taller now. Why is he different from us? Why can he transform on his own? I'm in shock. He blocked a cannonball with his wings and came out completely unharmed, not even a single feather was blown off. Not even cannonballs can harm him. Is he even human? As the smoke from the explosion cleared, everyone stared at Shinshou, who stood there unscathed, utterly dumbfounded. They had seen beasts that couldn't be killed by firearms these past few days, but this was the first time they saw a human beast transformer daring enough to block a cannonball with his body and remain unharmed. Shinshou flapped his wings a couple of times. Although not a single feather was blown off, the high temperature from the explosion had singed quite a few feathers, and his wings were slightly hurt from the blast. Afei had already bitten the mutant cheetah to death, then looked at Shinshou with eyes filled with both gratitude and pity. The gratitude was for Shinshou blocking the second cannonball for him, while the pity was for the several wounds on its body inflicted by the mutant cheetah, and a blast that injured its back. So, after killing the wretched cheetah, it began to whimper as if asking Shinshou to stand up for it, to teach a lesson to the bad guy who hurt it. Meanwhile, the 3 soldiers began to panic. What do we do? We've messed with something we shouldn't have. Don't panic. He doesn't seem like someone who kills innocents indiscriminately, and we didn't do it on purpose. We didn't know he would jump out and block the cannonball for that panda. If he wanted to kill us to vent his anger, with his abilities, we wouldn't even have a chance to escape. So it's best to hurry over and apologize, hoping he will forgive us this time since we are at least somewhat familiar. Let's go. If he were someone who killed innocents for fun, he would have slaughtered us back at the base. We should be grateful that the guns are only for dealing with the beasts. If we used them against the citizens, he would definitely kill us without hesitation. The three of them hurriedly walked out of the alley, quickly running over to apologize. Shin-sho had heard every word of their conversation clearly. He couldn't have imagined that they were familiar, being soldiers who had come out of that military base. It seemed that after sweeping through the military base and killing their officers, these soldiers, left leaderless, had disbanded, each fighting for themselves or forming teams to hunt beasts and strengthen themselves. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Although the experiences of the apocalypse in his past life had made Shin-sho decisive in killing, he had principles and boundaries in his actions. If one does not offend me, I will not offend others. If someone offends me, kill his whole family. Looking at these three soldiers who were so sensible and still uphold the principles of a soldier, not resorting to burning, killing, and looting to become stronger, Shin-sho lost interest in standing up for Afu. Big boss, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding, let us explain. The leader, a bull-headed soldier, shouted while running over with a cannon on his shoulder, afraid that Shin-sho might kill them in an instant if they offended him. When Shin-sho invaded the military base, they personally witnessed how monstrous he was. Dozens of soldiers firing guns together couldn't touch Shin-sho at all. Even the sniper bullets that could pierce steel plates were blocked by his wings that were stronger than steel. A single person invaded a military base, facing hundreds of fully armed warriors, yet it felt like entering a no-man's land, with absolutely no one able to threaten him. Even the gate of a weapons depot that stored beast spirit orbs and weighed several tons could be kicked open by him, showing how powerful and monstrous he was. Shin-sho said indifferently, "Is it an explanation or a quibble?" The three of them felt somewhat nervous and uneasy. The bull-headed soldier hurriedly explained, "It's really a misunderstanding. We chased this mutated leopard for 2 days, and when we got here, we found it was fighting a giant panda. We thought we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, so we planned to blow up this mutated panda and the leopard to prevent them from wandering around confusing humans. But unexpectedly, we encountered you here, and you actually stood up to protect this mutated panda." Another soldier, whose skin had fish scales and was obviously a fish-type beast transformer, spoke up, "You might not remember us, but we recognized you. 4 days ago, when you invaded the base, we witnessed your incredible strength, so we really didn't mean to. If we had realized it was you from the start, we certainly wouldn't have fired on these 2 beasts. After all, with your strength, hunting these 2 beasts would be a piece of cake for you." This flattery made Shin-sho feel a bit embarrassed. The other soldier, who had chicken and duck features, added, "We know you are not the kind of person who is unreasonable and indiscriminately kills innocent people. While we have left the base troops, we still uphold the responsibilities and obligations of being soldiers. We don't harm ordinary people for the sake of becoming stronger or for profit. How afraid are you of me killing you?" Shin-sho rolled his eyes, all right, stop talking. I won't hold it against you, okay?" The three of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The bull-headed soldier then curiously asked, "Big boss, why did you suddenly show up to block the cannonballs for this mutated panda? Although pandas are national treasures, the world is different now. If this panda goes berserk, the common people without weapons will have no way to deal with it." Shin-sho retracted his wings and said lightly, "I raised it. If you blow it up or injure it, wouldn't I have raised it for nothing?" The three were in shock. They were astonished that Shin-sho's gigantic wings vanished back into his body, but even more shocked that this gigantic panda was actually Shin-sho's pet. One can only say, as expected of the big boss. While others raise cats and dogs as pets, the big boss directly raises a national treasure as a pet. At this point, Shin-sho spoke up, "So, you injured my panda that I painstakingly raised, what do you plan to do to compensate?" This time, the three of them were a bit stunned to hear Shin-sho demanding compensation. The bull-headed soldier awkwardly said, "It seems that besides firearms, we have nothing to offer you. The beast spirit pearl is the most precious resource right now. Although they have hunted a few exotic beasts in the past few days, they have swallowed all the pearls they found. Thus, their most valuable possession is the firearms. And Shin-sho is invulnerable to both knives and guns, and cannon fire does not harm him, so the weapons they carry have no meaning to him." Shin-sho thinks the same way. He suddenly asked, "Can anyone fly a plane?" The fishman soldier raised his hand, "I have a helicopter pilot's license." Shin-sho asked, "Can you fly a transport plane?" The other shook his head, "I haven't flown one, but I can learn." Shin-sho was satisfied knowing that the other could fly a plane, saying, "Then follow me. In a few days, I will get a transport plane, and you will be my pilot." The three looked at Shin-sho in confusion. "Aren't you able to fly?" This gave them a feeling of unnecessary action. Clearly, he can fly, so why look for a plane, especially a transport plane? Is he planning to take this giant panda and flee high into the sky? Shin-sho replied, "The distance is too far, flying there is difficult and will waste a lot of time." The three became even more puzzled. The bull-headed soldier asked, "Are you planning to go abroad?" Shinsho casually said, "Going to America, taking advantage of the chaos to destroy the beautiful country." The three's eyes instantly widened. At the same time, the blood in their bodies could not help but boil. The bull-headed soldier excitedly said, "Big guy, take me with you. Although I can't fly a plane, I can learn." Another soldier quickly chimed in, "I've never liked the beautiful country. Even though we are weak compared to you, if it's about fighting the beautiful country and the devils, I'll be the first to sign up." Shinsho. I was just saying that, and you actually believed it. Although Shinsho also wanted to destroy the beautiful country, it is not that easy to destroy it. He needs to wait until he is strong enough to be unkillable by even nuclear missiles. Before that, he must first go to South America. Because South America has the Amazon rainforest, known as the lungs of the earth. This place is a paradise for beast-transforming animals, occupying half of the world's rainforest area and 20% of the global forest area. It is the largest and most biodiverse tropical rainforest in the world. After the beast transformation disaster strikes, countless animals in the Amazon rainforest will transform, then reproduce and thrive. In his past life, the Sadilama living in the Amazon rainforest, who loved to eat ants, became excessively powerful after transformation but still could not conquer the Amazon rainforest. Their entire tribe even nearly perished, showing how many strong and terrifying exotic beasts were born after the beast transformation disaster. Therefore, Shinsho will have to go to the Amazon rainforest to farm for monsters sooner or later. So, if he has the ability and it is on the way, he wouldn't mind destroying the beautiful country, letting this toxic nation disappear from the map. Some onlookers nearby also spoke up, "Big guy, can you count me in? I've heard that we and these mutated animals all have beast spirit pearls in our bodies, and swallowing them can continuously make us stronger. We, as Chinese, cannot harm each other, but if it's in the beautiful country, I can kill them without mercy, treating them like white pigs." Shinsho suggested to them, "The beautiful country is too far. If you really want to do this, you could take a boat to the island country to kill devils and just settle old debts." However, as ordinary beast transformers, even if they had such thoughts, it would be difficult for them to kill rapidly in a foreign land. Especially in a country without gun control, when the secret of the beast spirit pearl is fully revealed, many people have not yet mutated to the point of being invulnerable to knives and guns and could be easily killed by others. Of course, if the Chinese people know about the secret of the beast spirit pearl in advance, they can indeed catch their enemies off guard in a foreign land. Rapidly grow. After saying that, Shinsho ignored those who wanted to cling to his thigh and kill abroad with him. To avoid wasting the fresh blood flowing from the exotic beast, the cheetah, Shinsho's waistband suddenly extended a tail, and then the sharp tip of the tail plunged into the cheetah's neck wound, crazily devouring blood. This scene once again left everyone stunned. Wow, he has a tail, and it seems like it's sucking blood? Hiss. What kind of monster is he? This scene reminds me of Cell from Dragon Ball. The three soldiers were also dumbfounded, even feeling their scalp tingle. They were relieved that they were not facing a merciless demon, or else they might have been killed and had their blood drained by him. Soon, Shinsho drained the blood from the exotic beast cheetah and then draped its corpse over a Fae's neck, making a Fae carry it. "You three follow me. Before we set off, I need to gather some supplies." Before heading to the Amazon rainforest to farm monsters, Shinsho needed to collect a large amount of supplies. Clothes could be skipped, food could be left behind, but salt, seasonings, drinks, and some emergency medicines were must-haves. Once he decided to go to the Amazon rainforest, he would have to stay for at least a year and a half, so he needed to collect many supplies. Shinsho originally planned to take a warship, but it was too slow, taking at least half a month to reach there, and during that time, he could be overturned by giant ocean beasts. As for flying there by himself, even if he wasn't worried about losing direction, he had to worry about dying from exhaustion on the way, and he couldn't bring a Fae and a large amount of supplies with him while flying. Thus, the appearance of these three soldiers changed Shinsho's mind. The bull-headed soldier asked, "Boss, what supplies do you want to gather?" Shinsho replied, "Food is optional, but seasonings are essential, otherwise killing exotic beasts and eating meat won't have any flavor. Secondly, I need to collect drinks, lighters, and various emergency medicines. Other daily necessities can be chosen freely." The fish soldier immediately said, "The nearby supermarkets and vegetable markets have been looted, but we found that the cargo containers at the riverside port were still neatly stacked while chasing the cheetah. We can check the port. If we can get a transport plane, we can load the containers onto it and take them away." The bull-headed soldier continued, "Generally, Air Force bases have large transport planes, but if you want to rob one, it seems a bit difficult." Shinsho corrected, "When did I say I wanted to rob a transport plane? It sounds like I'm some kind of bandit." The three of them. Damn. If you're not a bandit, then why did you invade the base and steal all the beast spirit orbs? If they weren't worried about causing trouble, they would have shot back. Chapter 64. They are very odd. Shinsho, carrying a large backpack, dragging a suitcase, along with a Fae and three little soldiers, walked to the trade port on foot. As far as the eye can see, it's all containers. Some are piled on the port, and some are stacked on various cargo ships. There were no people in the port, but there were patrols on several cargo ships, so when they spotted Chinsho and the others, someone on one of the cargo ships quickly pulled out a walkie-talkie to report. Brother Hui. Someone is coming, and behind them is a big panda. On the other side of the walkie-talkie, a woman's gasping scream could be heard, along with a man's impatient voice. I told you, as long as they are not targeting our ship, we don't need to pay attention to them. Stop making a fuss like these women. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, the woman seemed to have received several fast slaps. Her screams grew louder. The dog-headed man on patrol looked at Jill with envy and jealousy, turning purple, then continued, No, Brother Hui, you should come and see. They are really strange. That giant panda following them is at least 2 stories high. Hearing clearly about the giant panda this time, the man called Brother Hui finally shifted his attention from the 2 women who seemed lifeless, getting out of bed and saying, You better not be lying to me, or I'll throw you overboard to feed the fish. The dog-headed man flattered, Brother Hui is joking, even if you fed me the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. Speaking of the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard, he noticed that the giant panda seemed to be carrying a leopard on its shoulder. In other words, if they killed this panda, they could really eat the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard? He carefully looked through the binoculars and confirmed that the giant panda was indeed carrying a strangely oversized cheetah on its shoulder. Strange, what's up with this giant panda? Why is it carrying a mutated cheetah's body? And why is it obediently following that white-haired guy? As he puzzled over this, Brother Hui walked out from below deck in his underwear. He was a fish beast changer, obviously having eaten seafood before transforming, so his skin was tight and smooth like fish skin, with silver-gray scales covering parts of it. As he stepped out of the cabin, he immediately scanned the port, and then spotted the giant panda the dog-headed man had mentioned. Holy crap, it's real! He looked utterly astonished. How did this panda mutate? It's so massive. The containers at the port were usually over 2 meters tall, and this panda was half a body taller than the containers, indicating it was at least 5 meters high. My goodness! Brother Hui approached the dog-headed man, thinking to himself, if he could kill this panda and absorb the beast spirit pearl inside it, wouldn't he become much stronger? He was among the first to learn the secret of the beast spirit pearl because 3 days ago, he witnessed soldiers hunting mutated animals and then dissecting them on site to extract and consume the beast spirit pearls. Thus, he suspected that there were also beast spirit pearls within the bodies of beast changers, and after killing the high and mighty boss who was used to being above everyone, he discovered a beast spirit pearl in the boss's stomach and felt a slight boost in physical strength after consuming it. So he killed the boss, seized the alluring female boss who remained captivating after the beast transformation, and finally, killed anyone who displeased him, plundering beautiful women. What a thrill! The 2 women on this cargo ship were captured in this manner. One was the female boss and the other was a beautiful front desk girl who showed no signs of transformation because she hadn't eaten meat the day she transformed. The dog-headed man was also his colleague, and the 2 colluded to occupy this cargo ship, with Brother Hui being more ruthless and powerful, causing the dog-headed man to lower himself and become his underling. They had come to this port the day before yesterday and seized the cargo ship. As workers of a trading company, they knew there were many supplies here, and if they could seize everything, just the food, oil, and various essential trade goods piled up at the port would ensure them a lifetime free from worry about food and clothing. But they also understood that as the situation became more chaotic, many people would come to seize the port, taking control of it. Just like other cargo ships that had long been seized by workers or those living near the port. If it weren't for Brother Hui being so formidable and having firearms, they wouldn't have easily taken control of this cargo ship. Watching Chinsho and the others entering the port, Brother Hui's mind began to plot their demise. He was very clear that once the secret of the beast spirit pearl was known to everyone, when others see only 2 men on the ship, they will surely come without hesitation to seize the cargo ship, casually killing them to take the beast spirit pearl. So before that, he needed to kill more people, kill more mutated animals, to make himself stronger through mutation. Right now, it was a good opportunity, but looking at the giant panda, he began to feel unsure. I feel like even if I shoot at close range, it would still be hard to kill this panda. Huigu couldn't help but sigh. The dog-headed man said, Huigu, look carefully, that panda is carrying a huge cheetah corpse. If we can kill the panda, we would really be able to eat its heart and the cheetah's gallbladder. You're right. Huigu narrowed his eyes, feeling it was truly unbelievable. What is going on with this panda? It seems like it's following that white-haired guy. The dog-headed man nodded, saying, Exactly, I'm just puzzled as to why this panda is obediently following humans. And there are 3 fully armed soldiers nearby. It looks like the panda is with them, just like a loyal pet dog. We need to find a way to lure them over. Huigu squinted his eyes. He witnessed the soldiers hunt monsters and the dissection process. That's how he learned about the beast spirit pearl. So those 3 soldiers and that white-haired guy dragging a suitcase must have devoured a lot of beast spirit pearls, becoming stronger than ordinary people. This means if he kills them and consumes the beast spirit pearls within them, he will definitely become stronger, and also obtain their guns and weapons. At that time, if he kills the giant panda too, he he would be even closer to achieving his dream of dominating the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Huigu instructed the dog-headed man to keep an eye on the two women, then risk going ashore to make contact with the others. This was exactly what the dog-headed man wanted. He rushed down eagerly. Watching Huigu take on two enemies these past few days, this poor lackey had been itching, left to imagine things, and comfort himself. Today was a golden opportunity. Finally, he wouldn't have to imagine anymore, it was finally his turn to enjoy. Seeing him approach impatiently, the landlady and the beautiful front desk girl hurriedly spoke. "Liang, I know you are a good person, please let us go. Zhang Hui is turned into a heartless beast, if you stay with him, you will eventually be killed by him." "That's right, Liang, come with us, or let's resist together and find a chance to kill Zhang Hui. Otherwise, we will eventually die at his hands." The dog-headed man sighed regretfully. "Sorry, if I let you go or resist with you, I definitely wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. But don't worry." Upon hearing this, the once desperate landlady and beautiful front desk girl rekindled hope in their eyes. But just as hope sparked, it was immediately doused with cold water. "But don't worry, I'm more gentle than Huigu, I won't hurt you." The guy in underwear walked over from the cargo ship. Although there was a big boss nearby, the three soldiers remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Qinshu also spotted that guy named Zhang Hui and could tell from hundreds of meters away that this guy was not a good person. His eyes were fierce and filled with killing intent, obviously having killed many people, not just one or two. Seeing such a large mutated monster panda following us, and he still dares to approach on his own, shows that this guy has great courage. He is a ruthless character who can quickly rise in the apocalypse. In the era of beast transformations, the most favored and easiest to rise are these ruthless characters. As for the saints and the weak, timid individuals, they often end up dying quickly and very tragically. Should we warn him? I feel like he has a kind of bad vibe. The bull-headed soldier asked. Qinshu replied indifferently, "Since you feel the visitor is not good, just shoot them on the spot. This way, all dangers and risks can be crushed in the cradle." The three suddenly fell silent. If we judge a person's good or bad just by feeling, and then kill them, how are we different from those beasts who take advantage of chaos to slaughter the innocent? Qinshu. Why do I feel like they are cursing not the beasts, but my name? Qinshu shook his head and smiled lightly. "I understand your thoughts as soldiers, so people like you, who are just and righteous, will mostly be harmed by your own kindness and compassion. Of course, I am not advising you to be bad people, I am just suggesting that you better not act like saints, otherwise, you will regret it one day. In my past life, my class teacher Lu Ru was a typical example, being too kind and compassionate to the students, which led her to die protecting them from the claws of alien beasts. To others, she was a great teacher. But to Qinshu, she was an incurable fool. That's why in this life, Qinshu would remind the teacher to be a little selfish, to not underestimate the evil of human nature, and not to always think of others, thinking for her students. On the other side, after leaving school, when the class teacher Lu Ru just reunited with her family at home, she suddenly sneezed. She felt that her students were cursing her, saying she wasn't human for leaving them and running back home. Thus, she blamed herself all the way. But between protecting her family and protecting her students, she had to be a bit selfish and chose her family. After Qinshu revealed the secret of the beast spirit pearl, it also indirectly changed Lu Ru's decisions in this life. Now everyone was in a state of alert. More and more people found out that human beast changers and the beast changing animals contained beast spirit pearls, and those who swallowed them could continue to mutate and grow stronger. So Lu Ru firmly believed what Qinshu said, convinced that many people would go on a killing spree to become stronger. Because it was hard to hunt powerful alien beasts to obtain beast spirit pearls to strengthen themselves, but they could easily kill people to get the beast spirit pearls from others. For this reason, Lu Ru in this life didn't care about those students hiding in the school anymore, and leveraging her newfound speed of a rabbit, the defense of a crocodile, and the strength of an ant, she left the school alone and ran home. Along the way, she encountered several alien beasts. Although she was very nervous and scared, she successfully escaped and returned home unharmed. Thanks to classmate Qinshu. It's a good thing I didn't eat in the school cafeteria that day, otherwise, if I had eaten my favorite braised pork, I would have ended up like Zhu Beiji and wouldn't be this strong. She murmured to herself, I always feel that classmate Qinshu seemed to know about this beast mutation disaster in advance, which is why he invited us to dinner and mentioned recently having swine fever and avian influenza, telling me not to eat chicken, duck, or pork. A woman's sixth sense is sometimes really accurate. Zhang Yunqiang and others had no doubts or suspicions, but Lu Ru always felt that Qinshu was like a prophet. Otherwise, everything would really be too coincidental. On the evening of September 1st, as the beast mutation disaster struck, Qinshu just happened to drop out of school on the first day and even invited them to a buffet. And not only that, he personally made crocodile meatballs and ordered braised rabbit heads for them to eat, which granted them the defense and strength of crocodiles and the agility, flexibility, and night vision capabilities of rabbits after they transformed. Although she had doubts in her heart, she didn't question Qinshu. After all, everyone has their secrets. If Qin Shou didn't take the initiative to say, then she wouldn't take the initiative to ask. Moreover, even if she wanted to ask now, she probably wouldn't get a reply from Qin Shou in this life. Because a few days ago and this morning, she had sent messages to Qin Shou, but he did not reply, and his phone was turned off, making her anxious and unable to eat or sleep for the past 2 days. After asking Zhang Yunzong and others, they also kept in contact with Qin Shou 2 days ago, but now they couldn't reach him no matter what. So, they were all worried whether something had happened to Qin Shou? Then they could only pray for Qin Shou's safety. At the port, Zheng Hui, wearing only shorts and barefoot, walked over. From dozens of meters away, he waved and shouted, "Comrades, are you here to save us?" Qin Shou smelled the foul stench from the scoundrels a few meters away and couldn't help but mock, "You look pretty well off, not like you need saving." Zheng Hui chuckled, he couldn't even be bothered to look at Qin Shou, focusing instead on the 3 soldiers and the wasted man behind them. In his eyes, Qin Shou was just a make-work boy carrying supplies for these 3 soldiers, which is why he had a big backpack and was dragging a suitcase. Qin Shou was all too familiar with this feeling of being ignored and looked down upon. In his past life, as a weak man, he had often been ignored and even despised by those powerful beast changers. Zhang Hui went on, "Comrades, what's up with this giant panda? Can it understand your words? Will it attack like those mutated animals?" The 3 soldiers did not bother to look at him, their attention focused on being alert to their surroundings and occasionally glancing at Qin Shou. The bull-headed soldier spoke, "We are his mercenaries, if you have questions, just ask him." Zhang Hui was dumbfounded. They were actually hired by this white-haired kid? No, it's the end of the world now, even if there's a lot of money, it doesn't matter. If he weren't worried that the other party might shoot him, he would have wanted to ridicule these 3 soldiers for being out of their minds. It was the end of the world, instead of rampaging and ruling with their guns and cannons, they were actually working for someone else? The bull-headed soldier's response left him speechless again. "We accidentally hurt his panda, so as mercenaries, we're working for him as compensation." Zhang Hui? What is going on? This panda belongs to this white-haired kid? Chapter 66, The Villain Dies from Talking Too Much. Zhang Hui felt a bit bewildered. He finally looked at Qin Shou with suspicion and surprise, asking, "You can't be a zookeeper for the pandas at a zoo, right? So the panda has a good relationship with you, even if it's mutated to be so terrifyingly powerful, it still listens to you?" He could only suspect this. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of why a giant panda, which could casually devour humans like bugs, would obediently follow Qin Shou and listen to him. Qin Shou didn't answer, treating it as an acknowledgement, and asked, "Which containers at the port are filled with food and drinks?" Zhang Hui, seeing that Qin Shou didn't answer his question, secretly cursed, "I don't know which ones have drinks, but I know you're pretending in front of me. Relying on having a powerful and obedient mutated panda, you're acting like a high person in front of me, right? Wait until you kneel and beg for mercy, let's see if you can keep pretending." And these 3 soldiers are also idiots. With guns and cannons, they don't just kill this kid and then take care of the panda. He despised them in his heart. But it's also good that these 3 soldiers are so stupid, or else this great fortune wouldn't have fallen on his lap. Now it's great. Kill this kid and these 3 soldiers, then use guns to take down this giant panda, and devour the beast's spirit beads inside them, that would be invincible in this apocalypse. Just thinking about it feels amazing. Zhang Hui smiled widely and said, "You asked the right person. I do export trade, our company sells drinks. I just got off the cargo ship that has several containers of drinks. There is still quite a bit of food and daily necessities. All of these, I personally loaded onto the cargo ship with a crane in preparation for any emergencies these last couple of days. If you don't mind, we can team up together. After all, the national government is overwhelmed right now, it is chaos across the country and even the whole world. So undoubtedly, there will be heavy casualties and disasters occurring everywhere. If we can occupy a place rich in supplies, we can survive very well in this chaotic end time." Qin Shou asked, "Do you have seasonings and salt on this cargo ship?" Zhang Hui immediately gave a thumbs up, "Sure. Brother, you understand life. You are thinking the same as I am. If food has no seasonings or salt, then it truly is tasteless and a shame to waste, so I have also found a lot of imported seasonings, including a whole box of imported salt. Even common medicines are stocked up in this cargo ship, so based on the number of us, the supplies on this ship can at least sustain us for 30 to 50 years. Of course, this doesn't consider food going bad." Qin Shou smiled. "This is truly finding something you've been searching for without any effort. I originally planned to come to the port to collect some supplies, preparing to head to the Amazon rainforest to grind monsters, but as soon as I arrived at the port, someone had already collected it all for me. Okay, let's go up and take a look." After Qin Shou finished speaking, Zhang Hui immediately took the lead and, after walking a few steps, turned back to check, still feeling a bit worried about being backstabbed. However, seeing those 3 foolish soldiers who were so stupid they were paying compensation for working for others made him feel much more at ease. At least he could be sure that these three foolish soldiers were still naively adhering to the principle of serving the people and not taking even a thread or a needle from the masses. Otherwise, why would they be giving compensation to this guy because they injured his panda? Therefore, he was not worried these three soldiers would be harmful to him. Of course, the premise was that he couldn't let them go inside the ship's cabin, otherwise, if these three soldiers discovered the two women he had ruthlessly abused, hearing their cries for help, they would definitely stand up and shoot him. So before that, he had to find a way to deal with them. This panda is really big, it looks quite scary. Zhang Hui led the way while occasionally turning back cautiously, and then he would express his awe. Qinshu could see the greedy desire in his eyes. He was very familiar with that kind of gaze. In the collapse of order, countless people began to lose their morals. Power, beautiful women, authority. To those whose lives are not going well, this beastly end time is not a disaster, but an opportunity to change their fate. Therefore, those who once obeyed the law, worked hard but couldn't live well, upon witnessing the cruelty of the apocalypse, also began to disregard the law and do as they pleased. And those honest people who often encountered oppression, dared not to express their anger. When they obtain power, when the law can no longer restrain them, they can become more ruthless than anyone. Zhang Hui is such an existence. So he killed his boss, killed the colleagues who displeased him, then occupied the boss's wife and captured the beautiful receptionist who usually wouldn't even look at him to vent his suppressed dissatisfaction and desires. So for him, this is not the end of the world but paradise. Look, the containers ahead are all filled with food, including exported rice from abroad, imported Thai jasmine rice, and some dried fruits. The containers behind are filled with gasoline and oil, so basically, we are not short of any supplies needed for life. I also foresaw the seriousness of the situation. Knowing that this situation was basically impossible to calm down and restore, we immediately occupied this cargo ship with our colleagues. Unfortunately, although we successfully occupied this place, several colleagues died at the hands of others, leaving only 4 of us left on this cargo ship. Among them, 2 female colleagues were defiled by the beastly boss in the company on the day of the incident, and later, some eager male colleagues joined in as well. It's evident that many people have turned bad since the apocalypse arrived. I approached you because I saw you in military uniforms. I've respected and admired soldiers since I was young, which is why I dared to reach out to you and invite you to team up with us. As the saying goes, villains perish due to excessive talking. The more Zhang Hui talked, the more flaws he revealed. Qinshu retorted, that beastly boss you're talking about wouldn't be you, would it? Otherwise, with female colleagues around, why aren't you paying attention to your image and only wearing a pair of shorts? Zhang Hui argued logically, you all can see that I ate a lot of fish and seafood on the day of the mutation, so now I've become like a fishman, and my swimming ability has improved a lot. I was just thinking of going into the sea to catch some seafood to eat, and then I saw you coming. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't just be walking around in a pair of shorts with female colleagues around. But it's okay, those 2 female colleagues, after being defiled by that beastly boss and a few male colleagues in turn, are already a bit mentally broken. I've been trying to counsel them these past few days, and I've only been able to dissuade them from suicidal thoughts. But if they want to get over this shadow, it will probably take a lot of time. Zhang Hui spoke so convincingly that he almost convinced himself. In the end, a sudden remark from Qinshu left him speechless. Chapter 67, This brother is quite funny. Qinshu naturally did not believe Zhang Hui's words. As the saying goes, villains perish due to excessive talking. He was sure he hadn't mistaken the person, firmly believing that Zhang Hui was merely crying thief while stealing a bell. So, he became impatient and directly replied, then bring the 2 female colleagues over here, or take us to see them. If they can confirm that what you said is true, then we can trust you and team up. Zhang Hui had calculated everything, but he never expected Qinshu to make such a move. He could only pretend to be calm and said, no problem, I invited you to team up, but I must inform them too, so they don't get frightened by other men, especially strangers, after having been bitten by a snake once. Qinshu thought he would crack under pressure, but unexpectedly, his mental fortitude was quite strong, and his on-the-spot response was quick. If it were someone else, they would surely believe what he just said. This way, they're resting in the lower cabin. Zhang Hui directly led Qinshu and the others down to the cabin. Although things did not go as he planned, it didn't matter. Once down in the cabin, it would be easier for him to use the terrain to trap Qinshu and the others. Moreover, that big panda couldn't come down, so he didn't have to worry about it risking its life to save him. Arriving at the cabin door, Zhang Hui put on a nervous and worried expression, frowning and saying, I approached you because you 3 are in camo, presumably soldiers, and I wanted to invite you to team up. But I also worry about running into bad people and harming my companions, so before we go down, I need to ask, can I trust you? The bull-headed soldier understood what the other was worried about and wanted to confirm if he had mistaken the person, so he actively unloaded all his weapons and said, don't worry, comrade, our guns will only be aimed at enemies and beasts, not at civilians. The other 2 soldiers, seeing this, also unloaded their gear and backpacks full of ammunition. Even the gun hidden at the waist was taken off voluntarily and placed neatly at the door. They did this not because they trusted Zhang Hui's words, but because they trusted Qinshu. If Zhang Hui was a good person, they would be safe going down unarmed. If Zhang Hui was not a good person, they wouldn't need to worry about being ambushed, because with Qin Shou's strength, even if hundreds were hiding below, he would catch them all. Watching them take off all their weapons and place them on the ground, Zhang Hui nearly burst out laughing like a pig. These 3 soldiers are truly stupid. No wonder they worked as mercenaries for others even when they had guns and cannons. Now, Zhang Hui was completely at ease. I knew that soldiers like us can always be trusted, no matter when or where. He said seriously, with admiration in his voice. To him, soldiers without weapons were like tigers without teeth. Even if it was 1 against 3, he wouldn't back down. After all, he was hiding a gun below. He kindly reminded them, the light down there is a bit dim, be careful on the stairs, don't fall. Qin Shou reminded Afei, you guard outside and don't let anyone else get close. Afei threw down the corpse of the exotic beast, a cheetah, that it had been carrying on its shoulder, and gave a howl in response, but it was just like chickens talking to ducks between a person and a bear. Besides understanding that Afei was its name, Afei had no idea what Qin Shou wanted it to do. It merely guessed it couldn't go inside and was probably asked to wait outside, so it replied, can I eat the beads inside this cheetah? In the end, Qin Shou didn't answer and just left it there and went inside. This left Afei a bit displeased. It was already starving, and yet wasn't allowed to eat the beads. Having followed Qin Shou since it was born, it had witnessed him hunt exotic beasts and extract the spirit beads many times, so it already knew that these beasts had delicious little beads inside them. This cheetah had scratched it, and its neck was even bitten, so it couldn't wait to personally dissect this cheetah and swallow its little beads to vent its anger. But since Qin Shou didn't reply, it didn't dare to take the initiative to dissect the cheetah and consume the spirit beads inside. Because Qin Shou had said that in the future, without permission, it wasn't allowed to eat spirit beads anymore. This it understood. Thus now, hungry and in pain, it could only pat the cheetah's body to vent. Ah Liang? Zhang Hui intentionally called out to remind Dog Liang, then said, I'm taking turns keeping watch with another male colleague, he's probably still sleeping. At that moment, a Liang was not sleeping but was actually with a woman. Hearing Zhang Hui call out his name, Dog Liang, though reluctant, didn't dare to continue and hurriedly put on his clothes, warning the 2 women who were tied up with their hands and had cloth stuffed in their mouths that they could only make muffled sounds. Brother Hui is going to kill someone, you better not make a sound, otherwise, if he gets angry, he might just kill you too. After warning them, Dog Liang still couldn't resist giving a playful slap to the charming boss lady. Brother Hui, did you call me? Dog Liang walked out of the room, closed the door, and shouted back loudly. Upon hearing his reply, Zhang Hui called out, good news. I ran into soldiers and invited them to team up, they have guns, so we won't have to worry about others targeting us. Dog Liang understood, Brother Hui's meaning was for him to go treat the guests and seize the chance to catch them off guard with guns. Brother Hui also had a gun. But this gun was hidden, and he didn't know where. Clearly, Brother Hui didn't trust his colleague, who was just clinging to him for support. He could understand, after all, if Brother Hui gave him a gun. He really knows how to shoot and take down Brother Hui. With this, both the boss lady and the beautiful receptionist would be his, and all the supplies on the ship would belong to him too. Unfortunately, despite showing such loyalty, Brother Hui still didn't trust him and remained wary. Here he comes. Dog Liang replied and hurried over. After the 2 met, Brother Hui introduced, this is A Liang. We all work at the same trading company. A Liang, a bit nervous, greeted, hello, it's nice to meet you all. Qin Shou, smelling the bloody scent on Dog Liang, coldly remarked, how nice. Dog Liang was speechless. This was just a polite statement, not a true expression of happiness. Zhang Hui laughed heartily, this brother is quite funny. A Liang, please entertain them for me while I go take a leak. I'll be right back. Saying this, Zhang Hui walked directly into the nearby bathroom. He was afraid the others might become suspicious and follow him in. Once inside the bathroom, he quickly moved, pulling out a concealed shotgun and handgun from under the sink, a cold smile spreading across his face as he stepped back out. Chapter 68, Fear arises from insufficient firepower. For bastards, just wait for death. Zhang Hui wedged the handgun into his waistband, holding the shotgun with both hands as he exited the restroom. To avoid any further complications, he didn't pretend anymore, quickly catching up to Qin Shou and the others, opening fire without hesitation. Bang! The 3 soldiers, already feeling the urgency from Zhang Hui's hurried footsteps, had started to get alert. So, just a second before Zhang Hui pulled the trigger, the bull-headed soldier shouted, enemy attack. The 3 immediately ducked, but they were in a narrow corridor, and with the shotgun's bullets being larger, it had many small projectiles inside. After firing, the bullets spread out, causing damage to all 3. If it weren't for their enhanced skin defenses after transforming, they would have sustained severe injuries instead of minor ones. As for Dog Liang, who was in cahoots with Zhang Hui, even though he knew Zhang Hui was going to kill these guys, he never expected Zhang Hui to be so impatient, firing right after getting the guns. Thus, while the three soldiers dodged in time, Dog Liang, who reacted a moment too late, and Qin Shou, who didn't dodge, were hit by several bullets. This is how you use a gun. Zhang Hui quickly taught the three soldiers, whom he deemed foolish, a lesson. Bang! The second shot rang out. This time he aimed at Qin Shou, who was facing away from him and hadn't even turned around. In his eyes, this white-haired kid must have been so scared that he couldn't move. Three soldier bastards, with guns and cannons, yet still timid, acting as someone else's mercenaries. Saying that, he shot again. This time aiming at the three soldiers who were trying to escape around the corner. Suddenly, a pair of wings so enormous they couldn't fit within a 3-meter-wide corridor appeared out of nowhere, completely blocking the shot. Is there a possibility that they are acting so timidly because they know their guns can't hurt me, making them my mercenaries? Qin Shou's calm words suddenly caused Zhang Hui's heart to skip a beat. What the hell is this? He was stunned by Qin Shou, who had suddenly turned into a birdman, and even more frightened by Qin Shou's calm and collected tone. Bang bang bang. He rushed to empty his last 3 rounds in sheer panic. Indeed, fear arises from insufficient firepower. Although he was scared by this scene, he didn't forget his original intention. At such a close distance, even if this white-haired kid turned into a birdman, he didn't believe he could take so many bullets without harm. In the end, 5 of the 6 bullets from the shotgun hit Qin Shou. But he discovered that not a single feather had been knocked off the other party, and there was no blood flowing out at all. At this moment, with just a handgun left, he began to panic. He threw away the shotgun and quickly pulled out the handgun from his waistband, retreating while shooting. Damn it! Holy hell! How did this guy suddenly grow a pair of wings? And how come, after being shot so many times, he seems completely unharmed? Fear began to surge rapidly in his heart as the bullets in his handgun were almost emptied. He finally understood that these 3 soldiers were not. But at this point, even if he understood why these 3 soldiers had guns and cannons yet remained submissive, he couldn't change the situation anymore. Since they had stopped pretending, shooting meant they could no longer sit down and talk it out. Even if he bowed and begged for mercy, they certainly wouldn't let him go. Therefore, while emptying the bullets of his handgun to delay Qin Shou's retaliatory attack, he quickly fled outside. These 3 soldiers had left their weapons outside. If he could just run out, he could get his hands on more powerful firepower. If he still couldn't kill this suddenly winged white-haired guy, he could always jump onto a boat and escape. Having transformed into a beastman, his swimming speed was extraordinary. Once in the sea, he could leap as he pleased. He could wait until he kills more enemies and devours the beast spirit orbs to grow stronger before coming back for revenge. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Just as he emptied his handgun magazine and turned to run, a long, sharp saber-toothed tiger tooth flew at him like an arrow. Zhang Hui only felt something bump into him, almost tripping him onto the ground. Then came a loud bang, and after steadying himself, he found something as thick as a white arm had lodged into the wall in front of him. Then the painful feeling hit him like an afterthought. He looked down and saw a blood hole in his abdomen, as thick as an arm. A large amount of blood began to surge out. At this moment, the fear of death enveloped his entire body. Regretting it now? Qin Shou's voice came from behind him. He initially thought Qin Shou was asking him. Instead, Qin Shou continued, I said before, since you think he's no good, just kill him and eliminate all threats. But in the end, you were worried about mistakenly killing a good person and almost got shot by him. The 3 soldiers truly learned a lesson this time. The bull-headed soldier muttered, I thought with you here, everything would be safe. I didn't expect to still get hurt. The soldier who was also a beastman like Zhang Hui said, fortunately, it's a shotgun, the power isn't very strong, or we would really be in trouble. The dog-headed man, who colluded with Zhang Hui, urgently endured the sharp pain from his gunshot wound and explained, Big boss, please spare me. Though I know him, I was unaware of this matter. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been shot. Qin Shou slowly pulled out another saber-toothed tiger tooth from the backpack in front of him, and without a word, threw it out, piercing the dog-headed man's chest with a thud, nailing him to the floor as he had just crawled back up. I don't think you are a good person either, so I don't believe a single thing you say. Qin Shou retracted his wings, transforming back into the human form of a white-haired youth, then hoisted the backpack that had affected his transformation back onto him. The 3 soldiers looked at the decisive Qin Shou and didn't dare to say much. Even if they thought this dog-headed man might truly be unaware. But since the big boss had already killed him, anything they said would be useless, so they better not speak and spoil his mood. The beast spirit orbs inside these 2 will be given to you. You can eat the guy's beast spirit orb. They are all aquatic beastmen, and the strengthening effect will be more pronounced after devouring. The fish soldier, feeling grateful yet puzzled, said, No wonder that when I devoured the beast spirit pearls from the bodies of 2 strange beast dogs before, I didn't see any significant mutation or increase in strength. The bull-headed soldier reminded, Don't rush to dissect the beast spirit pearls, they might have accomplices. Qin Shou said, Don't worry, this guy may have tricked you, but he didn't lie about the numbers, so aside from the 2 of them, there are only 2 unfortunate women left in here. They suddenly thought of something. No wonder this guy is only wearing a pair of shorts. Damn beast. The fish soldier looked at Zheng Hui, who was clutching his belly and trying to escape even as death approached, and directly took out a dagger to cut his throat. Qin was too lazy to continue moving forward. After all, ahead were only two women whose mouths were gagged, making whimpering sounds. By the way, help me clean these two saber-toothed tiger fangs. After a reminder, Qin walked out. Although Afei didn't like to eat meat, he was still a bit worried, afraid that Afei would eat that strange beast cheetah or tear open its belly to eat the beast's spirit pearls inside. To be honest, Afei followed him everywhere, often witnessing Qin dissect beast spirit pearls, and since Afei grew up eating beast spirit pearls, it really could tear apart the cheetah and swallow the pearls inside. Chapter 69, The Speed of the Cheetah. Fortunately, when Qin walked out and found that the strange beast cheetah had not been gutted, the stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell. Good baby. Qin wanted to pat Afei's head to praise him, but in his human form, he couldn't even reach Afei's cute fluffy head sitting on the ground. So instead, Qin patted Afei's soft, round belly. Since you got hurt today, I'll make an exception and give you 2 beast spirit pearls. Qin took out 2 beast spirit pearls from his backpack and handed them to Afei, which made the sullen Afei beam with joy. However, for its current size, these egg-sized beast spirit pearls were not enough to fill its mouth, so eating 2 was like eating 2 ants. Still want more. It whined and acted cute while stretching out its paw, which was even bigger than Qin head, looking at Qin with teary eyes. Forget it. I'll make an exception for you again today. Qin gave it another 2 beast spirit pearls. Then, in less than 3 seconds, Afei stretched out its fluffy paw again. Okay, since you're so pitiful for getting hurt today, I'll make an exception for you once more. Then, as exceptions went on, 10 beast spirit pearls entered Afei's belly. This time it finally could eat its fill. It continued to stretch out its big paw, wanting more pearls. Qin wasn't going to indulge it anymore. No more. You've already made exceptions to eat 10 today. You can't eat anything for the next week. Although Afei couldn't fully understand human speech, it could somewhat grasp the meaning through Qin's tone and expression. So it pouted, unhappily retracting its paw that had reached out to Qin, turning its head away and ignoring him. Qin didn't care whether it was really angry or fake angry. He took out a knife from his backpack, dissected the cheetah he had drained of blood, and extracted a beast spirit pearl that was surprisingly the size of a fist. Afei's eyes instantly lit up. I knew it, Daddy loves me the most. Afei giggled, showing off its neat and sharp fangs. But then it could no longer laugh. Because after Qin took out the beast spirit pearl from the strange beast cheetah, he didn't even glance at it and directly stuffed it into his mouth to eat. The large beast spirit pearl made Qin's cheeks bulge, but the pearl quickly dissolved in his mouth with saliva, turning into a warm flow that flowed into his stomach, absorbed and fused by the beast spirit pearls inside. The innate speed talent of the cheetah. Now I can get it. Qin felt delighted inside. Beast spirit pearls containing speed or strength talents are what people most want to obtain in the coming apocalypse. Because this kind of versatile existence can significantly enhance anyone's speed talent or strength talent when consumed. Unlike other ordinary beasts, if the attribute talents are unrelated, consuming them will not result in obvious enhancement or mutation. Qin silently felt the process of his legs transforming. Although it seemed like there was no obvious change on the surface, he could feel that the muscles in his legs were becoming stronger. Moreover, his legs became longer, making Qin's height reach 1.90 meters even in human form. This showed that the beast spirit pearl inside the beast cheetah had directly added 10 centimeters to the length of his legs after consumption. Squatting down, standing up. Qin felt that even in human form, he could long jump 6 to 7 meters. He recalled that before the beast transformation disaster, the world record for human long jump was less than 3.50 meters. Thinking this, Qin decided to give it a try. He half-squatted his body and then jumped forward with all his might. The result, however, shocked him. Was it just 6 or 7 meters? It felt like he could even reach 10 meters. Unknowingly, Qin realized that he had become powerful to a point beyond his imagination. At that moment, a bull-headed soldier stepped forward. At first glance, he noticed that Qin seemed taller, then saw that the beast cheetah in front of the panda had been cut open, so he immediately guessed that Qin had consumed the beast spirit pearl inside that beast, hence growing taller. He spoke, there are indeed 2 women below, they're colleagues of those 2 beasts. It said that many people were killed by Zheng Hui, and then they were brought here and imprisoned, suffering sexual assault from Zheng Hui and that dog. Qin didn't want to get involved in these matters. We are here to collect supplies, not to punish evil or promote good. Of course, if you wish to save the world and help people, I can't stop you, but before that, just complete your task of sending me to South America. Now that he had obtained the speed talent of the cheetah, Qin felt there was no need to wait, he could head directly to the Amazon rainforest to farm monsters. At least with his current strength, conquering the early stages of beasts in the Amazon shouldn't be a problem. The bull-headed soldier hurriedly explained, although we rescued them, we don't have the energy to protect them or send them back. So I've already told them to decide whether to stay at this port waiting for friends to come and rescue them or to leave on their own. At that moment, a fish soldier also stepped out. After consuming the beast spirit pearl from Zhang Hui, his changes were quite obvious. The fish scales on his skin became smoother and tougher, and fins grew on his hands, resembling two fighting knives. He handed over two clean saber-toothed tiger fangs to Qin Shou and gratefully said, I consumed the beast spirit pearl inside Zhang Hui, and I feel this transformation is particularly significant. It seems all aspects have been greatly enhanced. Qin Shou jabbed him lightly, that's because you were too weak before, so it feels particularly obvious. Though this sounded a bit piercing to the heart, the fish soldier couldn't help but revel in his newfound strength. At that moment, another soldier asked the question they had been struggling with for a long time. Boss, why can you transform freely? Qin Shou took the two saber-toothed tiger fangs, stuffed them in his backpack twice, and answered, when you can use spiritual power to control the beast spirit pearl in your body, you too can easily return to human form at will or transform into a beast man. The three of them's eyes lit up. So, does that mean we can all return to our original forms? Qin Shou added another jab, you can, but only if you can become as strong as I am, especially in terms of mental power. But that's harder than climbing to the sky for you, so don't get your hopes up too high. The bigger the hope, the bigger the disappointment. The three of them? This guy really knows how to get on people's nerves. But as long as there's a chance, it's good. They did not lose heart, since devouring beast spirit pearls can help us constantly grow stronger, then from now on, we will fight desperately against exotic beasts. But Qin Shou delivered another blow, beast spirit pearls generally only strengthen your physical talents, not your mental power. So I suggest you eat more beast brains whenever you get the chance, to nourish your minds. The three felt like Qin Shou was insulting them, indirectly calling them brainless. But what Qin Shou said next solidified their belief in his words. I just happen to have a task for you. Cook this leopard. You can eat the meat, but you cannot touch the brain. Qin Shou thought it was time to help Afei nourish its brain and see if, after improving its mental power, it could understand the secrets of ultimate beast transformation, and control the beast spirit pearl within, turning into a handy little panda when necessary. Chapter 70, just a 5-day-old panda baby. After more than an hour, the more than 5-meter-long, several thousand-kilogram exotic beast leopard was finally dismembered into dozens of pieces by the three soldiers. They knew that the powerful fur of this beast not only offered bulletproof protection but also had good warmth, so they carefully skinned it, planning to make leather shoes and clothes in the future. Qin Shou happily returned after checking the supplies collected by the good-hearted people. The bull-headed soldier was drying the freshly skinned leopard hide and asked, Boss, do you want this leopard hide? Qin Shou waved his hand, I only want the leopard brain. Just cook it for me, the rest is yours. While eating it raw is the best, Afei, as a disgrace to the bear world, doesn't like raw meat, it will only reluctantly eat cooked meat when it's stuffed in its mouth. Therefore, to get it to eat the brain and nourish its mind, Qin Shou put in a lot of effort. Hearing him emphasize the leopard brain again, the three soldiers completely believed that eating brains could nourish the mind and enhance mental power. By the way, what do you call yourselves? Qin Shou asked, then simply said, forget it, I'll call you Old Bull, Old Fish, and Old Duck. After all, we are all just passing by, casual names will do. The three of them? Alright, you are the boss, you have the final say. The weak have no voice, and even less human rights. Old Bull helplessly smiled awkwardly, so, should we continue to call you boss? Whatever. Qin Shou didn't care how they called him, anyway, he was getting a transport plane to take himself and Afei to the Amazon rainforest, and there would basically be no more interactions. Even if fate brought them together again, they might not recognize each other, as the more beast spirit pearls they devoured, the more signs of transformation they would show. Of course, if Qin Shou continued to have a big panda with him, they could recognize him through the panda. After all, looking around the world, perhaps only Qin Shou could train such a large mutated panda to be so obedient. Thinking of this, Soldier Old Duck couldn't help but ask, Boss, why does this panda listen to you? You're not actually the zookeeper from the zoo, are you? That's why it has such a special bond with you? Seeing their curiosity, Qin Shou didn't hide anything and said, when I found it in the zoo, it had just been born and hadn't opened its eyes yet. Its mother was eaten by other exotic beasts, so I took it away, trying to raise it as a beast pet and mount. Upon hearing this, Old Bull looked astonished, gazing up at Afei, which was already taller than a floor while sitting on the ground. Unbelievable, he said, wait, are you saying it was born when the beast transformation disaster struck? Qin Shou replied proudly, exactly. Don't be fooled by its size, it is actually just a 5-day-old panda baby. The three of them? This giant is really a panda cub born just 5 days ago? Can you believe it? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, they would never have believed it. Soldier Old Fish weakly asked, if it grew this big in just 5 days, doesn't that mean it has swallowed a lot of beast spirit orbs? They knew this well. Qin Shou had invaded the military base and stolen all the beast spirit orbs that Professor Chan and the others had secretly hidden away for dissection. Though they weren't sure how many beast spirit orbs Qin Shou had taken, it was certainly in the hundreds. So they all began to envy the panda, wishing they could just be Qin Shou's pets instead. This 5-day-old panda has grown to over 5 meters tall. How many beast spirit orbs must it have eaten to reach this size? No wonder this panda could take a grenade blast with just a minor scratch. Qin Shou said nonchalantly, not much, it has only devoured less than 150. The 3 of them. What do you mean, only less than 150? They had fought tooth and nail to hunt exotic beasts. In the last few days, each of them had only devoured 5 or 6 beast spirit orbs. Thinking about it left them feeling miserable. Humans are not as good as bears. And the bear was surely eating the beast spirit orbs that should have belonged to them. The reason Qin Shou had so many beast spirit orbs to feed the panda was that he had robbed their military base. Of course, they didn't hold a grudge against Qin Shou. In fact, they were thankful that he had revealed the truth to them and told them the secret of the beast spirit orbs. Otherwise, they would have foolishly followed their commander's orders, desperately hunting down exotic beasts to bring back to the base, while the commander and Professor Chen continued to hoard all the beast spirit orbs for themselves. So regarding Qin Shou's invasion of the military base, where he killed their commander and Professor Chen, and took all the beast spirit orbs, most soldiers had no complaints at all. After all, distributed among them, it was equivalent to one soldier hunting 1 or 2 exotic beasts. Moreover, if it weren't for Qin Shou revealing the truth, they would have remained in the dark, continuing to follow orders and foolishly risking their lives to hunt exotic beasts for their unscrupulous superiors. At that moment, old Niu joked, "Boss, do you want to raise another obedient, efficient cow pet?" Qin Shou suddenly dropped the joke and replied seriously, "I'm not worried it will betray its master later, but I worry about someone stabbing me in the back. So don't think just because I'm chatting and laughing with you all now that I consider you companions or trust you. In reality, if you didn't still hold value for me, I wouldn't even bother to waste time on you, let alone feed you to the bear." The 3 of them. That stung deep. But they could also understand. Old Niu immediately put away his joking face and said seriously, "I understand, ever since you openly told us the secret of the beast spirit orbs at the base, that every human beast transformer has a beast spirit orb in them, and devouring them can make one stronger, we knew that trust crises among humans were inevitable, and scenes of humans eating each other were bound to happen. It is precisely for this reason that when you took all the beast spirit orbs and left, we all distributed weapons that same day and parted ways. After all, we were also worried about crazed individuals in the ranks, who might kill their comrades just to grow stronger, so it is natural that you don't trust us. As long as you understand." Qin Shou looked at Soldier Old Fish. "You know where the Air Force Base is, right? After you get your fill, you will go with me to the Air Force Base. Let's see if we can get a transport plane." More than an hour later. Half of the mutant cheetah was cooked thanks to the efforts of Lao Niu and the others. The cheetah's brain was cooked in hot pot base, and Qin Shou tasted a piece, which had a strange flavor, then stuffed it into a Fei's mouth. In the roasting oven, a whole cheetah leg, exclusively for him, was sizzling and oozing oil. Qin Shou sprinkled cumin and chili powder, feasting heartily on it. Lao Niu and the others ate the mixed cheetah meat stew and divided 2 large bowls for the 2 women who had temporarily decided to stay on the cargo ship. After eating and drinking to their fill, Qin Shou took Soldier Lao Yu and flew to the Air Force Base. The plan to hunt monsters in the Amazon rainforest was already on the agenda. Chapter 71, You Can Try Shooting. In the airspace above the Air Force Base located in the provincial capital. In his half-beast, birdman form, Qin Shou glided down with Soldier Lao Yu tightly hugging his thigh. From a distance, Qin Shou spotted several fighter jets and large transport planes that could fit a few Fei's. "A big bird is flying over." On the ground, a soldier exclaimed. Then he was dumbfounded. "It's not a big bird, it's a birdman, and he's holding someone on his leg." "A bird beast changer? This is the first time I've seen one with such large wings after transformation. This birdman might be coming for the fighter jets or weapons." With all the soldiers on high alert, Qin Shou landed before them with Lao Yu. In an instant, guns were aimed at him from all directions. "What are you doing invading the Air Force Base?" Qin Shou replied, "We're here to borrow a transport plane, so please let the person in charge come out to talk." Since Lao Yu was wearing army clothes, they mistook Qin Shou and him for army comrades. "Wait a moment." The man leading the team immediately sent someone to inform. Soon, a heavily built man with a square face appeared. "What do you need the transport plane for? Moving troops, or relocating civilians?" Zhao Qiangjuan asked. Qin Shou answered straightforwardly, "Moving troops." Zhao Qiangjuan asked which troops, and Soldier Lao Yu immediately spoke up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiangjuan squinted his eyes. "Aren't you in chaos? Didn't you kill General Hong and disband?" As he spoke, Zhao Qiangjuan stared fiercely at Qin Shou. "And I also heard that the reason for your military district's internal strife was the invasion of a bird changer. So, you're that bird changer, right?" Qinshu did not hide, that's right. After that, the soldiers in front raised their guns again, aiming at Qinshu and the others. Clearly, they regarded them as dangerous individuals. Zhao Changjuan motioned for his subordinates to lower their guns, asking curiously, I also heard that over 100 people firing couldn't hurt you. I wonder if that's an exaggeration or the truth. Qinshu smiled faintly, you can try shooting. It seems most of it is true, otherwise, you wouldn't be so arrogant. But hearing is false, seeing is believing. Zhao Changjuan squinted again and said, don't you want to borrow the transport plane? How about this, if I shoot you and you are unharmed, I'll take the liberty of lending you the transport plane. Sure, go ahead. Qinshu initially thought that if he couldn't borrow it, he would trade the beast spirit pearl and his ultimate transformation experiences. Who knew he could just borrow it with a single shot? This was simply too convenient for him. Zhao Changjuan asked, any gun will do? You choose, I'll go easy. Qinshu confidently replied. As a result, Zhao Changjuan directly disregarded common courtesy and chose a sniper rifle known as the domestic cannon. You can still back out now, this sniper rifle can easily tear apart an African elephant at 100 meters, so just because ordinary firearms can't hurt you doesn't mean this one won't. Hearing Zhao Changjuan say this, Qinshu inexplicably felt a bit nervous. Although he felt that even in his half-orc form, his flesh and skin could surely defend against this sniper rifle, the opponent spoke of such terrifying power. To avoid injury, he decided to take it seriously. Wait a moment. Qinshu took off the mechanical watch on his left wrist and set down his backpack filled with beast spirit beads. Zhao Changjuan thought he had backed down and panicked, intentionally lowering the pressure. Kid, you can still back out now, or I can switch to a gun that isn't so powerful. As he spoke, he suddenly froze in shock. He saw two dark red, sharp beast horns suddenly protruding from the top of Qinshu's head, and his entire body rapidly swelled to over 4 meters tall. The wings behind him became even larger, and the feathers, colored like forged steel, turned dark red. His skin was covered with shimmering scales, as if he were wearing a silver-armored battlesuit, looking majestic. In an instant, everyone on the scene, including Soldier Old Fish, showed a dumbfounded expression. What was happening here? How did he suddenly become so huge? Moreover, this appearance was simply like transforming into a giant demon god. After Qinshu entered the complete beast transformation, he calmly said, I am ready, you can fire. Zhao Changjuan had 1,000 questions he wanted to ask, but he wasn't in a hurry. He lifted the sniper rifle and aimed at Qinshu's chest. Then I will shoot. As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. Even though Qinshu had super dynamic vision, it was still a bit difficult for him to catch the bullet's direction in that moment. In an instant, the bullet hit squarely in the center of his chest. The powerful impact caused Qinshu to feel a wave of flesh pain. He looked down, and the bullet did not break through his defenses, but it left a shallow dent and was surrounded by burning light smoke. Zhao Changjuan completely believed it now. No wonder over 100 people couldn't hurt him, no wonder he alone infiltrated a military base, killed the one named Hong, and wiped out the entire Hong family. He handed the gun back to his subordinate, clapping his hands and asking, what is this situation? How can you transform and become so tall? Qinshu transformed back into his white-haired youth human form, and then Zhao Changjuan and the others were dumbfounded again. No, how did he suddenly turn back into a human? Where are the wings? How come they just disappeared like that? Regarding the mystery of the ultimate beast transformation, Qinshu had nothing to hide. The first person to master the mystery of the ultimate beast transformation in his past life would be born more than a month later, while he was lucky this time and intuitively grasped the ultimate beast transformation secret on the day of the beast transformation disaster. He explained, if you can, like me, suppress the beast spirit beads in your body with mental power and gain control over them, then you can also autonomously suppress the energy of the beast spirit beads and transform back into human form. Then, by fully releasing the energy of the beast spirit beads in your body, you will enter a more powerful but also more energy-consuming complete beast transformation. Zhao Changjuan hurriedly asked, how can we gain control over the beast spirit beads? Qinshu replied, I can only say this is something to grasp through intuition, not to be spoken. You can meditate to sense the beast spirit beads in your body, and then try to establish a connection with mental force to gain control. Anyway, that's roughly the meaning. The key is that you must strengthen your mental power. Otherwise, if the energy of the beast spirit beads is too strong and your mental power is too weak, you cannot suppress the beast spirit beads in your body and gain control. Well then, now that the gunshots are done, and I've shared what should be good news for you, can we borrow this transport plane? A gentleman's word is hard to chase with 4 horses. Zhao Changjuan also kept his word, but before that, can you tell me some ways to enhance mental strength? Qinshu suggested, as the saying goes, you are what you eat, so you can try eating brains more. If it weren't for the fact that shooting wouldn't hurt his enemies, Zhao Changjuan really wanted to kill this guy. Isn't this just a blatant insult to their intelligence? Chapter 72, What are we going abroad for? Don't look at me like that, eating brains really can help the brain. Qin Shou emphasized, otherwise these guys might think he was insulting them. Of course, it's best to eat them raw. If you don't feel disgusted, drinking the brain fluid like a beverage might have even better effects. These were Qin Shou's personal experiences. Although eating them cooked also has some stimulating effects, compared to directly absorbing brain fluid using the blood-sucking ability of the buffalo fly he merged with, the effect was indeed much weaker. Therefore, he believed that eating raw or drinking brain fluid directly must be more effective than eating it cooked. Zhao Changjuan was half convinced. He quite liked eating pig brains when having hot pot, but after eating so many pig brains, he didn't feel it helped his mental strength at all. Could it be that after mutation, the human body's ability to absorb food had also mutated? He asked, can eating pig brains also help the brain? Qin Shou replied, I think the smarter the animal, the more developed its brain is, and their brains can enhance mental strength more effectively. After consuming them, the boost to mental strength will also be more evident. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself and feel it. Alright, I've said everything I needed to. You arrange for someone to teach him how to operate the transport plane, and I'll go back to clear the landing area. It's best to bring the transport plane back before dark. After saying this, Qin Shou sprouted wings again and flew up into the sky, disappearing like a shooting star from everyone's sight. Zhao Changjuan looked at the slightly nervous soldier, Old Yu, and curiously asked, what do you think happened after this birdman invaded your base? How true or false are my hearsay? Old Yu narrated the events clearly. From Qin Shou's invasion of the military base, being targeted by Hong Dog, deceived into injecting poison to kill him for the beast's spirit pearl, to Qin Shou seeing through the conspiracy of Hong Dog and Professor Chen, counter-killing Professor Chen and others, and then publicly executing Hong Dog. At that time, dozens or hundreds of people were ordered by Hong Dog to shoot at Qin Shou but couldn't harm him at all. Qin Shou didn't slaughter indiscriminately, nor did he blame the soldiers who followed orders to shoot. Rather, he exposed Hong Dog for concealing the existence of the beast spirit pearl, using research as an excuse to deceive the soldiers into risking their lives to hunt beasts. As he spoke, Old Yu's expression grew somewhat angry. The most infuriating part isn't actually Hong Dog hiding the beast spirit pearl, it's that we unconditionally obeyed orders and went out to hunt beasts without regard for danger. Then many comrades died or were injured, and shockingly, they secretly dissected the bodies of the severely injured or dead comrades to take the beast spirit pearls. Zhao Changjuan frowned and said, no wonder this birdman wanted to kill the Hong guy. If it were me, I'd have to personally deal with this scoundrel. Old Yu corrected, it wasn't him who killed the Hong guy, he just broke Hong's dog leg, and then we killed Hong Dog, taking the beast spirit pearl from his belly, proving that what he said was all true. Because of this, we found out that many comrades were secretly dissected by Hong Dog and Professor Chen after dying. Even many seriously injured comrades, they couldn't be bothered to treat and directly killed them to dissect for the beast spirit pearls. So after Hong Dog died, we fed his body to the beast dogs and then disbanded and went our separate ways. Zhao Changjuan asked, I heard he also got someone to take him to the Hong family. He wiped out the entire Hong family. Old Fish nodded, it was Gu Wenwu who took him there because Hong Dog secretly moved a large number of beast spirit pearls back home, so he wanted to rob them. As for whether he truly wiped out the Hong family, we don't know. Zhao Changjuan said, I heard a few days ago that the entire Hong family was killed, and it was gruesome, their stomachs were even opened up. They deserved it. Old Fish exclaimed angrily. Zhao Changjuan looked at the sky where Qin Shou had disappeared, murmuring, this guy is truly ruthless. If he doesn't indiscriminately kill the innocent, it's a good thing. If he does, I can't imagine how many people would die by his hands. Old Fish then defended Qin Shou, he does have principles and bottom lines. As long as you don't provoke him to death, he definitely won't kill for no reason. After all, killing doesn't mean anything to him. According to him, the beast spirit pearls inside human beast changers hold no value. Only powerful exotic beasts are his desired targets. Zhao Changjuan asked, what do you mean by that? Soldier Old Fish replied, he said that only by devouring beast spirit pearls of the same type and attribute can he noticeably strengthen himself. For example, if I am a fish-type beast changer who ate fish before changing, then consuming the beast spirit pearls from chickens, ducks, dogs, or cats won't have any effect. But consuming the pearls from fish-type beast changers or from exotic beasts with similar properties will provide significant enhancement. If he's right, then in the future, same-type human beast changers should be wary of each other. Saying this, Zhao Changjuan didn't hide, I initially thought of killing this dangerous individual and eating the beast spirit pearls in him to see if I could grow wings and soar freely. But unexpectedly, bullets capable of tearing through an elephant hit his chest and didn't even scratch him. Old Fish bragged, what's that? We fired a rocket launcher at him this morning and didn't even manage to blow a single feather off him. So aside from missiles and nuclear bombs, it seems other weapons would struggle to kill him. After all, he invaded the military base. After wiping out the Hong family, he collected not thousands, but hundreds of beast spirit pearls. Even the panda cub he raised has eaten over 100 beast spirit pearls, and now, just 5 days after its birth, it's already over 5 meters tall. Hearing this, Zhao Changjuan and the others were dumbfounded. He raised a panda? He even fed the panda over 100 beast spirit pearls? If they hadn't witnessed Qin power, they really wouldn't believe such absurdity. Old Fish said, yes, my other two comrades and I were hunting exotic beasts when we unknowingly injured his big panda with a rocket launcher. Then when we intended to fire again, he suddenly flew over to block us. If we hadn't recognized him and hurried to apologize, he definitely would have killed us to feed his panda. And because we injured his panda, we now work for him as mercenaries until we escort him out of the country. Zhao Changjuan was puzzled again. What does he need to go abroad for? Does he have family overseas? Old Fish suddenly became excited. He said he wants to take advantage of the chaos to wipe out the beautiful country. Everyone? Chapter 73, Saved a Life? Is he serious? Zhao Changjuan was stunned. Although Qin was extremely powerful as a beast changer and ordinary firearms couldn't even scratch him, that didn't mean he was invincible. So when it came to him saying he would wipe out the beautiful country, Zhao Changjuan felt it was a bit of a joke. Soldier Old Fish didn't know either. Anyway, that's what he said, and given his abilities, once he sets his sights on someone, even with the military's protection, it would be hard to guard against his invasion. Unless everyone is dead, fire the powerful bombs and missiles. Zhao Changjuan squinted and said, so his purpose in borrowing the transport plane is to get you to take him to the beautiful country? Old Fish nodded, that's what he said. Now the supplies are ready, just waiting for a transport plane that can carry a lot of supplies and that giant panda. At first, I thought he would come to seize the transport plane directly, but unexpectedly, he borrowed it after taking a gunshot. I'm just glad you only bet with him and let him take a shot to borrow the plane. Otherwise, if he got impatient, your fate might end up like Hong Dog. He might not kill all of you, but injuring or crippling you would be a piece of cake for him. Zhao Changjuan's mouth twitched. So you mean I was smart enough to save a dog's life? Soldier Old Fish replied, slightly nervous yet respectfully, that's the meaning. After all, compared to him, we really are too weak, he's practically invincible. Fine, Zhao Changjuan decided to say no more and called someone to take Old Fish to learn to pilot the transport plane. Then he told his deputy, let's also prepare to go abroad. The deputy was surprised, are we leaving without permission? Or should we report to the higher-ups? Zhao Changjuan shook his head, reporting also doesn't make sense. The higher-ups are already in a mess. Right now, we're just full of intentions but lacking in strength, we can't calm this chaotic end-of-world situation. So, we should take advantage of the chaos in all countries worldwide to go abroad, gather strength, and weaken our enemies. If the opportunity arises, I really want to wipe out little Japan and the beautiful country, but if it comes to that, it will probably be nuclear missiles flying everywhere, and everyone will die together. The deputy understood. That's true, in the current situation, staying at home means we can only hunt some strange beasts and warn those taking the chance to riot and harm others. But as the riots intensify, the strange beasts become stronger and more numerous. Ultimately, it will be hard to restore the original order. Especially after the news spreads that the beast changers among humans all have beast spirit pearls, many will kill and devour to become stronger. At that time, our guns would be more aimed at those people instead of the strange beasts. Instead of all this, it's indeed better to go abroad and kill the Japanese and the beautiful pigs to strengthen ourselves. Zhao Changjuan shook his head, I didn't say to go abroad to kill the Japanese or the beautiful pigs, even though I want to wipe them all out. That's something ordinary people can do, we soldiers cannot. Otherwise, their army would counterattack, retaliating in kind, and it would just lead to more chaos, sparking nuclear war, with everyone waiting to die. The deputy was confused, then what are we going abroad for? Zhao Changjuan said, we're going to the African savannah. There are a lot of wild animals, known as a hunter's paradise. If we can conquer the African savannah and wipe out the strange beasts there, then we can become immensely strong. The deputy's eyes lit up, but then he started worrying. Some strange beasts that escape from the zoo can mutate to be invulnerable and ferocious in just a few days. The wild animals in the African savannah have the best conditions to mutate and must be even stronger. Even if we are fully armed, it might still be very dangerous. Zhao Changjuan was determined, if you're afraid of death, then you're not a soldier. Besides, going abroad to hunt strange beasts is also to weaken the foreign beast changers' strength. Otherwise, those foreigners will hunt and become stronger. One day, they will surely invade our country, kill our compatriots, and insult our women. The deputy, seeing this, didn't hesitate anymore. Then I will go tell everyone. Zhao Changjuan reminded him, everything is voluntary, those who don't want to go out and take risks with me can leave and go home directly. Don't worry about the higher-ups coming after us, after all, they are in a mess of their own and don't know what to do. Evening. The sun sets in the west. A person and a bear are tirelessly moving containers at the port. Tens of tons, even hundreds of tons heavy containers, can surprisingly be moved by one human and thrown several meters away. And this phenomenon has continued for 2 hours. The two soldiers, whom Qin humorously called Old Cow and Old Duck, feel their scalps go numb. What kind of monstrous strength is this? It's terrifying. It feels like his power is even greater than that giant panda. He has been moving containers for almost 2 hours and is still not exhausted? I doubt he's a reincarnated Ant-Man. How else could he have such freakish strength? He can move containers that are hundreds of times heavier than him. Nearby, the boss lady and the receptionist in Zhang Hui's company are dumbfounded. Before this, they thought Zhang Hui was already ridiculously strong. But now witnessing Qin Shou moving containers barehanded for 2 hours, they suddenly feel Zhang Hui is just a weakling in front of him. Scary. How did this guy mutate so ferociously? And how can he transform? One moment he becomes a giant over 4 or 5 meters tall, the next he shrinks back to 2 or 3 meters. The two women stare in awe, their lips dry and tongues tied. When Qin Shou enters his full beast transformation, besides growing to 4 or 5 meters tall, his other body parts also bulk up considerably, causing the loose basketball shorts he wears to stretch into tight-fitting pants, revealing every curve. The two women can't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, this man is not like Zhang Hui, or they would have been killed in an instant. This giant-like physique, this godlike strength. If he were to charge at them, wouldn't they be torn apart? Wouldn't their bodies fall apart? At that moment, Qin Shou takes out another beast spirit pearl to replenish energy and stamina. He suddenly doesn't want to leave so soon. Because he has become addicted to being a porter here. This high-intensity physical training is making his muscles stronger and more powerful. Every time he feels exhausted and his muscles ache, he simply needs to consume a beast spirit pearl to regain energy and stamina. Then, his damaged muscles and bones heal rapidly through the regenerative abilities of the salamander. This process is usually quite painful, but the obvious feeling of becoming stronger afterward makes him start to enjoy and become addicted to it. Ah Fei is exhausted again. After all, Ah Fei doesn't have his godlike regenerative abilities, so even though Qin Shou gave it plenty of beast spirit pearls to regain energy, it still couldn't hold on, lying flat on the ground like a deflated bear, half dead. At this moment, the roar of an airplane approaches. Soldier Old Fish is flying back in the transport plane. Chapter 74, he actually blocked the transport plane. The plane is over 40 meters long, with a wingspan also exceeding 40 meters, plus a fuselage height of 15 meters. The large transport plane is preparing to land on the port area that Qin Shou and Ah Fei cleared. Although this port has been cleared by Qin Shou to create a wide runway several hundred meters long, filled with containers on both sides, this length is not sufficient for a safe landing, especially for a large transport plane. But Soldier Old Fish can only grit his teeth and allow the pilot he learned from to begin the landing. The other side is clearly panicking. How can we land? The runway you cleared is definitely not even 1,000 meters long, while this kind of transport plane requires at least 1,800 meters. Soldier Old Fish is going all out. Anyway, the big boss has already spoken, we just have to land. The other side is speechless. Are we playing with our lives here? If I had known, I would have rather died than come here with you. Old Fish was also worried, but after witnessing Qin Shou's terrifying strength, he decided to trust him and bet his life on a forced landing. He asked, "How heavy is this transport plane?" The soldier in the pilot seat replied gloomily, "The empty weight is at least over 60 tons. Old Fish immediately said, "Then there's no problem. He can lift nearly 10 tons of beast with one hand, he should also be able to help stop a plane weighing dozens of tons during landing." Are you sure you're not joking? Can a human really have such strength? I'm not lying. Anyway, we can land safely, he definitely has a way to prevent the plane from going off the runway. Damn, I'll believe you this once. The other side also took the plunge. So after circling in the sky for a bit, adjusting their height and direction, they prepared to land at the port. Just now, Qin Shou had swallowed 10 beast spirit beads to replenish his energy and strength. His body began to show signs of beast transformation again. However, the beads he consumed weren't of good quality and did not quite match him, so the signs of his beast transformation weren't particularly obvious, only slightly enhancing his physical fitness and body shape. Come on! Qin Shou fully unleashed the surging energy contained in the beast spirit beads without holding back. His body rapidly expanded with beast transformation. His skin was still covered in silvery scales, and the two beast horns on his head grew longer and thicker, with electricity crackling between them. The silver-black wings on his back grew larger, stretching over 10 meters in length, while his thighs and the two tails became thicker and longer, directly ripping apart his originally loose basketball shorts. This scene left the women watching from afar around the port speechless, their lips dry and tongues tied. In this complete beast transformation, Qin Shou had already exceeded 6 meters in height, towering over Ah Fei by a head. On the cargo ship, soldiers like Old Neo were once again dumbfounded. He's mutated and evolved again after devouring over a dozen beast spirit beads. His complete beast transformation has made him even taller. Is this the secret of controlling beast spirit beads for ultimate beast transformation? In this complete form, such a small human can actually transform into such a towering giant. This is actually quite normal. Those mutated animals can significantly evolve in just a few days, showing that humans can do the same. I just didn't expect that controlling the beast spirit beads within your body allows for varying degrees of beast transformation. On other cargo ships at the port, many people were drawn to Qinshuo's display. What the hell is this guy? How can he change from human to giant birdman in an instant? We can transform as beasts too, but why does it seem so pathetic compared to his? What does it mean when he suddenly spreads his arms? Is he thinking of stopping this transport plane? You know, he really might be thinking that. This port doesn't have conditions for large planes to land. If he lands recklessly, he'll definitely run off the port and crash into the sea, so he's probably trying to use brute force to help the plane land successfully. He can't actually think he can move a dozen-ton container and then confidently believe he can stop a plane that weighs dozens or even hundreds of tons? Let's just wait and see. If he really thinks that way, he might end up dead from his own arrogance, getting crushed by that transport plane. In the sky, the transport plane, resembling a giant black bird, descended rapidly. The soldier in the pilot seat said with a somewhat panicked expression, "This distance is too short. If he can't stop it, we'll just have to wait for death." The soldier in the co-pilot seat, Old Fish, replied, "Even if he can't stop it, it's alright. In any case, I am a fish beast shifter. My swimming ability is extremely strong, unless the transport plane blows up, otherwise I won't drown even if I fall into the sea." Damn it. You won't drown, but I will. The soldier in the driver's seat started cursing. This guy is a fish beast shifter, but he is a ground chicken beast shifter. If he rushes out of the harbor and falls into the sea, he can only wait to die. So he cursed angrily. It turns out this guy is not afraid of death, but is hiding a hand. Even if the landing fails and crashes into the sea, he can rely on his fish swimming talent to survive. So the one really risking his life is just this unlucky fool. However, at this moment, no matter how much he curses, it is useless. He can only pray that this exceptionally tall birdman beast shifter can stop the transport plane, or else even if he dies, he will drag this co-pilot fishman down with him. Hiss. The wheels of the transport plane screeched against the ground, leaving 2 black tire marks accompanied by white smoke. As the distance closed in, Qinshuo suddenly felt like he was facing a great enemy. Though he was more than 6 meters tall in his complete beast shifter form, compared to the 15-meter-tall transport plane, his size seemed insignificant. Ants can lift objects 400 times their own weight. I gain the strength talent of ants in beast form. Even if I can only lift objects 100 times my weight, considering my current weight is over a ton in beast form, I can lift 100 tons. When moving containers earlier, Qinshuo felt this already. In half-beast form, he could lift containers weighing several tons effortlessly. It was just a bit tiring. But in complete beast form, he could easily lift cranes weighing dozens of tons, proving that lifting objects weighing 1 or 200 tons would be no problem for him. Therefore, even if the transport plane weighed more than 100 tons, he felt he could block it with sheer strength. Stop. The massive transport plane was rushing towards him. Qinshuo directly pushed against it with both hands and flapped his wings to increase resistance. Hiss. The descent speed of the transport plane noticeably slowed down, while Qinshuo was pushed back, sliding over 100 meters before finally stopping. Everyone was dumbfounded. He actually blocked the transport plane. Chapter 75. Are you sure it won't attack humans? See? I said trusting the big guy is never wrong. The big guy told us to safely land, which means he can stop the transport plane. Old Fish looked at him with admiration and envy. The soldier in the driver's seat was astonished. What kind of monster strength is this? He actually did it? The soldier in the driver's seat had originally said that the runway at this port, less than 1,000 meters away, was not safe for landing, but unexpectedly the transport plane stopped just 500 meters after landing. Old Fish flattered him. Now you believe it. I said a plane weighing dozens of tons can definitely be stopped by the big guy, even if it's over 100 tons, it doesn't seem like a problem. The soldier couldn't help but ask, why is his strength so great? He doesn't look like someone who ate ants before becoming a beast shifter to gain the ant strength talent. Old Fish was actually curious too. It's possible he accidentally ate ants. Of course, the reason the big guy is so abnormal is that when he invaded our base, he took away hundreds of beast spirit pearls. So if you have the ability to devour hundreds or thousands of beast spirit pearls in the future, you might become this strong too. The other party envisioned, so devouring hundreds of beast spirit pearls can make me this strong? Although collecting hundreds of beast spirit pearls is not easy, it isn't impossible for them with firearms. If it's about killing and taking pearls, then it's even easier to achieve. Old Fish seemed to know what he was thinking and added, the boss said, not all beast spirit pearls can obviously make you stronger when devoured. It's mainly about devouring the beast spirit pearls that match your own type and attributes. For example, if you are a chicken-type beast changer, then eating the beast spirit pearls from pigs, cattle, or sheep will at most only strengthen your physical qualities, and it won't greatly enhance your beast-changing talent. But if you devour the beast spirit pearls from birds, which belong to the same category as chickens, you will noticeably experience a beast-changing evolution, transforming from a mountain chicken into a phoenix. And I am a fish-type beast changer, so I should hunt fish-type or amphibious strange beasts. Therefore, I am destined to become the man of the Sea King. If I can't conquer the land, then I can only conquer the sea. Outside, Shinsho sat on the ground, looking at his worn-out, peeling soles. In full beast-changing form, a salamander's healing speed is even more powerful. With this degree of abrasion, I feel like it won't take a minute to heal completely. Saying this, he looked at the soldier old bull who was walking over and shouted, "Help me bring a pair of basketball shorts." After devouring more than a dozen beast spirit pearls, his body in full beast-changing form was even larger, so much so that the only basketball shorts he wore to cover his privacy had burst. If it weren't to avoid making men feel inferior and women silent, Shinsho wouldn't even bother wearing them. After all, wearing clothes affects his beast-changing, especially since he had wings on his back and a tail behind him. Thus, he hadn't worn a top all these days, only a pair of loose and elastic basketball shorts that wouldn't interfere with his beast change. Old Bull hurried off to get the shorts. There were several containers near the port filled with clothes, including basketball uniforms specifically for export to foreign countries. The basketball shorts Shinsho wore were changed here. Soon, Old Bull brought a larger and more elastic pair of basketball shorts to Shinsho. Shinsho directly wrapped himself with his wings as a changing room and quickly changed his shorts. At this time, people from all directions began to rush over, having witnessed the transport plane landing at the port and hurried over. Yes, this is a military transport plane, it is clearly the government coming to evacuate the people. Hurry up, I heard that Hushin Island and Seagull Island, which are developed as tourist spots, are temporarily secure bases, so this transport plane must be here to take us to the islands. Limited capacity for people, first come first serve. Let's hurry up, or staying here will eventually lead us to encounter mutated beasts and end up eaten by them. From a distance, Shinsho noticed many people starting to gather towards the transport plane. Even others on the cargo ship at the port rushed over to see what was going on. Shinsho had no choice but to order, "You tell them that this transport plane isn't here to take them away, tell them not to come over and disturb me." Old Bull and the others rushed over to warn, to prevent someone from offending the boss, and creating a massacre in the boss's anger. "This transport plane isn't here to pick people up, you all go back to where you came from or you might attract strange beasts and not even know how you'll die later." Someone questioned, "Aren't you soldiers? If soldiers fly over and don't prioritize saving the civilians, then what kind of soldiers are you?" "Exactly. You soldiers are supported by our taxes, now that disaster is upon us, how can you abandon the civilians? Hurry, you can come back later for supplies at the port, first, get us to the safe base." Relying on their numbers, many ignored Old Bull and the others' warnings and continued rushing towards the transport plane. "You all stop, or I'll shoot." Old Bull fired a shot into the sky. But these people still did not stop, continuing to run towards the transport plane. Old Fish worriedly said, "What should we do? There are too many of them, we can't stop them." Old Duck sighed, "You can't reason with a damned ghost, we've done what we could. Not shooting at them is already showing mercy, let the big bosses deal with killing chickens to warn monkeys. Can't even handle such a small matter? Do I really have to step in personally?" Shinsho shook his head in disappointment. He was not a soldier and would not be morally bound like Old Neo and the others, he definitely wouldn't show mercy and let them fly away first. He pulled out 2 beast spirit pearls from his backpack and stuffed them into the mouth of Afe, who was lying on the ground. Feeling the beast spirit pearls melting into warm energy in his mouth, Afe immediately opened his weary eyes and got back up. Shinsho grabbed 2 more beast spirit pearls and handed them to him, saying, "Afe, go drive those people away, it's even fine to kill them. After chasing them away, I'll give you more beast spirit pearls." Afe seemed to understand, happily took the 2 beast spirit pearls and stuffed them into his mouth, then stood up, half of his body appearing behind the container, exposed to the crowd's view. In an instant, the few people running in front were scared enough to stop immediately. "What the hell? What is this monster? How can there be a strange beast here? And it's a mutated panda this huge?" Then someone said, "Don't be afraid. This panda came here with those soldiers, I've been watching it for a long time, it has been obedient to these soldiers and won't attack humans like other strange beasts." Just as he finished speaking, they saw Afe, as if blinded by rage, howling and frantically running towards them. "You? Are you sure it won't attack humans? Damn it! Didn't you say it wouldn't attack humans? I'm not lying to you. It just came to the port with those soldiers, behaving obediently like a dog the whole time, and just now, it helped that giant birdman move containers. Who would have known it would suddenly charge at us like a mad dog?" Everyone quickly turned to flee. The one who had run the fastest at first turned around, but now became the last, getting caught up by Afe, who swung his arm and sent him flying, crashing heavily 20 to 30 meters away. If it weren't for the fact that he had gained the innate abilities of a cow and sheep after his beast transformation, his body being much sturdier than when he was human, he would have definitely died on the spot. Now he could still struggle to get up, but his painful expression and the blood from his mouth and nose showed he had suffered serious internal injuries. At least a few ribs were broken, giving him the feeling of being hit by a speeding car. The others saw this and quickly turned to run, no longer daring to rush to board the plane, fearing the next person to be swatted away by this big panda would be themselves. Approaching the transport plane, die. As Afe killed the chicken to warn the monkey, Qin Shou's voice immediately thundered throughout the port. After the warning, he flew directly toward the cargo ship. The boss lady and her colleague at Zhang Hui's company immediately looked at him nervously, then their eyes unintentionally lingered on Qin Shou's lower body, lost in thought, not knowing what they were thinking. Qin Shou completely ignored them. In his fully beast-transformed state, his hands were like dragon claws, strong and sharp. He landed on one of the containers, and his powerful, sharp claws crumpled the iron plates on both sides of the container as if they were cotton, easily lifting it and flying towards the transport plane. This scene completely shocked the crowd drawn to the transport plane. Is this guy even human? How did he transform into such a massive beast? And he can fly, and his strength is so freakish? What do we do? He just warned that anyone approaching the transport plane would die. Should we still go forward? Damn it, if I had a gun, I would definitely kill them. A bunch of damn ungrateful wolves. The apocalypse comes and they immediately forget their duty as soldiers, not only ignoring the people in need but also scaring and threatening them. Since we're here, let's fight them. Anyway, we have numbers, and they dare not kill us all. If they do, they'll face the people's wrath. That's right. We can't stay in the city anymore. Mutant beasts are roaming around. The scariest part is that even rats and cockroaches have mutated. The rat that snuck into my house last night was bigger than my old orange cat, and it seems they'll keep mutating. Who knows, soon enough rats and cockroaches might be larger than humans, so we must head to the safe base as soon as possible. Otherwise, being stuck in the city will lead us to death. Damn it, let's fight. The world is already chaotic, and since these soldiers have no shame, we'll turn against them and rob their weapons and planes. Let's go back and take down those 3 soldiers blocking our way, then use their guns to deal with that panda and that birdman. In a time of chaos, heroes emerge. Whether ancient or modern, the timid starve while the brave gorge themselves. A few united against a common enemy pretended to be frightened by the giant panda, hurriedly running back and deliberately getting close to the 3 blocking them. Help! Shoot this mutated panda! The leading man, his skin greenish-brown like a frog-beast hybrid, shouted as he ran back. When he was less than 5 meters from the soldiers, he suddenly jumped, his body shot forward like a cannonball, knocking the unsuspecting soldier to the ground. Everyone, turn against them with me. Because he had eaten bullfrogs before mutating, he was stronger than many others. Bullfrogs have strong muscles, giving them incredible jumping ability and excellent dynamic vision to track flying prey quickly and launch immediate attacks to capture and kill. Once he successfully knocked down one soldier, the confidence of those behind him soared, and they charged in. If you don't want to die, kill these damn soldiers and leave together. Kill. 1 call, 100 responses. Many who had been heading toward the transport plane joined the temporary rebels at the port. The enemy is outnumbered. Just a few soldiers, why should they intimidate and warn them? Besides, with courageous warriors fighting back against the 3 armed soldiers, they had even less to fear from them shooting them down. At this moment, the soldier on the ground, feeling a bit of pain at the back of his head from the fall, began to regret. He finally grasped the words of Qin Shou earlier. I understand your thoughts as soldiers, so righteous people like you often get harmed by your own kindness and mercy. Wise words are hard to hear, and they prove true. The soldier regretted it. If he could turn back time, he wouldn't let these people rush forward but would have shot as a warning, seeing who else dared to come forward. Fortunately, he was well trained and had absorbed several beast spirit orbs, making him much stronger than ordinary beast transformers. Therefore, at the moment of being taken down by surprise, he immediately reminded his companions, shoot. The soldiers next to him, Old Fish and Old Duck, had some reaction time and quickly opened fire on those charging at them. At the same time, Old Bull, whose strength was not inferior to the frog beast transformer, even greater than the opponent's, quickly countered him. As the opponent attempted to seize Old Bull's rifle, he couldn't spare a hand, so he simply used his solid bull head to slam into the enemy's skull. With that one blow, he directly knocked the opponent out cold. Damn it, don't underestimate the strength of a bull. Old Bull took back the gun, no longer hesitating, and immediately fired 2 shots, killing the man who had tackled him. The opponent never expected this result, even in his final moments. In his script, after tackling the soldier, he should have quickly snatched the rifle from the soldier's hands, then taken out the 2 soldiers nearby, and led the others to execute the Birdman and Panda, finally becoming the ruler of the apocalypse, living in bliss. But now, he was the one who got shot. In his gradually fading eyes, filled with regret and fear. Come on. Anyone not afraid of death, come at me. Old Bull roared, his precise shooting dropping 1 enemy with each shot. In the blink of an eye, the first dozen who rushed forward were gunned down by the 3 of them. Seeing their leaders fall, the people at the back immediately panicked, their once fiery blood instantly cooling. Chapter 77, Departure, heading to the Amazon rainforest. Chinsho was watching the show aboard the cargo ship. He didn't care about the lives of Old Bull and the others. After all, there was still a soldier in the transport plane teaching Old Fish how to fly it. He also didn't care about the lives of these survivors, so no matter what the outcome was, it wouldn't affect him at all. At most, it would just be a waste of his time cleaning up the aftermath. This should have happened long ago. Chinsho said indifferently. In his past life, standing at the peak of human strength, known as the #1 strongest in the country, and also the first man to master the ultimate beast transformation mystery, he spoke of the 3 survival rules of the apocalypse that would benefit many for a lifetime. The first survival rule was, reject the Virgin Mary, and being kind to outsiders is cruel to oneself. And the last rule was, cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, to prevent future troubles. This showed that he used to be a kind and just person, but his kindness and justice not only did not receive any gratitude, but instead were repaid with betrayal, which is why he became ruthless, killing not just the person but their entire family. Now, Old Bull and the others were deeply experiencing the lesson of the first survival rule. Ah Fei, come back! Chinsho called, and Ah Fei immediately ran back happily, no longer bothering with the little humans. Chinsho continued to move the supplies. The soldier in the main cockpit, also watching the show, felt a lingering fear. Besides fearing the giant panda, he was also afraid that these suddenly rebellious civilians might come and kill him too. Fortunately, Old Bull and the others had no major issues and suppressed the sudden uprising. At the same time, he felt a bit uncomfortable, because these people never intended to rebel or seize the transport plane, they just wanted to survive, to get to the safe base as soon as possible. This is human nature. After being driven away, the people were disheartened, and their angered rebellion was understandable. So, he thought, if Chinsho weren't so cold-blooded and selfish, these people wouldn't have rebelled, and if they hadn't rebelled, they wouldn't have been shot. Therefore, looking at Chinsho, he felt more and more that this guy was a devil. Coincidentally, the image of a devil has horns and wings, and they are all dark in color, which fits perfectly. However, he just sympathized with these poor survivors in his heart and didn't say anything. He didn't want to annoy this birdman and get killed. But he didn't speak. Chinsho noticed the disgust in his eyes and sneered, "Don't look at me with that kind of expression. I'm not the Virgin Mary, why should I take them along, send them to the safe base? Besides, you soldiers have plenty of planes and transport planes, why don't you go save the civilians from danger?" These words left the other party speechless. Chinsho continued, "There are too many people, we can't save them all, understand? Once order completely collapses, don't expect it to ever return to what it was. Suppose I show mercy and save these people, bringing them to the so-called safe base. Wouldn't I then have to continue showing mercy, collecting supplies and food to support them? Otherwise, if they get too hungry, wouldn't they revolt anyway, resorting to killing and looting to survive? It is precisely because your superiors understand this that they have not mobilized the whole army to evacuate the people. Therefore, your short-sightedness means you are doomed to be a mere cannon fodder soldier for life. And one day, when you get killed by someone else, you still won't understand why being friendly to others led to your betrayal." After saying this, Chinsho continued to move supplies, leaving the other party completely bewildered in the wind, unable to recover for a long time. Chinsho himself felt a bit better. He didn't care how others viewed him, whether they saw him as a monster or a demon. But when he saw the disdainful and disgusted looks in their eyes, he wished he could dig out their eyes and shout at them, "Screw you, you saintly fools." Therefore, he only explained this once. From now on, regardless of how others saw him or whether they could understand, he wouldn't care, treating them as a foul odor. Moments later, the majority of the people who were approaching the transport plane, thinking it was military personnel coming to evacuate them to the safe base, turned back the way they came. Otherwise, even if they weren't shot, gathering so many people here could easily attract those large beasts. They could very well be bitten and eaten. Looking at the 10 or so corpses that had been shot, Lao Nyo and the others looked somewhat grim. He's right, being kind and compassionate will only lead to our deaths. Lao Nyo was the first to break the suffocating silence. "We are not at fault, it is this world with beastly hearts that is wrong." Olju held his gun with shaking hands because this was his first time killing someone, and he had killed 5 people this time. Olju took a deep breath and said, "If we don't kill them, they will kill us. It can't be helped, unless he..." As he said this, he looked towards Chinsho by the transport plane, and even if he didn't finish, Lao Nyo and the others knew what he wanted to express. At this moment, Olju spoke, "It's useless. Even if he allows it, that would not be saving them, but harming them, while also harming those local people. Because the so-called safe base spoken of by the officials is an isolated island with seldom any beasts, where the houses and population capacity is already limited, let alone food. Therefore, once the survivors swarm over, various conflicts are bound to arise due to issues of food and shelter. Plus, the news that every beast-changed human has a beast spirit pearl inside them, which can make them stronger when devoured, has already spread. At that time, the so-called safe base will instead become a hell on earth for many people, the most cruel and desperate place in their minds." Lao Nyo nodded, "That's exactly it. That's why those above are in a panic, and have yet to issue a decision. With this, Old Ye felt relieved inside, feeling not so distressed anymore. But he still couldn't help but curse, damn it, this cursed world just doesn't want anyone to live. Lao Nyo sighed, there's no use in saying more. Let's just live and treasure what we have. On the other side, Qin Shou had already moved all the necessary supplies into the transport plane. Fei had also sat inside and was happily licking a few beast spirit pearls that Qin Shou had once again made an exception to give him. Qin Shou had given enough time for Lao Nyo and the others to recover from the shock of killing. He knew that although they were soldiers, and although they had previously dissected the beast spirit pearls inside Zheng Hui and others, it was their first time killing someone. After all, they lived in a time of peace. A soldier who has never experienced the brutality of war. Qin Shou saw that it was almost time and then shouted, let's go. Hearing Qin Shou's call, Old Nyo and the other two hurried back. Those who were still watching, especially the survivors who were originally near the port, suddenly felt restless. But out of fear of death, they did not rush over to ask to leave with him. On the cargo ship, the front desk girl fought like this, but she was stopped by her boss beside her. They won't even take those people, so they definitely won't take us two burdens, especially since we are tainted broken bottles. What should we do? The front desk girl had tears in her eyes. The boss's gaze swept over to the dozen or so bodies that had been shot. The beast-devouring spirit pearl can make people stronger. Zhang Hui became powerful by killing and devouring the beast spirit pearl. The two soldiers had also dissected Zheng Hui and the other person's bodies and devoured the beast spirit pearls inside them. Thus, she pulled out the handgun that Old Nyo had specially left for them to defend themselves, and rallied, it's better to rely on ourselves than on others, we must make ourselves strong. Everything was ready. Qin Shou then announced their destination, set off, to the Amazon rainforest. Wait, aren't we going to the beautiful country? Old Nyo and the others were a bit confused, as Qin Shou had previously said to take advantage of the chaos to destroy the beautiful country, so they were all mentally prepared to go with him to take down the White House. How did it turn into going to the Amazon rainforest? Qin Shou had just said it casually, he didn't expect them to take it seriously. He carelessly said, before destroying the beautiful country, I will first conquer the Amazon rainforest. Only then did Old Nyo and the others understand. The Amazon rainforest is hailed as the lungs of the earth, occupying half of the world's rainforest area, covering 20% of the forest area, and is the largest and most species-rich tropical rainforest in the world, with an area of 7 million square kilometers, equivalent to 3/4 of China's land area, illustrating just how vast this tropical rainforest is. According to statistics, there are more than 2.5 million known species of insects in the Amazon rainforest, over 100,000 known species of animals and birds, more than 2,000 species of freshwater fish in the rivers, tens of thousands of plants, and millions of new species waiting for people to explore and discover. Clearly, this is a mysterious, dangerous yet fascinating place that arouses curiosity. Therefore, after the beast transformation disaster struck, countless exotic beasts must have been born there, and the degree of mutation and evolution must far exceed that in other places. After all, the vegetation there grows taller and denser than in other places, and the animals also grow larger due to the uniquely favorable environment. Even when the beast transformation disaster had not yet occurred, ordinary people entering the Amazon rainforest could be killed in minutes by the animals and poisons inside, let alone after the disaster when countless animals had undergone mutation and evolution. For this reason, the Amazon rainforest is also known as a human forbidden zone. And Qin Shou traveling thousands of miles to the Amazon rainforest shows that he wants to conquer it, to hunt the exotic beasts there, thus making himself stronger through transformation. Qin Shou continued, of course, with your strength, you will most likely not survive more than 3 days in the Amazon rainforest, therefore, after you send me there, you can choose to return home or go to nearby countries or explore the edges of the rainforest for luck. He only needed a driver and did not intend to bring soldiers Old Nyo and Old Duck who could not fly a plane. So if they regretted it now, it was still time, otherwise, once they boarded his plane, there would be no chance to turn back. Old Nyo and the others hesitated. They really believed what Qin Shou said at first, thinking that he truly wanted to take advantage of the chaos to do something in the beautiful country, so they also wanted to go and add fuel to the fire. But now, what Qin Shou wanted to go to was the mysterious and dangerous Amazon rainforest, and if they followed, they might not survive even 3 days in the danger-filled jungle. After all, any kind of poison from a beast that evolved in there could kill them instantly if it bit them, not to mention the already gigantic and terrifying black caiman and Amazonian green anaconda that existed before their evolution. The pilot then said, this transport plane, fully fueled, has a maximum range of about 8 to 9,000 kilometers, but the journey to the Amazon rainforest is over 10,000 kilometers, so to avoid needing to land for fuel, we need to return to base to prepare 2 additional fuel tanks to increase our range. Moreover, flying a strategic transport plane over there would be considered illegal invasion of another country's airspace, and we might face warnings and expulsion, making it difficult to fly over smoothly. Qin Shou replied, it doesn't matter, the whole world is in chaos now, other countries don't have gun bans, and it will only be more chaotic than our country. Even if planes invade airspace, most likely they won't have the energy to care. As for the fuel issue, bring back as much as you need to your base, all you have to do is get me to fly over the Amazon rainforest. As for whether you return or land in other countries later, that's up to you. The three of them looked at each other with uncertainty in their eyes. Finally, old Neo spoke first. The Amazon rainforest is too dangerous for us, but as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. So I've decided to go with you, but don't worry, I won't slow you down in the jungle. When the time comes, I'll parachute down to the Amazon plains. While the plains are still dangerous, they are surely safer than the rainforest. Old Yu also made up his mind. Then I will go with you. Old Yu also took the plunge. If all of you are going, then I'm going too. The pilot frowned. So I'm just responsible for flying the plane? Am I supposed to fly back alone? Old Neo laughed heartily. Why don't you join us? We could make an emergency landing on the Amazon plains, then we can hunt strange beasts together, grow stronger, and finally head north to the beautiful country to take down the White House. To be honest, this plan was indeed quite tempting and filled with passion. Shinsho didn't care about their plans and urged, hurry up, head back to base and increase the fuel reserves. Anyway, your task is to smoothly get me over the Amazon rainforest. As for where you go afterward, that's your own business. Just as the transport plane was preparing to turn around and take off, the boss lady on the cargo ship and the girl at the front desk were already ready to go over to collect the bodies. This world will become even more cruel and disgusting in the future. Since we have no choice but to confront it rather than just die, we will definitely face even harsher realities ahead. The boss lady was comforting her female employee who had also suffered at the hands of Zhang Hui and his accomplice. She had thought about ending it all, but if she simply killed herself in shame, it would be too easy for Zhang Hui and his accomplice. So she endured. Even if she had to die, she would make sure to take Zhang Hui and his accomplice down with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't die in peace. Now that Zhang Hui and his accomplice were dead, she suddenly felt she had lost the motivation to live. Later, thinking about her young daughter and her aging parents, she wondered what would happen if they also encountered beasts like Zhang Hui in the future. Thus, she found the motivation to live well again. Her husband had been killed by Zhang Hui, and from now on, the family could only rely on her support. The safety of the entire family rested on her shoulders. So she had to pick herself up, she had to grow stronger, otherwise, having killed one Zhang Hui, they would surely encounter thousands more in the future. If they are not strong enough, then in the future, not only will they suffer similar fates, but even their families will be bullied and even killed by others because of their weakness. Now even the soldiers are too busy to help, just watching death happen, which shows how chaotic and terrifying this world is becoming. Soon, the transport plane successfully took off, flying northwest. The fierce wind created by the airplane blew the long hair of the two women below, making their clothes flutter. The boss lady frowned under the roar of the airplane engines, cutting into one of the corpse's abdomen piece by piece. Chapter 79. How many people has this girl really killed? What's going on? Are those two girls dissecting a corpse? No, haven't you received the news? In human beast changers, there are beast spirit beads inside, and by swallowing them, they can continue to mutate and grow stronger, so they are obviously dissecting the corpse to take out the beast spirit beads to swallow. Hiss, these two girls are a bit ruthless. If they dare to dissect a corpse, it means they also dare to kill. Who knows, they might have killed someone before this. No, look at the thinner girl, she doesn't seem to show any signs of being a beast changer, which means she is either a vegetarian or didn't eat meat on the day of changing, so she looks human. This also implies she definitely hasn't eaten any beast spirit beads and hasn't mutated. Forget about all that. Since swallowing beast spirit beads can allow us to mutate and grow stronger, let's hurry over there to avoid letting them get the advantage. A few male beast changers hit it off and went to grab the beast spirit beads from the corpses that had been shot dead. At the same time, greed was evident in some of their eyes. Only children make choices. I want both the beast spirit beads and those two beauties. Meanwhile, a woman with a graceful figure, whose eyes and ears had mutated like a cat's, arrived late. She was also one of the first to rush over after discovering the transport plane had landed, but got delayed by encountering two strange beasts, and by the time she reached the port, she saw the plane had already flown away. At that moment, the chaos at the port caught her attention. Don't come over, or I'll shoot. The front desk girl named Lin Yusin nervously held her handgun, aiming at the 5 men approaching her. The boss lady, Xia Mengting, also suppressed her urge to vomit, stopping her dissection, wiping the blood on her hands on the man's pants, and pulled out her handgun, warning, I don't care if you want to take the beast spirit beads from these corpses or have other ideas, in any case, if anyone comes any closer, we will shoot. The 5 men did not expect that these two women actually had handguns, and for a moment, they didn't dare to get any closer. One of the men, who was as fat as Jubeiji with big ears, said, You two are dissecting my brother. Think about it, if your friend were shot dead, would you watch him get dissected and desecrated by others? Exactly. If you want to swallow beast spirit beads to grow stronger, go kill those strange beasts. They were already innocent victims, yet you will cruelly butcher them. Don't you feel the slightest sense of guilt? Faced with their verbal attacks, the boss lady Xia Mengting and Lin Yusin found themselves momentarily speechless. Just when they hesitated, the fat man suddenly erupted with surprising speed, charging at them like a wild boar, swatting the handgun away from the boss lady's hand with one blow and grabbing Lin Yusen's right hand with his left, quickly snatching the handgun and letting out a sly cold laugh. Sorry, ladies, but the beast spirit beads inside these bodies belong to us from now on. You both. It's ours now. Xia Mengting and her companion had just emerged from despair, only to find themselves plunged into a new kind of despair. However, at that moment, a loud bang echoed as the fat, big-eared man controlling them suddenly had his head blown off, collapsing to the ground. Following the direction of the gunshot, they saw a woman with a graceful figure, covered in gray and white fur, with eyes and ears that resembled those of a cat, casually walking towards them with a sniper rifle. One step, one shot. One shot, blown head. Her terrifyingly precise marksmanship had killed the 5 men who wanted to seize the corpses and the 2 beautiful women in just a few seconds. Hope sparked anew in Xia Mengting's heart as she slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the armed woman approaching. The onlookers at the harbor were once again stunned by the gunfire scene. Those who had also thought to pick up corpses and capture beast spirit beads, hoping to continue mutating and becoming stronger, dared not approach anymore, fearing that these armed individuals, blinded by rage, would kill them too and then dissect their bellies to consume their beast spirit beads. What was that transport plane flying away for? The cat-like beast-transformed woman asked coldly, like a heartless killing machine. Since the person was a woman who had just shot and killed the 5 nearly despondent beasts, Xia Mengting, after collecting her thoughts, thanked her before responding to her question. That transport plane belonged to a very strong man, who specifically comes to this port to gather supplies. These corpses are those who didn't heed the warning and tried to board his transport plane, resulting in a conflict that got them shot by his men. Very strong? The Catwoman frowned. Is he a soldier? A hint of anger seeped into her tone this time. If even soldiers could act like this, what people in this world could still be trusted and relied upon? Except for the man in her mind who saved her, helped her seek revenge, and taught her how to become stronger, she seemed to have completely lost faith in everyone else. Xia Mengting replied, he's not a soldier, but the 3 men following him are genuine soldiers. The Catwoman coldly said, it's a huge irony that soldiers don't save people but instead kill them. Seeing the misunderstanding, Xia Mengting hurriedly explained, no, they kill out of necessity. If those individuals hadn't suddenly attacked to seize their firearms, they wouldn't have shot them. Xiao Xian and I were rescued by them. Before they left, they secretly left us 2 handguns for self-defense, which shows they are good people. It's just that they have their own difficulties and can only obey that man, unable to fulfill their soldierly duties. The Catwoman looked puzzled. You said that man is not a soldier, so why do they have to obey him? Xia Mengting answered, because that man is too powerful. He's invulnerable, incredibly strong, can transform into a giant birdman over 5 or 6 meters tall, and even has a pet panda the same height. The 3 soldiers accidentally injured his panda with shells without knowing, so they had to follow him and do his bidding as compensation. A flicker of excitement unexpectedly appeared on the Catwoman's cold, beautiful face. A giant birdman? Are you talking about him? She hurriedly took out her phone and opened a segment of video saved from her home surveillance. Xia Mengting could never forget Qin Shou's face and asserted, it's him. But why does he have black hair in the video? When we saw him, he had white hair. However, when he transforms into a giant birdman, his hair also changes from white to dark red. The Catwoman was Zhang Yunshu, who had been rescued by Qin Shou when he went to raid the Hong family's hideout, just as he happened to save her from Hong Shicheng. She hurriedly asked, do you know where he went? Xia Mengting shook her head, it seems he is going abroad, but I don't know exactly where. I didn't dare to ask, because he looks like he wants to keep away from strangers, with a mood swinging like a pendulum. When those people thought the military was coming with a transport plane to save them and rushed over, he directly warned and threatened them, not allowing them to approach the transport plane, or else he would kill them. Zhang Yunshu suddenly said, they deserve to die here. They were warned, yet still came over. Xia Mengting and the others? Wait, girl, your tone just now wasn't like this. Didn't you just express sympathy for these people? Didn't you sound incredibly disappointed and angry at the soldiers? Zhang Yunshu originally thought the transport plane was bringing military reinforcements or rescuing civilians but unexpectedly learned about her benefactor here by chance. Unfortunately, she arrived late, unable to meet her benefactor and say a belated thank you. But she firmly believes that as long as she becomes stronger and keeps up with her benefactor's pace, one day she will be able to see her benefactor and thank them face to face. She once again put on a cold and ruthless face, then drew a sharp dagger from the right side of her thigh, and said coldly, watch closely, the beast's spirit pearl is in this part. You just need to cut it open here and reach in to take it out. Saying this, she stabbed the dagger into the plump man's dantian area, then pulled down to make a cut a dozen centimeters long. Immediately, her right hand went in, and she swiftly pulled out a beast spirit pearl the size of a ping-pong ball. The entire process seemed to take less than 3 seconds. Xia Mengting was dumbfounded. How many people has this girl killed? How many corpses has she dissected to be so quick and efficient? Chapter 80 Explosion of Life in the Cambrian Period. Seeing the pained expressions on Xia Mengting and Lin Yusen as they crouched down, Zhang Yunshu guessed what they had experienced without asking more. Compared to them, she was lucky. She was saved at a critical moment by Qin Shou, who had come to raid the Hong family, and then Qin Shou disabled Hong Shichang, who nearly assaulted her, allowing her to personally kill Hong Shichang and avenge her father and brother. Although these two women were also saved by Qin Shou's arrival, they had already suffered harm before being rescued. Thus, feeling empathetic, she both admired Xia Mengting for their ability to be strong and pitted them for having to live under this painful shadow for the rest of their lives. Especially Lin Yusen. This girl, like her, had not consumed any meat before transforming, which led her to not show signs of transformation and to retain her human form. Therefore, a girl like her, who was relatively rare and still looked decent, would find it even easier to fall prey to those beasts in the apocalypse and face harm. She handed the fresh beast spirit pearl from her hand to Lin Yusen, calmly saying, "If you want to become stronger, you must give up beauty, give up human appearance, and swallow these beast spirit pearls." Lin Yusen was a bit worried, weakly asking, "Will it really make me stronger?" Zhang Yunshu solemnly replied, "It will make you stronger, but the first transformation process will be quite painful. Just grit your teeth and get through it, and later, when you devour more beast spirit pearls to evolve, it won't be so hard." Lin Yusen trembled as she took the light gold beast spirit pearl, which appeared crystal clear like glass, from Zhang Yunshu's bloodied right hand. Zhang Yunshu assured her, "Don't worry, the beast spirit pearl is clean. It will dissolve in your saliva once you put it in your mouth and then turn into a sweet flow that enters your belly. But this beast spirit pearl's owner looks like a pig-type beast changer, so after you devour it, your body will likely show pig-like features." Xia Mengting speculated, "His explosive speed is very fast. Unlike other heavy pigs, I feel that what he ate before transforming should not be ordinary pork, but rather wild boar. Regardless of the type of pig, as long as it swallows the beast spirit pearl, it will no longer be human afterward." Lin Yusen had already prepared herself mentally, closing her eyes and putting the beast spirit pearl into her mouth, feeling it gradually melt in her mouth. "With me here, you can rest assured to dissect the beast spirit pearl and transform safely." Considering that they were also saved by their benefactor, Zhang Yunshu decided to protect them, allowing them to swallow the beast spirit pearls within their bodies. She didn't intend to take the pearls for herself because she found that the beast spirit pearls inside ordinary human shapeshifters were already difficult for her to strengthen further. Thus, to become stronger, she could only hunt those powerful strange beasts. Moreover, as an acquired shapeshifter, she lacked the innate talent for animal transformation, so the effect of swallowing beast spirit pearls would be inferior to that of innate shapeshifters. For example, the innate shapeshifter Qin Shou, who has unbeatable conditions, is like having multiple talent skills and embodies a warrior, tank, mage, support, and rogue all in one. In contrast, an acquired shapeshifter is akin to an ordinary warrior without any talent skills. Therefore, the evolutionary potential of these acquired shapeshifters is significantly worse than that of innate shapeshifters, unable to focus on strengthening specific abilities like innate shapeshifters. Of course, the animal talents gained by innate shapeshifters are essential, but the effort to acquire beast spirit pearls is the key to determining strength. Diligence can make up for shortcomings, as always. On the other side, at the Air Force Base, the transport plane is refueling. Zhao Qiangjuan took this opportunity to invite Qin Shou to his office for tea and to ask some questions. Seeing how readily the other party provided the transport plane and fuel, Qin Shou gave him enough face. "Young friend, your familiarity with beast spirit pearls should be much higher than ours. This thing has a hardness greater than diamond, making it the hardest material in the world today. But even such a hard object will be quickly decomposed by saliva when it enters the mouth. Therefore, I have a question: if we bomb a certain location, will the beast spirit pearls inside the strange beasts be unharmed if they are turned to mush?" This is indeed a question Qin Shou can answer. Because in his previous life, the military had conducted similar operations, he shook his head and replied, "If the strange beasts are blown to smithereens at the explosion center, then the beast spirit pearls inside them will probably not withstand the high temperature and will melt away. Even if the beast spirit pearls don't melt away, they will gradually be consumed by the microorganisms in the corpse, because when human shapeshifters and strange beasts die, the microorganisms in the intestines will start to decompose the body, devouring the beast spirit pearls along with it. This process usually occurs rapidly within an hour after death, and before that, the bloody smell and meat paste may attract nearby mosquitoes, flies, and bugs. So unless you can quickly collect the strange beasts' corpses and dissect the beast spirit pearls after bombing, it will only waste resources while destroying a large number of strange beasts' breeding environments." Zhao Qiangjuan suddenly realized and asked, "So, does this mean that the microorganisms on the corpse will also evolve significantly after absorbing the beast spirit pearls?" Qin Shou replied, "Have you not noticed how many mosquitoes become much larger after successfully transforming? And those parasitic bodies, by consuming the corpses and the beast spirit pearls inside, can grow as big as eel. Microorganisms also belong to the animal category. They can carry out life activities and have reproductive capabilities. So, after absorbing the beast spirit pearls, they can naturally mutate and evolve. Zhao Changjuan suddenly gasped, if what you say is true, then over time, I feel that the greatest threat to humanity might not be those giant alien beasts, but the mutated and evolved microorganisms and various poisonous insects? Xinshu also thought so it's highly possible that scenes similar to the Cambrian explosion of life will occur next. The Cambrian explosion, which happened about 600 million years ago, was probably similar to what we are facing now. That's why a large number of uniquely shaped creatures suddenly appeared, with the most representative one being the trilobite, which is like a magnified version of microorganisms tens of thousands of times. In an instant, Zhao Changjuan felt as if he had been enlightened. You really have a great imagination. But honestly, the Cambrian explosion might really be similar to our current situation. Xinshu continued, I even thought about ancient myths. For example, characters like Nuwa and Fuxi, don't you think they are very similar to us now transforming into beasts? So are they really fictional? Zhao Changjuan was once again dumbfounded. Chapter 81, Everyone is drunk, only I remain clear-headed. This information is somewhat explosive, let me sort it out carefully. Zhao Changjuan felt a sudden quickening of breath. After finishing his tea, Xinshu stood up and prepared to leave, saying, then you take your time to figure it out. He needed to hurry back to the transport plane to prevent this wasteful bear, from taking off the suitcase hanging on it and then gulping down the nearly 1,000 beast spirit pearls still remaining inside. Fortunately, Afai was relatively obedient, it didn't steal the beast spirit pearls without permission. Even though old Neo and the others knew that the suitcase hanging around Afai's neck was full of beast spirit pearls, they didn't dare to have any malicious thoughts. Otherwise, even if they weren't killed on the spot by this panda, they would be hunted down and tortured to death by Xinshu. Even if they could escape by flying away after succeeding, they didn't want to take that risk. After all, Xinshu could fly, and his speed wasn't slow. So, at most, they just stared at Afai in the suitcase with envious and jealous eyes, casually sighing that humans are not as good as bears. In the office, Zhao Changjuan searched the internet for information related to the Cambrian explosion. Then he also looked up ancient mythological figures like Nuwa, Fuxi, and Qiyu. He even intentionally searched for representative figures in Western mythology and found that regardless of whether they were from Chinese or foreign myths, their descriptions shared common traits. For example, they are all hailed as ancestors of humanity, creators, yet their images and abilities are vastly different from humans. Just like Nuwa with a human head and a snake body, it's as if a human beast changer ate snake meat and then transformed into a snake human. And some characters in Western mythology, even if their descriptions are similar to humans, symbolize some animals, and the powerful abilities they possess are not innate to humans but are innate to certain animals. Like Zeus, who can emit electricity, in nature, there are electric eels and electric rays, which can emit electricity and are extremely powerful. Thus, the more he thought, the more terrifying it became. So, he took the satellite phone and contacted an old friend in the military district. Old Chen, do you know about the Cambrian explosion? Old Chen on the other end of the line asked in confusion, I think I learned about it in biology class, but I don't know it well. What's the matter? Zhao Changjuan replied, about 600 million years ago, the vast majority of invertebrates suddenly appeared in a very short time. Almost all ancestor groups of existing animals, as well as numerous multicellular organisms, suddenly appeared in this era. And for a long time, no signs of animal fossils have been found in the older layers before the Cambrian, so this is called the Cambrian explosion of life. Old Chen listened in confusion. What are you telling me this for? Zhao Changjuan finished his setup and asked back, don't you think the current situation is very similar to the Cambrian explosion of life? Countless human beasts transformed, countless animals also suddenly mutated and evolved. After tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years, if humanity hasn't gone extinct, or if Earth is ruled by other intelligent beings, then through archaeology they would find that we these beastmen and the various bizarre, oversized animals also suddenly erupted in a certain time period. And before this, no matter how they explored, they couldn't find any signs of the activities of beastmen on Earth, nor any signs of these strange beasts. Old Chen understood now, you mean that this beast transformation disaster actually occurred during the Cambrian? Zhao Changjuan nodded, I heard someone say this too, and then I thought it was too coincidental, maybe it's really like this. Moreover, there are mythical figures like Nuwa and Fuxi, who are depicted not as humans, but as monsters, yet they are revered as the ancestors of humanity. So if we assume they really existed, then aren't they just like today's human beast transformers? And the descriptions of various strange beasts in the classic of mountains and seas correspond to today's bizarre mutated and evolved animals, right? The more he spoke, the more excited he became. And Old Chen listened, increasingly shocked. What you say has really caught me up. Zhao Changjuan said seriously, I didn't mean to catch you up, I'm just explaining this incredibly coincidental phenomenon. So I believe that before this, similar beast transformation phenomena might have occurred on Earth more than once, and now we are only in the early stages of the beast transformation, while humanity has clearly already lost to many animals in this beast transformation disaster. As a large number of animal species continue to mutate and evolve, humanity is probably finding it hard to dominate this planet any longer. It is said that microorganisms can also mutate and evolve by devouring corpses and the beast spirit beads within them, so the greatest threat humanity will face next is not just the huge and powerful strange beasts, but those mutated microorganisms and various tiny bugs that have been overlooked. Just think about it, even cockroaches and mosquitoes can grow several times larger than before. If they evolve to be dozens or even thousands of times bigger, how terrifying will that be? Now old Chen on the other end of the phone fell silent, clearly understanding the seriousness of future events through this information. What are your thoughts? As an old comrade, old Chen knew that Zhao Changyuan's call was definitely not just to share this information. Sure enough, after taking a deep breath, Zhao Changyuan said, "I'm going to be a deserter, you should come with me. Let's go to the African grasslands. There are a lot of wild strange beasts, we can hunt many of them early on to make ourselves strong." "Are you crazy?" Old Chen said angrily. Zhao Changyuan said seriously, "I'm more sober than anyone right now. Rather than wasting time waiting for feudal military orders, it's better to hunt a large number of strange beasts early on to strengthen the army. Otherwise, when guns and bullets can no longer kill strange beasts, what's the point of our existence as soldiers? Besides, the country is in chaos right now. Even if we want to save the people from danger, they can't spare so many troops. Isn't this the reason why the higher-ups have been hesitant to make a decision?" Old Chen fell silent again. Yes. If it were just one city or even just one province facing this disaster, the entire army could easily resolve the issue in a short time. But now, we are facing a nationwide and global crisis, so they truly feel inadequate and can only pray for the people to unite and withstand the disaster, hoping to endure and restore society to its original state. But now it seems, this is clearly impossible. Especially after the secret of the beast spirit pearl spread, many people, taking advantage of the collapse of law and order in the apocalypse, have been committing crimes everywhere, reaching a point of complete chaos that cannot be salvaged. Pretend I didn't hear you. Do whatever you want, just don't act against your vows, otherwise, when we meet again, I'll personally take you down. Zhao Changyuan curled his lips, then you keep wasting time waiting, keep wasting time doing useless work. Everyone is drunk, but I'm awake. Zhao Changyuan hung up the phone, he knew better than anyone how cruel and chaotic the future situation would become. It's just that Qin Shou's arrival made him firmly decide to be a deserter in advance. Chapter 82, Come Back Alive. Zhao Changyuan finished the cold tea in his cup and strode out of the office like a dragon walking like a tiger. He was already 60 years old, but after eating a lot of beef before the beast transformation and swallowing several beast spirit pearls later, he seemed to have returned to his youth, full of energy as if he were in his prime again. He even became stronger than in his prime. This is the benefit of the beast transformation. The only thing he disliked was the beast characteristics appearing on his body, which made him feel like a monster. Young friend, you specifically came to find a transport plane to go abroad, you can't possibly be planning to take advantage of the chaos to attack the beautiful country, right? Zhao Changyuan knew very well in his heart that Qin Shou wanted to use a transport plane to go abroad, definitely to hunt exotic beasts. Because the beast spirit pearls within common exotic beasts no longer have a significant enhancement effect for those who have devoured too many beast spirit pearls, it is best to hunt stronger exotic beasts to become more powerful. And other than the escaped exotic beasts in zoos, there are only a handful of strong exotic beasts left in the deep mountains and uninhabited areas. But compared to the African grasslands and tropical rainforests abroad, the wildlife and other animals in our country are pitifully scarce. At this point, Qin Shou had no need to hide anything. Even if Zhao Changyuan wanted to lead a team to the Amazon rainforest, it meant nothing to him, as the Amazon rainforest is too vast, equivalent to 3/4 of the country's land area, so he and a bear couldn't possibly traverse the whole Amazon rainforest. Thus, he replied, "First, let's go to the Amazon rainforest to hunt monsters, and after finishing, let's conveniently head north and take down the beautiful country." The Amazon rainforest? Zhao Changyuan nodded. The number of animals there is indeed countless, but the environment is particularly treacherous. With many leeches and poisonous insects, these small things may seem insignificant, but they are the most deadly in the rainforest. Why don't you come with us to the African grasslands? There are many wild animal species, and countless powerful exotic beasts must have already been born, which is definitely safer than the Amazon rainforest and easier to spot prey. Qin Shou was not surprised by Zhao Changyuan's wish to hunt exotic beasts on the African grasslands. He had also considered whether to go to the African grasslands to hunt monsters, but ultimately decided on the Amazon rainforest. Because the Amazon rainforest is the best place for his mutation and evolution, the iron ingot beetle, bullet ants, and electric eels he ate before transforming are all common animals in the Amazon rainforest. So he can target the gifted abilities he has gained from these animals to hunt similar beasts of the same attribute, thus evolving these abilities to their peak. Therefore, he politely declined, "I am not afraid of beast sneak attacks, but I fear others stabbing me in the back, so I think the perilous rainforest is more suitable for my adventures." Zhao Changyuan. You brat, it's one thing to decline, but there's no need to say such things that easily disturb my troops' morale. Now I'm starting to worry if my men will stab each other in the back for the beast spirit bead. He helplessly said, "Alright, then I wish you good luck and look forward to your good news. I hope very soon you can actually make the beautiful country disappear from the map. That would be a great deed, saving the world from great harm." Qin Shou. If I had known, I would have changed my plans to destroy the island country. After all, wiping out the island nation and making it disappear from the map is not hard to accomplish. Qin Shou was not exaggerating. If he continues to strengthen until his complete beast transformation reaches 100 meters, he could definitely blast Mount Fuji with one punch. Or he could cultivate a Phi into a giant beast 1,000 meters tall, throw a Phi at the island nation to cause destruction, and within 3 days level a major city. In a month, he could wipe out the tiny island country. As for the beautiful country, it's too large. Qin Shou could at most take out the White House on the way, but he doesn't have the time or energy to wipe out the entire beautiful country. But that doesn't stop him from continuing to boast. "No problem, if you don't die so quickly, you'll definitely see this good news in your lifetime." "You brat, can you say something more auspicious?" Zhao Changyuan's mouth twitched. "You too, don't die in the Amazon rainforest, or you'll be breaking your promise. Old man, worry about yourself. Don't end up as a dead man as soon as you land on the African savannah." After rebirth, it was also the first time Qin Shou had such a smooth conversation with a stranger. It felt like they were old friends despite the age difference. Zhao Changjuan's mouth twitched again. "If it weren't for you being tough enough, I would have shot you with one bullet, then peeled your skin and swallowed your beast spirit bead, and see if you dare to be so arrogant." Qin Shou laughed. "Exactly because I am tough, that's why I'm so arrogant. Unlike you, old and soft, you have no capital to be arrogant." Zhao Changjuan had never suffered such humiliation and immediately told his deputy, "Go get the anti-tank cannon, let's see if this brat dares to be so arrogant in front of me." The deputy also felt they were amusing, thinking the two were like a grandparent and grandchild quarreling. Their tones and expressions were so similar. On the side, old Niu weakly said, "Back to Commander Zhao, we used the anti-tank rocket launcher against him, but we couldn't hurt him." Zhao Changjuan. Qin Shou smiled and didn't argue with him anymore. He took out a beast spirit bead from a rhinoceros, throwing it to Zhao Changjuan. "This is the beast spirit bead from the rhinoceros. Its energy purity is much stronger than ordinary beast spirit beads. You have signs of bovine beast transformation. Absorbing this can give you a good boost. Train well, and it will make you invulnerable." Zhao Changjuan was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this brat to give him such a good beast spirit bead. Old Niu on the side immediately felt disheartened, because he was also a bovine beast transformer. However, he also understood that following Qin Shou was like redeeming sins with achievements. It was already great that Qin Shou was willing to share beast meat with them. Where would they dare to expect him to share beast spirit beads? After Zhao Changjuan received the thrown beast spirit bead, he indeed felt its particularly rich and strangely familiar energy fluctuations. Maybe this is what Qin Shou meant. Only by devouring beast spirit pearls of the same type and property can one achieve a significant enhancement. And this beast spirit pearl inside the rhino is of the same type and property for him, a bull-type beast changer, so he felt an inexplicable familiarity the moment he touched the beast spirit pearl, and also sensed a much richer energy fluctuation within it than a usual beast spirit pearl. "Let's go," Qin Shou said calmly. Zhao Changjuan also straightened his face and said with great seriousness, "Come back alive." Qin Shou responded with an mm. He would not just come back alive, he would return triumphantly, standing invincible. Chapter 83, Enthusiasm from the Jungle Beasts. Old Bull and the others boarded the transport plane. They all decided to work together with Qin Shou to head to the Amazon rainforest, but they knew Qin Shou would not take the 3-week burdens with him on an adventure, so they decided to parachute down to the Amazon plains instead. As for the soldier in the pilot seat, he chose not to take the risk with them, so he found another comrade to fly the transport plane. Once they delivered Qin Shou and the others over the Amazon rainforest, they would fly straight back home and join Zhao Changjuan to hunt beasts in the African savannah. As the transport plane took off from the country, Qin Shou felt the same sense of reluctance as Old Bull and the others. Because, growing up, this was his first time leaving the country. However, after his grandfather passed away, as an orphan, he had nothing much to miss, so that feeling of reluctance quickly faded away. Unlike Old Bull and the others, they all had families, and they took a long time to come to such a major decision. Qin Shou looked at the containers tied with parachutes that would be dropped from the air and broke the silence in the cabin first. "You all must have family, right? Do they know you are going abroad?" Old Bull replied, "I never studied well, often fought and messed around, so my parents couldn't handle me anymore and sent me to be a soldier, so I didn't bother telling them, to avoid their incessant nagging." Old Fish answered, "I just informed my brother that I have a task to execute abroad and won't be back for a while, so they shouldn't worry and just take care of themselves." Old Duck said, "I didn't say anything, I have many brothers and sisters, and both of my older brothers are veterans. Plus, I told them about the beast spirit pearls earlier, so I trust they can take care of themselves and their families, so I didn't tell them to avoid their constant attempts to dissuade me." Old Bull then asked, "Big guy, what about you?" Qin Shou replied calmly, "I am an orphan, no one cares where I go or whether I live or die." Old Bull and the others fell silent immediately. After Chinsho finished speaking, as if realizing he had misspoken, he added, "No, there are still a few close classmates who will care." Old Bull then asked, "Then why don't you go with them? That way you can look out for each other." Chinsho shook his head. "They all have family to think about. Even if they are willing to come with me on this risky adventure, I wouldn't want to bring them along. Otherwise, if something happens, I wouldn't be able to explain to their families." This is the main reason why Chinsho kept it from Zhang Yunzong and the others. After all, people with attachments are easily held hostage by others. Even if he becomes invincible, others can still use those he cares about to threaten and restrict him. So being alone in the apocalypse is a relief. One wouldn't have to worry about such heart-wrenching problems happening to oneself. Old Bull and the others understood. No wonder the big guy prefers to act alone, willing to keep a panda as his companion rather than team up with others. Beside them, Old Fish sighed, humanity is small in that it possesses emotions. And the greatness of humanity lies in its emotions. At this moment, Chinsho raised a crucial question, so you three take risks together. If one of you gets captured, would you surrender to save him, or ditch him and run? The three fell into a brief silence. The old duck then spoke, "If I am the one captured, you should just run. Otherwise, if we all get captured, we will die together. If you succeed in escaping, even if you can't save me, you can still find a chance to avenge me later. Don't speak too soon. If such a thing really happened to you, you probably wouldn't think that way." As Chinsho said this, he opened the suitcase, revealing it was filled with hundreds of beast spirit pearls. Then he began to pick and throw them to the old cow and the others one by one. Only the weak would be troubled by such questions. Even though the Amazon plain is safer than the rainforest, it's not something you three reckless kids can handle. The beast spirit pearls in this suitcase were collected from their military base and from raids on the Hong family, most of which came from common strange beasts like escaped cats, dogs, and animals from the zoo such as cattle, horses, sheep, and deer. The old cow and the others were surprised to receive the beast spirit pearls that Chinsho was throwing to them. They never expected that this seemingly cold-hearted and ruthless boss would actually share beast spirit pearls with them. And each of them received 10 pearls. To know, before this, they had worked hard to hunt strange beasts, but in the end, they each had only managed to swallow 5 or 6 pearls on average. So, receiving 10 beast spirit pearls at once left them so thrilled and excited they didn't know what to say. After distributing the 10 pearls to each of them, Chinsho said, "The pearls I gave you are quite suitable for you. Digest them before we reach the destination, and against ordinary firearms and small to medium-sized strange beasts, you will be mostly safe. As for how many days you can survive on the Amazon plain, that depends on your luck." The three were extremely grateful. "If we can meet again, whatever you need us to do, we'll face any danger without hesitation." "Yes. Without hesitation." Shinsho didn't take it seriously. He swatted away the paw of a fae, who was reaching out for beast spirit pearls, and said harshly, "Get lost, you've already eaten more than 20 today. No more." Hearing this, the old cow and the others felt their overflowing gratitude cool down a bit, feeling like the beast spirit pearls in their mouths lost their flavor. Humans are not as good as bears. With a gloomy and jealous feeling, they silently ate the beast spirit pearls that Chinsho had taken from this panda's snack. Unknowingly, half a day passed. The transport plane arrived above the Amazon plain, and it was just morning here. The old cow and the others jumped out of the plane first. Chinsho had given them 2 boxes of supplies and helped push them out of the airplane. Then, the old cow and the others bid farewell and resolutely jumped from the transport plane. Not long after, the transport plane successfully arrived above the Amazon rainforest, and Chinsho threw down all the remaining airdrop containers. Then he pushed the height-fearing a fae towards the exit. Finally, unable to tolerate a fae any longer, Chinsho directly transformed into his complete beast form and kicked a fae's plump backside, sending it out of the transport plane. Falling freely from thousands of meters high, a fae screamed in fear. Chinsho folded his wings and jumped down after, quickly catching up to a fae like an eagle hunting its prey. "Coward!" Chinsho angrily kicked a fae again, increasing its rate of free fall speed, and only when they were less than 200 meters from the ground did Chinsho grab it, letting it safely land on the ground. Falling from the sky, The tranquility of the Amazon rainforest was shattered in the morning, startling a flock of birds into flight. Among them, the largest creature bird was comparable in size to Chinsho in his full beast transformation form. Meanwhile, 4 airdrop containers were still swaying as they descended with parachutes in the sky. Chinsho flew up again, then successively intercepted the airdrop containers, gathering them all in one place. During this time, the newcomer Afei immediately felt the warm welcome from the exotic beasts of the rainforest. Chapter 84, New Volume, Dad is Awesome. Towering trees stood like gigantic umbrellas, with the morning sun filtering through layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows. Countless vines bravely climbed the trees, yearning for the light, while the bushes on the ground could only submit to the shadows of the great trees, their dewdrops resembling cold sweat emerging in fear of the trees. Colorful butterflies frolicked among the flowers. Unknown birds chirped and sang in the trees. Chubby Afei was suddenly startled by something and began jumping around like a laser dance. In the early hours of the slightly bright Amazon rainforest, it became lively because of the intrusion of two uninvited guests. Shinsho stacked the 4 containers together, then took a deep breath. The unpolluted air of nature was so fresh that taking a breath brought a feeling of refreshment and happiness. Flustered, Afei stumbled toward him, and Shinsho thought a large beast had been attracted by their noise and was now hunting Afei. However, apart from seeing nearby insects and birds being startled into flight, there were no other beasts following Afei, nor any sounds of large creatures. But Shinsho quickly realized the reason for Afei's panic and stumbling toward him. If Afei was suddenly covered with a dozen leeches the size of his palm, he would be scared enough to dance like a laser too. In just 6 days, the leeches here have already transformed into such large creatures, other animals must be transforming even more exaggeratedly. Shinsho felt his scalp tingle. He had a natural fear of snakes, so he felt afraid of leeches and reptiles as well, shivering at just the sight of them. Moreover, the dozen leeches climbing on Afei had transformed into such large sizes, indicating that the resources in the rainforest were remarkably rich. When the beast transformation disaster strikes, many small animals would definitely suffer too much during the painful transformation process and would explode to death. These exploded animals would then become energy supplies for other animals during their transformation process, thereby increasing the chances of successful transformations for other animals. For example, mosquitoes and leeches, these small-sized animals have particularly low chances of success in their transformations compared to larger animals. The vast majority would perish during the transformation process due to their small size, unable to withstand the pain and directly exploding. However, small animals living in tropical rainforests tend to survive better than those in other places. This is because food resources here are incredibly plentiful, allowing them to continuously absorb food energy during the transformation, making up for the massive energy consumed, which greatly increases their chances of success. Especially for mosquitoes and leeches that rely on bloodsucking or extracting bodily fluids from plants and animals, under abundant food conditions, their chances of successful transformation indeed rise significantly. Afei had never encountered such disgusting creatures in his life before, no matter how he jumped or rolled. I just can't shake off these dozen leeches on me. Even trying to scrape them off with my bare paw proves difficult, as if these leeches are welded to my skin. Thus, I can only run frantically to Shinsho, crying and panicking. Don't panic so much, they will drop off by themselves once they are full of blood. As Shinsho said this, he checked himself for leeches, fearing these little creatures might stealthily crawl onto him. Thankfully, there were none. Shinsho simply sat on a shipping container to avoid getting any leeches or other poisonous bugs from the damp shrubs. Afei was still anxiously scraping at the leeches on his body, and this time he managed to pull off 2 that weren't very firmly attached. However, blood immediately gushed from the spots where the leeches had latched on. Afei's skin can withstand bullets, yet these beast-turned leeches can easily break through. This shows just how sharp their teeth are. They were like surgeons, their toothed jaws functioning as sharp, precise scalpels capable of easily slicing open the patient's skin, performing local anesthesia during the cutting process, and unexpectedly completing this sudden blood-sucking surgery without the patient being aware. Shinsho interrupted Afei's rough attempts at removing the leeches. Don't pull them off so harshly, if their mouths get torn, they might leave parts inside the wounds and cause an infection. Shinsho opened one of the containers and took out 2 bags of salt, then instructed Afei not to move around as he sprinkled salt on the dozen leeches one by one. Since leeches are soft-bodied creatures without skin protection, they are very sensitive to salt. Once the salt is spread, it creates a highly concentrated saline solution with their body fluids, causing them to contract due to stress and prompting their internal fluids to leak out, ultimately leading to dehydration and death. Of course, this method only works on ordinary leeches. Shinsho noticed that most of the leeches had released their grip due to the salt's irritation, but 2 leeches continued to suck Afei's blood undeterred. This indicated that they had likely fed on the blood of other animals before their transformation, which explained why their skin had gained the strength of other creatures and was no longer a fatal weakness. Interesting. Shinsho observed that these 2 beast-turned leeches were visibly more advantaged and powerful than the others. He then slapped Afei twice on the face, causing him to yelp in pain with an expression full of grievance. Afei let out a whimper as if asking Shinsho if he was his real father. He had been bitten by these creatures, yet instead of comforting him, Shinsho hit him so hard. Just when Afei was heartbroken, the last 2 large leeches suddenly dropped off. Only then did Shinsho say, next time a leech bites you, just slap next to it, and it will fall off. Afei's eyes lit up, instantly dropping his expression of grievance, no longer doubting if he was truly Shinsho's son. He even yelled, "Dad is amazing." He hadn't expected that with just a couple of hard slaps, he could get rid of these disgusting things. How silly he had been to jump around in fear beforehand and to struggle unremittingly without any success. Shinsho looked at the 2 large leeches that had fallen to the ground, still wriggling and trying to crawl back up Afei's body to suck blood, and suddenly a brilliant idea formed in his mind. Previously, he had fattened up a beastly horsefly at the zoo, killed it, and swallowed the beast spirit pearl inside it, significantly enhancing his own abilities through the beast transformation, particularly evolving the bullet ant stinger on his tail, merging it with the blood-sucking abilities of the horsefly. So he decided to fatten up these 2 leeches. He then killed them. Chapter 85, Predators at the Top of the Food Chain. Shinsho took out a bucket of 18 liters of mineral water from the container, then poured it for Afe, successfully getting an empty bottle. He tossed a beast spirit pearl into the bottle, then laid the empty bottle on the ground, watching to see if the energy scent of the beast spirit pearl could attract the two large leeches to crawl inside and feed. Afe tilted its bare head in confusion as it watched Shinsho's actions. When it saw the two leeches that had just crawled onto it to suck blood actually crawling towards the mouth of the bucket, seemingly wanting to go in and devour the beast spirit pearl, it quickly stretched out its bare paw to snatch the bucket back, staring at Shinsho with a resentful and puzzled look, whining. It seemed to be asking why they bit me, sucked so much blood out of me, yet still wanted to eat the beast spirit pearl? Shinsho looked at Afe, who was angrily questioning like a wronged wife, reached out to take back the bucket, and explained, "Don't mess with me. I have use for them. The bucket could be given up, but not the beast spirit pearl." Afe immediately dumped the beast spirit pearl from the bucket into its mouth, only then was it willing to return the mineral water bucket to Shinsho. Shinsho took back the water bucket, then angrily gave this bear child a beating. "I told you not to mess around. I told you to stop just eating beast spirit pearls every day. I told you after eating so many beast spirit pearls, why are you still looking like this?" Afe seemed to realize it had really upset Shinsho and hurriedly covered its painfully kicked big butt, then rolled away in a hurry. Shinsho glared at this bear-like creature, took out another beast spirit pearl from the suitcase and put it into the mineral water bucket, then placed it back on the ground, waiting for the two leeches to crawl inside. Leeches have well-developed chemical sensors and skin receptors. During foraging, their bodies continuously receive information from the surrounding environment through light, water waves, chemical substances, and physical stimuli. The beast spirit pearl is a type of energy food that all strange beasts can sense and instinctively want to devour, so the energy scent of the beast spirit pearl naturally attracts the strange leech beasts to come foraging. The two leeches, the size of an adult's palm, gradually elongated as they crawled. In just a few seconds, the originally fat and short leeches, which were the size of a palm, immediately became as thin as 2 fingers, yet their length approached half a meter. Just watching it made Shinsho feel nauseous. Fortunately, he also had the same blood-sucking ability as the leeches. When he fattened them up, he could directly use his tail to absorb all the blood and beast spirit pearls from their bodies. Therefore, he wouldn't touch them unless one day he overcame his fear of such animals. Watching the two leeches crawl into the bucket, fighting over the beast spirit pearls that were even larger than their mouths, Shinsho began to wonder how twisted these little crawlers would evolve after devouring hundreds of beast spirit pearls. Right now, there were still nearly 1,000 beast spirit pearls in the suitcase, and these pearls were all extracted from ordinary strange beasts. For Shinsho, they could only satisfy hunger and replenish energy, with little effect on beast transformation. So he decided to take 1 or 200 to feed these two leeches since these beast spirit pearls had little effect on his beast transformation. But for these weak leeches, these beast spirit pearls could make them strong quickly. In this way, leeches that became as huge and powerful as Afe would make the beast spirit pearls in their bodies very useful to him. First of all, it can be confirmed that devouring the beast spirit pearls inside more powerful strange leeches will definitely enhance the blood-sucking ability of his tail. The leech's regeneration ability is quite impressive, which is why he had the idea of raising leeches. He had once seen similar experimental news, where people cut leeches into 2 or 3 pieces for testing. In the end, they found that the severed leeches could survive for a time. The middle section survived for 68 hours, the tail for 128 hours, while the head could live for 93 days. In this experiment, an interesting phenomenon was also discovered. When leeches were cut, they would lick their wounds. By analyzing the healing condition of the wounds, survival rates, and lifespan, it can be concluded that leech saliva has anti-inflammatory and antibacterial properties, enabling cell repair and regeneration. So, the middle and tail sections of the leeches, which were kept separately after being cut, had difficulty healing since there was no head to lick the wound, hence they would die in 3 to 5 days. However, the head could survive normally after licking its wound and regenerating. Moreover, Shinsho himself possessed salamander-like regeneration abilities, so when the two leeches evolved into more powerful beasts, he would definitely be able to enhance his own regeneration by hunting and consuming them. Just as Shinsho was dreaming and anticipating, his unfortunate friend Afe once again felt the fervent presence of the rainforest beasts. But this time, Shinsho began to lose his composure. Because from a distance, he already sensed just how powerful the beast attracted by Afe really was. 100 meters away, the trees trembled, with dead branches and leaves falling, causing a flock of birds to take flight in fright. Many butterflies and dragonflies, larger than a palm, were fleeing in all directions. Centipedes, as thick as an arm, darted from the bushes, quickly moving toward a nearby river. A few beast-like monkeys swung from tree to tree, making panicked squeaks, indicating just how terrifying the approaching presence was. Shinsho sealed the mineral water bucket containing the two leeches and placed the bucket in the container, closing it tightly. Then, he drew 2 saber-toothed tiger teeth from the sides of his backpack, preparing for the first battle in the rainforest. Afe was truly scared this time, crying out as he ran back from a distance, regretting having run away so far from home. This cursed place was somewhere it didn't want to stay for even a moment. As soon as it arrived, it had its blood sucked by a dozen leeches, and after Chinsho beat it back, it went out to wander a bit. But while wandering, it suddenly slipped and fell flat on its face. In a fit of anger, it kicked the wood that caused its fall, only to realize that this wood was soft and even wriggled. Then came a scene that it would never forget. Suddenly, a towering, gigantic figure sprang up from the nearby bushes with a loud bang. It was a huge snake, so large that it made Ah Fei's heart sink with fear. Just the snake's head was as big as the whole panda. Thus, Ah Fei immediately urinated in fear. After all, it was only a 6-day-old panda baby. It had never seen such a terrifyingly gigantic creature. So, it ran back to Chinsho for protection, pissing and crying in fright. Meanwhile, the giant snake, whose tail was stepped on and kicked hard, angrily flicked its tongue and chased after them madly. Seeing the nearby thick trees tremble, Chinsho understood just how monstrous a being Ah Fei had attracted this time. When he caught a glimpse of the opponent's true form through layers of trees, cold sweat broke out on Chinsho's back. The Amazonian anaconda. The largest anaconda in the world, and also the top predator in the Amazon rainforest food chain. But many people, without understanding, always subjectively think that the boa is a python. In fact, there are obvious differences in appearance, size, and reproduction between the two. For example, the python belongs to the order Squamata and the family Pythonidae, while the boa belongs to the order Serpents and the family Boidae. Furthermore, the boa's size is generally larger than that of the python. Usually, an adult boa can grow over 9 meters long, while an adult python can only reach 7 meters. Additionally, pythons are mostly oviparous, while boas are mostly ovoviviparous. In simple terms, pythons lay snake eggs, while boas give birth to baby boas. The giant boa chasing Ah Fei had already devoured countless prey after its transformation, and in just 6 days, it had evolved into such an exaggerated size. It seemed that even if it hadn't reached the 100-meter giant beast level, it probably wasn't far off. Chinsho felt a tingling sensation on his scalp just by looking from a distance. The animal he feared the most was a snake, and yet the first giant beast he encountered in the Amazon rainforest was a snake. Moreover, the largest giant beast he had seen before his rebirth was only over 30 meters tall, and that was 2 months after the beast transformation disaster had occurred. Now reborn, only 6 days had passed since the beast transformation disaster, and they had already produced a 100-meter level giant beast. This showed how terrifying and dangerous the Amazon rainforest was. The number of animals here is relatively large, which means the number of completed transformed beasts will also be high. And a higher number of completed transformed beasts means more powerful beasts that continue to evolve by hunting other beasts. Chinsho did not expect that casually landing in a region of the Amazon rainforest would encounter such a powerful and gigantic Amazonian boa that had undergone mutation and evolution. This was simply a hellish start. Chinsho started to feel like retreating. After all, he didn't know how to kill such a large mutated beast like the boa. In complete beast transformation form, perhaps he could severely injure the giant boa with his strength, but killing it was not an easy task. Similarly, it wouldn't be easy for this giant boa to kill and eat him. As for Ah Fei, facing such a giant beast, he really had no chance of winning and could only run away for his life. The boa's snake head was already as large as Ah Fei. If it caught up to him, it could definitely swallow Ah Fei alive. It is important to know that the digestive ability of a boa is extremely terrifying, several times more powerful than that of a python, so the evolved Amazon boa would only have a more horrifying ability to digest. A 5 or 6 meter tall Ah Fei, once swallowed, would probably be completely digested and dissolved within a few hours, leaving no bones behind. Chinsho quickly pulled out 2 high-purity beast spirit beads from his backpack, swallowed them, and then entered complete beast transformation. With both hands gripping the sharp saber-toothed tiger fangs, he forcibly pushed down his fear of the giant serpent and rushed towards the pitiful Ah Fei, who was running in fear. "I can't let you eat my bear that I raised with such effort." Chinsho burst forth with astonishing speed. The energy from the beast spirit beads surged wildly in his body, and electricity erupted powerfully from his hands and the saber-toothed tiger fangs he held. This was Chinsho's strongest attack since the beast transformation. He held nothing back, pushing his speed and strength to the limits, even releasing the high-voltage electricity stored in his body. Even if this attack couldn't kill the giant beast boa in one hit, it would definitely severely injure it. With a swoosh, Chinsho raced past Ah Fei's head like lightning. The speed was so fast that Ah Fei couldn't even catch a glimpse of his figure. But the scent of Chinsho left in the air could be detected by Ah Fei's sensitive nose, making him feel much more at ease, even though he was being chased by the giant python, rolling and tumbling in fear. In his heart, Chinsho was an invincible existence, so when he saw Chinsho flying over to save him, he immediately felt less scared, even stopping to turn around and hurl insults at the terrifying giant python. It was as if he was saying, "Smelly big snake, you're dead. Dare to bully me? Just wait and see how my dad will beat you until you roll and tumble. Die for me." Chinsho flew around one giant tree after another, quickly darting to the back of the giant python, gripping the saber-toothed tiger tooth with both hands and pouring all his strength into stabbing the giant python's right eye. "Got it!" Two saber-toothed tiger teeth, over a meter long, successfully pierced the giant python's right eye, and at the same time, a powerful high-voltage current surged into it. Hiss! The giant python let out a painful roar, its massive head thrashing wildly, smashing into nearby tree trunks, causing serious damage. Shinsho was also thrown away, crashing into a tree. Indeed, this level of giant beast is not that easy to kill. Shinsho stood up, the saber-toothed tooth in his left hand still lodged in the giant python's right eye, while the one in his right hand got thrown out with him. Want to run? Seeing the giant python actually turning to flee, Shinsho quickly pursued. He flew swiftly and gripped the saber-toothed tiger tooth tightly, stabbing hard at the middle of the python's back. He planned to try using the tail's poison to stab into the giant python's body and see if he could poison it to death. However, the saber-toothed tiger tooth suddenly snapped. This showed just how strong the giant python's armored skin defense was. Afei, come here. Grab its tail, don't let it escape. Shinsho had no choice but to discard the broken saber-toothed tiger tooth and grab the giant python's tail with all his might. Even the thinnest tail was thicker than the giant python's thigh in its complete beast form. Shinsho pulled hard, and Afei, hearing his shout, ran over. But before Afei could help grab the tail, Shinsho was already thrown off by the giant python's incredible strength. This guy is incredibly strong. Shinsho continued to run over, grabbing the tail again, and chose a nearby large tree to wrap the tail around. No matter what, he must exhaust this giant python to death. Otherwise, if this giant python escaped, it would be even harder to hunt it down next time. Afei finally arrived. He copied Shinsho, hugging the tail and pulling with all his might. Now, the giant python found it hard to break free from its tail, and could only angrily turn its head and hiss as it charged forward. Afei was instantly scared stiff, trembling. Shinsho shouted urgently, "Bite its tail." Afei looked down at the tail, then went for it, following Shinsho's command and opened his mouth wide to bite the tail. In an instant, a large chunk of snake meat was bitten off by Afei. Shinsho was stunned on the spot. I exerted all my effort but couldn't pierce its scales with the saber-toothed tiger tooth. How did Afei just bite off a huge chunk of snake meat? Shinsho was astonished at how tough Afei's bite was, and quickly extended the tail, stabbing the wound with the tip of the tail's poison. This was the first time using the poison, hopefully, it would have a good effect. Chapter 87 Take another hit from me. Bullet ants are the most poisonous ants in the world, and before his beast transformation, Shinsho bought 50 live bullet ants from Zhou Jiming, and also had him deliver 20 to 30 dead bullet ants. On the day of the beast transformation disaster, after eating 70 or 80 bullet ants, Shinsho gained not only the strength talent of the bullet ants but also their venomous sting ability. However, the venomous sting ability of the bullet ants did not manifest at the beginning. Later, he devoured the beast spirit pearl from within the beetle monkey and grew a monkey tail. At this moment, although he had a tail in his beast form, he still lacked the bullet ant stinging ability. It was not until he hunted the strange beast horsefly at the zoo and consumed the beast spirit pearl within it that a stinger began to grow at the end of his tail, allowing him to gain the bullet ant stinging ability, while also merging with the horsefly's blood-sucking power. However, Shinsho rarely used the stinging ability. Every time he used his tail, it was to absorb the blood of the strange beast to replenish energy, and to absorb brain pulp to strengthen his mental power. Mainly because, even though the bullet ant is the most venomous ant in the world, its venom is not deadly to humans. The pain during the sting is extremely high, giving a feeling similar to being shot by a bullet, making one feel like they cannot bear it. Thus, he was well aware that the stinger that had grown from his beast form, even with the bullet ant's stinging ability, was not much of a threat to the strange beasts. Later, he also devoured the beast spirit pearl from a king cobra, which meant the stinging ability somewhat integrated the cobra's venom, and the cobra's venom is extremely deadly to most animals. Earlier, Shinsho had stabbed the giant python's right eye with the saber-toothed tiger's tooth, but he didn't have time to use his tail to sting. Just as he wanted to pierce the giant python's body with the saber tooth, he found that the giant python's defense was very strong. Even using all his strength, the saber tooth couldn't penetrate the scaled skin and ended up breaking. But now, to Shinsho's surprise, Afei actually bit off a large piece of snake meat, so he hurriedly took this opportunity to extend his tail, revealing a long, sharp stinger, which he plunged deeply into the giant python's flesh. As his tail trembled with his body, all the venom stored in Shinsho's tail was injected into the giant python. But even if he injected all the venom in his body into the giant python, he knew that this amount of venom was like a drop in the bucket compared to such a large strange beast. Therefore, he could only pray that the effect of the venom would exceed his expectations. Be careful! Shinsho quickly released the tail of the snake that was violently struggling around the tree trunk, then hugged Afei beside him and quickly dodged away. In the next second, the giant snake's massive head bit down at the position where Afei had just torn at the snake's tail. Fortunately, Shinsho was fast, otherwise, Afei would have been swallowed whole by the giant python. Although the green anaconda, like pythons, likes to swallow prey whole, that does not mean the anaconda has no teeth. On the contrary, the Amazonian green anaconda has not only teeth but also 4 rows of them on the top and bottom. Each row of teeth is as sharp as a needle. Once it bites its prey, that prey is doomed to die, with no hope of escaping its jaws. Now, with its body much larger in its beast form, the giant python's 4 rows of sharp teeth have also grown larger, looking even more menacing. As it missed its bite, a large tree behind it bore the brunt, being completely bitten down to shield Afe from that terrifying maw. And this tree, over a meter in diameter, was effortlessly bitten in half by the giant python, demonstrating just how sharp and powerful the strange beast's teeth were. Just looking at it made Chinsho shiver uncontrollably. It was too scary. Such a terrifying animal should not exist in this world. Chinsho let Afe down and said seriously, "From now on, I can't take care of you. Be careful and don't let this giant python wrap around you, and especially don't get bitten." Now that the giant python's right eye was stabbed blind. A large chunk of meat was bitten off its tail, causing excruciating pain from head to tail, which provoked its fury, making it go completely berserk. Throwing aside Afe, Chinsho took advantage of his ability to fly and used the forest's unfavorable conditions for giant beasts to draw the giant python's hatred onto himself. Now without a weapon, barehanded, even though Chinsho was very confident in his strength, it was still difficult for him to break through the smooth, hard scales of the giant python's defense to kill it. This is the natural advantage of scaly animals. Before the beast transformation, these animals already had strong defensive, keratinous scales covering their bodies. After the transformation, as they evolved to become stronger, their scales' defense also increased. This is why Chinsho was surprised that Afe could break through the giant python's defenses and bite off a large chunk of its flesh, and he thought to himself, no wonder pandas are hailed as iron-eating beasts. Now it seemed Afe wasn't useless after all, at least its bite force and teeth were quite abnormal, perhaps steel would crumble like a small cookie in Afe's mouth. At this moment, Afe spat out the fishy and smelly snake meat from its mouth, drooped its ears, and timidly hugged the trunk, peeking its head out to watch the battle between Chinsho and the giant python, softly cheering for its Chin daddy. Roar! The giant python roared, raising its head high and opening its massive, bloody mouth to bite at the airborne Chinsho. And Chinsho focused on the trees that it had bitten off, quickly flying away when the giant python was momentarily distracted, breaking off the end of a tree trunk, and then lifting up the trunk, which was over a meter in diameter and nearly 10 meters long, ready to strike the pursuing giant python. Boom! This strike caused the giant python to see stars. The right eye, previously injured by the saber-toothed tiger's teeth, which still had a saber-toothed tiger tooth embedded in it, suddenly gushed forth more blood. At the same time, a powerful force made Chinsho's hands numb. The thick tree trunk also showed signs of splitting. Chinsho picked up the tree trunk again. The forest terrain didn't allow him to sweep the giant python with this giant stick, he could only raise it high and strike straight down. Take another hit from me. Chinsho flew up while holding the giant stick. The giant python raised its head high in pursuit, in the blink of an eye reaching a height of 30 to 40 meters, then opened its large mouth filled with sharp fangs, swiftly biting at Chinsho, who was flapping his wings and hovering in the air. The next second, a loud bang sounded. Chinsho once again accurately struck the giant python on the head. This time the force was so strong that the front half of the tree trunk completely shattered. The giant python's head, which was pouncing and biting down, was knocked back by Chinsho's strike, crashing heavily to the ground, showing no signs of moving or retaliating anymore. Is this the poison kicking in, or did I knock it out? Looking at the giant python, which had fallen like a collapsing building and suddenly went silent, Chinsho did not dare to let his guard down, avoiding directly flying down to deliver the killing blow, fearing that this giant python's intelligence might have evolved as well, playing dead to catch him off guard. Just like the anteater in the zoo that had been losing, intentionally revealing a fatal flaw to attract the tiger to pounce on it, only to then fatally wound the tiger in the end. So, for this giant python, which evolved even faster than him as a reincarnator, Chinsho didn't dare to underestimate it at all. Although he had gained the incredible skeletal defense of the iron beetle, the regeneration of the salamander, and the tenacious vitality of the tardigrade, this did not mean he was invincible. Once he accidentally got entangled by the giant python, even if he possessed the ant-like strength talent, it would still be very difficult for him to escape the python's constricting and strangling grip. If he were successfully bitten by the giant anaconda, even if it didn't kill him on the spot, his body would surely suffer serious injuries, and then he would be swallowed whole by the giant anaconda. At that time, he would be digested by the anaconda's terrifying digestive powers, leaving not even a trace behind. Therefore, Chinsho did not rush to pursue victory but aimed a half-broken tree trunk at the giant anaconda lying on the ground and smashed it down hard. The loud bang startled many birds that had just flown back. At the same time, the giant anaconda, in a dazed state, was jolted awake and began to wriggle its body, shaking its enormous and terrifying head. However, at this point, it was evident that its condition was much worse than before. It seems that the head took a couple of heavy hits and is a bit dazed, and the toxin must also be starting to take effect. Seeing this, Chinsho flew toward the snake's tail again, grabbed the long tail, wrapped it around a nearby large tree several times, and tightened a knot. Afe, come over and bite. No, don't come over, this snake can't be bitten. The The giant anaconda had injected itself with venom. If Ah Fei ate the snake meat containing deadly poison, he would likely be poisoned too, and if it was serious, he might even die before the anaconda did. After all, compared to this 100-meter giant anaconda, Ah Fei was just a small brother in front of it, which is why he was so scared, leading to him fleeing and crying for help from the giant anaconda. This time, although the giant anaconda was still struggling, it clearly felt powerless. It forcefully broke free from Qin Shou's binding at the tree and continued trying to find an opportunity to escape, but Qin Shou was determined to keep it tied to the nearby trunk. In short, he was not going to let it run away. Today, one of them must die in this forest. As the saying goes, to hit a snake, strike at its 7 inches. Taking advantage of the anaconda's clear weakness, Qin Shou occasionally found opportunities to throw a couple of punches and kicks at its estimated 7 inches of body. I must say, the skin scales of this giant anaconda are truly impressive. It's like a non-Newtonian substance. When it wriggles, each scale feels soft and smooth, but when attacked, these apparently soft and smooth scales are tough enough to withstand even the sharp and hard fangs of a saber-toothed tiger, even breaking them. Furthermore, Qin Shou noticed that the scales seemed to have an extremely strong force-dissipating effect when he attacked. Compared to his own fully transformed beast skin armor, Qin Shou felt that the anaconda's scales were more advanced and impressive. He hoped that after killing this giant anaconda, he could gain such impressive skin scales by devouring its beast spirit orb. The battle lasted nearly 10 minutes, and Qin Shou, maintaining his full beast transformation, was rapidly depleting the energy from his beast spirit orb and felt exceptionally exhausted and weak. At this moment, the dolphin's sonar radar ability allowed Qin Shou to sense another crisis approaching from hundreds of meters away. He hurriedly abandoned the nearly lifeless giant anaconda, which most likely couldn't escape, and quickly flew back to the container, opening the one holding the beast spirit orbs and grabbing a handful to throw into his mouth. He also grabbed a handful of beast spirit orbs for Ah Fei, who had run back with him, reminding, "Be careful, another powerful extraordinary beast is coming." At this point, Qin Shou truly felt the dangers and terrors of the Amazon rainforest. No wonder it is known as the paradise of extraordinary beasts and a forbidden zone for humans. Just after arriving, he encountered a 100-meter class extraordinary beast, the giant anaconda, and just when he was about to kill it, the commotion attracted another giant beast nearby. Through soundwave sensing, it can be determined that the approaching beast is at least several times larger than Ah Fei, indicating it is another tough and powerful creature. Fortunately, they possess beast spirit pearls, which can quickly devour to replenish energy when physical strength is severely depleted. Otherwise, who could bear being caught in a situation where the mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow oriole is behind? So, Qin Shou simply put on this backpack filled with hundreds of beast spirit pearls, then closed the container, and said to Ah Fei, "Let's go, there is another battle to fight." Just as Qin Shou flew back to the giant python's vicinity with Ah Fei, a supergiant crocodile at least 30 meters long suddenly sprang out from the bushes ahead. A short-snout crocodile, with a completely black back. Clearly, this is a black caiman. Once again, it is one of the top predators in the Amazon rainforest. Apart from the Amazonian anaconda and the jaguar, the black caiman can be said to have no natural enemies. Before the beast transformation, even though the anaconda and jaguar could pose a life-threatening challenge, hunting them down was no easy task, let alone now that their defenses and strength have been significantly enhanced after the transformation. Undoubtedly, this black caiman was attracted here by the battles and commotion. To its surprise, it found the giant python, which nearly strangled and devoured it yesterday, now lying weakly ahead. This is truly great news for its crocodile heart. The black caiman couldn't help but feel schadenfreude, yet its intelligence had somewhat increased after the beast transformation, making it cautious of its surroundings. The fact that an even larger and more powerful giant python, which almost killed it yesterday, now lies here heavily injured means there is a presence here that is stronger and more fearsome than the python. However, after scanning its surroundings, it found nothing that could pose a threat other than a little bird and a small bear standing ahead. So, it directly ignored the little bird and small bear, and with a lack of martial ethics started its revenge, planning to eat the giant python and become an even larger and more powerful creature. Qin Shou. It seems we have been ignored by this black caiman? Just when the black caiman planned to take the weakened python's life, the seemingly dying giant python suddenly sprang up, as if revived, and its massive powerful body quickly enveloped the black caiman, tightly constricting it and attempting to strangle it with its last ounce of energy. Qin Shou was dumbfounded. Beside him, Ah Fei appeared to be so shocked that his jaw dropped, leaving him speechless for a long time. Damn! This giant python was pretending to be dead. Qin Shou felt a chill run down his spine once again. The sudden burst of the giant python not only shocked Qin Shou and Ah Fei but also startled the quickly entangled black caiman. It originally thought it was lucky enough to catch this giant python unawares and take revenge for almost being eaten yesterday, only to realize that the python was actually pretending to be dead, waiting for it to approach before swiftly wrapping it up, attempting to crush and swallow it with its last strength. To evolve into a 100-meter giant beast in just 6 days, those who can do so are truly impressive. Shinsho was relieved that he had never underestimated the giant python, so he hadn't rushed in to finish it off when it seemed weak and motionless. Otherwise, if the pretending to be dead python suddenly counterattacked, his fate might end up as unfortunate as that of the black caiman. All he could see was the giant python's body swirling tightly, while the entangled black caiman was desperately trying to escape. Only its long crocodile tail remained unentangled, its body and head were coiled tightly in the middle by the giant python. Strangulation is a killing skill inherently possessed by the giant python. They will use their strong muscular bodies to wrap around their prey, making it impossible for them to expand their chest cavity or breathe, ultimately swallowing the prey whole after strangling it to death. If the black caiman had been wrapped up by the giant python without injury or poisoning, it would truly have had no choice but to wait for death. Unfortunately, although the giant python successfully ambushed the black caiman, its energy and strength had been greatly depleted from its previous battle with Shinsho, and the neurotoxin injected into its body made it increasingly numb. Thus, the more strength the python exerted, the deeper its poisoning reaction became. Additionally, this black caiman was arguably the strongest exotic beast in the area besides itself, measuring a full 30 meters long, about one-third of its size. So, facing death, the black caiman naturally would not sit idly by. It struggled with all its might, almost managing to break free from the python's deadly grip several times. Feeling the python's strength weakening, the black caiman finally managed to break free its upper body amidst its continuous resistance, and without hesitation, it bit down on the snake body. The crocodile's bite force is extremely strong, and its sharp fangs are incredibly lethal. With one bite, it instantly tore through the giant python's scales, ripping off a large chunk of snake flesh, worsening the already injured and weakened python. The intense pain made the giant python let out a wretched howl, as it continued to tightly wrap around the black caiman with all its might. It seemed to realize that it was difficult to strangle the black caiman, so in a desperate gamble, it opened its massive mouth wide, intending to swallow the crocodile whole. In terms of size, it was more than twice as big as the black caiman, and its head was larger than the crocodile's head, allowing it to swallow the entire crocodile's head in one gulp. This was an extremely dangerous act, but in its desperate situation, it had no choice but to take the risk of swallowing the black caiman to replenish its energy, otherwise, it would truly be waiting for death. As the black caiman's head was swallowed into the python's mouth, it struggled even more fiercely. Having evolved into such a powerful creature, it was unwilling to become the prey in the belly of the python. So, it crazily shook its head inside the python's mouth, continuously opening its own large, sharp mouth to bite wildly, directly severing the long and thick tongue of the giant python. The pain made the giant python open its mouth, but it tightened its grip on the black caiman's head, continuing to swallow it alive despite the immense pain. As an inch of the black caiman's body was swallowed down by the giant python, Shinsho finally began to take action. At that moment, a textbook example of a mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow sparrow waits in the back unfolded in the Amazon rainforest. Shinsho ran over, wrapping his arms firmly around the exposed tail of the crocodile, preventing the giant python from swallowing it whole. This time, he confirmed that the giant python was in a state of dying struggle, so he certainly could not watch as the python devoured the black caiman to restore its energy. Moreover, since the black caiman had grown so large, the purity of the beast's spirit orb energy within it would be particularly high, and he couldn't let the dying python benefit from it. Afei, pull the snake tail. Shinsho instructed, though Afei was timid and scared. With Shinsho around, he mustered his courage and ran over, tugging together with Shinsho. Shinsho pointed at the snake's tail, which had a piece of flesh bitten off by Afei, and reminded, "I'll take care of this part." Pull the snake's tail. Afei understood and ran to grab the snake tail that was coiled around the giant alligator of Heikai Gate. Pull it hard. Shinsho demonstrated by pulling the alligator's tail with all his strength, and then Afei understood and tugged hard on the giant python's tail. Now, the giant alligator of Heikai Gate felt less pain and discomfort. Soon, its two back claws regained freedom and fiercely grabbed the python's body, continuing to struggle. The giant python was about to explode with anger. It had already suffered heavy injuries from Shinsho and Afei, now pretending to be dead and weak had failed to lure them in, instead attracting this stupid giant alligator of Heikai Gate. Now it exerted all its energy, risking 1,000 enemies killed, while injuring itself 800, to consume the giant alligator and replenish its energy, but Shinsho and Afei came to rescue the alligator at the critical moment. Yet no matter how furious it was of no use. All its remaining strength was used to consume the alligator of Heikai Gate. As a result, now caught in a dilemma, it could only watch helplessly as Afei forcefully pulled away the body that was wrapped around the alligator, and then watched as the alligator, which had originally seemed impossible to escape, was about to regain its freedom. In the end, it could only watch as the alligator, which had swallowed half its body and was on the verge of choking to death, was pulled out by Shinsho. The alligator of Heikai Gate, which had snatched back a small life from the jaws of death, immediately gasped for air. It was puzzled as to why this little bear would come to save it. The next second, its heavy body was suddenly thrown into the air by a powerful force, breaking several branches of the canopy above. In full beast transformation, Shinsho, now over 6 meters tall, gripped the huge and hard tail of the alligator tightly, lifting the at least 100 tons heavy giant alligator high, and then aimed for the head of the giant python, smashing down heavily. Bang! The immense force, coupled with the giant alligator's hard and heavy body, instantly smashed the giant python's head deep into the ground. Shinsho continued to swing the alligator and aimed again at the python's head to smash down. This time I want to see if you live or die. Shinsho used the giant alligator like a mace, continuously smashing it down onto the python's head. After repeating this 10 times, the python's head sank into a large pit along with the ground, and its body, which still had some strength to struggle, now became limp and powerless, letting Afe manipulate it. Shinsho firmly believed that even if the python was not dead yet, it must be gasping for breath, unable to turn the tide. The giant alligator, which he had used as a weapon and struck 10 times, was also dazed and seeing stars. However, Shinsho knew that the alligator's defense was very strong. It was impossible for it to be easily injured by a severely weakened python, nor could it be killed just by being smashed a few times. Therefore, taking advantage of the unfortunate alligator not having recovered yet, he continued to hold onto its tail and smashed it against nearby trees and hard rocks. Until he was completely exhausted, until the alligator's eyes were bulging out and its tongue was exposed, he finally let go of its tail, took out 2 beast spirit pearls from his backpack to restore his energy, and prayed that no more giant beasts of this level would appear again. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to withstand it. Taking this opportunity, Shinsho hurriedly dissected the beast spirit pearls. He was worried that the alligator might just be unconscious, so he first dissected the giant alligator. At this moment, an ordinary knife could not possibly break the skin and flesh of a beast of this level. Shinsho's dragon claws in full beast transformation were also quite sharp. But it was difficult to tear open the thick and hard skin of the giant crocodile. So he looked at Afe. Come on, bite open its belly. Shinsho lifted the black caiman, exposing its belly to Afe. But after understanding, Afe shook its head in refusal. Shinsho had no choice but to coax it with beast spirit beads. If you can bite open this crocodile's belly, I will give you 10 beast spirit beads to eat. Upon hearing beast spirit beads, Afe was motivated, pointing at the belly of the black caiman, murmuring in its bare language that was hard to understand. Shinsho communicated without barriers. Yes, just bite here, bite it open and you can eat beast spirit beads. Only then did Afe harden its resolve and open its mouth to bite down. A crunching sound echoed. The crocodile's skin was as hard and thick as black iron, and surprisingly Afe managed to bite it open, then it forcefully tore, pulling out a large piece of crocodile meat. In an instant, blood flowed freely. Shinsho quickly stretched out his tail and sucked the blood. The blood from this giant exotic beast was the second most valuable thing next to beast spirit beads. He didn't have time to go get those 2 leeches to feed himself, so he used his tail's blood-sucking ability to drain the entire blood of the black caiman. Then he forcefully tore open the belly of the black caiman and pulled out a beast spirit bead as large as an ostrich egg. This was the largest beast spirit bead he had discovered so far. Other normal exotic beasts had beast spirit beads only the size of ping-pong balls, while those that had evolved slightly were about the size of chicken or duck eggs. And this bead was obviously several times larger, indicating that it contained an incredibly rich amount of beast spirit energy, and the almost crystal-clear golden color showed that the energy purity was extremely high. Shinsho was not in a hurry to consume it. He first put the black caiman's beast spirit bead into his backpack, letting Afe drag the black caiman's corpse, while he dragged the already dead giant python back to the container base. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in the Amazon plain, Old Nyo and the others had just finished their battle. In front of them lay the bodies of 5 human beast transformers. After landing on the plain, they did not attract exotic beasts, but instead drew the attention of 5 wild men from an Amazonian primitive tribe. If it weren't for their firearms and if these 5 wild beast transformers hadn't reached the level of being invulnerable to knives and guns yet, they would really have ended up in boxes upon landing. The noise here will definitely attract their tribal people. Let's quickly dissect their beast spirit beads, then find a place to hide. Old Duck, being the weakest in defense, had been injured in the left shoulder by an iron spear thrown by the enemy, but at that moment, it couldn't care about stopping the bleeding and quickly took out a dagger to dissect the bodies. Old Nyo and Old Duck also acted swiftly. It's damn scary. These 5 wild men obviously found us early and came to ambush. Luckily, the boss gave each of us 10 beast spirit beads, which made us much stronger after consuming them, otherwise, we would have been pierced by their spears upon landing. Fortunately, firearms can hurt them, otherwise, in a close fight 3 against 5, we would probably not be their match. These 5 wild beast transformers were not weak for them but had not yet reached the point of being invulnerable to knives and guns, thus losing due to the weapon gap. The 3 quickly dissected the beast spirit beads. With relatively keen hearing, Old Duck heard noise coming from the nearby jungle and quickly warned, it should be their tribal people coming. Let's go first. Once we find out their situation, we will come back to kill and reclaim these 2 boxes of supplies. The 3 quickly ran toward the other side of the jungle, and soon a few more wild beast transformers indeed rushed out, howling as they chased after them. Shinsho rewarded Afe with 10 beast spirit beads and said seriously, you also saw that this hellish place is full of exotic beasts that are bigger than us and even stronger than us. You have to work hard to become stronger, otherwise one day you will be eaten by this giant beast. Ah Fei nodded, somewhat understanding. Qin opened the container and poured out the 2 leeches from the bucket, letting them suck the blood from the giant anaconda. I wonder if they will die from sucking poisonous blood. Anyway, Qin couldn't consume this snake blood, and if the leeches die from sucking blood, then they could be fed to Ah Fei. If they don't die, this giant anaconda's blood alone could make these palm-sized leeches evolve to 2 or 3 times their size. Following the wound where the black crocodile bit into the giant anaconda's body, Qin forcefully tore open the anaconda's skin. The smell of blood attracted even more leeches, along with flies and mosquitoes. Each one was several times larger than before they mutated, even dozens of times bigger. Qin only needed the beast spirit pearl from this giant anaconda, so the body and flesh could be given back to the little animals in the rainforest. It was like a whale dying. When a whale falls, everything thrives. Only if the exotic beasts continue to reproduce can humans keep hunting and growing stronger. Otherwise, if the exotic beasts are all killed or on the verge of extinction, then those humans who seek powerful strength will have to hunt other powerful humans. After more than an hour, Qin finally found the beast spirit pearl inside the giant anaconda. Compared to the beast spirit pearl inside the black crocodile, the one in the giant anaconda was indeed richer in energy, higher in purity, and larger in size. Qin quickly rinsed the blood off his hands with some water, then flew back up to the container, sitting beside Ah Fei, ready to devour and absorb the beast spirit pearl from the giant anaconda. Chapter 91, Shedding Skin. Ah Fei's eyes sparkled, looking pitifully at the large beast spirit pearl in Qin's hand, making whimpering sounds. Although Qin could not understand bear language, he could tell from Ah Fei's expression that it wanted to eat the super beast spirit pearl inside the giant anaconda. This is wasteful to give to you. Qin stuffed it into his mouth, filling it up. If he hadn't already transformed into a petite giant over 6 meters tall in his complete beast form, facing such a large beast spirit pearl, he would have to lick it bit by bit like little Ah Fei did when he was young. Feeling the beast spirit pearl inside the giant anaconda quickly dissolve into warm currents in his mouth, Qin immediately felt an inexplicable excitement coming from the beast spirit pearl within him. Soon, the beast spirit pearl completely engulfed and fused with him. Qin's body immediately began to show signs of a new beast transformation. In his complete beast form, his seemingly hard-scaled skin suddenly became rough and dry, and his whole body itched, as if countless bugs were crawling on his skin. Qin, unable to bear the discomfort, scratched his left arm, and ended up simply tearing off the layer of scaled skin. Where the skin was ripped off, it revealed a brand new silvery bronze scaled skin. Is this shedding skin? Qin was surprised. Did he obtain the innate shedding ability of snakes? No wonder his skin was so itchy. It turned out that after devouring the beast spirit pearl from the giant anaconda, the phenomenon of snake-like shedding appeared. During the shedding process, Qin's complete beast form began to grow even larger. Suddenly, his inflated body burst through the skin that was about to shed. Qin ran his hands over his brand new silver bronze scaled skin and found that he couldn't even feel the texture or roughness of the scales. It felt incredibly smooth, as if he was touching a young girl's soft skin. Soft and slippery. Compared to the previously layered, somewhat rough and hard scales, it was. After this transformation, the new skin and scales clearly became of much higher quality. Qin felt increasingly satisfied as he touched his body. After devouring and merging with the giant python's beast spirit bead, his skin scales in beast transformation were smoother and tougher than the giant python itself. Before long, in complete beast transformation, all the skin on Qin's body shed, even the wings on his back showed signs of shedding feathers, revealing a pair of gigantic wings that had undergone transformation in both skin and feathers. This time, the feathers were filled with a smooth and shiny texture, reflecting dazzling light under the dappled sunlight, looking like a perfect craftsmanship of silver and bronze, beautiful beyond words. It felt as if he suddenly transformed from a demon into an angel. Previously, Qin's wings in complete beast transformation were dark red, and his skin scales were silver black. This dark-colored appearance, combined with the 2 dark red beast horns on his head, truly resembled a demon. Now, however, the dark colors had changed to silver and bronze. That smooth and shiny texture instantly made Qin's appearance in beast transformation high-end, grand, and classy. Not only have I undergone a complete rebirth, my entire skin has been replaced. Qin was particularly pleased with this beast transformation effect. Aside from the soft skin scales fused with the giant python that were smooth and defensively strong, the giant python's ability to coil and constrict also manifested in the tail at his back. Thus, his tail became more flexible and stronger than ever. Furthermore, the giant python's innate thermal sensing ability merged with the previously acquired dolphin's sonar radar ability. The giant python possessed powerful thermal eyes, which compensate for visual deficiencies when capturing prey through thermal sensing. Now, with the integration of this thermal sensing ability, as soon as Qin activated his thermal eyes to look ahead, thermal imaging would instantly appear in his mind's sonar radar display, exposing any animals within the thermal eyes range. This thermal eye ability combined with the dolphin sonar positioning is like having wall hacks in a game, but too bad the sensing range is only a bit over 100 meters. Shinsho felt a surge of excitement. In the future, he could instantly grasp any animal information within a 100-meter range unless he was distracted or in a particularly poor mental state. Otherwise, he could understand the size and type of any animal ahead through thermal imaging and sonar positioning. Soon, the beast transformation fusion ended, and a strong hunger struck him. He wondered if he had also acquired the giant python's powerful digestion ability. He went straight to find wood to start a fire, preparing to roast the crocodile to eat. However, when facing the 30-meter-long black caiman, he truly had no idea how to roast it. At the same time, Shinsho discovered that many mosquitoes and flies had died next to the giant python's corpse after feeding on it. This little bit of poison shouldn't reach the lethal dose for the giant python, but for these small creatures, even a trace of venom in the blood is enough to kill them. Looking at the dead mosquitoes and flies on the ground, Shinsho was not surprised. After all, he was worried that Afe would be poisoned after biting the poisoned giant python, so he hadn't let Afe continue biting the snake. However, seeing a few leeches still sucking blood, seemingly unharmed, Shinsho appeared a bit surprised. Is this because leeches possess good regeneration abilities, so they don't get poisoned from sucking toxic blood? Once those 2 leeches that Shinsho planned to fatten up and kill were full, he put them back in the bucket. If they didn't die after digesting the snake blood, then he took 100 or 200 beast spirit pearls from Afe's snack suitcase to feed the 2 leeches, and later he would kill and devour these 2 leeches. The rainforest was quite humid, and Shinsho had a hard time collecting dry wood that could catch fire. Then he made a fire to cook crocodile soup and roast crocodile meat. The skin of the black caiman crocodile was too tough, the knife couldn't cut through it at all, but the flesh after peeling was incredibly tender, and Shinsho cut a lot of meat into chunks to grill. When the grilling was almost done, he sprinkled barbecue seasoning on top, and the delicious aroma immediately wafted up. Shinsho indulged in it, feeling the digestive power in his stomach, confirming that after devouring the giant python's beast spirit pearl, he indeed gained the abnormal digestive ability of the giant python. Thus, he even chewed the crocodile bones and spat them out. After all, bones could supplement calcium. Afe also ate quite a bit of crocodile meat. Shinsho purposely grilled it medium rare or medium for it, allowing it to get used to eating raw meat, so that in the future, after killing exotic beasts, Afe could directly devour the carcasses, saving the cooking process and making Afe even stronger. By the way, don't waste the brains of the snake and crocodile. Now Shinsho clearly felt that the strength of his mental power couldn't keep up with the strength of the beast spirit pearls in his body, so he could only switch from the complete beast transformation back to the half-beastman form, finding it hard to completely suppress the beast spirit pearls from switching to human form. Therefore, Shinsho aimed the sharp tip of his tail at the right eye of the black caiman crocodile, then stabbed deep inside to absorb the brain matter. The eyes were the weakest part of their defense. Shinsho followed suit and used the blood-sucking ability on his tail to suck the brain matter of the giant python clean. Just when he was full and ready to take a break, Shinsho couldn't help but sigh as he sensed something. This cursed place really doesn't let a person have a moment of peace. Shinsho stood up. Afe, it's time to fight again. Chapter 92, Entering the Ranks of Giant Beasts. Since entering the Amazon rainforest, Shinsho and Afe had either been in battle or on the way to prepare for battle. This place truly deserved its name as a paradise for exotic beasts and a forbidden zone for humanity. All kinds of exotic animal creatures, both big and small, bizarre and strange, kept appearing before Shinsho and Afe. This day, Shinsho and Afe had not had a moment of peace, staying in a state of high alert and readiness to fight at all times. After completely devouring the beast spirit pearls within the giant python, Shinsho during the afternoon also devoured the beast spirit pearls inside the black caiman crocodile, and those inside an exotic beast, the jaguar. Now Shinsho's beast transformation had evolved to become even more powerful and abnormal, if time could be turned back, and he encountered a 100-meter level giant python again. With his current beast transformation strength, he could easily break through the giant python's defense and hunt it down alone. Feeling the increasingly powerful force within him, Shinsho was even more motivated and confident about conquering the Amazon rainforest. Now, in complete beast transformation, I can barely consider myself part of the ranks of giant beasts. Shinsho looked at Afe, who had suddenly appeared so small, only coming up to his thigh when standing, estimating that he was now almost 17 or 18 meters tall in complete beast transformation. This size, although insignificant against 100-meter giant beasts, would definitely make him top among human beast changers. He would dare to say he was second, but nobody would claim they were first. The first person to master the ultimate beast transformation secret in his past life and enter the complete beast transformation wasn't as enormous and powerful as he was now, indicating that after this reincarnation, he had far surpassed even the strongest in beast transformation evolution of his past life. But that was not enough. Shinsho was not greedy, he was simply aware that even if he stood at the pinnacle of humanity now,